On the shore of the eastern sea, a woman with the body of a human and the tail of a serpent was holding a gourd vine. Radiant clouds surged around her, spreading across the boundless primordial wilderness, and her voice echoed through the entire vast land. Heavenly Tao above, on this day, I Nuwa create a new race called the human race. Today I attain sainthood and shall protect you for 10,000 years. A deafening rumble resounded. The heavens seemed to collapse and the earth to sink. Merit golden radiance poured down like a waterfall, slamming into the land, startling all the powerful beings within the primordial wilderness. Below, 3,000 newly created humans dropped to their knees in unison and kowtowed. We the human race pay homage to the Holy Mother. As their voices fell, Nuwa was shrouded by boundless light, with a stream of purple chi floating above her head. A saintly chant reverberated between heaven and earth. An overwhelming pressure spread outward in all directions, making the entire primordial wilderness tremble. In that instant, all living beings in the primordial wilderness sensed something and involuntarily knelt in the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Congratulations to Saint Nuwa on attaining the holy fruit of the Tao. Nuwa withdrew the pressure surrounding her body and let her gaze slowly sweep across heaven and earth. Before long, I shall open a Tao field within the chaos. All beings of the primordial wilderness may come to observe. With that, she was wrapped in holy light and vanished directly from the region around Buzhou Mountain. Immediately afterward, streams of light shot up from every direction of the primordial wilderness, rushing straight toward the chaos. Where is this? Among the 3,000 humans, Di Fang slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with confusion. You have transmigrated into the primordial world and have been targeted by the will of heaven. Heaven wishes to erase you, but the will of your home star shields you, forcing your comprehension to its extreme limit. So this is my cheat. Di Fang stared blankly at the information that had suddenly surfaced in his mind. At this moment in time, Nuwa had just become a saint. Though the human race had a saint guarding them for 10,000 years in such a primordial land. In this primordial realm, such a span vanished in the blink of an eye. The human race had no cultivation methods, no backing forces to rely on. When the great calamity of the Wu and Yao tribes descended, they would be nothing more than fodder on the battlefield. Later, the human race would become the protagonists between heaven and earth, ruling over all living beings. Yet among these original 3,008 humans, how many would still be alive by then? Aside from the 3 ancestors and Xuandu, the rest had likely vanished without a sound. The acquired humans who came later had poor innate foundations and could not stir up any great waves. Even when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared, they ended up confined within the Huoyun cave. Ultimately, the human race was nothing more than a chess piece for saints to harvest fortune from. You sense the saint's might, and because your comprehension is too high, you directly grasp a method to cultivate a saintly body. You carefully savor the aura on the saint's body. With your heaven-defying comprehension, you derive the innate immortal body. You observe the saint achieving the Tao, gain insight in your heart, comprehend the laws of the great Tao, and create your own path of saintly cultivation. Di Fang slowly opened his eyes. Saint Nuwa, wrapped in rosy clouds, was slowly ascending beyond the heavens into the chaos. A flash of understanding passed through Di Fang's eyes as golden light began to surface on his body, like molten gold flowing along his skin. Immediately, vortices of all sizes appeared around his body, madly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The tidal surge of qi was terrifying. His cultivation level soared upward at a shocking pace. No one knew how much time passed before everything finally calmed. A rare smile appeared on Di Fang's face. In that moment of sudden enlightenment, he had already touched the threshold of a path of immortal martial cultivation. Though it was not yet complete, it was at least an excellent beginning. He tried operating the saintly body cultivation method, while simultaneously merging in the Vajra, undying body. By cultivating 2 body refining methods at once, you gain insight and create an entirely new technique, the Primordial Dragon Elephant Undying Body. Primordial Dragon Elephant Undying Body, 13 layers in total. When cultivated to perfection, one attains the strength of ancient dragon elephants. Di Fang opened his eyes and gently exhaled. This Dragon Elephant Undying Body was a true path of immortal martial cultivation. It was completely different from the primordial world's existing cultivation system, an entirely separate road to attaining the Tao. Although he had only deduced it up to the level of martial saint, for now its power was already considerable. The realms of immortal martial cultivation were tempering body, opening meridians, innate grandmaster, astral chi, martial saint. Corresponding immortal cultivation realms were chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, divine, transformation, void, refinement. Due to lacking sufficient martial arts foundations and knowledge, Di Fang had only deduced up to the 6th level for now. All of this would have to be accumulated slowly over time. Di Fang's body suddenly trembled as his essence, chi, and spirit coiled around him like a dragon. With a casual shake of a single arm, he possessed strength of several 100,000 jin. Yet such strength placed within the primordial world was not worth mentioning. Time in the primordial realm was not measured by years. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. The human race continued to multiply and develop along the Eastern Sea, and the 3 ancestors of humanity appeared in due time, teaching people how to make fire-build shelters and wear clothing. One day, while Di Fang was cultivating, a sudden voice broke the silence. "Fang, I guessed you'd be here. Hurry back, the chieftain hunted a wild beast in the mountains today. If you're late, there'll be none left for you." Di Fang's eyes lit up. He had been in this world for 100 years, and this would be the first time he got to eat meat. The innate humans were not weak in battle, but to ensure survival, the 3 ancestors had set a rule: clansmen were not to wander about without cause. Usually only patrol teams would go out to search for wild fruits to fill everyone's stomachs. Di Fang took a single step, and his figure flashed 100 meters away. Within a few breaths, he was already standing at the foot of the mountain. When he arrived at the human settlement, he happened to see Swearin there wrestling with fire. Though his actions were rather clumsy for this group of mortals, with no foundation whatsoever, it already seemed quite impressive. That layer of golden light on Swearin. Is that the power of chi luck? Seeing the unusual aura around Swearin, Di Fang's eyes instantly brightened. You begin to comprehend methods of saintly cultivation, your heart is stirred, and from saintly cultivation, you grasp the essence of the divine path, penetrate the law of chi luck, understand undying faith and eternal divinity, and create a method of faith God, true divinity, undying. Insight flashed in Di Fang's eyes. Faith God, true divinity, undying. So long as he amassed sufficient power of faith, he could condense a divine spark by his own strength, ascend to the seat of Ancestor God, and become progenitor of all gods. Such a status would be no lesser than Tao Ancestor Hongjun. This was a path belonging solely to Di Fang. Though different from the path of severing 3 corpses, it was in no way inferior. The problem now was, where could he acquire such an immense amount of faith? Compete with saints for followers. That would be courting death. Besides, although those 2 in the West did not walk a path of faith to become gods, what they lacked most was belief. With the temper of Jane and Juanti, if they learned that some small nobody dared to snatch people from them, they would likely throw shame to the wind and slap him to death on the spot. After that, they would simply stage a pitiful drama, and who could do anything to them? In this primordial heaven and earth, all beings were pieces on a board, everything clenched within the hands of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. To leap out of the board, there was only this single path of condensing a faith-based divine spark and attaining the rank of Ancestor God. As for whether there were flaws in the path of faith, Di Fang had no time to ponder. What mattered most now was survival. If he could not even stay alive, everything else was empty talk. Yet to harvest faith, one had to know how to sway people to make them believe in him. From the faith God, true divinity, undying method, you derive an extraordinary divine art, the great art of faith. Great art of faith, recite my true name, and you shall gain eternal life, escape reincarnation, avoid hell, and ascend to the divine kingdom. Note, the deeper the faith and the more devout the believer, the greater the power they obtain. Di Fang exhaled softly. Although this great art of faith could not be used directly in battle, so long as his followers grew ever more devout, his strength would rise along with them. It was practically a bug-level skill. Of course, the most urgent matter now was to first break through to the human immortal realm. Otherwise, no matter how floridly he preached, without miracles to back him, no one would believe. Chants rang out. Thank you, Holy Mother Nuwa, for granting us life. The bonfire crackled and popped as the 3 ancestors led the recitation, their mouths full of words praising Nuwa. The surrounding humans knelt and kowtowed along with the 3 ancestors, their foreheads thudding against the ground, their eyes filled with sincere devotion. Di Fang narrowed his eyes. Perhaps because he had cultivated the faith God, true divinity, undying method, he could actually see wisps of white light drifting from each person and floating toward the chaotic void. That was the power of the innate human's faith in Holy Mother Nuwa. What is that? He noticed a flash of light along the path of the flowing faith power. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it. The light landed in his palm. Immediately, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! You've caught a multiverse chat group. Join or not? A chat group. Di Fang lowered his head to stare at the light in his hand, his mind momentarily stuck. It took him only a heartbeat to decide. Join. Hongwang Di Fang has joined the group. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon has joined the group. Nangong Bush has joined the group. Hokage Sasuke, ha, finally some newcomers. This young master is no longer the weakest. Spiritual Energy Revival Lu Fei, welcome you two newcomers. Iron-Gutted Divine Marquiju Wusher, welcome. Zhang Sanfeng Fei, girl, you're the group owner. You should explain to the newcomers what this place is so they're not completely lost. Spiritual Energy Revival Lu Fei, ahem, the old man is right. Nangong Bush, Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, Hongwang, Di Fang, you three newcomers, this is the multiverse chat group, a place for people from different worlds to chat and hang out. You can also upload items from your own worlds in exchange for points. Points can be used for lotteries and to buy things from the mall. Di Fang's eyes gleamed as he stared at the words on the screen. People from different worlds chatting and communicating. This was the perfect platform for him to spread faith and harvest believers. If he could plunder faith from countless worlds across the multiverse, how terrifying would his strength become? At this thought, a heat surged in Di Fang's chest. As for whether preaching the faith would be difficult, where was he living? The primordial wilderness. Here any random stone carried spiritual energy, any casual artifact could serve as an immortal tool. Nangong Bush, so you all come from different worlds, eh? Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, very well, I the Lonely King understand. This is an encounter with a divine sign. Spiritual Energy Revival Lu Fei, how are you all so quick to accept this? Especially you, old relic. Shouldn't you be the last to accept anything new? Great Qin Ancestral Dragon. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, you know of me. Well, of course there is only one Great Qin Ancestral Dragon. Besides, I may lack worldly experience, but I am not without a brain. Spiritual Energy Revival Lu Fei, are you looking down on me? Spiritual Energy Revival Lu Fei. Di Fang was chewing roasted meat as he watched the messages in the chat group, nearly spraying the meat from his mouth. The feeling was so familiar, just like in his previous life, when he scrolled forums on his phone watching a bunch of silly netizens bicker. Spiritual Energy Revival Lu Fei, Hongwang, Di Fang, big shot, what era of the primordial world are you in over there? From the perspective of Hongwang, Di Fang, over here, after Nuwa Nyang had just finished molding humans from clay, I was among the very first of the human race. Yet to tell the truth, life for humans right now is far from easy. The primordial wilderness is filled with terrifying beings who can reach out to pluck stars and clench their fists to shatter the moon. The immortals possess endless lifespans, and with a mere lift of their hands they can create countless worlds. In this era, ferocity reigns. At the very least, immortals can contend with heaven itself in terms of longevity, while existences at the level of heavenly immortals can with a casual wave of the hand bring forth billions of worlds. Lingqi Revival Lu Fei, Taiden Shenhou Zhu Wusher, Hokage Sasuke de Qin Zulong, to contend with heaven in lifespan. That is nothing less than immortality and indestructibility. Di Fang no longer paid attention to what the others in the group were saying. Gnawing on meat, he opened the marketplace that came bundled with the chat group. Quite a number of items were already listed on the page, all uploaded by group members. There were martial arts manuals, ninjutsu, and even some evolution crystals. Though compared to spirit stones, those crystals were nothing but trash. Most of the martial-oriented things had been uploaded by Zhang Sanfeng, and the quantity was not small. By now, Di Fang had also figured out how the marketplace worked. The first method was to sell items and cultivation arts from one's own world to the marketplace in exchange for points. The second was to use those points to purchase what others had listed. There was also another option of points lottery, staking one's fortune on luck, a pastime well-suited for gamblers who wished to take a risk. Di Fang lowered his head and glanced at the plate before him. There was not much beast meat left, but a small pile of wild fruits had been stacked up. He could not name most of them. Though these fruits could not be considered innate spiritual roots, for ordinary people eating them would still extend their lifespan by several years and greatly strengthen their bodies. Let's see how many points these can be exchanged for. Di Fang grabbed 5 wild fruits from the plate and silently intoned in his mind, "System, exchange these spiritual fruits for points." Ding, uploading 5 Centennial Snow Spirit fruits, redeeming 50,000 points. Confirm exchange. 50,000. That many. Di Fang did not hesitate and directly opened the marketplace interface. Numerous martial arts manuals hung upon the page. Most have been uploaded by the martial fanatic Zhang Sanfeng. Shaolin Iron Head Technique, 500 points. Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand, 800 points. Nine Yang Divine Art, 1000 points. Taiji Sword Technique, 1000 points. Taoist Alchemy Arts, 500 points. Taoist Artifact Refining Arts, 500 points. Comprehensive Explanation of Formations, 800 points. Nine Yang Divine Art, Taoist Alchemy Arts, Taoist Artifact Refining Arts, Comprehensive Explanation of Formations. Exchange for them all. In one breath, Di Fang selected more than a dozen manuals. A massive flood of information suddenly poured into his mind. A trace of comprehension flashed across his eyes as he sat down cross-legged, beginning to fuse all that knowledge into his very bones. Radiant insight erupted within Di Fang's mind as Taoist alchemy arts surged through his consciousness, the laws of pill refinement being branded directly onto his soul. Before he could even catch his breath, the artifact refining arts were also fully comprehended, their laws merging into his very marrow. He threw himself in with all his might, plunging headlong into the explanations contained within the comprehensive explanation of formations. The laws of formations surged in like a tidal wave, and the true essence of formation arts suddenly connected within his mind. Di Fang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had fully digested the three paths of Pill Dao, Formation Dao, and Artifact Dao. So long as materials were at hand, he could refine pills, arrange formations, and forge artifacts. Yet in this land of Honghuang, a hard fist is the ultimate law. His main focus still had to be poured into his cultivation. Those three Taoist paths were indeed formidable, but for him at this moment, they could only be considered icing on the cake. Di Fang let out a long breath as the churning blood and qi within his body finally calmed. Yet here in the primordial wilderness, he was still weaker than an ant. It was not just him. This era coincided with the great calamity between the Wu and Yao clans. Even De Luo golden immortals were like cannon fodder in such a tribulation, and even quasi-saints would tremble 3 times upon seeing a saint. Di Fang withdrew his thoughts and squeezed out a single word between his teeth. Continue. You have comprehended 9 Yang divine art. Your comprehension explodes, and you create a brand new cultivation method, the Great Sun Scripture. Time was worn away bit by bit, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Di Fang devoured all the martial manuals from Wudong and Shaolin that Zhang Sanfeng had uploaded, and even developed a cultivation method suited to himself. By now the blood and qi within his body burned like a sun, ravenously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, he ran both the Great Sun Scripture and the Primordial Dragon Elephant Indestructible divine art, attempting to merge the two. You fuse martial arts, stacking the experiences of your predecessors, fully digesting them, and creating the Great Sun Dragon Elephant Indestructible Scripture. A scorching aura erupted from his body, and the terrifying heat wave incinerated the surrounding spiritual energy, even warping the very air. Great Sun Dragon Elephant Indestructible Scripture, blood, like a great sun, inexhaustible, undying, and indestructible. This was a cultivation method capable of leading directly to the martial immortal realm. A glint of light flashed in Di Fang's eyes. At last he had pushed the path of immortal martial arts to the level of martial immortal. The stages of the immortal martial realm were divided as follows: tempering body, opening meridians, innate grandmaster gang, qi martial saint, purple mansion, return to 1 human, immortal martial immortal. The corresponding immortal cultivation stages were qi refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity, transformation, void, refinement, body, integration, great completion, immortal, heavenly immortal. Right now I am only at martial saint. Far too weak. Di Fang shook his head. In the context of Honghuang, such cultivation was no different from an ant crawling upon the ground. However, having reached this point, he no longer wished to remain huddled on the shores of the East Sea. Always shrinking back like this did nothing good for his comprehension. He would have to go out and roam. Di Fang lowered his head and glanced at the clothes on his body, newly woven from fresh leaves. In these times, having even a few leaves to cover one's body was already fortunate. All other basic survival skills still had to be slowly explored by the human race. Simply using readily available materials, he employed the laws of artifact refining to fashion a set of martial attire for himself. It possessed little defensive capability, yet was far superior to that leaf-made outfit. When Di Fang stepped out from his shabby little hut, the blood and qi within him blazed as though it were on fire. His black hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyes shone as if twin stars had been set within them, and his expression was so calm it was unsettling. He swept his gaze over the humans who were all busy with their tasks, his heart churning with an indescribable mix of emotions. Then with a step that seemed to melt his body into flowing water, he vanished from sight. Barely had he left when the figures of 3 middle-aged men descended upon the settlement. It was Di Fang. He has left the tribe. The speaker was Sui Ren with Yu Chao and Zi standing beside him. These 3 were the 3 ancestors of the human race, one teaching people to harness fire, another to build dwellings, and another to make clothing. Heaven itself had rewarded them with merit, and their strength ranked among the very top within the human race. Yet they were still nothing more than a group of golden immortals. Within the vast expanse of Honghuang, they scarcely counted for anything. He will return sooner or later. Ren stared toward the direction in which Di Fang had disappeared, his gaze as deep and still as an ancient well. Yu Chao said nothing, merely nodding. There were indeed many humans hidden along the shores of the East Sea, and Di Fang was far from the first to leave the tribe alone like this. Some who left the East Sea had never returned. Xian Du, the eldest disciple of Taishang Laojuan, was among them. The reason Di Fang had drawn attention was, to put it plainly, because he was one of those humans born among the 3,000 Daos. Why did he choose to leave? Because the path of immortal martial arts could not be honed by simply shutting oneself away at home. Moreover, he had only just stepped out of his own tribe, and was still a vast distance away from truly leaving the East Sea. Di Fang planned to travel as he went, visiting other tribes along the way. In doing so, he could broaden his horizons, temper himself in battle, and raise his strength, all without delay to any of these goals. Nuwa Nyang had decreed that within 10,000 years no other race was allowed to harm the human race. Yet not everyone would obediently heed her words. Those races that had opened their spiritual wisdom generally did not come to provoke the humans, but certain mindless demon beasts would still barge into human territory every so often to wreak havoc. In the final analysis, this was also the blade that the human race had to first endure on their path to becoming strong. 10 days later, Di Fang entered a human village. There were many people here, at least tens of thousands. Yet each face was etched with bitterness, as if they had just swallowed a mouthful of bitter herbs. Elder, what misfortune has befallen you all? Di Fang approached an old man and asked in a lowered voice. Though he himself had lived for more than 200 years, his face still looked like that of a youth, almost overly tender. This old man was likely from the second or third generation of humans. The old man lifted his head and gave him a glance. Immortal, you have no idea. 2 years ago, a man-eating serpent suddenly slithered into our tribe. Many people entered its belly and never came out again. Recently, that beast has been lurking again near the village, and we are utterly unable to resist it. We were just planning to pack up and flee. Di Fang narrowed his eyes. A serpent. They all shared human blood. How could he possibly bear to watch these descendants be treated as snacks by a beast? Elder, where is that serpent now? Di Fang asked. The old man sized Di Fang up from head to toe, inwardly aware that this was no ordinary mortal. He raised a hand and pointed in a certain direction. Immortal, that great serpent hides in the ravine behind us. Every year it comes out to harm our people, swallowing several of them alive. It is truly detestable. But if you intend to deal with it, you must be extremely careful. Its hide is as tough as iron, blades cannot cut it, and arrows cannot pierce it. It is also venomous. Just a touch is fatal. Di Fang nodded to him. Elder, do not worry. I have my own methods. And I am no immortal. With those words, he turned and left. The elder stared at Di Fang's departing back, his brows knotted and a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Without looking back, Di Fang headed straight for the serpent's lair. It was not long before he slipped into a desolate ravine. From a distance, a strong stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. At the mouth of the valley, a gigantic serpent lay coiled upon the ground. Under the sunlight, its black scales shimmered with a metallic sheen. The ground around its body was stripped bare, all vegetation had withered away, leaving not even a single blade of grass. The creature's size was terrifying. Its coiled length alone stretched for several hundred meters. Yet upon this vast primordial land, such a size was hardly worth mentioning. A cold light flashed in Di Fang's eyes as a wave of heat surged from his body, as though a sun were rising within him. Dragon Claw Hand. With a single raised palm, the sky itself changed color. The clouds churned as a colossal hand descended from above, dragon shadows coiling within its palm, their furious roars shaking the entire valley. Sensing danger, the serpent snapped its eyes open, its pupils as large as bronze bells. It opened its maw and let out a fearsome hiss. The giant hand slammed down. The scales upon its body shattered on the spot, blood spraying in all directions as stark white bone was exposed beneath. Driven mad by pain, the serpent writhed frenetically. The surrounding rocks were smashed to pieces by its lashing tail, shards of stone flying everywhere. A plume of poisonous mist spewed from its mouth, sweeping toward Di Fang. With a shift of his steps, Di Fang slipped past the venom and in an instant was at the serpent's side. His fist, wreathed in golden light, smashed down upon the serpent's vital 7-inch point. Die! Di Fang roared, his entire body's blood and chi surging as though a blazing sun erupted within him, and dragon roars pierced the heavens. His 5 fingers curled, transforming into a dragon claw that clamped down directly on the serpent's 7-inch point. With a flash of golden light, its body was torn cleanly into 2 segments. The serpent twitched a few times before collapsing limply to the ground, utterly still. Di Fang exhaled a breath and swept his gaze over the serpent's lifeless corpse lying on the ground. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps came from outside the valley as dozens of men, women, and children hurried toward this direction bearing various tools. Di Fang smiled slightly and turned to leave before the villagers could reach him. Once the task was complete, he intended to leave not caring for any credit. The people of this era were incredibly naive, lacking in deceit. Not long after he left, the old man who had guided him arrived with others. Upon seeing the dead snake on the ground, the old man knelt and bowed in the direction Di Fang had departed. Di Fang hadn't walked far when darkness descended. Fortunately, he was still within the territory by the East Sea, so he was not concerned about encountering any formidable monsters. Before night fell, Di Fang stumbled upon a gorge. This place was picturesque with clear water flowing melodiously. Not far inside, he spotted a pool of black water. As he reached out to probe, he realized something was amiss. The aura of the water was dense and suffocating. Innate spiritual energy. What luck I have. Di Fang grinned. Such a spiritual pool in other places would have been fought over fiercely. Only now, while the primal wilderness had not yet collapsed, the heavens had not shattered, and the three realms had not separated, could it be his good fortune? Looking around, he noticed that both sides of the gorge were home to numerous spiritual fruits and herbs. Beasts with spiritual intelligence looked down on these things while those without did not recognize them. But for Di Fang, these were treasures. To open the purple mansion, what he needed most was spiritual energy. This pool of water came at the perfect time. It should be noted that while the primal wilderness currently had innate spiritual energy that was not rare, it was only so before it fell apart. Once the primal wilderness shattered and the three realms were redefined, only the caves of saints and specific sanctuaries would contain innate spiritual energy. Everything else would be postnatal materials. The gap between immortals and mortals lay here. Do not underestimate innate spiritual energy. It is the foundation for refining into an immortal body. Di Fang directly sat in the spiritual pool, the great sun dragon elephant unyielding scripture circulating within him. Spiritual energy surged into his body as if it were free. It washed, tempered, and strengthened him. Days passed by one after another. When hungry, he caught a few beasts without spiritual intelligence to roast and eat. When thirsty, he picked a few spiritual fruits to munch on. His foundation was solidified bit by bit. 10 years. A full decade. One day, a golden light suddenly illuminated the gorge. A golden sun rose high, illuminating the area with a brilliant glow. Di Fang remained seated in the pool, his body like a bottomless pit, desperately absorbing spiritual energy. Within him, a world was taking shape. Crack. A crack appeared in his dantian. Chaotic light surged forth. The small world was formed. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. The golden blood energy transformed into a blazing sun, continuously rolling until it finally condensed into a true dragon of blood energy coiling around the world. Di Fang opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp as a knife, capable of piercing through the void. The small world had been opened, but this was merely the first step. The next phase would require nurturing, comprehending the laws, and understanding the rules to transform it into a true world. A place sufficient for all believers to ascend. The divine realm. Finally, there was a space to store. Di Fang murmured to himself that as this small world grew, it might transform into a vast world, and if it became even more powerful, it could evolve into a supreme divine realm. Of course, the premise was that he had to be worthy. In the early stages of the Purple Mansion, he could maintain a range of 1,000 miles, which was quite impressive across the heavens. He gazed at the space within his body and waved his hand. He directly uprooted the spiritual pool along with the top-grade, innate spiritual vein beneath it, forcefully stuffing it into the small world. Then he moved all the rare fruits and herbs around into it. The originally barren space transformed instantly. With the spiritual pool settling in, the innate spiritual energy flowed like water across the land, and the barriers of the world visibly strengthened. As the small world grew, the returned power also surged into Di Fang's body. The rare fruits and herbs were arranged neatly in accordance with his wishes, their branches stretching freely. Once the innate spiritual vein was broad and the entire world seemed to come alive. Next, it's time to ponder the laws, Di Fang thought. Di Fang, everyone, I've been in seclusion for 10 years, what's your situation? Spiritual energy, revival, Lu, Fei Yi. Great Qin, ancestor dragon, 10 years. At least provide a starting point. With no starting point in sight, he couldn't be left to ponder blindly. He opened the chat group. Di Fang, everyone, I've been in seclusion for 10 years, what's your situation? Spiritual energy, revival, Lu, Fei Yi. Great Qin, ancestor dragon, 10 years. Naruto Sasuke, am I seeing this wrong? There's a bug. Iron-blooded god Marquis Wu. Sure, I felt something was off and now I understand. This big shot clearly didn't stay submerged for long. How come it's already been 10 years when he asks? Nangong Bushi, big shot, did you gain anything in these 10 years? Please upload some spiritual fruits. Spiritual energy revival Lu, Fei Yi, same request. Zhang Sanfeng, same request. 1 Naruto Sasuke, 1 Great Qin Ancestor Dragon, 1 Iron-blooded god Marquis Wu. Sure, 1 Di Fang. It seems the flow of time in our world is different. This is good. It saves me from going into seclusion for 1,000 years and returning to find all of you turned to skeletons. After saying this, he uploaded several spiritual fruits without hesitation. Di Fang, all members, I've uploaded 600-year spiritual fruits, which are quite suitable for you. 1 for each of you. Don't say it's too few. If I give you more, I fear you'll explode from the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy revival Lu Fei Yi, sorry big shot, I've been holding you back. Great Qin Ancestor Dragon, sorry big shot, I've been holding you back. Iron-blooded god Marquis Wu. Sure, sorry big shot, I've been holding you back. Di Fang looked at the chat box filled with copied and pasted content and couldn't be bothered to reply. Di Fang typed in the chat, I'm logging off, I'll continue hiding and developing. Spiritual energy revival Lu Fei Yi, big shot, take care. Next time remember to upload some primal wilderness techniques. Iron-blooded god Marquis Wu. Sure, yes, I want the cultivation techniques as well. Great Qin Ancestor Dragon, same request. I want to cultivate for eternal life. Naruto Sasuke, 1 in another dimension in a world where everyone can traverse realms. Lu Fei Yi wore leather pants, her long legs particularly eye-catching. She found herself holding a blood-red fruit out of thin air. Exactly the spiritual fruit Di Fang had listed in the marketplace, sold for just 1 point. The fragrance of the fruit wafted directly into her nose. Without hesitation, Lu Fei Yi took a bite. As soon as the pulp went down, she sensed something was amiss. Her constitution and mental strength soared, and she felt as if she had been injected with a powerful drug, her strength surging rapidly. She gasped, the things from the primal wilderness are too potent. She secretly resolved to cling tightly to this big shot. In the Great Qin world, Ing Zheng stared at the spiritual fruit in his hand for 2 seconds before swallowing. The next second, warmth spread through his limbs, and his previously graying hair turned back to black, making him look several years younger. In the Ming world, Zhu Wushi clutched the spiritual fruit, his fingers trembling. Su Xin. Su Xin is saved. In the primal wilderness world, Di Fang closed the chat panel and glanced at his point balance, over 10,000. He exchanged all the rare fruits he had left for points, rounding it up to 100,000. System advanced lottery, 10 draws. Ding, deducting 100,000 points, remaining points 0. Please replenish in a timely manner. Starting lottery. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Di Fang's mouth twitched. Did this count as being scammed? Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the fire law. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the water law. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the earth law. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the metal law. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the wood law. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a world stone. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the yin law. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the yang law. Di Fang exhaled deeply. He had obtained all 5 elements as well as yin and yang. These items were just right for him to deduce the small world. Currently, his small world was merely an empty shell akin to a newly handed over property without any furnishings. To inhabit it, he first needed to renovate. Originally, he worried about where to start comprehending the laws, but here it was delivered right to his doorstep. The 5 elements and yin-yang were the foundation of a world. Yin and yang govern the cycles of day and night, the rotation of the sun and moon. The entire world operates normally solely because of these principles. System claimed the rewards. Di Fang spoke. 7 fragments slowly materialized from the void, faintly emitting the aura of the laws, landing in Di Fang's outstretched palm. Di Fang held the fragment of the law, weighing it in his hand. He first tossed it into the small world, and then turned to leave the gorge. He needed to find a peaceful place to comprehend the Tao. As he walked, he scavenged along the way. All herbs and spiritual roots over 1,000 years old were uprooted and stuffed into the small world. Even some 10,000-year-old goods were not spared. These were plentiful in the primal wilderness, but in the future, they would be hard to find. The only regret was not encountering any innate spiritual roots. Not even the most basic ones were seen. This matter relied on fate and luck. The places Di Fang passed resembled a dog had chewed them. They were utterly clean. He had a collecting habit, and the small world had a radius of 1,000 miles, continually expanding. Just right, it could hold everything. Regardless of whether it was mines or rare flowers and herbs, everything was moved in. There was no such thing as too much. A year later, he found another spiritual pool larger than the last. Once again, there was no one guarding it, and there were no troubles. This place was suitable for seclusion. Di Fang sat cross-legged. First, let's work on the fire law. He pulled out the fragment of the fire law from his spatial storage and closed his eyes. You begin to comprehend the fire law fragment. Your comprehension is extraordinary and you directly grasp the complete fire law without stopping. He then took out the other fragments, operating the great sun dragon elephant unyielding scripture while comprehending the Tao. Cultivation and comprehension proceeded simultaneously. Metal, water, earth, wood, yin, yang, one after another. You have comprehended the metal, water, earth, wood, and fire laws. Your comprehension is extraordinary. You have deduced the 5 elements law from them. The 5 elements law: metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. But now everything was different. The moment the 5 elements laws manifested, the entire world began to stir on its own. Seas, mountains, volcanoes, and mineral veins all emerged spontaneously. Even the heavens began to sprout a starry sky. Yet it remained pitch black and desolate, devoid of stars and vitality. Days turned into years, and in the blink of an eye a decade had slipped away. Di Fang first comprehended the Grand Yin Law, and then he conquered the Grand Sun Law as well. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. From the Grand Sun Law and Grand Yin Law you have arduously realized the Yin-Yang Law. Your comprehension is heaven-defying again. From the Yin-Yang Law you have extracted the ultimate divine ability, Yin-Yang Severing Art. Yin-Yang Grand Severing Art. When Yin and Yang clash, everything is wiped clean. An ultimate divine ability. Di Fang took a deep breath, the power of Yin and Yang swirling into a chaotic vortex within his eyes. The phantom of a golden crow was imprinted in his right eye, while the shadow of a jade rabbit reflected in his left. The energies of Yin and Yang intertwined, twisting into a rope. At this point, the great sun dragon elephant immortal scripture is starting to hold me back. Di Fang muttered under his breath. Although that cultivation art could reach the level of a martial immortal, it had now become a burden to him. It was too biased, focusing solely on the path of extreme yang and hardness. Forget it, let's break through first. Di Fang closed his eyes again and began circulating the great sun dragon elephant immortal scripture. His blood vitality surged like a blazing furnace, the sound of great rivers roaring within his very bones. A golden sun rose within him, transforming into a golden bloodkey true dragon that coiled and darted through his meridians. Spiritual energy from all directions was devoured by him in a single gulp. Di Fang's body was like a bottomless black hole, impossible to fill no matter how much it absorbed. Years in the primordial wilderness were uncountable. In a flash 100 years had passed. Within a canyon, Di Fang opened his eyes. The aura emanating from him had completely transformed. The Unity Realm. Unity meant all laws returned to one. This realm was peculiar. It was essentially a transitional threshold. At its core, it demanded a perfect mastery over the Tao and its principles. In simple terms, it meant refining one's own Tao and techniques to the finest possible degree. At this stage, by igniting one's Tao and kindling immortal light, one could shed their mortal shell and attain an immortal body. It could be said this was the absolute peak a mortal could reach. Di Fang exhaled a turbid breath and looked down at his inner world. Originally only 100,000 li in size, after 100 years of cultivation, it had expanded to 1,000,000 li. Seas, land, mountains, volcanoes, along with all sorts of exotic flowers and herbs, heavenly treasures, and spiritual mineral veins were all present within. Primordial energy was everywhere, just somewhat sparse. After all, with only a single primordial spirit vein, it was unrealistic to sustain an entire world. In the firmament above, the starry sky had emerged. The sun and moon hung there, but the rest remained dark and lifeless. This was only natural. Still, it was beginning to look like a proper world. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Di Fang opened the chat group. Looking at it, he saw that only a day had passed in the worlds of the other group members. Ding, a new day has arrived. Would you like to check in? Check in. Di Fang didn't hesitate. Free points were not to be refused. Ding, group member Di Fang has checked in and received 6 points. A notification popped up in the chat group. Those who were just casually chatting saw Di Fang's message and immediately reacted. Spiritual energy recovery, Lu Fei, big shot, you've finally shown up. Di Fang, 100 years have passed on my side, and I've just come out of seclusion. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, it's absurd, but it makes sense. 100 years is a lifetime for an ordinary person. Iron-hearted divine Marquiju Wusher, good thing the time flow in the big shots world is different from ours. Naruto Sasuke. Di Fang closed the chat group. He turned and looked at the spirit pool where he had spent 100 years. Nothing had changed. The pool water was still the same, and the spring formed from primordial spirit energy continued to flow gently. Di Fang directly pulled out the entire spirit pool along with the top-grade primordial spirit vein beneath it. He moved the whole thing into his inner world. By now in the primordial wilderness, the lowest grade of spirit veins was at the top-grade level. Above that were the chaotic spirit veins and top-grade chaotic spirit veins. After doing this, Di Fang walked out towards the East Sea coast. Although over 100 years had passed, he still hadn't left the bounds of the East Sea coast. Why not fly? There was no need. As he traveled through mountains and vast swamps, he took the opportunity to observe the territories of other powerful beings, especially the human tribes of this era. Suffice it to say, it was miserable. Without cultivation methods, humanity was prey at the very bottom of the food chain. When attacked by beast spirits that hadn't gained intelligence, they had no power to resist. They were simply too weak. Everything he saw on his journey made one fact clear to Di Fang: humanity in this era was at the bottom of the food chain. Days turned into years. Another decade passed. There was no change in Di Fang. Time had left no trace on him. On the contrary, the Tao within him had been honed to a more perfect and natural state over these 10 years. It's about time. Di Fang looked at the spirit pool before him. Over the past decade, he had transplanted no fewer than dozens of primordial spirit veins into his inner world. He had also gathered dozens of spirit pools, all placed within the inner world. The area of his inner world had now expanded to over 10 million li. Di Fang sat cross-legged by the spirit pool, beginning to refine his Tao and temper his physical body. A golden sun materialized above his head, transforming into a golden true dragon that coiled and soared above him. Endless divine light intertwined and wrapped around Di Fang's body. Dazzling. Radiant. You have deeply comprehended the great sun dragon elephant immortal scripture, and integrating it with the 5 elements and yin-yang laws, you have created a new cultivation art, the Chaos Indestructible scripture. Chaos Indestructible scripture derived from the great sun dragon elephant immortal scripture, fused with the 5 elements and yin-yang Tao. It leads directly to the realm of immortal martial eternity. The union of 5 elements and yin-yang is chaos. Immortal Tao system, immortal celestial, immortal true, immortal mystic, immortal golden, immortal Tai golden, immortal great Luo golden, immortal. Heavenly Tao realm divisions: human, immortal, martial, immortal, true, martial, mystic, martial, heavenly, venerate, sovereign, eternal. Light rampaged wildly, and blood, chi roared like a dragon. Di Fang's body began to undergo a transformation, light radiating from every piece of flesh. Golden runes danced on his skin, eventually solidifying into marks that burrowed into every inch of his blood and flesh. This was an upgrade, a leap in life level. Crossing the threshold from mortal to immortal was a difference as vast as heaven and earth. The gap between man and immortal was like that between an ant and a divine dragon, a chasm that could not be bridged by numbers alone. Countless cracks split open across Di Fang's body, his entire form resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering, covered in fissures that threatened to crumble at the slightest touch. Impure blood was forced out from within, chunks of flesh falling away. Golden runes like engraved symbols were branded deeply onto his bones. In the current primordial wilderness, there was no concept of tribulation transcendence. Unless one did something truly heaven-defying, but that wasn't called tribulation, it was called heavenly punishment. Tribulation transcendence only came into being after the establishment of the heavenly court. It was a mechanism created by the Jade Emperor to govern the 3 realms. At this time, the heavenly court was still under the control of the demon race. The future Jade Emperor was currently serving as a lowly acolyte in the Zhixiao Palace. Di Fang's body was undergoing a massive crisis. This transformation was violent, with flesh and blood falling away, everything heading towards destruction. This was nirvana, akin to the phoenix's rebirth through fire. It was also a hurdle that must be crossed between man and immortal. Moreover, Di Fang was treading the immortal martial path in the primordial wilderness, effectively carving out a new way beyond immortal cultivation, demon cultivation, and Buddha cultivation. The terrors encountered on this path were beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. In the sky, thunderclouds churned, and a single icy eye gazed down from millions of li away. Many powerful beings sensed the appearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao. Usually only heavenly punishment would summon the eye of the heavenly Tao. But Di Fang was a special case. As mentioned before, the path he walked had never before existed in the primordial wilderness. Not becoming an immortal was one thing. But once he became an immortal, it signified that this path had been successfully forged by him. To gain the recognition of heaven and earth, this tribulation had to be overcome. Di Fang was reduced to a mere skeleton. The 5 elements and yin-yang great, Tao churning around him, as primordial spirit energy frantically poured into his body, instantly reconstructing his physical form. He opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. There thunder rolled, filled with the aura of pure destruction. This was also unavoidable. A newly emerged path would inevitably affect the future direction of the primordial wilderness. This has completely disrupted my original plan. Di Fang sighed. He had originally left the East Sea coast with the intention of finding a master. His targets were of course the three pure ones. In this world one needed power and backing, otherwise you were just an ignored nobody. Di Fang was well aware of this. His goal was Taishang Laojuan, intending to take him as his master. But now even if he were willing, the heavenly Tao probably wouldn't allow it. The path he had forged was unprecedented and would never be repeated. Since he had started it, he had to grit his teeth and see it through to the end. Though his strength was still weak in terms of status and rank, he was already above all living beings. Once he completely forged this path, his status would not lose to the likes of Tao Ancestor Hongjun or Demon Ancestor Liu. He would be the ancestor of martial arts. At least within the bounds of the primordial wilderness, this statement held true. After all, he was the pioneer of an entirely new cultivation system. As such, forget about the three pure ones taking him as a disciple. Those three would probably want to avoid him, who would be willing to raise a disciple that could steal their thunder. The heavenly Tao wouldn't agree to such a thing either. Come on. Di Fang looked up, staring at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. He knew there was no escape. After today, the great gods of the primordial wilderness would surely have their eyes fixed firmly on him. Even the least perceptive of those great beings could figure out that he represented a new path. But no one dared to touch him, and everyone could see that the heavenly Tao itself stood behind him. In this primordial wilderness, who was the ultimate authority? The heavenly Tao. Whether it was the saints or the ancient monsters crawling out of primordial graves, they all knew this truth deep down. Look at that fellow Yang Mei who attained sainthood, yet still had to go and curry favor with the great Tao, eventually fleeing the primordial wilderness. Why? Wasn't it for this very reason? The lightning tribulation descended. It was boundless, crashing down and forming a sea of thunder. Purple lightning instantly engulfed Di Fang. Even a single wisp of that lightning could crush an entire mountain range. Such terrifying lightning gathered into a sea crashed down upon him. The heavenly Tao's I hung overhead watching it all. Di Fang sat at the very center of the thunder sea, cross-legged, desperately circulating the chaos indestructible scripture. Golden indestructible divine light began to shine. Golden patterns danced across his body like living brands. It protected him, and his golden blood chi shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire tribulation clouds golden. The destructive lightnings slithered across his body like snakes. Di Fang felt as though he was being flayed alive piece by piece. The lightning crazily drilled into his body, and he could only grit his teeth desperately, holding himself together to prevent his body from exploding. His body was caught in a torturous cycle of destruction and rebirth. Golden divine light, like an indestructible golden sun, hung above his head. His vigorous blood chi was no weaker than a true dragon's. While circulating the chaos indestructible scripture, he began to absorb this deadly lightning. Gritting his teeth, he held on. The blood began to change. From the position of his heart, a stream of golden blood emerged, and then like a drop of ink in clear water, his entire blood transformed. Red turned to gold. Thunder was continuously absorbed by him, and he gritted his teeth, holding on. This was great terror, but also a great opportunity. Endure, and the sea will be wide, and the sky will be vast. Fail to endure, and it will be ashes. Di Fang stared at the changes in his body, his eyes not blinking. You have comprehended the supreme divine ability, great nirvana technique between destruction and rebirth. The thunder exploded, and Di Fang's entire body trembled with every bone. The great nirvana technique. As long as there is a breath left, one can crawl out from destruction. Even if flesh and blood are shattered to ashes, a single drop of blood can regenerate a person. Moreover, each time one dies, the physical body only becomes harder and stronger. You have endured the thunder punishment. Because of your extraordinary comprehension, you have grasped the law of thunder. Di Fang closed his eyelids as the chaos indestructible scripture began to circulate within him. The law of thunder slithered like a silver snake into his marrow, colliding with the nirvana technique, as purple lightning struck him, no longer causing unbearable pain. Golden light seeped out from beneath his skin like the sun exploding, illuminating the skies. That was divine radiance, bright enough to dazzle, yet as stable as a nail fixed in the void, neither dispersing nor perishing. Devour. A word burst forth from Di Fang's mouth. The chaos indestructible scripture suddenly accelerated like a black hole, pulling the entire ocean of thunder. Originally, the purple ocean of thunder stretched for millions of miles, visibly shrinking. The thunder juice flooded into Di Fang's body, and his aura not only did not diminish but surged upwards. The heavenly calamity, clouds noticed. Someone was stealing its thunder, wasn't that asking for death? The pitch-black thunder crashed down. Destruction, divine thunder. Di Fang was hit by this black lightning, causing his body to sway, the divine light of the heavenly sovereign flickering like a lamp in the wind. But it simply could not be extinguished, instead shining brightly in the darkness. Devour. Di Fang's eyes erupted with golden light, the brilliance of the heavenly sovereign's will. The chaos indestructible scripture operated frantically, swallowing one bolt of lightning at a time, two at a time a pair. The purple and black were all drawn into his body. His body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Every piece of flesh and every inch of skin began to be branded with golden patterns, those lines not carved, but grown from within the bones. The Tao and laws intertwined and collided at his surface, golden sparks flying. Open! Di Fang threw back his head and let out a long howl, his black hair cascading down like a waterfall. The spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles was all pulled towards him. Even the stars and moon in the sky trembled, showering down beams of light into his body. The radiance reached its peak, stretching his figure tall, straight, and immortal. Suddenly, a thread of celestial light ignited in his eyes. Just a tiny bit, like a spark falling into an oil barrel, instantly igniting the laws throughout his body. The light of the celestial being exploded. Reborn in destruction, revived in decay, shattering the limits in a single step. Crack. A sound of splitting as if something had shattered. Infinite celestial light burst forth from him, holy and brilliant, making him appear like a celestial king. In the four corners of heaven and earth he stood alone in majesty. Celestial energy enveloped his entire body. His body began to metamorphose once again, the power of the celestial spirit rippling through every inch of flesh. The thunder was completely absorbed by him. The innate spiritual energy surged into his body like rivers, and the divine light of the sun and moon was not spared. He was like an abyss never to be filled. The heavenly calamity clouds slowly dispersed, but that eye of the heavenly Tao remained, showing no signs of retreat. Di Fang stared at that eye, his expression darkening. The heavenly Tao does not show mercy, yet it is also the fairest, and this fairness is itself the greatest injustice. He knew that the heavenly Tao was still watching him. Suddenly a golden light exploded in the sky. Meritorious deeds. Not just a few, but like a waterfall cascading down the entire sky, was illuminated in gold. One strand fell directly into Di Fang's body. The remaining meritorious deeds did not touch the ground, flashing in midair before disappearing. Di Fang understood that this was a reward for opening the path to celestial martial arts. Why only this layer? Because he was still standing at the threshold, not truly walking this path. Once he truly solidified the path of celestial martial arts, the rest would fall down. But this was sufficient. At least the heavenly Tao acknowledged this method, and in the future there would be a basis for his actions. Di Fang faintly felt several glances from all directions. Those were all supreme beings. In their eyes, Di Fang was not much different from an ant. If it weren't for the tremendous commotion caused by the previous heavenly punishment, they wouldn't even bother to raise an eyelid. A glance, just a glance, and then there was no further interest. Di Fang didn't linger, his figure swayed and disappeared. He found a valley, casually set up a barrier, hiding himself securely, and began to tally the gains from this journey. He had become a celestial being. Although it was merely the shallowest layer, this was the Primordial Chaos. Becoming a celestial being meant, barring any accidents, a lifespan on the level of a sovereign. As long as the heavens endure, he would not die. Di Fang immersed his consciousness into his small world. This place had grown alongside him, and was now a complete realm. The sky had sun and moon, the earth had mountains and rivers, spiritual energy flowed, and nothing was lacking. What was missing was living beings. Di Fang directly infused that layer of meritorious deeds into it. Meritorious deeds were famously a panacea in the Primordial Chaos, with no side effects. Using it to elevate his realm. There was no need. Even if he elevated, how far could he go? True celestial or mysterious celestial? What was the point? Better to feed it to the small world. This was his route. Once the meritorious deeds merged in, the entire small world instantly changed. The sky grew higher, the earth wider, and the spiritual energy thickened to the point of almost condensing into mist. Those rare treasures seemed to grow wildly, as if injected with adrenaline. The most eye-catching spiritual plant shot up, dramatically transforming from an ordinary item into an innate spiritual root. Although it was of inferior quality in the Primordial Chaos, being associated with innate was already considered a stroke of luck. Di Fang leaned closer to examine this newly grown treasure. The trunk glimmered with a faint golden light, and several unripe fruits hung from its branches, but merely the aura was enough to clear one's mind. Innate meritorious fruit tree, a mutated spiritual root that became so after absorbing meritorious deeds. It blooms in 1,000 years, fruits in 1,000 years, and matures in 1,000 years. Eating one can increase comprehension, awaken spiritual intelligence, and extend life by an additional 3,000 years. The fruit is a good thing. Di Fang stroked his chin and murmured. Unfortunately, I can't make use of it. Comprehension was never a problem for him. As for lifespan, having become a celestial being, as long as no one chopped off his head in this primordial chaos, he would not age. This fruit could be kept for future use. This tribulation was an unintended blessing, not only comprehending the law of thunder, but also grasping the threshold of the supreme divine ability, great nirvana technique. Di Fang pondered, organizing the gains from this encounter. He closed the door, beginning a retreat to stabilize his cultivation. In this primordial chaos, the realm of celestial beings was merely a starting point. True freedom required a level above celestial beings. To roam freely in this world, one must at least reach the standard of a great Luo golden immortal. Without that strength, how could one wander around? Dreaming, perhaps. As for the path of proving the Tao with strength, Di Fang was too lazy even to consider it now. The paths of proving the Tao had already been laid bare by Hong Jun. The first path was to prove the Tao with strength. Unfortunately, there were countless beings in the primordial chaos, and not even one or two could reach this step. The only path available to Di Fang was to borrow power from beyond the primordial chaos, using billions of worlds as stepping stones to build his divine kingdom. Walk the path of faith to become a saint. The 3,000 avenues ultimately point to the same destination. The divine path in the primordial chaos is not new, and it can also lead to proving the Tao and becoming a saint, though the route is somewhat skewed. The path of incense in the primordial chaos is essentially the divine path, fundamentally no different. However, the people of primordial chaos value freedom. No one wishes to worship anyone. Even the three respected ones do not care for offerings of incense. Before the path of celestial beings, the divine path appears somewhat diminished. Ultimately, the greatest weakness of the divine path is its followers. Success relies on followers, failure also relies on followers. Time passed swiftly. 100 years felt like a snap of the fingers. Di Fang opened his eyes, the celestial light swirling in them, the power of the laws rising and falling. His entire Bodhi's magical power surged. With just this physical body, Di Fang could confront a pure-blooded true dragon of the same realm, Hedon. The aura around him gradually receded, returning to his usual appearance. Then he opened the chat group, glanced at the time, and found that the elapsed time didn't match his previous expectations. Di Fang couldn't understand how the time flow in this chat group worked. He was too lazy to ponder this issue. Scrolling through the group's messages, they were mostly trivial chatter. Nothing special. Then Di Fang opened the shop interface and began to seriously calculate. He planned to put some items on the shelves of the shop. The Great Faith technique was a must, and Di Fang set the price at 1 point. Next was the Celestial Martial technique. The Chaos Indestructible scripture was something the people in the group couldn't practice. This technique was derived from his comprehension of the laws merged with the Great Sun Dragon Elephant Indestructible True Classic, and was suitable only for his own use. If it was suitable, it indeed was. In the world of fantasy, this technique was at least at the level of a celestial emperor, or even stronger. But therein lay the problem. Practicing in the primordial chaos was fine, but practicing in other worlds would create significant troubles. The foremost issue was the spiritual energy. Other worlds may not possess the innate spiritual energy as rich as that of primordial chaos. Hence Di Fang said it was indeed suitable, but also genuinely unsuitable. Di Fang turned a thought in his mind. I need to create a few simplified versions of cultivation methods, starting from the most basic physical stage. He closed his eyes, sank his thoughts, and began to devise a foundational celestial martial entry manual suitable for ordinary people. In no time, a set of universal cultivation methods that could refine the physical body to perfection took shape in his hands. With this, Di Fang could send others back to their respective worlds to use. Subsequent cultivation could rely on the Great Sun True Classic to support the scene. However, the Great Sun True Classic only worked for males. The physical constitution of female cultivators was different, being more yin. This small issue was not difficult for him. Di Fang integrated the laws of yin and yang, creating a attaining True Classic targeting the realm of human celestial beings. Following that, he produced a Hongyuan True Classic, which could also be cultivated to celestial martial human celestial level. He murmured, simplified version of celestial martial arts, Great Sun True, Classic Tien True Classic, Hanyuan True Classic. 3 paths leading directly to human celestial realm. Great Sun is the ultimate yang and rigidity Tien is the ultimate yin and softness Hanyuan is harmonious and balanced, each with its strength sufficient for use. Next, Di Fang posted these in the group Great Faith Technique, priced at 1 point. The simplified celestial martial arts, also priced at 1 point. Great Sun True Classic, Tien True Classic, Hanyuan True Classic, each priced at 1 billion points. Not too expensive considering they lead to the path of becoming a celestial being. Qingyan sect, all members guess what I've seen. Grand Qing's ancestral dragon, it's not impossible. Look, the expert has posted 2 techniques. Qingyan sect, all members, where is everyone? Di Fang, they should all be switching cultivation methods. Qingyan sect, damn, a bunch of ungrateful people. Qingyan sect, Di Fang, have you sorted it out? Di Fang, almost, it's just basic introductory stuff. I don't know if the world on your side can practice it. Qingyan sect, is there such a requirement? Di Fang, of course. In the chaotic wilderness, spiritual energy is abundant. Can your world have such dense spiritual energy? What can you practice with? Qingyan sect, oh, I understand, then I'll give it a try. After saying that, Qingyan sect also ran off to cultivate. Di Fang watched as the chat group quieted down, knowing that everyone had gone to test their skills. The technique of immortal martial arts seems easy to access, but once you start practicing, it strictly checks a person's aptitude and the world's environment. To walk the path of immortal martial arts, 2 conditions are indispensable. First, the spiritual energy must be dense enough. Second, one must have the aptitude for it. Some people can practice while others can't even touch it. Messages popped up in the chat group. Qingyan sect, this question is so damn hard, I have no clue, I'm crying. Fire Shadow Sasuke feels a bit useful, but also like it has no use at all. How do I deal with this? Zhang Sanfeng, the old Taoist, can feel the threshold, but the speed is as slow as a tortoise. If this goes on, I might as well not be able to practice, even when I'm in my coffin. Grand Qing's ancestral dragon, unable to practice. Is it because my aptitude is too poor and heaven is not giving me face? Iron-willed God Marquis, Zhu Wushi 1, am on the top floor. Nangong views I can practice too, but just like Sasuke. Saying I can is saying I can't. It's really strange. Qingyan sect, Di Fang, you better come out and explain clearly what's going on. Di Fanning Zheng and Zhu Wushi's worlds have no spiritual energy at all. Practicing is pointless. Zhang Sanfeng's side has some, but it's so thin that the progress is like a snail. The situations of Fire Shadow Sasuke and Nangong views are different. Their worlds have spiritual energy, but the problem lies with the individuals. The path of immortal martial arts has no thresholds, but not everyone can take this road. Your aptitudes are not bad, but you are simply not suited for this path. The group fell silent at Di Fang's words. Those who have spiritual energy can't practice, and those without spiritual energy can't practice either. What is this, a joke? Grand Qing's ancestral dragon, so what should we do? Great one, I'm getting old, and don't want to lie in my coffin so early. I want to live forever. Di Fang, didn't I also provide another set of cultivation methods? Grand Qing's ancestral dragon, are you talking about that great faith technique? Di Fang, yes. This technique is meant for those who cannot cultivate immortal martial arts. Di Fang, in your worlds, some have no spiritual energy at all, while others have very little. The path of immortal martial arts is completely unfeasible, but the great faith technique has no such strict rules. Anyone can come. By becoming my follower, they can still attain longevity and increase their strength. Di Fang, once my strength increases, you all can benefit from it as well. If you want to ascend to a higher realm, that's fine. If you want eternal life, that's fine too. Even if you don't do these things, when the world upgrades, the benefits will still come. Qingyan sect, great one, you're amazing. Can I practice? Di Fang, yes. Anyone can. Grand Qing's ancestral dragon, so what you mean is as long as we cultivate the great faith technique, we can live forever. Di Fang, exactly. It's best to get the great faith technique up and running. The more faith I gather, the faster my strength will increase. The benefits your followers receive will naturally rise as well. Fire Shadow Sasuke, so what you mean is the more people believe in you, the stronger you become, and the more benefits we gain. Di Fang, that's more or less it. Whether it's the great faith technique or the immortal martial arts manual, you can promote them freely as they are intended for your worlds. To elevate the world level, it must rely on the world's origin. Just one person struggling is of no. Zhu Wushi typed quickly. Understood, what you mean is to first establish the great faith technique, then pursue the path of immortal martial arts. Once the world upgrades, the benefits will naturally increase. Di Fang replied, exactly, that's the reasoning. But let me be clear beforehand. Once you become my follower, it's for life. You all can weigh this yourselves. He didn't hide it, there was no point in deceiving them. With a group like this, it was better to let people choose for themselves. Besides, they really had no choice. If they wanted to survive, they had to pay the price. The group was quiet for a moment. None of those who could enter this group were fools. Great Qin. In the palace of Xianyang, Zheng stared at the panel for a long time, his expression changing several times. Being the emperor of Great Qin isn't easy. He had to get the accounts clear on this matter. Deceive. Impossible. Both Zhang Sanfeng and Qingyun sect are practicing, which shows that immortal martial arts has no issues. The problem lies with his aptitude and the world he is in. Great Qin has the sword Saint Gai Nya as well as the profound techniques of the Yin-Yang school and Taoism, but if one wants to attain longevity, there's no way. If immortal martial arts cannot be practiced, then the problem lies with the world. At the same time, in the Ming Dynasty, Fire Shadow, and various other worlds, Zhu Wushi, Nangong, Bu Zhang Sanfeng, and Sasuke were all pondering this matter. Only Qingyun's sect, lounging on the sofa and munching on chips, was blissfully unaware. She had already figured it out long ago. She just wanted to live the life of a homebody, lounging comfortably. Practicing by oneself. Too tiring. Just hug a big leg, and it will be fine. If you can lie down, why bother doing it yourself? Winning by lying down is still winning. Great faith technique, let's get started. Before she had even swallowed the chips in her mouth, she began to chant, Eternal and supreme ancestral God, you are the God of all realms, immortal through the ages. Through the changes of time and the cycles of eternity, you are never extinguished. Your devoted follower sings praises of your greatness here. In the chaotic wilderness, Di Fang suddenly sensed a trace of faith power penetrating through countless times and spaces, landing here. Following that thread, he looked down and nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. A long-haired girl in a small bear pajamas was kneeling there with a pious expression. In the world of Naruto, a complex expression flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Among these people in the group, there's no need to mention Lu Fei. In her world, she is the top-tier second-generation heir. Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu ignored who among them isn't a figure standing at the pinnacle of martial strength. Showing a bit of power is nothing to promote. Zheng goes without saying. The emperor of the feudal dynasty in the height of its glory unified the 6 states with an iron fist, holding imperial power at its peak. On the side of Nangong Buxi, they have already begun to take action. Only he remains, Naruto Sasuke. Although he has been enhanced and possesses formidable strength, can he truly dominate the Naruto world? Not by a long shot. In the world of Honghuang, Di Fang squinted. The path of faith has already been set in motion, but it still needs time to ferment. He noticed one thing. When chatting in the group, the time is synchronized with other worlds. However, if he goes into seclusion or ventures out, the flow of time will be different. This isn't too bad either. In Honghuang, the most worthless thing is time. Whenever those great beings enter seclusion, it often lasts for thousands of years at the very least. The higher their strength, the longer they stay in seclusion. He has already become an immortal, but now he has no idea how long his next seclusion will last. The adaptive flow of time in the chat group is quite convenient. Di Fang tidied up and began his journey through Honghuang. Now in Honghuang, he is still considered an ant. But at least this ant finally has a bit of self-preservation ability. Lu Fei curled up on the sofa, legs crossed, occasionally glancing towards the door. This world is becoming increasingly strange. Outside, old gods and new gods are growing restless with aberrations and pollutants flying everywhere. The manpower is simply insufficient. In some places abroad, it is almost turning into a den of monsters. The Empire's stance is very clear. This situation must not be allowed to spread. The door opened. Yi Guotao walked in, the pressure he exuded causing the living room to feel heavier. He usually doesn't come home as he has too many responsibilities. If it weren't for Lu Fei specifically contacting him saying this concerns the life and death of the Empire, he would still be in the conference room arguing with a group of high-ranking officials. Fei, what's the matter? Yi Guotao spoke in a calm tone, his gaze fixed on his daughter. This child has always been a bit erratic, but never muddles through major matters. She knows her position and wouldn't take this matter lightly. Dad, I found a way to save this world, Lu Fei said casually, as if she were commenting on the pleasant weather. Yi Guotao did not respond, simply looking at her. Saving the world. This matter is not that simple. The clash between the old gods and new gods. Does he really think it's child's play? Lu Fei couldn't be bothered with small talk, directly raising her hand and pressing her index finger against Yi Guotao's forehead. A stream of information poured in. Yi Guotao's pupils suddenly narrowed. The great faith technique. His expression instantly darkened with a more complex look in his eyes, even tinged with a bit of heartache. Fei, have you joined that thing? Lu Fei was taken aback for 2 seconds, nearly choking on her own saliva. In Honghuang, Di Fang walked between towering mountains and vast waters with a magnificent Mount Buzhou standing majestically before him. It is located at the very center of Hongwang's seemingly close, but in reality it is separated by an unknown distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Even with Di Fang's current abilities, without relying on spatial travel, it would take at least 1,000 years to fly over. This is still considered close. His current position is on the eastern shore, not too far from the center of Hongwang. It's time to find a suitable weapon for himself. Di Fang was contemplating this idea. Along the way he encountered numerous beasts, all of which lacked spiritual intelligence, not even worthy of being called immortals, so they didn't cause any trouble. But before forging a weapon, he needs to choose a good location. He looked down at his feet, a nameless divine mountain towering by the eastern shore, at least tens of thousands of feet high. Di Fang's figure flickered and transformed into a stream of light as he soared through the air. Suddenly he came to a halt. Below there was a fluctuation in the formation. In the depths of the canyon something faintly stirred. Di Fang withdrew his light and fell directly downwards. In Di Fang's eyes the patterns of the laws overlapped layer upon layer, densely intertwined. This canyon appeared unremarkable, but hidden within it was a primordial great formation. The primordial great formation is a formation that the heavens themselves generate, completely different from those forged postnatally. Its greatest prowess is the ability to completely obscure the heavenly secrets. No one can discern its true nature. Without sufficient fortune one cannot even sense the existence of this thing. There's a saying in Hongwang: treasure belongs to those with virtue. That virtue refers to those burdened with great fortune. However, when this saying reaches the mouths of those two in the West, it gradually becomes warped into whoever has the bigger fist gets the treasure. It can't be said to be completely wrong, but the original meaning clearly states that only those with great fortune can encounter such opportunities. The destruction Qi, the primordial destruction, great formation. Di Fang stared at the formation before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The primordial destruction great formation belongs to the category of killing formations. Although it cannot compare to formations like the celestial star array, the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons, and the Zhanxian sword array, it still ranks among the top killing formations. Those trapped within will directly fall into the path of destruction. Among the 3,000 paths, the path of destruction is also considered a fierce character. Di Fang was not in a hurry. His mind was filled with the true understanding of formations. No matter what formation it was, he could deduce its changes bit by bit, only time was needed. For him, forcibly breaking this formation is not a difficult task. But this is an opportunity. The primordial great formation is something that the heavens themselves have produced. Encountering it once is a rare occasion. If he can comprehend it, he can set up such top-tier killing formations himself in the future, adding another means of self-preservation. Such primordial great formations, even a great Luo golden immortal, would have to face difficulties. Relying solely on brute force to break through is something only a fool would attempt. A great Luo is merely capable of fighting in Hongwang. They certainly are not invincible. If they force their way in, they would inevitably suffer injuries. To say they would perish is an exaggeration. If it were that easy to fall, the great Luo golden immortals would be too weak. Di Fang sat cross-legged in front of the great formation, symbols swirling in his eyes, the true understanding of formations continuously operating, repeatedly deducing the changes of this primordial great formation. He sat like this for 10 years. After 10 years, a smile finally appeared on Di Fang's face. He had thoroughly grasped the essence of this great formation. With the support of the true understanding of formations, breaking the formation poses no problem. However, to truly comprehend it, he needs to continue deducing. You have comprehended the primordial destruction great formation, and through your extraordinary insight you have gained Qian Kuan 9 turns destruction great formation. Information about the Qian Kuan 9 turns destruction great formation poured directly into Di Fang's soul. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to gain unexpected rewards. Without hesitation, Di Fang stepped into the primordial destruction great formation. He chose another path and did not destroy this primordial great formation directly. There was no need for that, and if he were to break it, the treasures hidden within would probably have nothing to do with him. Inside the primordial great formation, there must be a primordial spirit treasure nurturing. The lake of the three light divine water shimmered, reflecting the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars. In the center of the lake, a 12-petal white lotus was blooming, surrounded by small lotuses of 3, 6, and 9 petals. This was the scene Di Fang beheld as he traversed the great formation. An exceptional primordial spirit treasure, the 12-petal pure lotus. This treasure can purify all impurities in the world, is the supreme treasure for cultivating the soul, and can also suppress fortune. It's worth noting that the 12-petal black lotus of the same category was brought into the demon realm by Luo, Ho, the transformative azure lotus, was divided into three and fell into the hands of the Sanqing. The merit golden lotus belonged to the two saints of the west, and the karmic fire red lotus was with the ancestor of the nether river. Only this pure lotus had never appeared. Unexpectedly, it was hidden here. Di Fang's eyes brightened. He waved his hand, and that white lotus floated up, landing in his palm. Without a second thought, he directly branded it with his soul imprint. From now on, this pure lotus would belong to the Di family. After securing it, Di Fang surveyed his surroundings, moving the entire three-light divine water lake along with the small lotuses into his little world. Logically, he should have left, but he felt something was off. Expanding his divine sense, Di Fang instantly vanished from his original spot. Just as he left the spot where the lake had been split open, a wave of destructive energy surged from the ground, spreading out recklessly. A bronze-colored war spear emerged, its shaft engraved with ancient patterns, emitting waves that made one's heart race. Di Fang stood at a distance, looking at the spear, then at the pure lotus in his hand, and instantly understood. The pure lotus was guarding this thing, and it was not a coincidence. It was sealing this object. The primordial treasure, the Qian Kuan Destruction War Spear. A 14-layer celestial path prohibition containing the path of destruction, a natural offensive treasure. Although the 12-petal pure lotus is just an exceptional primordial spirit treasure possessing only 42 layers of primordial prohibitions, its defensive power is on par with any primordial treasure. Among the 5 12-petal lotuses, apart from the transformative azure lotus, the other 4 can withstand attacks at the level of treasures. Using it for sealing is just right. With opposing attributes, its defense is solid. The war spear trembled slightly and floated in front of Di Fang. The spirit treasure recognized its master. Like the pure lotus, it actively acknowledged him. Di Fang smiled. It seems I am meant to have this. He raised his hand and struck a soul imprint on the war spear. Currently, Di Fang is merely a small immortal. To fully unlock the prohibitions within these 2 spirit treasures, he must at least reach the Great Luo realm. To truly unleash the power of these 2 treasures, one must possess a certain level of strength. Only then is one qualified to activate their inherent power. However, that doesn't prevent him from pondering the great paths hidden within the spirit treasures. What is a primordial spirit treasure? It is something born from heaven and earth, possessing a complete path of its own worthy of the name. The 12-petal pure lotus contains 2 paths, purification and spirit. The Qian Kuan Destruction War Spear is simpler, possessing just one path, that of pure destruction. I was hoping to find a suitable weapon, but it seems I've saved myself the trouble. Di Fang gazed at the treasures in his hand, grinning widely. He withdrew the items into his body, nurturing them slowly, inscribing his own path and law onto them, marking them with his exclusive imprint. Looking up at the sky, Di Fang felt that the heavenly Tao had deliberately led him here. To establish a sect, one must possess something to suppress fortune, and the 12-petal pure lotus is just perfect for stabilizing the situation. With one for offense and one for defense, he has both treasures. It seems I cannot avoid the matter of spreading the Tao. He murmured, realizing that even if he himself didn't want to do it, the heavenly Tao would push him along. As for the heavenly Tao betraying him, that doesn't make sense. It truly doesn't. If the heavenly Tao really wanted to deal with him, why would it need to borrow his hand? It could directly convey the Tao of immortal martial arts. As mentioned earlier, the heavenly Tao is the fairest, devoid of any sentiment. It acts solely for the betterment of Hong Huang, exerting effort in whatever direction is most beneficial to Hong Huang. Di Fang. To put it bluntly, he is just a tiny ant, unworthy of the heavenly Tao's concern. Does this count as another kind of worker? Di Fang mumbled to himself. But there were no other paths. He could only proceed downwards in silence. He did not rush to leave the canyon, choosing instead to settle here and comprehend the Great Way. In the chat group, senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei, everyone, I've been left behind, leading the way, no need to be polite. Daqin Ancestor Dragon, I have lived for so long and have never seen anyone so thick-skinned. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei, didn't you just see it today? Proud image. Naruto Sasuke, just kick the group leader out. Iron-willed Marquis Zhu Wuxi, add me to the list. Zhang Sanfeng, a few young friends, what do you think the old Taoist should do next? Iron-willed Marquis Zhu Wuxi, what is there to think? Just kill the emperor directly, you can push whatever you want from that chair. Zhang Sanfeng, it's not that easy. The old Taoist only has Wudong under his command, managing the whole world is beyond my ambition and capability, not everyone is like you. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei, you're right, creating a dynasty isn't a game. Iron-willed Marquis Zhu Wuxi, it's rare for the group leader to finally say something sensible. Daqin Ancestor Dragon, alright, stop rambling. Everyone think of a solution. A Zhang Sanfeng situation is indeed not easy to handle. Naruto Sasuke, no matter how difficult can it be more difficult than me. Nangong Buxi, it's a bit better on my end, but still similar. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, since you don't want to be emperor, why not cooperate with the emperor? Just show your strength. Zhang Sanfeng, that's what I did. I connected with the empire of my world. Now I lack for nothing, and live a leisurely life playing games every day. Daqin Ancestor Dragon, although the group leader is a silly fool, he's right this time. If you're not interested in ruling the world, cooperation is indeed the best option. Just have the emperor of your world appoint you as a national master, and that's that. Zhang Sanfeng suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The old Taoist understands now. I'll head to the capital right away. In the Hongluang world, Di Fang was watching the chat group, a smile playing on his lips. He was now imbued with the aura of 3 laws: destruction, purification, and soul. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, what has the God Master been busy with lately? Seeing how hard I'm trying to flatter you, could you spare 10 or 8 innate spiritual treasures? Di Fang replied, you might as well sell me, and see if you can exchange for that many spiritual treasures. Do you really think innate spiritual treasures are like common goods on the street? Lu Fei Yi retorted, isn't that so? Di Fang was momentarily speechless. He typed, innate spiritual treasures are what great Luo golden immortals seek to advance to Kwasa Saint and to store their 3 corpses. If they truly became common goods, Hongluang wouldn't have so many people stuck at the great Luo golden immortal. Lu Fei Yi sent a series of ellipses. Di Fang continued, if I had some pill formulas I could refine some pills. Unfortunately, I have no materials on hand. The others in the group pondered this. Zhang Sanfeng spoke, pill formulas, huh? The old Taoist has 2. One is for small returning pills, and the other is for large returning pills. If the God Master needs them, the old Taoist offers them to you. Di Fang replied, no need to give them for free, just put them in the system mall. Charge whatever points are needed. Zhang Sanfeng responded, all right, God Master. Di Fang opened the system mall. 2 pill formulas totaling 1,000 points. He exchanged them directly. The 2 formulas are quite similar. The difference between the small returning pill and the large returning pill is merely the increase in internal energy and the healing effect. Di Fang used his pill path's heavenly heart to start deducing the small returning pill and the large before long, a type of spiritual pill was successfully deduced. 100 years spiritual pill, consuming it can increase one's power for 100 years. All injuries below the Grand Master level can be healed, as long as there is a breath left, one can come back to life. Not bad. Di Fang looked at the 100-year spiritual pill he had deduced and thought it was pretty good. 100 years of power is decent and can be used as a common cultivation pill. For Lu Fei Yi and the others, this thing is quite useful. Di Fang clicked on the chat group again. Di Fang had already finished his calculations. Di Fang, the results are out. Now that you can all cultivate the immortal martial path, right? Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, yes we can. Daqin Ancestor Dragon 1. Once the great faith technique is grasped, it can indeed be practiced. Iron-willed Marquis, Zhu Wushi, one, same here. Naruto Sasuke, I can do it too. It should be the God Master's immortal light issue. Nangong Buxi, so that's how it is. I thought only I could practice. Di Fang, that's the power of celestial spirit that has washed your bodies and talents. But you're still too weak. You don't even count as a sliver of celestial power. I don't even remember how many times I diluted it before giving it to you, otherwise I feared you would explode. As long as you can practice, I'll go refine pills first. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, damn, is the gap really that big? Not even a sliver, and it was diluted? Daqin Ancestor Dragon, the gap is indeed that big. Iron-willed Marquis Zhu Wushi, the group leader, must be regretting not practicing hard enough now. Naruto Sasuke, right. Nangong Buxi, right one. Di Fang started working. The materials required for the 100-year spiritual pill are nothing to him. In other worlds, these things are top-grade spiritual herbs, but in the Hongluang world they are inferior to roadside weeds. No one would even pick them up if thrown on the ground. This is the benefit of a higher world level. There's no need to worry about these basic things. Di Fang took out a piece of divine gold. A strand of Tao fire emerged from his hand, igniting it. The divine gold began to melt, transforming into a mound of crimson liquid. Di Fang raised his hand to cast a series of spells, imprinting them onto the liquid. The liquid began to reshape and finally condensed into a bronze-colored alchemy furnace. With a light ringing sound, ding, the alchemy furnace took shape. According to the standards of Hongluang, this could barely be considered a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. In other worlds, this thing would at least be of the level of an immortal tool. It's not to belittle it. The world levels are different, plus Di Fang himself is a human immortal and understands the true meaning of weaponry. To refine a postnatal spiritual treasure on the first try is already considered somewhat inexperienced. It's not a big deal. It's enough for practice. Two monstrous beasts fought desperately. The clash of divine powers and laws produced countless sparks of light. The ground cracked, stretching for millions of miles. Magma erupted from below. Emperor Fang's pupils contracted slightly. This scene made him truly understand what kind of era the current primordial world was. Ancient. One resembled a gray wolf with wings growing from its back, towering tens of thousands of feet high. It opened its mouth to devour all things. The other resembled a giant, also with wings engulfed in flames, with fire dragons roaring around it. The demon race. The witch race. The current overlords of the primordial world. Both fearsome beings merely at the Shanxian realm. Yet the power they displayed was terrifying enough to send chills down one's spine. The giant that ultimately won carried the winged prey like a gray wolf, dragging it out of this territory akin to a hunter returning home with spoils. A bloody trail was left on the ground, mottled and filled with a terrifying killing intent as countless laws surged within it. An ordinary immortal would not only be unable to touch it, just being near that killing aura would result in immediate obliteration. Emperor Fang sat cross-legged in the wilderness. His eyes were entwined with spirals of law chains, and the chaos immortal body operated at full strength. His body resembled a black hole, frantically absorbing the primordial energy from all directions. His mind replayed the scene of the two ferocious beasts fighting for their lives. You have observed a deadly struggle between Zhuangxian-level beings, gaining insight into the innate divine ability of the winged gray wolf clan, devouring heaven and transforming earth. Devouring heaven and transforming earth, a top-tier divine ability. When cultivated to perfection, it can swallow chaos and refine everything. It is the peak innate ability of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf clan. This winged gray wolf's bloodline surprisingly flowed with the essence of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, and it appeared that the bloodline purity was quite high. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf is a top-tier divine beast clan in the primordial world. Although they became less renowned later during the primordial era, they definitely ranked among the top races. This clan also had an inseparable relationship with the sun-devouring Heavenly Dog clan. Many may not have heard of the sun-devouring Heavenly Dog, but everyone should know of Erlang Shun. The dog beside Erlang Shun carries a hint of the bloodline from the sun-devouring Heavenly Dog. This ability as a tool for auxiliary cultivation is quite suitable. Emperor Fang pondered, and with a thought, a menacing gray wolf phantom appeared directly behind him. The surrounding primordial energy erupted instantly, transforming into a storm of spiritual energy that rushed into his body, which he devoured frantically. The light of the sun, moon, and stars above was also drawn and cascading down. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashing sounds erupted from Emperor Fang. Endless laws like chains pounded fiercely on his flesh, sending sparks flying and intertwining to create blinding light. Within Emperor Fang's divine soul, a white lotus blossomed brilliantly, fiercely protecting his soul, while continuously refining and nourishing the soul itself. Emperor Fang opened his eyes and two beams of divine light shot out. Midstage human immortal. Indeed, stepping out was the right choice. He murmured softly, directing his gaze toward the direction the giant had left, immediately lifting his foot to follow. He wanted to visit the Witch Clan's tribe. Like the human clan, the Witch Clan also followed a tribal system led by 12 ancestral witches divided into 12 major tribes. Beneath each major tribe, there are corresponding attribute shamans and countless ordinary witches. The giant he just saw, judging by its aura, should belong to the lineage of the fire ancestral, which Zhu Rong. As for why he chose the Witch Clan. First, the two strongest forces in the primordial world right now are the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan. Secondly, the Demon Clan is not as easy to deal with. The current Demon Clan is ferocious, filled with hostility. Of course, the Witch Clan's temper isn't much better either. However, the relationship between the Witch Clan and the Human Clan has always been quite good. There have even been instances of intermarriage between the Human and Witch Clans. It is true that the Witch Clan uses the Human Clan as pawns, but they have indeed provided protection for the Human Clan. The Witch Clan members are rough in nature. To put it bluntly, they are stubborn and straightforward. If they dislike someone, they will directly confront them without resorting to underhanded tactics. Compared to the cunning old foxes of the Demon Clan, Emperor Fang would rather deal with the Witch Clan. After walking for a while, Emperor Fang finally spotted the giant. The Witch and Demon Clans have already clashed, with the Demon Clan suffering a significant loss, and they are currently recruiting allies. Though there are still frictions between both sides, they are not intense. The Witch Clan did not take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the Demon Clan. One reason is their uncertainty about Nuwa's attitude. After all, she is the empress of the Demon Clan. The second is that they had just achieved sanctification, Committing a massacre in the primordial world would disrespect the new saint. The witch noticed Emperor Fang and turned to stare at the little fellow. Human clan Emperor Fang. Oh, a new race created by Nuwa. Een set down the prey in his hands and sat down on the ground, curiously examining Emperor Fang. He looked similar to their witch clan, but the true forms of the witches often bear various strange traits. Wings, sharp horns, and some even do not resemble humans at all. Een was quite interested in this being. Born with the Panga Dao body, this is quite unique in the primordial world. No one has mentioned anything about innate Dao bodies, they only recognize Panga Dao. The human clan is naturally inclined toward this path. What does Panga look like? A dragon's head, a human's body, robust as a mountain. Emperor Fang nodded. Hearing the witch clan directly invoke the saint's name, he felt a bit uneasy. To put it bluntly, this was disrespectful. Just from the tone, it was clear that the witch clan did not regard the saint highly, perhaps not even taking them seriously. But this was the temperament of the witch clan. I just came from the East Sea and wanted to explore the primordial world. Can you take me to see the witch clan? Emperor Fang asked. Een stared at the little fellow in front of him, pondering for a moment. The human clan had only emerged a few hundred years ago, a mere blink of an eye in the primordial world. Perhaps the ancestral witches would be interested in this being. With this thought, Een nodded. Come up, little one. They'll take you to our tribe. Thank you. Emperor Fang responded. Een spread his hand, and Emperor Fang stepped directly onto it. Een placed him on his shoulder. Hold on tight, Een said. Emperor Fang nodded. In the next moment, Een transformed into a red flash, soaring away, carrying Emperor Fang toward the direction of the witch clan's tribe. Standing on Een's shoulder, Emperor Fang watched as the surrounding mountains and forests flew past. He gazed at the fleeting shadows, feeling an indescribable sensation arise in his heart. Before long, Een landed on the territory of his tribe. In the center of the tribe hung a massive divine pattern totem. Emperor Fang could not see the form of the totem, but he was very clear in his mind. This represented fire. Great Tao divine pattern. A vast tribe unfolded before him, filled with people of all ages. These individuals inherently understood how to manipulate the laws of fire, a talent of the witch clan born to follow a single great Tao. This is my tribe, Een said to Emperor Fang. Emperor Fang nodded. Een tossed the corpse of the winged gray wolf onto the ground and instructed someone to handle it. He then placed Emperor Fang outside a temple. Wait here, I'll go inside to make an announcement. Een dropped this line. Emperor Fang nodded again, standing at the temple entrance without moving. Een directly stepped through the temple doors. This tribe was not the ancestral witch tribe. The ancestral witches usually stayed at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, which is the original place of the witch clan. Before long, Een emerged. Little one, the ancestral witches wish to see you, Een said to Emperor Fang. Emperor Fang was taken aback and looked at Een. Ancestral witches. He had originally thought Een was the leader of this tribe, but unexpectedly, it was the ancestral witch himself. He felt surprised, but still nodded. Follow me, Een said. Emperor Fang walked behind Een into the temple. After twisting and turning, they arrived at a large hall. On the ground was a massive array inscribed. Emperor Fang scrutinized the array, and the principles of the formation began to operate automatically. Countless golden patterns flickered in his eyes, carefully sweeping over the surrounding patterns, and he felt a wave of spatial fluctuation. This is our witch clan's internal teleportation array, capable of sending you to the ancestral witch tribe at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Stand on it, I will activate it, Een said. Emperor Fang nodded again. This was indeed a teleportation array. He did not expect that the witch clan had such things. But thinking about it, it made sense. The primordial world is vast. If one were to rely solely on flying without being able to jump through space, it would take at least hundreds of years to fly from here to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Emperor Fang stepped into the center of the teleportation array. In the next moment, light shone and his figure vanished from the array. Buzhou Mountain. At the ancestral witch tribe, a light suddenly flashed. Emperor Fang appeared on this land. The surroundings were filled with a wild and powerful aura. He turned his head to look around, seeing buildings and the great Tao divine characters engraved on the banners. A burly witch was already waiting there. Are you the Emperor Fang of the human clan? The witch asked. Yes. Emperor Fang looked at the other party, his gaze revealing a hint of caution. The overwhelming aura could not be concealed. This was a great witch, a figure of the Daluo level in the witch clan. My name is Ho-I said to him. Emperor Fang glanced at Ho-I, his chest rising and falling. Unexpectedly, the first person he encountered was this character, the ruthless one who shot down the 9 sons of Emperor Jun, the fuse of the Second Witch Demon War. The ancestral witches have been waiting for a while. Follow me, Ho-I said. Emperor Fang nodded and followed him forward. Ahead stood a tall temple cast in bronze, ancient and heavy. This is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, Pangahal. The witch clan does not possess spiritual souls, and in their hands innate spiritual treasures are only useful for smashing things. They prefer to use their own blood to sacrifice and refine combatants. The stronger their bloodline, the stronger the combatants. Spiritual treasures. They do not take them seriously. The ancestral witches are all inside, please go in. Hui said. Emperor Fang nodded, thank you for leading the way. After finishing, he stepped into Pangahal. He was unclear about what the ancestral witches wanted from him, but given the current situation, he had no qualification or reason to refuse. If the witch clan truly wanted to harm him, they would have acted long ago. Stepping into the great hall, 12 overwhelming auras descended upon him. Wild ancient carrying the scent of origins. 12 ancient gods sat within the hall, their forms resembling ordinary people, all possessing the Panga body, not revealing their true forms as witches. Yet that faint aura, even a strand, could crush an entire world. The pinnacle of the primordial world, the 12 ancestral witches. Emperor Fang took a deep breath, gazing at them. Human clan Emperor Fang pays respects to the 12 ancestral witches. His words were neither servile nor haughty, his back straight. Though his strength was insufficient, his status remained. As the ancestor of the human clan among the 3,000 great Daos, he could not bow to the 12 ancestral witches. He represented not only himself, but also those behind the human clan. This is what the ancestor of the human clan should uphold. A primordial which spoke stunningly beautiful, radiating an aura of compassion. She was the gentlest among the 12 primordial witches, the witch of earth Hoodoo. You carry a certain resilience commendable. Yet this is the Panga divine temple, why do you not perform the grand rites? The witch seated in the center spoke, her immense pressure overwhelming the atmosphere. The foremost among the 12 primordial witches, the witch of space Dijiang. Dijiang's body stiffened. Countless cracks appeared on his skin, as if it might shatter at any moment. That world-destroying aura pressed down upon him, a mere wisp, yet his body could hardly withstand it. This was an existence standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Dijiang's eyes reflected defiance, enduring the oppressive weight akin to a bottomless abyss, not retreating an inch. I am the ancestor of the human race. This bowing does not represent just myself, but the face of the entire clan. Dijiang's body cracked open, golden blood spilling onto the ground, dripping onto the stone floor of the hall. He stood tall, refusing to bend. Humans may bow to heaven, to earth, to the great god Pangu, and to the holy mother Nuwa. But others cannot. Dijiang frowned. What is the reason? Heaven and earth have provided a place for humanity to live. Pangu split this heaven and earth, and Nuwa created us. Is that not enough? Dijiang's voice was not loud, yet each word dripped with blood. The other witches gazed at him, a hint of admiration in their eyes. Especially when he mentioned Pangu, it struck a chord with them. I heard you have developed a completely new path of cultivation. Dijiang changed the subject. Dijiang was taken aback. He sensed the oppressive aura from the witches had dissipated. His body began to recover, becoming even sturdier than before. The flicker of confusion in his eyes was noticed by the witches. Another spoke up. It was the witch of time, Zijian. I have seen the future that lies ahead for you. Dijiang understood. It was normal for Zijian to see the future, which true masters of the divine arts could not calculate. He had yet to break free to become the supreme lord, and being seen through was nothing unusual. However, there is a veil of the Tao over you. I cannot see much. I only know one thing. The new path of cultivation originates from you. Zijian's tone was as calm as a still lake. Thank you, primordial witch, for clarifying. Dijiang cupped his hands. He then directly asked, what do you all seek me for? The 12 witches exchanged glances. Finally, it was Hutu who spoke. We called you here for two matters. Firstly, we wish to see for ourselves how similar this innate Tao body of your clan is to that of our father god. Secondly, we are curious about your new path. So that's it. Dijiang nodded. Now he understood. The human race had emerged from the EC for merely a few hundred years and had never encountered other clans. Some had ventured out, but many died along the way, while the survivors scattered, their whereabouts unknown. All the clans in the primordial world had likely heard of the human race. Yet the humans themselves had yet to grasp what other beings existed in this world. The witches approached mainly out of a sense of kinship, seeing that the human race shared the same Tao body as Pangu. Moreover, it was due to him developing a new path, which the Tao acknowledged. Such a commotion which God in the primordial world was unaware. The good thing was that no saints had yet emerged to preach the Tao. The 12 primordial witches did not take Dijiang seriously at all. However, the latter part was troublesome. Once the saints of the primordial world started to preach the Tao, Dijiang would face difficult days ahead. Hongjun had once said, when harmonizing with the Tao is not Hongjun, and Hongjun is no longer Hongjun. In plain terms, the Tao remained the same, yet Hongjun was no longer the original Hongjun. He was now merely a spokesperson for the Tao responsible for maintaining the operation of the primordial world. Di Jiang's emergence did not provoke any objections from the Tao, nor could Hongjun possibly come out to cause trouble. Di Jiang, do you wish to test out the things I have developed? Di Jiang was taken aback. The 12 primordial witches nodded in unison. Di Jiang was even more confused. The witch clan clearly had their own path of cultivation, though it would be more accurate to say their cultivation system was fundamentally about physical bodies and laws. Refining the body and comprehending the innate laws, that was the witch clan's way of cultivation. It appeared somewhat similar to immortal martial arts, yet it was not, and did not belong to any other system. If one were to categorize it, it would lean more towards physical cultivation. If I remember correctly, the witch clan should have its own system of cultivation, right? What is happening here? Di Jiang directly voiced his confusion. The 12 witches exchanged glances, and finally Huda spoke up. The witch clan does indeed have its own path of cultivation, but there is a critical flaw. One cannot cultivate a nascent soul. Huda spoke at a measured pace. Di Jiang immediately understood. The fact that the witch clan could not cultivate a nascent soul was no secret in the primordial world. Anyone mingling in the primordial world was aware of this. For instance, the primordial supreme being among the 3 pure ones often spoke about the witch clan's inability to comprehend the heavenly order, implying that the witch clan lacked a nascent soul and could not predict the heavenly mechanisms. So you witches wish for me to preach the Tao within the witch clan to see if I can help you cultivate a nascent soul. Di Jiang spoke slowly. That is precisely the case. Huda nodded. Di Jiang remained silent for a while before speaking. I am not certain if the path I have developed can enable the witch clan to cultivate a nascent soul. However, I am confident it can strengthen the witch clan as a whole. Is what you say true? The most fiery-tempered among the witches, the Witch of Fire Zhulong, stared at Di Jiang. Of course I have no reason to deceive you primordial witches. Di Jiang's voice was heavy. Upon hearing this, the 12 primordial witches nodded. Although the inability to cultivate a nascent soul was a regret, being able to enhance the witch clan's overall power was not a loss. If what you say is true, we will naturally not let you suffer any losses. We will elevate you to the Grand Master of the witch clan, the teacher of the witch clan, and you will stand on equal footing with us. But if you dare to deceive us, the consequences you know yourself. Di Jiang spoke on behalf of the 12 primordial witches, his tone carrying both a promise and a warning. Di Jiang nodded, feeling somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated Di Jiang would say such things. Di Jiang raised his head to look at Di Jiang, his tone steady. The system I am currently deducing only extends to the level of human immortals. To continue advancing, I will need more cultivation methods for reference. Not only to deduce the subsequent realms, but also to devise a path suitable for our witch clan's cultivation. Di Jiang did not rush to respond. After a moment of silence, a ray of golden light directly entered Di Jiang's sea of consciousness. This was the witch clan's fundamental cultivation method, the 9 turns mystic art. Di Jiang's voice was deep. Di Jiang nodded, suppressing the tumultuous excitement within, not rushing to engage with the cultivation method. The 9 turns mystic art was quite renowned in the primordial lands. It ranked among the top in terms of body refining techniques. Those who practiced this method were predominantly from the witch clan, but there was also a lineage from the 3 pure ones. Yuan Shi Tianzun's disciple, the Jade Dingjun Ren, had practiced it, and his disciple Yang Jian had also made a name for himself through this path. To say it was precious would be true, but to say it was exceedingly rare would not be accurate. After all, body refining was never mainstream in the primordial world, and this method was selective. Only races with naturally strong physical bodies could effectively practice it. For others, immense effort might yield little results. The reason Di Jiang so readily handed over the cultivation method was precisely this consideration. Di Jiang took a deep breath and addressed the 12 primordial witches. Give me 100 years, and I will thoroughly comprehend this 9 turns mystic art. Agreed. Di Jiang replied, yet a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Only 100 years. Was this boy boasting, or did he truly possess such capability? Regardless, since the words were spoken, Di Jiang did not stop him. With your current abilities, you are still far from sufficient. Di Jiang fixed his gaze on Di Jiang, flipping his hand to reveal a drop of his own primordial witch blood. This was his own primordial witch blood, pulsating with the fluctuations of spatial laws. The other witches, as if having agreed beforehand, each forced out a drop of their own blood suspended in the air. 12 drops of differently colored primordial witch blood, each exuding a terrifying pressure, their law patterns intertwined within. Just one drop could annihilate an entire world. This was no exaggeration. The 12 primordial witches stood at the pinnacle of the primordial world, their Tao and laws deeply embedded in every inch of their flesh, let alone their life essence. Go and comprehend your 9 turns mystic art. Dijiang waved his hand, and Dijiang vanished from his spot. When Dijiang came to his senses, he found himself standing in an ancient and grand hall. The walls of the hall were engraved with intricate divine patterns, and 12 law patterns crisscrossed, seemingly custom-made for someone. Not to mention the overwhelming innate spiritual energy in the hall, thick enough to nearly solidify, enveloping the entire structure. Outside the hall, Dijiang turned to Zijian. How accurate are the things you saw? Is the witch clan's path truly tied to such a human? Zijian fell silent for a moment, his voice heavy. Elder brother, I cannot see through him. But the image of the witch clan flowing with blood I indeed witnessed. And the only variable is him. Inside the hall, the 12 terrifying law auras pressed down, making it hard to breathe. Dijiang stood at the center, scanning his surroundings. The laws of time-space would metal, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, poison, electricity, ice. These were the 12 laws held tightly by the 12 primordial witches. Indeed, the law of thunder belonged to Qiangliang, while the law of electricity was the domain of Shizi. These guys are likely after more than just the cultivation method. Dijiang muttered softly. He was not foolish, the witch's display was all too clear. With primordial witch blood and law seals, these things had long surpassed the scope of mere compensation. No matter how generous the witches were, they would not empty their reserves. However, regardless of their motives, with my current abilities, I have no qualification to overturn the table. I must first elevate my strength. The laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had already been grasped by Dijiang. The remaining 6, space-time, ice, wind, electricity, and poison. I must first comprehend them. You comprehend the space law pattern, gaining insight into the law of space. You comprehend the time law pattern, gaining insight into the law of time. You comprehend the ice law pattern, gaining insight into the law of ice. You comprehend the wind law pattern, gaining insight into the law of wind. You comprehend the electricity law pattern, gaining insight into the law of electricity. The ancient golden divine script pulsated within the Emperor Fang's soul. Each character was like an independent symbol coming together to form a vast and ancient cultivation method. Jerome mumbled, is this human race really that weak? Did my second brother Zhu Jiuyin misjudge? A drop of ancestral witch's blood is no trivial matter. It takes at least 10,000 years for us to recover from it. Zhu Jiuyin shot him a glare, and before he could speak, Hutu interjected, the second brother is not wrong. This human is not simple. Other races aside, those 10 so-called demon saints from the demon race would still have to bow their heads before us, right? He is just a little fellow who has just become an immortal, yet he has managed to devise a new system. Perhaps the turning point for the witch clan truly lies with him. 10,000 years is a weight we can afford. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Emperor Fang began to operate the 9 turns mystic art. This technique is divided into 9 levels, and all the ancestral witches had reached the peak of Quasi Saint. However, at this stage, no matter how they struggled, they could not ascend further. Becoming a saint is not something that can be achieved merely through cultivation. Humans reach the peak as immortals, and immortals reach the peak as saints. The saint, also known as the Tao, is a level that cannot be touched merely through cultivation. If one could become a saint through mere practice, saints would be everywhere. Saints are never cultivated, they are an entirely different realm. The limit of the physical body is Quasi Saint. Quasi Saint is the end. The saint is the Tao, the source of all things. Emperor Fang continued to circulate his energy, and the golden blood energy surged, transforming into a true dragon's roar. The innate spiritual energy from all directions was being devoured by him in large gulps. His body was like an endless abyss, never filling up. The golden light flowed within him with an indomitable aura emanating from his flesh. Chaos, Immortal Sutra. Divine light erupted like the morning sun, splendid and sacred, brimming with vitality. Emperor Fang invoked the 9 turns mystic art with one hand, and the Chaos Immortal Sutra with the other, activating them simultaneously. The innate spiritual energy poured in frantically. The pure world white lotus in his sea of consciousness continuously radiated light, protecting his divine soul, nourishing his divine abilities, and guarding against celestial demons trying to exploit any openings. His divine soul became more solid without a trace of impurities, and the light of the celestial venerable had already surfaced. The body is indestructible, the divine soul reaches veneration. The heavens cannot extinguish it, nor can the earth bury it. This is the master. The 2 great arts clashed against each other, and Emperor Fang experienced a moment of enlightenment. As he plunged deep into this state, sparks ignited in his mind, and the laws of the Tao collided chaotically. Fragments of time flew around, as if pulling him back to the era of chaos. During that time the heavens and earth had yet to separate, and chaos reigned. Various bizarre and strange demon gods stood within, and the stars seemed like mere dust before them. Among them stood a towering figure, a dragon-head human body with a white jade disc atop its head standing on a blue lotus wielding a giant axe standing amidst the chaos. Ancient, sacred, noble, primordial, and originating. These auras mixed together and spread out. Pangu. Emperor Fang seemed to transcend time and space, witnessing the moment of the opening of heaven and earth. The patterns of the Tao were clear, vast, and ancient. The giant axe swung. There was no dazzling divine light, no ostentatious laws. Just a simple axe strike as plain as could be. The Tao is that simple. With one strike, countless demon gods were reduced to ashes. Chaos was cleaved apart, and the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surged chaotically. Thus the heavens and earth were created. The end of power. You witnessed Pangu opening the heavens and comprehended the law of power. Law of power, the first among the 3,000 paths. You observed the 3,000 chaotic demon gods and comprehended the 3,000 demon god visualization. 3,000 demon god visualization, the top-tier method for cultivating the divine soul. You simultaneously cultivated the 9 turns mystic art and the Chaos Immortal Sutra, gaining insight into the Eternal Tao Sutra. The Eternal Tao Sutra, it is said, can directly point to the realm of Quasi-Saint dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts, eternal and indestructible. When Emperor Fang opened his eyes, brilliant divine light laws erupted from his pupils, dazzling in their golden brilliance, eventually condensing into an ancient chaotic hue. Those lights danced wildly within him, ancient and sacred, as if the chants of a sacrificial rite transcended time, flooding in from both the past and the future, traversing through the profoundness of heaven and earth, the vastness of the universe. The patterns of the Tao emerged, and Emperor Fang's body began to undergo a violent transformation. Layers of old skin shed from him, and golden blood surged ceaselessly like the ocean stirring up giant waves. The small world within him continued to expand, and the innate spiritual energy poured into Emperor Fang like a tide, all of it devoured clean. Emperor Fang's body was like an insatiable bottomless pit. The laws transformed into a giant hammer, striking down on him, repeatedly tempering his flesh. Countless Tao patterns were etched into every inch of his flesh, deeply branded within. His realm was also rapidly rising. Late stage, human immortal, peak, human immortal. A terrifying aura erupted, and Emperor Fang directly broke into the martial immortal realm. Martial immortal, this is the second realm of the path of immortality and martial arts. He began to condense his martial will as law symbols emerged from within him, inscribed with his own Tao and intent. At this stage, to put it simply, it is about completely merging martial will with the laws. The realm of martial immortal emphasizes resilience and steadfastness. With indestructible martial will, one becomes a celestial venerable. Those who cultivate the immortal martial method at this stage have every inch of flesh and every strand of hair filled with law symbols. The divine symbols coursed through his entire body, and even the slightest movement exuded the might to annihilate heaven and earth. Emperor Fang stood up from the ground, stretching lazily. With a wave of his arm, the space directly warped into ripples. This is a phenomenon that occurs only when power reaches its peak. One must know this is the world of chaos, where the barriers of space are incredibly tough, yet he could distort space with just his physical body. This is not only the strength of the body, but also because those law symbols have already been etched into every inch of his flesh. The path of immortal martial arts relies solely on oneself from start to finish. Unlike cultivation, which emphasizes the natural order of heaven and earth, martial arts focuses on self-centeredness, refining all things into oneself, forging oneself into a celestial venerable, becoming the master. Emperor Fang exhaled a breath of turbid air. Breaking through to martial immortal was a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that while cultivating the 9 turns mystic art, he would return to the time of the opening of heaven and earth. Witnessing Panga battle against the 3,000 demon gods, he comprehended the 3,000 demon god visualization. This could be considered a windfall. I still need to deduce a path suitable for the witch clan. Emperor Fang muttered softly. The witch clan cannot cultivate the primordial spirit. The path of immortal martial arts is unfeasible for them. This is predestined. It cannot be changed simply by switching cultivation methods. The witch clan cannot cultivate the primordial spirit. The problem lies within themselves. The 12 ancestral witches were originally transformed from Panga's blood, and the root lies there. The turbid air from the opening of heaven can corrode and pollute the primordial spirit. Since birth, the 12 ancestral witches have never, thus the witch clan's bloodline has inherited however, the primordial spirit remains the witch clan's most critical shortcoming. The immortal martial method emphasizes the dual cultivation of primordial spirit and body, just like a cart requires 2 horses to pull it. Without a primordial spirit, the witch clan is missing 1 horse. How can the cart run? Even if it can barely move, it is destined to overturn sooner or later. Emperor Fang pondered. The immortal martial method is not very suitable for the witch clan. It is not that they cannot cultivate it, but the hurdle of the primordial spirit is one they can never bypass. He carefully recalled the cultivation methods he knew. Divine Tao, that is even more hopeless. Mysterious methods. It also cannot avoid the primordial spirit in the later stages. It starts with cultivating the body, but ultimately it still involves the primordial spirit, which is equally unsuitable for the witch clan. Cultivating immortality, magic, and Buddhism. These are even more irrelevant. Buddhism hasn't even emerged yet, while the paths of immortality and magic have long existed. If they were truly suitable, the witch clan would have promoted them by now. They have likely tried and found them unworkable. Witch clan. Wu. Martial Tao. Emperor Fang's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten this path? Martial Tao pure to the bone is not the same as the immortal martial arts. Although martial Tao and immortal martial arts appear similar, they are worlds apart. Immortal martial arts is a fusion of cultivation and martial arts. Martial Tao is purely body cultivation, emphasizing martial while achieving sanctity in the flesh and mastering techniques. Isn't this precisely the cultivation system most suited for the witch clan? Moreover, martial Tao does not require the cultivation of the primordial spirit at all. Martial Tao mainly cultivates the spirit on a mental level, pure to the extreme martial will, which is entirely different from the martial will of immortal martial arts. The greatest difference between immortal martial arts and martial Tao is that the former follows the path of dual cultivation of primordial spirit and body, while the latter is purely body cultivation. Martial Tao is also known as body cultivation, rooting itself in oneself, condensing martial will, that purest form of martial will which differs from the martial will of immortal martial arts. While immortal martial arts also consider the self as the foundation, the distinction is vast. Early martial Tao may seem lacking, but in the later stages it defies the heavens. Those who practice martial Tao can achieve true sanctity in their physical bodies. Even after death, their corpses do not decay and can withstand the passage of eras. Then let's deduce martial Tao. Emperor Fang murmured softly. Now that he has this foundation, there are many similarities between the immortal martial method and martial Tao, so he doesn't need to create anything extra. Emperor Fang immersed himself back into it. Martial Tao, entering the Tao through martial arts, a pure body cultivation combined with the laws. This method is practically tailor-made for the witch clan. The witch clan is inherently strong in their physical bodies, with each individual having mastery over a law. In simple terms, each one is excellent material for martial practice. Unfortunately, the world of chaos lacks the concept of martial Tao. The witch clan also relies on instinctive improvisation, lacking a genuine cultivation system. The 9 turns mystic art is indeed a legacy from the Panga deity, but there is a saying, "Those who learn from me live, while those who mimic me die." The meaning is simple: you can learn good techniques freely, but if you spend your life following someone else's path, you'll eventually come to ruin. In this context, the meaning is even more straightforward. The witch clan stubbornly clings to Panga's path, but unfortunately, they do not possess Panga's fate. They may seem formidable, but in reality, they have never forged their own way. Let alone others. The 12 ancestral witches are inherently strong, hardly needing to cultivate to bounce around at the pinnacle of chaos. However, this is also where the problem arises. Because they are too strong, they have always followed Panga's path, and have never considered taking a different route. Every path has its strongest, who is the first to emerge. Do you wish to surpass your predecessors? Then you must forge a new path for yourself. This is exactly the case with the witch clan clinging tightly to Panga's leg, resulting in all 12 ancestral witches being stuck at the peak of Kwasa Saint, unable to make a move. Has the witch clan ever forged their own path? Clearly not. Do they have the ability to create a new path? Yes, but they are completely lost in the footprints left by Pangu, none of them having emerged. Emperor Fang held the Eternal Tao Sutra, a top-tier method of immortal martial cultivation. Deducing martial Tao was not difficult for him at all. The real challenge lies in how to perfect it to the utmost. You have comprehended numerous immortal martial secret techniques, deducing a path of body cultivation in martial Tao, gaining insight into the Indestructible Sutra of 10,000 calamities. The eternal indestructible scripture. the purest path of body refinement leading straight to the quasi-Sage realm of martial arts. Indestructible, through countless tribulations the physical body reigns supreme. Even if you die your flesh remains imperishable, and after eons you shall return. Di Fang opened his eyes, the will of martial arts burning fiercely within his pupils, the radiance of the heavenly venerate intertwining and surging impossible to suppress. The realms of immortal martial flesh body aperture opening divine ability, Grandmaster Great, Grandmaster Martial Saint Purple Mansion Unity, Human Immortal Martial Immortal True Martial Dark Martial Heavenly Venerate, Sovereign Demon God Primordial Demon God, Chaos Demon God. The realms of immortal cultivation, Chi refining foundation establishment, golden court nascent, soul spirit transformation, void, refining body integration, great ascension, immortal heavenly immortal true, immortal mystic immortal golden, immortal Tai golden, immortal Deluo golden, immortal quasi-sage sage. The realms of martial way postnatal innate mortal transcendence, spirit communion true, origin martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign martial, immortal martial venerate, true martial Tao source saint king, immortal saint, eternal saint king, origin transcendence. 3 systems arranged from low to high. Each realm has its corresponding position, but with different systems the titles differ. Immortal martial way immortal cultivation. Di Fang mapped out all 3 paths. He knew in his heart that this harvest was substantial. Among the 3 systems, each had its own strengths and its own shortcomings. Of the 3 paths, immortal martial was the most comprehensive, touching on everything. Immortal cultivation emphasized spells and the primordial spirit, while the martial way focused on physical body and divine abilities. Which path was the strongest? Di Fang couldn't say for sure, it depended on the cultivator. But if one asked which path was the most useless in the early stages, it was definitely the martial way. Before breaking through the spirit communion realm, the martial way relied solely on one's own 2 legs. What use is being powerful in the later stages? Its early stage weakness was utterly incomparable to the other 2 paths. The martial way was the most primitive. Immortal martial was the most flamboyant. Immortal cultivation was the most ethereal. Each had its own merits. After all, the 3,000 great paths all lead to the same destination. What truly matters is one's own strength. Di Fang began to rededuce the martial way cultivation method. The eternal indestructible scripture. This cannot be given to the Wu clan. Giving it to them would only lead them down an old path. As the saying goes, those who learn from me shall live, those who merely imitate me shall die. What the Wu clan lacked was not the eternal indestructible scripture, but a completely new cultivation system. Therefore Di Fang planned to create a new set of martial way cultivation methods. To be precise, it was to dismantle the martial way realms completely and explain them clearly bit by bit. This wasn't difficult for Di Fang. Time passed quickly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Di Fang's cultivation had already surged to the mid-martial immortal stage. He advanced so quickly, not solely relying on the great Tao indestructible scripture. He also cultivated the eternal indestructible scripture, walking both the immortal martial and martial way paths simultaneously. The gift prepared for the Wu clan was also polished and complete. The martial way compendium. It contained no specific cultivation techniques, only analyses and theories of the various martial way realms. Cultivation methods were not the focus. The Wu clan members, except for the newly born little ones, all had foundations at the true immortal level or above. True immortals were considered few, mystic immortals and golden immortals were a dime a dozen. At this level, they didn't need to be spoon-fed techniques. They could create their own methods. By organizing the martial way compendium, Di Fang was essentially laying a foundation for them. A cultivation method created by oneself is always the most suitable path. Regarding cultivation methods, it all boils down to one truth: no matter how you cultivate, your understanding of the method can never surpass that of its creator. Di Fang opened his eyes. His physical body trembled slightly, causing ripples in the space around him, a sign of extreme physical prowess. The essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches had not yet been refined. Over the past 100 years, Di Fang had focused his energy on creating the method and enhancing his strength. Strength was the true foundation. Di Fang didn't rush to leave seclusion. He opened the chat group first. Big fan Sister Lu Fei, seriously, just kill him. Keep a pervert like that for the new year. Naruto Sasuke, yes I agree. Great Chin Ancestral Dragon, this time I side with the dog group leader. Iron Gallant Mark Hiju Wusher, 1 Di Fang. Big fan Sister Lu Fei, damn, the God Sovereign is here. Di Fang typed a line, what are you all chatting about? Nangong Busher replied quickly, nothing major, it's just that this Su Fengyin on my side is a bit strange. Di Fang raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me he's also a transmigrator. Big fan Sister Lu Fei chimed in. Yes, God Sovereign, I checked his background. Su Fingyan is indeed a transmigrator, and not a good one. Di Fang typed a number 6. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon spoke up at this point. God Sovereign ID, like to consult you about matters of faith. I've made the arrangements. What should I do next? Di Fang looked at Ing Zheng's message, and was taken aback for a moment. This guy moves so fast. On second thought it made sense. Who was Ing Zheng? The first emperor. Was there any iron plate in the entire Great Qin he couldn't pry open? Who would dare to block something he wanted to promote? Back then, during the Wars of the Seven Kingdoms, even the scripts were different, and the cart tracks came in several sizes. Standardizing weights and measures, unifying the cart tracks, and unifying the script. Which of these wasn't a tough bone to crack? He still managed to chew through them all. Now establishing a state religion, which didn't require much cost, was like child's play for him. Di Fang, just pick an auspicious day, and prepare the sacrificial ceremony. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon understood, God Sovereign. Do we need to prepare any sacrifices? Before Di Fang could reply, Lu Fei popped up first. Big fan Sister Lu Fei, of course. Preferably Yin Lingji Xuan Nu and the 2 generations of Jing and I. That's a mother-daughter pair. Di Fang retorted directly. Are you out of your mind? No sacrifices needed. The ritual is just a formality. You just have everything ready. The speaker didn't take it seriously, but the listener took it to heart. Ing Zheng didn't miss a single word of Lu Fei's remarks, committing them all to memory. Some things, whether they exist or not, is one matter. Whether you offer them or not is another. Not only Ing Zheng, but everyone else in the group silently took note of this scene. Di Fang might not care, but they couldn't afford to be oblivious. With such a sturdy tree to cling to, if you don't hold on tight, and it runs away, what's the use of crying then? Big fan Sister Lu Fei. Di Fang, God Sovereign, could you refine some pills? Di Fang opened the shop and took a look. The pills he had uploaded before were all sold out. Di Fang, alright, I got it. He'll refine a batch and put them up when I have time. You guys can exchange for them. Big fan Sister Lu Fei, got it, God Sovereign. Di Fang, just me if you need anything. Big fan Sister Lu Fei, by God Sovereign. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, farewell, God Sovereign. Di Fang directly closed the chat group. He glanced around the hall, then stepped out. 100 years in the primordial wilderness was but a snap of the fingers. As soon as he stepped out the door, he was already standing there. Who knows how long he had been waiting. Great Venerable, the ancestral witches are already waiting. He reported. Hearing the title, Great Venerable, Di Fang paused for a moment. He didn't decline it. It was his due. Strictly speaking, once the Martial Way Compendium was laid down, this title was already solidified. Di Fang now held the title of Teacher of the Wu clan, so it was only natural for them to call him Great Venerable. Follow me. Di Fang tossed 2 words at Ho-E and turned to leave. Ho-E nodded and led Di Fang straight to the Panga Temple. These Wu clan folks were straightforward, saying whatever was on their minds. The Wu clan members they passed looked at Di Fang with curiosity, but no one showed the slightest hint of disrespect. This was the Wu clan's temperament, bold and direct. The Panga Temple. This was Di Fang's second time stepping into this place. He walked in without any hesitation. All 12 ancestral witches were waiting inside. Di Fang, greetings to all ancestral witches. Di Fang cupped his fists towards the 12 ancestral witches. An ancestral witch stared at him and asked, "You came to find us. Is the cultivation method finished?" Di Fang nodded. A flash of white light appeared in his hand, and a white jade slip flew out, drifting directly towards the 12 ancestral witches. Di Jiang's gaze sharpened, and the jade slip landed steadily in his palm. Immediately, a massive amount of information flooded into Di Jiang's true life. The Wu clan didn't have a primordial spirit, they only had the true life, which was essentially their true name. The specific paths of martial way cultivation, along with all the pitfalls and key points in the entire system, Di Jiang understood them all in an instant. He opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Di Fang, his expression complex. This path does indeed suit the Wu clan well, but it still cannot cultivate a primordial spirit. The reason the Wu clan cannot cultivate a primordial spirit lies with you ancestral witches. Di Fang's voice deepened. The 12 ancestral witches all stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Di Fang spoke unhurriedly. When the 12 ancestral witches were born, you absorbed too much primordial chaos turbid chi. This substance brought great merit to the heaven and earth of the primordial wilderness. Combined with the blessings left by Panga, you were able to take form and be born. But precisely because of this, the primordial spirit is destined to be beyond your reach. Hoping to cultivate a primordial spirit through a new method. Impossible. What exactly was primordial chaos turbid chi? A Daluo golden immortal would be corroded upon even the slightest touch, falling instantly. The 12 ancestral witches absorbed such vast amounts of turbid chi, and still managed to take form, all thanks to the blessings left by Pangus creation, plus the immense merit they accumulated by absorbing the turbid chi. Not being able to cultivate a primordial spirit was the price. But at least they were beings who had successfully taken form. If they had stayed put in the primordial wilderness, the Wu clan would have absolutely become an immortal great clan, dominating and glorious. This merit was immeasurable. With the blessings of creation and the merit from absorbing turbid chi to stabilize the heaven and earth, even a sage wouldn't dare to touch the Wu clan. The Wu clan's true decline began with the War of Wu and Yao. The immense karma generated by that war completely exhausted the Wu clan's fortune. But the most fatal blow was Gong crashing into and breaking Mount Buzhou. By destroying the pillar of the primordial wilderness, the overwhelming karmic backlash completely finished the Wu clan. As for Huda's matter, that's for later. The current issue is that the Wu clan could take form only because of their merit to the heaven and earth. Otherwise, forget taking form. Whether the Wu clan would even exist was a question. As Di Fang's words fell, the 12 ancestral witches were all deep in thought. What he said indeed made sense. The martial way, while it cannot grant the Wu clan a primordial spirit, can temper an indestructible will. This path is the most suitable for us. Di Fang's voice was low, each word deliberate. Di Jiang glanced at his brothers and sisters around him, didn't say much, and directly transmitted the martial way method to them. The other ancestral witches received it, and comprehended it, finally understanding what the martial way truly was. The physical body and laws. Huda's eyes lit up. These two things are indeed the path the Wu clan should take. What was the most awkward thing for the Wu clan in the primordial wilderness? Simply put, it was the lack of a proper cultivation system. The immortal path didn't work. The demonic path, not suitable either. The Buddhist path hadn't even appeared yet, and even if it did, it still wouldn't fit the Wu clan. Not cultivating immortality, not cultivating demonic arts, the Wu clan was like an anomaly in the primordial wilderness. Among the myriad races of the primordial wilderness, the beast race members who had gained intelligence all cultivated immortality, cultivating the heavenly Tao. The three primordial clans, Dragon Phoenix and Qilin, although no longer as glorious as in their heyday, had once enjoyed great wealth. Those ancient beings still lingered in the desolate seas of the primordial world, the immortal volcanoes in the south, and the vast territories of the wilderness, still following the path of cultivating the heavenly Tao. As for the witch clan, they were completely out of place. The 12 ancestral witches gathered to discuss for a while. Di Jiang turned to Di Fang. From today onward, you shall be the Grand Master of the witch clan, holding equal status with us. Di Fang was momentarily stunned, glancing at the 12 ancestral witches before him. In the midst of fate, a surge of destiny fell upon him. The fortune of the witch clan was still quite prosperous. Then I shall not decline. Di Fang did not refuse, nor was there any need to do so. With the fortune of the witch clan bestowed upon him, he had to accept both the good and the bad. The advantage was that it would allow him to cultivate faster. The downside was that he was now thoroughly tied to the witch clan. Their glory and downfall would be intertwined. It was destined that the witch clan would decline, but Di Fang had his own means. With this identity, he had the weight to speak and could fight for a path of survival for the witch clan. It was not impossible. After Huda transformed, she would no longer be counted among the witch clan. It was not death, but rather she became the Lady of Tranquility, stepping outside the identity of the witch clan. That was another path to sanctification with combat power comparable to that of a sage. If one were to discuss the fruit position, the incarnation of Hutu as the Lady of Tranquility was the true master among the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, surpassing those 6 sages. If operated properly, even if the witch clan faced decline, it need not result in the annihilation of all 12 ancestral witches. Di Fang did not understand why the witch clan placed such importance on him. But for him this was undoubtedly a good thing. Di Fang, you are still too weak. You must quickly elevate your strength. Huta spoke, her tone affectionate yet concerned. After all, he was now the Grand Master of the witch clan. His status was on par with those ancestral witches. Di Fang nodded. The most urgent matter now is to establish the path of martial arts. Di Jiang spoke, turning his gaze toward Di Fang. This is of utmost importance for our witch clan. It's simple, Di Fang replied slowly. Just disseminate the martial arts principles. The foundation of the witch clan's brethren was already laid, and they had not practiced any other cultivation methods, so switching to martial arts would not take much effort. Zhu Jiuyi nodded. Let's do it this way. With the matter settled, Di Fang stayed with the witch clan, not planning to leave for a short time. The ancestral witches were right, he needed to enhance his strength. At the very least, he needed to reach the great Luo realm, to have some weight in the primordial world. This path was long, but for now, it was the only path available to him. In the primordial world, Di Fang entered seclusion to diligently cultivate. The ancestral witches busied themselves spreading the martial arts principles to various tribes. Even the 12 ancestral witches began to shift their focus to martial arts. For beings of their level, there were no thresholds to entering martial arts. Their foundation was inherently robust. However, the speed of improvement in martial arts far exceeded their expectations. It should be noted that the ancestral witches' bodies were not intimidated even by the innate spiritual treasures. Only the innate supreme treasures could harm them, which is one reason why the demon clan could do nothing against the ancestral witches. It was fundamentally not a problem that could be solved by sheer numbers. Among the 12 ancestral witches, any one of them possessed such prowess. To harm them, the threshold at the same realm was precisely the innate supreme treasures. Otherwise, one would have to slowly wear them down until the ancestral witches were exhausted. But in the primordial world, it had always been the ancestral witches who exhausted others. It was never the case that others could exhaust the ancestral witches. After practicing martial arts, the potential of the 12 ancestral witches was thoroughly unearthed. This showcased the difference between having a complete system and lacking one. Previously, they had relied entirely on talent for wild growth, but now with a concrete path, their strength surged rapidly. Though they had not yet touched the threshold of the primordial unity, meaning the sage realm, they were already several times stronger than before. Each of them had condensed an indestructible martial body and forged a martial will. They also comprehended different magical techniques following their own principles. Compared to the past, the current ancestral witches were confident enough to boast one could take on 10. The amplification from martial arts was not so exaggerated, rather it was the ancestral witches themselves who were remarkable. This was the fundamental reason for their strengthening. The ancestral witches were inherently strong, what they lacked before was merely a suitable path, and their potential had been suppressed and unable to emerge. Now that their potential was unleashed, a dramatic increase in strength was not surprising. Di Fang, on the other hand, was in seclusion for cultivation. He began to consume the blood of the ancestral witches. The blood of the ancestral witches was in the primordial world a top-tier treasure. A single drop of blood combined with the blood pool of the witch clan in the Panga Hall could create a figure with great potential. Every great witch in the witch clan was a fierce character dominating the primordial world. Ho Yixing Tianxiang Lu. Each one was renowned. As for Qiyu was not merely an ordinary great witch. He was a half-human, half-witch hybrid considered part of the human race and not part of the witch race. Di Fang released a drop of blood, causing the surrounding space to ripple. He directly swallowed the blood. The moment the terrifying power erupted, Di Fang activated both the Indestructible Tao scripture and the Eternal Indestructible scripture, simultaneously channeling the two techniques. The chaotic energy inside him gradually stabilized. Chaotic-colored divine runes danced and intertwined on his skin, slowly calming the rampaging magical power. That drop of ancestral witch blood instantly merged into Di Fang's heart. A monstrous figure appeared before Di Fang's primordial spirit. It resembled a yellow-skinned bag, its skin as red as fire with 6 legs and 4 wings, a chaotic mass without any facial features. But the space around it was continuously distorting. Di Jiang. This was the true form of Di Jiang as an ancestral witch. As Di Jiang's blood drilled into his heart, Di Fang desperately tried to refine it, but could only refine a trace at a time. The gap was too vast. Even if he wished to swallow it all at once, it was impossible. He could only take his time. The energy contained in that single drop of blood was already terrifyingly formidable. This was because the ancestral witch had actively stripped away her own will before offering it to Di Fang. If she had not done so, Di Fang would have exploded into a million fragments on the spot. With 11 drops of blood remaining, Di Fang did not hesitate and integrated them all into his body. The 12 drops of blood arranged themselves in a formation within his heart. With each heartbeat, those 12 drops of ancestral witch blood would release a trace of energy flowing throughout Di Fang's body, with the blood continuously strengthening his flesh and cultivation. Divine radiance erupted from Di Fang's body, golden light exploding like the sun, countless runes clashing and intertwining wildly within him. The most powerful methods of the two systems collided, producing the most brilliant sparks. You are simultaneously cultivating the Indestructible Tao scripture of immortal martial arts, and the Indestructible scripture of martial arts, comprehending the Indestructible scripture of all path dominance. The Indestructible scripture of all path dominance, the most powerful body cultivation technique in the world. The Tao cannot be harmed, the eternal cannot be extinguished. Even if one dies, they can return after countless years. Heaven cannot bury them, earth cannot extinguish them, and reincarnation cannot cover them. Ancient runes emerged within Di Fang's body. The patterns of the celestial sovereign, the divine runes of the Tao, intertwined with endless paths and laws, were etched into every inch of his flesh. Countless Taoist lights erupted from behind Di Fang, chaotic scenes swirling. The figures of 3,000 demon gods stood in a row as if crossing from an extremely distant era, traversing through the chaos of heaven and earth, returning from eons past to this moment. The 12-petaled pure world white lotus within Di Fang's soul emitted a mysterious glow, constantly honing his spirit. One phantom after another appeared in the depths of his spiritual platform, transforming into divine runes of the Tao. Most of the divine runes were dim, but only a few dozen shone brightly. Those bright ones represented the laws he had already mastered. Each divine rune could evolve into a demon god. The Pangu of the path of strength, the Yang Mei of the path of space, the Shi Chun of the path of time, all existed within. The divine magical visualization diagram merged with Di Fang's martial will, forming a new forbidden technique. This thing was still brewing, not yet fully formed. The golden sun shone brilliantly, and boundless laws intertwined around Di Fang. Countless innate spiritual energies surged into his body, continuously refining his flesh. The river of time emerged. Di Fang's gaze pierced through eons, carrying piercing divine light as waves of laws surged around him. The indestructible heartbeat pulsed, and the voice of sacrifice transcended time and space, echoing from that distant future to here. Countless beings in the future were worshipping him. One phantom after another appeared on the river of time. Di Fang stood up, stepping into the river of years. He saw countless versions of himself standing on the river's surface, past, future, and present. Every second, there was an incarnation of him, recording every step he had taken. The true martial realm. The third realm after becoming an immortal through martial arts. The meaning of true martial, all phenomena are virtual, past, present, and future are all illusions. Infinite timelines and infinite dimensions merge into one, encapsulated in a single word, true. Do not believe in the past, do not believe in the future, only believe in this present moment. This is the true meaning of the true martial realm. The celestial sovereign is indestructible, true martial endures. Do not believe in the past, do not ponder the future, the present me is the only truth. Di Fang roared, his black hair dancing wildly. His robes crackled in the river of time. Endless time intertwined and spread phantoms of past and future. Di Fang from before, all converged, merging into his body. Only when all timelines and dimensions left him alone did he finally stop. The true martial realm, all things are illusory, only I am true. Everything is false, if only he in this moment is real. The phantoms of the past and future completely dissipated. The only existence is the true martial of the present. Di Fang's momentum surged wildly, stepping from the martial immortal realm into the true martial realm, condensing into the one and only true martial. The river of time receded. Di Fang's gaze sank into the sea of stars filled with fragments of laws intertwining one after another. The true martial was fully condensed, all power returned to his flesh, and he became the one. All those previous avatars were gone. The current Di Fang was the only Di Fang. In a sense, this also eliminated a fatal shortcoming. In the future, if anyone attempted to reverse the river of time to kill his weaker self, there would be no chance. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while consolidating his realm. This time the rapid advancement is all thanks to the blood of the ancestral witches. Di Fang, the 12 drops of ancestral witch blood remained in his heart, expanding and contracting with each heartbeat, continuously releasing energy, tirelessly strengthening his flesh and cultivation. He looked towards the eastern coast, returning to the human race. After some thought, he shook his head. Going back would be useless. The key was that he could not preach to the human race now. The reason? Laozi, the leader of the three pure ones. On the surface, Laozi seems indifferent to everything, but in reality, he is the one most concerned with maintaining appearances among the three pure ones. Laozi's path to enlightenment lies in preaching to the human race. If he preaches the Tao and disseminates martial arts ahead of time, the consequences go without saying. Do not listen to what people say about Laozi not caring for the human teachings, it's all nonsense. Whose hands hold the human race's fortune treasure, the Kongtong seal. It may not have manifested yet, but that thing has always been firmly in Laozi's grasp. Even if it is not in Nuwa's hands, it should belong to the human race. Yet the Kongtong seal is firmly in Laozi's possession. This is a treasure born of the human race's fortune, not some worthless trinket. Moreover, I am the destined sage. If the imperial side were to preemptively preach to the human race, wouldn't that mean obstructing my path to sanctification? This cause and effect will lead to a conflict that cannot end without bloodshed. Once I become a sage, I can preach without issue. Preaching before then would only provoke enmity. As long as the three pure ones haven't split, offending one means offending all three. 3 destined sages. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. What does it mean to be a destined sage? It is an existence fated to become a sage. Regardless of whether you obstruct them or not, they will ultimately attain sagehood. The paths may differ, but the attainment of sagehood is inevitable. There is only one sage position that can be schemed for in the entire wilderness, that unlucky fellow Honyun. The first good person of the wilderness, yet the facts are clear: in every world good people do not have good outcomes. Honyun is no exception. Step aside and cede 2 sage positions. With such significant cause and effect, what can those 2 from the West offer in return? Even selling the entire Buddhism wouldn't suffice. The question is whose cause and effect in the wilderness does not need to be repaid. Dead people. The imperial side understands this well. The only thing he can do now is preach and impart knowledge within the witch clan. By solidifying his foundation with the witch clan, he can speak with authority. Even if he were to return to the human race now, he wouldn't stir up much commotion. He has no means to preach and cannot gather many cultivation resources. He was deep in thought. Above the heavens, golden merits poured down like rain. The roof of the grand hall seemed unreal as a massive amount of merit directly flooded into the imperial side's body, piling up all at once. A light suddenly illuminated the imperial side's mind. This was the heavenly Tao rewarding him for promoting martial arts within the witch clan. Martial arts is closely related to the path of immortality, which is why he wasn't struck by lightning. This time the merit wasn't substantial. Martial arts in essence is still too narrow, hence the limited reward. But it was enough for him to condense a merit golden body. However, the imperial side looked down on it. He practiced the everlasting dominance sutra, and his body had already been refined into an eternal, indestructible form, which was quite formidable. The merit golden body is a good thing, but compared to the eternal, indestructible body, it pales in comparison. He didn't waste it. Instead, he casually integrated it into his own small world, effortlessly condensing a merit golden wheel. Wearing this on his head effectively tells everyone in the wilderness, this person has contributed to heaven and earth. Anyone who thinks to move against him must weigh whether they can withstand the backlash. Heavenly Tao merit can only be obtained by those who have made contributions in the wilderness. This thing is like a universal brick in the wilderness, useful everywhere. It can be used for forging weapons for cultivation or to enhance power. I never expected that the 12 ancestor witches would act so swiftly. Martial arts has already spread to every corner of the witch clan. The imperial side murmured softly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. In reality, he had underestimated the significance of martial arts to the witch clan. Once the 12 ancestor witches shifted to martial arts, their strength surged dramatically. Not to mention the other offspring of the witch clan. Anything that can enhance strength is of utmost importance to any tribe in the wilderness. The imperial side couldn't be bothered to think further and shook his head. He took out the alchemy furnace. The future of the witch clan had nothing to do with him. Although he bore the title of a great witch, one must have self-awareness. Strength is the ultimate truth. To truly believe that one can command the witch clan just by relying on a great witch's title is pure foolishness. The imperial side refined 100 years worth of spirit pills in 10 batches. He posted it in the system store before finally opening the chat group. Imperial side spirit pills are up for sale. Order them yourself if you want. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei 1 received. Great Sheen Ancestor Dragon received. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei has the Divine Lord finished his seclusion. Imperial side, yes, it's over. Let's take a break and chat. Hokage Sasuke Ingzheng, is your sacrifice almost prepared? In the Great Sheen world, Ingzheng stared at the message sent by Hokage Sasuke, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The Great Sheen Ancestor Dragon said, I have prepared most of it. It should happen in the next couple of days. Lu Fei responded instantly, Brother Zheng, I truly envy you. I am still trying to negotiate. Where there are people, there are conflicts. This saying is absolutely true. Zhu Wuxia interjected, I want to ask Divine Lord, is it okay if the Great Faith technique is not spread outside? The Imperial side replied, sure. This thing is for you, whether you spread it or not is up to you. Upon seeing Zhu Wuxi's words, the Imperial side immediately understood what he was scheming. The Great Faith technique serves as a bridge for communication with him, and it is normal for Zhu Wuxia not to want it to spread. Lu Fei is the same, but she only gave it to her own father and no one else. Zhu Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, then I can rest assured. The Imperial side added, the Great Faith technique can remain undistributed, but the Immortal Martial Entry Manual should still be released. Only by enhancing overall strength can the world progress. Relying solely on individuals won't suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt popped up. Ding chat group upgraded current level LV3, additional plugin activated. Live streaming. Members can activate the chat group live streaming function at any time, and new members are being randomly invited to join. Lu Fei was the first to jump out, upgraded. Finally upgraded. And it added a live streaming function, not bad at all. The Great Qin Ancestor Dragon sent a string of question marks. Didn't it say that new functions are only unlocked at level 5? Lu Fei replied, come on, this is an auxiliary plugin, not a new function. It was originally available, but just couldn't be unlocked without reaching the required level. The Great Qin Ancestor Dragon suddenly understood, so that's how it is? Lu Fei then said, Brother Zheng, aren't you planning to hold a sacrifice? It's just right to open a live stream and give us a demonstration. The Great Qin Ancestor Dragon readily agreed. Alright, I'll first figure out how to use it. The Imperial side interjected, we have newcomers. The system prompt chimed again. Ding, Tianxia Society Leader has joined the chat group. Ding, Prohibited Queen has joined the chat group. Ding, Righteous Gentleman Sect Leader, you has joined the chat group. Lu Fei immediately welcomed them. Welcome newcomers to the group. Please read the group rules first. Xiongba spoke up. It seems that I have encountered an extraordinary opportunity today. Yu Buchuan also followed up. I never expected to encounter such a celestial fate. Greetings to all group friends, that's how it is, right? Lu Fei replied with a smile, that's correct. However, Leader Xiong and Sect Leader Yue were all friends here, so there's no need to pretend. Xiongba sent a question mark. Yu Buchuan quickly followed suit. The Great Qin Ancestor Dragon asked, Dog Group Leader, what do you mean by that? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei. Hokage Sasuke also chimed in. It seems that the newcomers are not simple. System prompts popped up again. Ding Group Leader uploaded memory replica. Fengyun Xiao Ao Jianghu. In the world of Fengyun, Xiongba squinted while sitting in a chair. Next to him, when Cho watched him alternating between smiles and frowns, feeling anxious. What's wrong with the leader today? Could it be that he has become obsessed with his practice? In the world of Xiao Ao Jianghu, Yu Buchan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared at the memory uploaded by Lu Fei, especially horrified when he saw the part where he would eventually harm himself with a blade. He felt completely unwell. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei, Leader Xiong, stop pretending. Sect Leader Yu is one of us, let's be honest. Xiongba, I admit defeat. Success and failure are both due to Fengyan. Yu Buchuan. Great Qin Ancestor Dragon. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei, there's still a newcomer in the group. Kaidamai, what place is this? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei, let me explain. The Imperial side directly closed the group chat. The matter of explaining should be handled by Lu Fei, the group leader. He stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall and glanced outside. I should go take a look. Hui stood outside the door and, seeing the Imperial side come out, bowed and called out, Great Sage. This person was a bodyguard sent by the Ancestor Witches. It was agreed that Hui would stay by the Imperial side until he reached the Great Luo realm. The Imperial side nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty. Hui smiled and took half a step back to follow behind. The Imperial side looked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. The Ancestor Witch tribe was not far from that mountain. Since he was here, he couldn't just leave without taking a look. Hui, you don't need to follow me. I plan to go for a stroll at Buzhou Mountain. Hui's expression changed slightly, looking a bit troubled. The Imperial side smiled. He'll talk to the Ancestor Witches, they won't blame you. Buzhou Mountain. It took the Imperial side a full 2 days to arrive. Though the Ancestor Witch tribe was not far, the journey was not easy. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. The mountain was terrifyingly high, piercing through the clouds. Suddenly a scene floated in the Imperial side's mind. Pangu standing tall and mighty. Ancient, vast, and profound. It carried an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. He did not fly up. Step by step he walked. This was out of respect for Pangu. That great deity split the chaos and transformed the heavens and earth, giving rise to everything that exists today. Few in the wilderness could earn the Imperial side's heartfelt respect. Pangu was the first. He opened the heavens and created all things, thus leading to the vibrant world we have today. Nuwa could be considered the second. She molded the human race. Because of her existence, humanity could survive to this day. Regardless of circumstances, Nuwa should be remembered by all of humanity. This feeling. The Imperial side took a step forward. An immense, boundless pressure crashed down upon him. He felt as if he were competing against the entire heavens and earth. He did not use his magical power to resist. He relied solely on his physical body to endure. After so many years, there is still such a strong sense of oppression. How terrifying must it have been to be alive back then? The Imperial side murmured softly. That pressure was too heavy. So heavy that it felt as if the entire sky was pressing down on his shoulders. Raising his feet felt like they were weighed down with lead. Every step felt like he was sinking into quicksand. Climbing up Buzhou Mountain with nothing but flesh and blood was nearly impossible. Yet the Imperial side was determined to do so. He came here for this purpose, to temper his body and refine his will against this mountain. His eyes burned with determination as he climbed step by step. With every elevation of 10,000 feet, the pressure doubled. Buzhou Mountain, the #1 divine mountain of the wilderness, transformed from Panga's spine. Anyone coming here had to be at least a golden immortal. Someone like the Imperial side at the true martial, true immortal level would be hard-pressed to find anyone else. Let alone climbing solely with his physical body, no one would believe it if he said so. By the time the Imperial side reached halfway up the mountain, 100 years had passed. In this century, he took breaks while walking his physical body, growing surprisingly powerful, and the magical power within him becoming more solid. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and he broke through to the mid-level of true martial. He still carried the blood essence of the ancestor witches. While this speed wasn't fast, it was certainly not slow either. Just as he was about to continue upward, the Imperial side suddenly felt a surge of faith power crossing through endless time and space, reaching him. Kaitamai. When that supreme existence truly appeared before him, Qi Tong finally understood how insignificant he was. Know how insignificant the entire world was. The sun, moon, and stars were like dust, insignificant before that being. Di Fang diluted a wisp of celestial spirit energy and sent it through the channel of faith. Put in more effort. The voice was soft, directly exploding in Qi Tong's heart. The celestial spirit energy surged into Qi Tong's body, enhancing Shadi Leia's physical attributes layer by layer. I understand, my lord. A fervent light flashed in Qi Tong's eyes. Di Fang withdrew his gaze, looking at the unyielding mountain before him. Qi Tong was merely a small interlude. This mountain was the main event. He took another step forward. Time passed slowly, and Di Fang walked increasingly slower, the pressure on him intensifying. But he had become addicted. This opportunity would be impossible to find again in the future. After the battle with the witch spirits, the unyielding mountain would collapse, marking the countdown to the era of primordial innate spiritual energy. After the sealing of the gods, innate spiritual energy would cease to exist. The higher he ascended, the stronger the resistance Di Fang faced as the laws of heaven and earth seemed to awaken before him. Compared to the unyielding mountain, Di Fang felt like a speck of dust. Time flowed on. Storms churned and years ground on for millennia. Di Fang finally stepped onto the peak of the unyielding mountain. The laws of heaven exploded around him, and the divine light spread across the sky, crystal clear like a flowing ribbon. This journey consumed him a full millennium. Each step from the foot to the summit contended against the laws. Now standing here, the vastness of the primordial land lay before him, and it felt as if something in his heart had suddenly become clear. The spiritual energy surged into his body like a frenzy. The undying light patterns twisted and entwined around him, the laws thick as an ocean. After the true martial came the Xuanwu, corresponding to the Xianxian in the cultivation system of primordial times. Xuanwu, the source of all paths. All laws converged upon himself, using his body as a furnace, mastering myriad rules. At this level, any divine ability or spell could be grasped with a mere touch. The ancestral witch's blood within Di Fang began to heat up, as if ignited, propelling his cultivation to surge upwards. Celestial light exploded and omens stacked behind him, the phantoms of 3,000 chaotic demons and the furnace of the Tao, layer upon layer, dyeing the entire sky. Xuanwut. Di Fang exhaled a breath of turbid air. As his foot landed, the celestial light flashed once more. The great stars in the sky trembled, drawn by the aura emanating from him, causing countless starry lights to fall. As the sun and moon revolved, they poured the overwhelming innate spiritual energy into his body. With each step he took, his aura grew heavier. With each footfall, the light surrounding him became more blinding. When the celestial light finally faded, the laws fell silent. Di Fang opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting an unfathomable calm. He had broken through the Xuanwu realm. With a thought, the power of the laws surged forth, and the world in his eyes was born and extinguished and reborn. He was just one layer of paper away from the Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Sovereign corresponded to the Golden Immortal of the Primordial Era. Only upon reaching the Golden Immortal could one have a semblance of self-preservation in the primordial world. But the path wasn't so easily traversed. 1,000 years ago he climbed this mountain, and now 1,000 years later the deadline set by Nuwa's holy decree was approaching. At most he could hold out for another 1,000 years. By then humanity would have to face this ancient and desolate primordial world. Today's humanity was huddled in corners, living their lives completely unaware of how brutal the primordial era truly was. But upon reflection, it was a hurdle that humanity would inevitably face. There was only 1,000 years left. Di Fang muttered softly, his gaze piercing through the clouds, looking towards the outer heavens. Over there, Nuwa was establishing her own dojo in the chaos. In 1,000 years the dojo would be completed. Numerous great practitioners would rush over to listen to Nuwa's teachings. But to enter the chaos, one must at least possess the cultivation of the great Luo realm. Di Fang did not know if he could obtain that level within 1,000 years. It's time to leave. Di Fang glanced back at the unyielding mountain. It took him a millennium to ascend, but descending would take but the blink of an eye. Just as Di Fang was about to leave the unyielding mountain, his chest suddenly thumped, as if something had tugged at him. An indescribable force was pulling him in a certain direction. Moi. He raised an eyebrow. Having reached the Xuanwu realm, it should not have given rise to such a sensation for no reason. Following that aura, Di Fang made his way deep into a valley within the unyielding mountain. At the entrance of the valley, he could vaguely see an arrangement, a naturally formed formation. Innate great formation. He focused on the formation eye peering in, but inside was a gray haze making it impossible to see clearly. Innate chaos great formation. Di Fang's pupils constricted, a layer of golden patterns rising within his eyes as the true understanding of the formation activated. Countless innate runes flowed in his vision as he stepped forward, crossing into the formation. This formation was not meant for killing, but for trapping. Even a great Luo golden immortal could find themselves eternally trapped within if they weren't careful. Di Fang did not rush to study the formation. He was more interested in uncovering the treasures hidden inside. Ignoring the traps within the formation, he headed straight to the deepest part. Suddenly the scene brightened before him. A mass floated in midair, shimmering with 9 colors, translucent and quivering slightly like jelly. Panga's spinal fluid. Di Fang's breathing became heavier. The unyielding mountain was originally transformed from Panga's spine. He had thought such things would have long since vanished, but unexpectedly, there was still a small pool left here. Not much, but it would never be produced again in the future. Nearby floated a broken white jade disc. Fragment of the creation jade disc. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Di Fang's eyes. The creation jade disc was one of the 4 primordial supreme treasures. When Pangu opened the heavens, it shattered in the fierce battle against the 3,000 demon gods, along with the Pangu axe and the 36 chaos green lotus. The creation jade disc contained the 3,000 paths and was a top-tier treasure for comprehending the Tao. Hongjun had once picked up a fragment, refining it into his own supreme treasure, the object that subdues the Tao. Di Fang reached out and grabbed the fragment, which fell into his palm. It's broken, but the 3,000 paths within are still there. He could sense the lingering aura of the laws within the fragment. Although the function of comprehending the Tao was lost, it was of no concern to Di Fang. What he needed most was the 3,000 paths themselves. It seems that accumulating merits truly wasn't in vain. Di Fang chuckled. My fortune has increased, otherwise I wouldn't have encountered such a good thing. Gaining the 3,000 paths one by one on his own, who knew when he would achieve that? Di Fang glanced at the pool of Pangu's spinal fluid, pondering. Having just broken through, his foundation wasn't even warm yet. Pushing further would only lead to discomfort. There was no need for that. With a casual wave, the spinal fluid was thrown into his small world. This small world had now fully formed, complete to the utmost degree. No living beings had emerged within. That was a result of Di Fang's repression. There was no need to stir things up. This place, to put it plainly, was merely his storage space, as well as a retreat for when he wished to find some peace. A private domain. There was no need for any reproduction of living beings. Di Fang sat cross-legged, beginning to contemplate the innate chaos great formation. Days passed without him feeling much change. You comprehended the innate chaos great formation. Due to your exceptional insight, you have grasped the innate Qiankuan inversion great formation. Finally understood it. Di Fang muttered as he stood up and left the formation. He did not touch the formation eye, allowing the innate chaos great formation to remain as it was. He had dealt with the previous innate destruction great formation in the same manner. Di Fang turned and exited the unyielding mountain, heading directly back to the Witch Clan tribe. 1,000 years. Neither too long nor too short. In the Witch Clan tribe, the warriors all exuded a potent aura of martial arts, radiating an unstoppable vigor, each gripping solidified martial intent. In contrast, Di Fang still appeared the same, looking like the least conspicuous one. But this was indeed on the Ancestral Witch's territory. any random, which could be a formidable opponent at the Golden Immortal level. Di Fang returned to the Grand Hall prepared for him by the Witch Clan. One must say the Witch Clan was truly generous. The specifications of this Grand Hall were modeled after those of the Ancestral Witches. As soon as he returned, the 12 Ancestral Witches received the news. However, seeing that he seemed to be preparing for seclusion, no one came to disturb him. Di Fang closed the door and directly opened the chat group. 1,000 years had passed, yet he truly did not feel it had been long. Big shot fangirl Lu Fei Yi, to be honest, Qitong, you now possess the power of a god, and your strength should be able to crush a large number of people. Simply put, why not unify your world? Qitong, is that really possible? Hokage Sasuke, look at the kind of person the group owner is, yet they can still become the high priest of the heavenly gods. Why should you be afraid? Be strong. Iron-blooded God Marquis Zhu Wu, sure, exactly. If even the group owner, a slacker, can rise up, why can't you? Qitong, huh? Big shot fangirl Lu Fei Yi. Xiongba, why do I feel that the group owner is a bit embarrassed right now? Yu Buchuan, why don't you step down and let someone else take the position? Although I'm not talented, I could barely manage this role. Big shot fangirl Lu Fei Yi, go have your spring and autumn dreams. Big shot fangirl Lu Fei Yi, I'm not joking, Qitong, I genuinely think you can take action. Look at the ending in the original work, your whole team was wiped out. What's there to hesitate about? Qitong, I'll think about it. Ruling the world seems too far-fetched. Zhang Sanfeng, haha, the old Taoist just returned. What are you all discussing? The sacrificial platform was set up, made of white jade surrounded by black-armored cavalry, standing straight, the black water dragon flag rustling in the wind. Yingzheng glanced at the live broadcast room and smiled. Let's get started. He stepped onto the platform, and the civil and military officials below all knelt in unison. Big shot fangirl Lu Fei Yi, brother Zhang is awesome. He finished so quickly, I'm so envious. Iron-blooded God Marquis Zhu Wu, sure, I'm still short on materials for the altar. Hokage Sasuke, let's see, first learn a bit. Di Fang also watched through the screen, observing the Daqin. Yingzheng stood at the peak of the altar, his voice resonating throughout the venue. I, Yingzheng, today establish the Heavenly God's Church. From now on, this shall be the state religion of my Daqin. All Daqin citizens shall enter the church. Long live the Daqin, long live the church. Thousands of soldiers echoed. Long live the Daqin, long live the church. The sacrificial ceremony begins. Bring forth the offerings. Several figures stepped from the crowd, ascending the steps to the platform. Yin Ling Ji, Snow Woman, and Jing Ni along with Tian Yin approached the altar one by one. The Snow Woman fixed her gaze on Yingzheng, her voice as cold as ice. Tyrant, you'd better keep your word. Yingzheng did not look at her much, his tone flat. I never lie, nor is there any need to. Many onlookers were present, including Imo family, Yinyang family, and Taoists, all experts crowding in Xianyang City. They all wanted to know whether the sacrifice Zhang was conducting was real or not. They had all heard about the Snow Woman being brought as a sacrifice. The incense altar was arranged neatly. Zhang's expression turned serious as he raised his hands high. I, Zhang, hereby establish the celestial faith. All citizens of the Great Qin shall enter this faith and worship the Divine Lord. Establish the celestial faith. On the other side of the wilderness, Emperor Fang sensed this surge of faith. A wisp of divine thought followed, an invisible thread descending directly into the Great Qin world. The heavens changed. The clouds roiled and golden light erupted. A face emerged in the sky, noble, ancient, and eternal, as golden radiance enveloped the entire world, painting it in gold. The ministers in the court who had previously been skeptical became completely honest. They were not that they did not believe Zhang became young again, but rather thought there might be other explanations. After all, divine beings are too ethereal, no matter how eloquently one speaks. However, Emperor Fang's voice thundered, shaking the entire Great Qin world. Zhang, you have contributed to the establishment of the celestial faith. Reward a lifespan of 1,000 years. Blessings for 100 years, ensuring a harmonious climate within the Great Qin territory. All believers of the celestial faith shall be free from all ailments. Golden light surged directly into Zhang's body. His aura suddenly became long and thick, vibrant like the sun. Golden rain began to fall. The laws flashed between heaven and earth, rumbling for a while, before slowly fading away. From this moment on, the Great Qin would face no natural disasters for the next 100 years. As long as they believed in Emperor Fang, they would not fall ill or suffer misfortunes. Gold droplets of rain fell upon the citizens of the Great Qin. Those who had lost limbs and were lying in bed waiting to die all stood up. Some even suddenly appeared to be 10 years younger. The altar burst forth with golden light, shooting a beam into the sky. Yan Lingji Shui, Nu Jing, Ni, and Tian Yin all vanished from the altar. The scholars of the 100 schools fell silent like mutes. They watched helplessly as Ing Zheng gained 1,000 years of lifespan, their eyes turning red. Who wouldn't want to live forever? Those who opposed Qin and the remnants of the Six Nations were left with expressions of despair. They knew deep down, the Great Qin was propped up by Ing Zheng. If Ing Zheng died, the Great Qin would be doomed. But now, Ing Zheng lived for 1,000 years. They, on the other hand, would become a pile of rotten soil after 100 years. Even if Ing Zheng did nothing, just by enduring, he could outlast them all. As long as the celestial faith existed, Ing Zheng might even extend his life further. A sense of powerlessness surged from their bones, suffocating them. Ing Zheng contentedly closed the live stream. The chat group exploded. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei, damn. Naruto Sasuke, look, isn't it cultural ignorance? Just iron-willed God Marquis, Zhu Wuxia, envy, truly envious. The first emperor directly gained 1,000 years of life. Zhang Sanfeng, the old Taoist, must hurry to do the same. The overlord of the storm world had a joyful expression. He had been half believing in this grand faith technique. After all, it wasn't easy for a tyrant to trust others. But the facts were laid bare, and he had no choice but to believe. Yu Buchuan from the smiling proud wanderer also felt his breath quickening. 1,000 years of lifespan. What does that mean? Nangong Buxi, are you all just staring at the first emperor gaining 1,000 years of life? Haven't you noticed he has achieved the pinnacle of a divine martial body? Just relying on his physical strength, he must have at least 100,000 pounds of force. It's truly exciting. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei, Nangong Buxi, your focus is always different from everyone else's. Nangong Buxi's strength is the hard truth. What does it matter to live 1,000 years if one is powerless? Naruto Sasuke, I agree with that. No matter how long life is, if the fists aren't strong, one will ultimately meet a grim fate. Qitong, I must step up my game. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei, oh. Little Qitong finally woke up. Qitong, I must establish the divine faith quickly to serve the divine lord properly. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei, alright, I see potential in you. In the wilderness world, Emperor Fang looked at the four women presented by Ing Zheng. Yan Lingji, Xue Nu Jing, Ni, and Tian Yin, stunned for a while. These few were all his favorites from the two-dimensional world. To say he was unmoved would be a lie. But now was not the time. Emperor Fang's figure flickered and entered his own little world. This little realm had completely formed, becoming a complete space. With a wave of his hand, a continuous palace complex rose from the ground. Then he released Yan Lingji and the others. Yan Lingji, Xue Nu Jing, and Tian Yin, greetings to the Divine Lord. The four spoke in unison. Before the sacrificing, Zheng had already explained these matters to them. At that time they thought it was just a story and didn't take it seriously. But now as it unfolded right before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe. You four stay here for now. Choose any palace you like to reside in. Emperor Fang said. Yes, Divine Lord. Yan Lingji's eyes sparkled with charm. Xue Nu's eyes revealed curiosity. Jing and Tian Yan's faces showed no emotion. For beams of light entered the foreheads of the four women. This is the primordial true scripture, a method for cultivating divine martial arts. Practicing to the end can reach the realm of human immortals, which is most suitable for you. Cultivate well here. Emperor Fang instructed. Yes, Divine Lord. The four women nodded. Cultivate diligently. You can eat those spirit fruits, but some have too strong medicinal power, so you can't touch them for now. Also, please help me take care of this place. After saying this, Emperor Fang poured the basic information of this little world into the minds of the four. He turned and left. It was not yet time for leisure. Emperor Fang exited the little world and returned to the wilderness. An overwhelming surge of faith rushed toward him. The miracles he performed in the Great Qin had directly won the hearts of 99% of the people. The remaining 1% were the remnants of the Six Nations, holding resentment due to the grievances Emperor Fang had suffered. Millions of streams of faith surged into Emperor Fang's body. He began to sort out the divine path. The true God, unending law with realms divided. First to ninth stages, after which is the sacred domain, and beyond that is the half-god, and above the half-god is the true divine being. Divine beings correspond to the immortals in the wilderness. The levels of divine beings are divided into divine being, lower true God, middle true God, upper true God, heavenly God, Lord God, immortal origin, and supreme. On the wilderness side, they are immortal, heavenly, immortal, true, immortal, mysterious, immortal, golden, immortal, supreme, golden, immortal, great, golden, immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. As millions of streams of faith surged into Emperor Fang's body, his divine path realm shot up, without any hindrance, reaching the half-god in one breath. Just one small step away from igniting divine fire, establishing a divine kingdom, and forging a divine persona. The remaining faith power still needed to be accumulated for a while. Oh, it was far from enough. Igniting the divine fire posed no major issues, but establishing the divine kingdom would require a large amount of faith power. The more accumulated, the more stable it would be later. In the Great Qin world, after the sacrifices were completed, Yingzheng immediately convened a court meeting. I plan to erect statues of the Divine Lord all over the Great Qin. Does anyone have any objections? Yingzheng sat on the dragon, throne, his voice firm like a dragon's roar. Li Si was the first to stand up. I have no objections. I suggest we hurry to erect the statues which will not only win the hearts of the Great Qin citizens, but also make the Divine Lord value us more. The Great Qin's ancestral dragon responded, All right, Li Si, you handle this matter. Fusu stood up. Your son is here. Help Li Si erect the statues across the Great Qin, the sooner the better. Yingzheng said to Fusu. After all, Yingzheng had high hopes for Fusu. Especially after knowing the later history of the Great Qin, Yingzheng understood that Fusu was simply misled by Confucianism or was too soft-hearted and rigid. But as the heir of the Great Qin, Fusu was indeed the most suitable candidate. Now Yingzheng had plenty of time to guide Fusu. If 1 year didn't work, then 10. If 10 years didn't work, then 100. The one thing Yingzheng had in abundance now was time. After the court meeting dispersed, Yingzheng returned to the palace and opened the chat group. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, everyone sorry, I must leave first. Big Boss fan Lu Fei, this shameless old man has indeed come to the group to show off. Naruto Sasuke, Yingzheng, I'm quite curious, what does it feel like to have a perfected physical body? Can you share? First Emperor. Great Qin Ancestral Dragon, after perfecting my physical body, ordinary weapons can't hurt me at all. My blood and energy are like a furnace, significantly enhancing my strength and constitution. I estimate that my strength is at least 100,000 pounds. Naruto Sasuke, terrifying. Iron-willed God Marquis, Zhu Wushi, terrifying indeed, I envy that. Zhang Sanfeng, envy, this is a leap to the heavens. Nangong Buxi, such a significant enhancement. Truly exciting. Overlord, speaking of which, the first emperor should only have unified the Central Plains by now, right? He hasn't conquered the entire world yet. The Great Qin Ancestral Dragon was correct. He wasn't planning to stir up anything else for now, just to stabilize his foundation. The step of conquering all realms would come eventually, but for now he needed to take a breather. Lu Fei immediately jumped out, proclaiming that spreading the glory of the Divine Lord was their duty. Sasuke followed up with a jab. When it comes to flattery, the group leader is definitely number one. Yingzheng echoed, of course, otherwise how would he have become the group leader? Lu Fei got anxious, accusing the two of slandering her. Her admiration for the Divine Lord was genuine. The two were merely jealous. The Ancestral Dragon was too lazy to argue with her, perfunctorily agreeing. Yes, we are just jealous of you. Sasuke followed the rhythm. Yes. Lu Fei was left speechless, only able to emit a string of ellipses. At this moment, Emperor Fang spoke up. He mentioned that the techniques following divine martial arts had been uploaded to the store, totaling 3. The Great Sun True Scripture is fierce and domineering, most suitable for men. The Great Qin True Scripture follows a soft path suitable for women. The Primordial True Scripture is neutral and can be mastered by anyone. However, he specifically reminded them, it's best to wait until the physical body is fully refined before switching, or they won't be able to endure the power that follows. Lu Fei hurriedly opened the store page to take a look. All 3 techniques were listed, priced at 1 point each, practically given away. She immediately shouted, the Divine Lord is forever divine, I am your most loyal little fan. Then Yingzheng asking, which book do you plan to practice, Brother Zheng? The Ancestral Dragon replied succinctly, the Great Sun True Scripture, what else could I choose? Emperor Fang paid little attention to these movements in the group. He prepared to continue his secluded cultivation. Life in the wilderness was just that way, or it was either cultivating or on the way to cultivate, and it was not yet time for him to take a break. Suddenly he paused. His gaze sharpened as he sensed 2 new streams of faith. Their sources were from 2 different worlds. He lowered his eyes and followed the threads of faith, seeing the Overlord and Yubuchuan. Both had already begun practicing the Great Faith technique. In fact, the Overlord could continue even without taking this path, but the upper limit was there, and he couldn't go too far. The ceiling of the Fengyun world was fixed at a certain level. Though there were divine beasts, they seemed more like child's play when you really looked at them. Di Fang said nothing more. He casually sent down 2 strands of diluted immortal spiritual power, boosting Xiong Ba and Yu Buchan's strength and innate aptitude, then paid them no further mind. In the Fengyun world, Xiong Ba opened his eyes. He stared at his reflection in the bronze mirror for a long while. The face looking back was much younger, and his power had doubled. A light was suppressed deep within his gaze. He now knew the future trajectory of this world. There was no way he would be foolish enough to tread the same path he had walked before. Clearly, it was Ying Zheng's broadcast that had awakened them. These two had finally made up their minds. In the primordial world, Di Fang casually put the 9 steps that trample heaven, the 4 forms of immortal martial. Clearly, it was Ying Zheng's broadcast that had awakened them. These two had finally made up their minds. In the primordial world, Di Fang casually put the 9 steps that trample heaven, the 4 forms of immortal martial arts, and the dragon capture hand up on the system store. The price was the same, 1 point. Di Fang had no intention of pricing these cultivation techniques highly. There was no need. He still needed this world to provide faith, so he had to offer some sweeteners. He took out the fragment of the jade die of creation and began to comprehend the 3,000 Tao principles within it. For Di Fang, the most urgent task was to master the laws he had not yet grasped. Breaking through to the golden immortal realm as soon as possible was the top priority. Endless laws swirled around Di Fang, weaving together and fading away. The fragment of the jade die of creation lit up with 3,000 Tao principles, and an ancient chanting sound echoed through the hall. It was as if countless primordial gods were coiled within the great hall, endlessly expounding the true meaning of the Tao. Divine light radiated from Di Fang's body, and a mysterious glow bloomed on his forehead. The radiance of the 12-petal pure world, white lotus, continuously nourished his soul. Deep within his soul, the Tao patterns were lit up one by one. Each one represented a complete law. Time flowed by silently. The flow of time in the small world was completely different from that of the primordial world. As long as Di Fang was willing, he could freeze time in the small world at any moment. This was his exclusive world where everything was under his control. 1,000 years passed. Di Fang opened his eyes. His cultivation base had not increased much still at the mid-Xuanwu stage, but his realm had improved significantly. The greatest gain was the completion of the 3,000 Great Tao laws. This was a tremendous blessing. With the 3,000 Great Tao completed, it meant that Di Fang's Xuanwu realm had reached its limit. The myriad Tao Xuanwu had become the source of all Tao principles. Normally, for those who cultivated immortal martial arts, reaching this stage and mastering one or a few laws was already remarkable. Someone like Di Fang, who controlled all 3,000 Tao principles, was almost unheard of. Not just rare, it had never happened since ancient times. Di Fang's experience could not be replicated. If it weren't for the heavenly Tao of the primordial world enhancing his comprehension, even with 1,000 years or even more time, he might not have been able to fully master the 3,000 Tao principles. It's about time. Di Fang picked up the spinal cord fluid of Pangu. It glowed with a 9-colored divine light containing countless Tao principles within, yet it was unexpectedly gentle, without any violent aura. He swallowed it directly. The 9-colored divine light burst forth. The spinal cord fluid of Pangu resonated with the blood essence of the 12 ancestral witches within Di Fang's body, simultaneously erupting with immeasurable divine light. A terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept in. Spiritual energy continuously converged onto Di Fang, weaving together supreme Tao principles. Di Fang's consciousness was pulled back to the beginning of time. He saw the ancient god standing tall between heaven and earth. Countless ancestors sent forth ancient sacrificial chants, and all of heaven and earth cheered and sang for Pangu's great deed. Ancient time flowed slowly. The giant never fell. His straight spine, even after his passing, he still stood firm between heaven and earth, holding up a world for all living beings to survive. Ancient noble. Di Fang felt as if he had become Pangu, pulsating with the heartbeat of this nascent world. Before his eyes, the world was vast and boundless, wild without end, yet every inch of air was filled with vitality. No wonder the law of strength could suppress the 3,000 Great Tao. A glimmer of enlightenment appeared in Di Fang's eyes. He held the 3,000 Tao principles, but he was still far from fully integrating them from beginning to end. Now, with his soul inside Pangu's body, dreaming back to the moment of the world's creation, he finally saw the true power behind the law of strength. When truly comparing the strength of individual laws, time, space, destruction, destiny, karma, creation, none of them were inferior to the law of strength. It wasn't that it utterly crushed them, but it wouldn't lose either. Yet the power of the law of strength wasn't in individual combat. It was the general outline of the 3,000 Great Tao. The power of time, the power of space, the power of destruction. All these various forces ultimately had to be governed under the law of strength. The reason Pangu could single-handedly suppress the 3,000 chaos gods was precisely this. The laws the gods possessed, Pangu also possessed. The laws the gods didn't have, Pangu also had. How could they possibly fight? In Di Fang's pupils, countless laws began to churn like a boiling ocean of laws. Indestructible Tao patterns emerged from beneath his skin, golden light interweaving, tangling together. A surge of golden divinity exploded from the deepest part of his body like the very first ray of light at the dawn of creation. Eternal. Immortal. One more step forward from the Xuanwu realm was the heavenly venerate. In the system of the primordial world, this realm was called Golden Immortal. Golden Immortal, the immortal of eternity. At this stage, the soul doesn't decay, the body doesn't perish. A true heavenly venerate. In the primordial world, he might not rank highly, and when a great tribulation came, he'd have to fight just to be cannon fodder. But across the myriad worlds, across countless grand universes, a golden immortal was already among the very top echelons. 3 streams of immortal light burst from Di Fang's body. Eternity. Origin. Primordial. 3 beams of light surged from within him, simultaneously wrapping around him like 3 custom-made robes of law. The light of eternity was forged from the Tao patterns he cultivated himself. The light of origin was born from his comprehension of the 3,000 great Tao. The light of primordial was obtained from the very source of heaven and earth in that fleeting moment when he dreamed back to the beginning of time. Countless laws entangled and crawled up his body, burrowing into every inch of his flesh. Di Fang opened his eyes, golden heavenly venerate light burning intensely in his pupils. He shifted his body, and space itself cracked open in several places. Di Fang's physical form had already reached an absurd level of hardness. It was not weaker than a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Wrapped in the 3 immortal lights, eternity protected his body from decay and his soul from falling. Origin nourished his soul and body, infiltrating like warm water steeping tea. Primordial shone into the depths of his soul, ensuring it remained clear and bright, never clouded by dust. To go higher from here, resources alone won't cut it anymore, Di Fang said in a low voice. From immortal to this level, he had only taken a little over 2,000 years. 2,000 years an immortal of eternity. But the road ahead would not be so easy. It would require slowly simmering with time, soaking with years, and gnawing through bit by bit with comprehension of the laws. Di Fang stepped out of the Great Hall. With his golden immortal cultivation, he finally had some capital to protect himself in this vast primordial world. At least he wouldn't lose his life so easily. Great Lord. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he was still standing outside the hall, rooted to the spot like a nail. Di Fang nodded in acknowledgement. Then he turned and walked towards the Panga Hall. When he entered, no other ancestral witches were present except Hudu. Greetings, Ancestral Witch. Hudu, Di Fang said in greeting. No need for such formality. Hudu waved her hand. Your status is equal to that of an ancestral witch. Just call me by my name. Di Fang didn't dawdle on this matter. Since she said so, being overly polite would just seem pretentious. I came here to tell you something. He got straight to the point. I plan to leave the witch clan and travel across the primordial world. Huda looked up at him. A hint of indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. She hadn't expected this man to come and say goodbye. Where do you plan to go? She asked with a note of curiosity. Just wander around. Di Fang replied. The human race has only just emerged in the primordial world. I want to look around first, then return to the east seashore to look after them. The 3,000 years are almost up and humanity is still too weak. Huda was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then go, she said. The witch clan will always welcome you back. Besides, the human race and the witch clan could also form marriage alliances. What do you think? Di Fang understood what she meant immediately. Huda had seen through the value of the human race. He couldn't refuse now, nor did he dare to. What humanity needed most at the moment was a powerful patron. The witch clan standing here was indeed the best choice. He couldn't just run and call for Nuwa every time something happened in the primordial world. Even if Nuwa deigned to respond, calling for help at every little thing. What kind of skill was that? For humanity to establish a firm foothold in this world, some paths had to be walked alone. Indeed, Di Fang replied with 4 words. Good. Huta nodded. Alright, I'll be off then. They'll go explore the primordial world first. Di Fang finished speaking, turned, and left the Pango Hall. Hutu watched his retreating figure, and a smile slowly crept onto her lips. After leaving the Panga Hall, Di Fang picked a random direction and walked off directly. This trip had 2 purposes. One was to find a suitable cave dwelling for himself, and the other was to temper himself. In the primordial world, clashes and struggles were inevitable wherever you went. Currently, the witch clan and the demon clan each held half the sky, with neither able to suppress the other. The witch clan side was easier to handle. He bore the title of Great Lord, so the witches wouldn't actively provoke him. The trouble was the demon clan. The demon clan's current behavior in the primordial world was, to put it bluntly, domineering and utterly unreasonable. Fortunately, Di Fang carried the banner of the witch clan, so he didn't have to worry too much. After leaving the ancestral witch tribe, he headed east, straight towards the eastern part of the primordial world. The eastern part was nothing like the East Seashore. The East Seashore was merely a small patch on the edge of the eastern domain, far from representing the entire East. Di Fang didn't go to the other continents, and he had his reasons. The West had long been a destitute wasteland. After the great tribulation of the dragon and phoenix, the ancestral veins were detonated by that madman Rahu, leaving the spiritual energy pitifully thin. The two sages of the West were always running over to the East, weren't they just coming to mooch? Di Fang didn't want to be targeted by those two. If he were truly abducted to the West, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. The North. That was Demon Clan territory. Going there was suicide. The South was the stronghold of the Phoenix Clan. Although the Phoenix Clan had indeed declined, they hadn't fallen to the point where anyone could step on them. Those old relics. Each one lived longer and fought harder than the last. After weighing all his options, the only place Di Fang could go was the eastern part of the primordial world. Surviving in the cracks, huh? After emerging from the Ancestral, which tribe Di Fang couldn't help but let out a sigh. The current plight of the human race is such, struggling to survive in the gaps between the various great races. Any prehistoric tribe could easily trample the humans underfoot. Those ancient races with inheritances spanning tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years find the human race's history barely worth mentioning. Furthermore, lacking complete cultivation techniques, the strength of the human race is pitifully weak. Who can they blame for that? Di Fang was lost in thought when suddenly the sky above darkened. A monstrous creature that blotted out the sky was charging straight at him. The fierce demonic aura could be sensed even from afar. It was a demon. Upon closer inspection, it was a demon resembling a ferocious tiger. Its entire body was pitch black with wings sprouting from its back, and its dark fur surged like flames. The cultivation realm, golden immortal. Di Fang did not ask why. Since this demon had taken the first strike, there was nothing more to discuss. This is indeed the prehistoric era where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Di Fang gazed at the ferocious tiger, his heart clear as day. In this vast and ancient land where was there so much civilization and order, the scene before him was the truest representation of the prehistoric world. His gaze hardened as he stepped forward. His speed reached its peak, and he instantly appeared before the demon. Kill. The murderous intent in Di Fang's eyes was chilling. His right hand reached out as the laws of destruction coalesced in his palm, instantly transforming into an ancient battle spear. This was a weapon formed from the laws, not his innate treasure. Di Fang was not foolish. Revealing such a treasure would be courting death. Let alone ordinary cultivators, even saints would be envious if they saw it. There were only a few renowned treasures in the prehistoric world: Laozi's Taiji diagram, Yuan Shi's Pan Fan Tong Tian's Four Swords of the Extermination of Immortals, and Dong Huang Tai's Chaos Bell. As for those currently in existence, only the god-slaying spear remained. Ever since the Beast Emperor fell, that spear had not been seen again. No one would think their treasures were too many. If Di Fang's treasure were to be exposed, the consequences would be unmanageable for anyone. Di Jun Tai and those ancient beings who had lived since the beginning. Who wouldn't have their eyes on him? Those old monsters might not have reached the saint level, but after living through so many epochs, who knows how many hidden cards they held. If they were to strike, they would come at him with absolute lethality, giving no chance for a comeback. This is why Di Fang had never revealed his treasure in battle. Kill. With the spear of destruction in hand, the intertwined laws shone brilliantly, the will of total annihilation, pressed down, shattering the demon's claws on the spot. Roar. The demon let out a wild howl, its black flames piercing through the heavens, its cold gaze locking onto Di Fang. Humans. The winged black tiger recognized his origins. Di Fang glanced over and saw the resentment coiling around the demon's body. That was the kind of energy that formed only after humans had been brutally slaughtered. You shall die. Di Fang's voice was chilling. The scent of humans is acceptable, but you are too weak. You were merely created by Nuwa to be our food. Do not overestimate yourselves. The black tiger demon grinned, its shattered claws regrowing. Di Fang's heart sank. Many demons thought this way, particularly after realizing that consuming humans could rapidly enhance their cultivation. They regarded humans as nothing. Do you intend to defy the holy decree of Lady Nuwa? Di Fang fixed his gaze on the black tiger, his tone heavy. Of course we shall abide by Nuwa's words. However, humans from beyond the shores of the East Sea are not subject to the holy decree. The black tiger's voice contained fierce intent. Once the deadline of the decree passes, I will bloodily cleanse the human territory, spanning 100,000 miles. You will not have that opportunity. The murderous intent in Di Fang's eyes had solidified. 5 ancient and modeled worlds materialized in his palm: scarlet, earthy, deep blue, golden, and emerald. The 5 elements world. Kill. The 5 great worlds descended like a massive grinding mill directly covering the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger roared its black demonic flames, surging, transforming into an endless curtain of fire to meet it. Di Fang's gaze flickered, the 5 elements worlds spinning and intertwining, directly crushing the demonic flame sky and forcefully crashing down onto the Black Tiger. The power of the 5 elements rotated and strangled, instantly shattering the Black Tiger's body into pieces. The Black Tiger's soul trembled wildly, its roar filled with shock. It had never anticipated that its body would be crushed by Di Fang in a single exchange. Devour the heavens and the earth. Di Fang's black hair flowed like a waterfall, his robe billowing, his gaze as deep as an abyss. A massive phantom of a greedy wolf appeared behind him. Impossible. That is the innate divine ability of the Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf. How could you? The Black Tiger panicked. Behind Di Fang, the greedy wolf bit down on the essence of the Black Tiger's soul and swallowed it whole. Roar. The Black Tiger demon let out its last howl, the sound shaking the surrounding mountains and stones. Yet that roar grew weaker and weaker until finally there was nothing left. All the essence of the soul had been devoured by Di Fang. The divine ability of devouring the heavens and the earth was the foundation that allowed the Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf clan to stand tall among the myriad races in the prehistoric era. Its power was already considerable, not to mention it was being unleashed by Di Fang himself. Di Fang snorted coldly from his nostrils. As the space rippled, he vanished. If he didn't leave quickly, would he wait for the other demons to surround him? As he traversed through the void, Di Fang's mind was still in turmoil. The prehistoric demons and humans are indeed in a situation of eternal conflict. A layer of gloom pressed down in his eyes. Compared to the Witch Clan, the demons' attitude towards humans was even more ruthless. To call them mere food was already a light description. The darkest years for the human race are now. The flesh and blood of human cultivators are a great tonic for the demons. Consuming them can enhance their power. As for the souls of the living, they can be refined into the most poisonous artifacts. Even more troublesome is that the demons are still one of the dominators of the universe. Nuwa's stance has always been ambiguous, never clearly stating her position. It would not be surprising if Nuwa took sides between the demons and humans. But to say she would sit idly by and watch the human race be slaughtered by the demons, that is impossible. 90% of the luck of the human race is provided to her. As long as Nuwa's mind is not deranged, she cannot stand by and let the demons wipe out the human race. If the humans were to perish, it would bring her no benefit, only harm. So what kind of scheme lies behind all this? Di Fang felt a chill in his heart as the figures of the few saints floated through his mind. The human race holds 10% of the luck. Nuwa occupies 90%. The remaining 1% is held by Di Fang and his ancestors. This is the current situation. Once I establish the human sect, I will take away 30% from Nuwa. One thing must be made clear. Establishing the human sect can indeed earn merit, but that amount of merit is not enough for him to become a saint. The true reason why the 3 pure ones became saints is the merit from establishing the sect combined with the merit from opening up the heavens. Only by bringing both together could one succeed. If establishing a sect alone could lead to sainthood, why hasn't the ancestor of the River of Forgetfulness who created the Azura clan and established the Azura sect become a saint yet? Of course, the 3 pure ones could become saints apart from merit, and establishing a sect, there was another critical factor. The opportunity for sainthood, the primordial purple energy. When the 3 elements come together, it becomes the fundamental reason for the 3 pure ones achieving sainthood. Di Fang stood by the East Sea. Not by the shores, but in the true East Sea. Before him lay the boundless prehistoric ocean where water and sky merged into one. This is the lair of the Dragon Clan. Indeed, the Dragon Clan had fallen in the ancient era, yet within this endless ocean they remained the supreme overlords. From any angle they were. The Great War during the Dragon and Phoenix era shook the heavens and the earth. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, were all leaders of their races at the pinnacle of the prehistoric world. In that vast and ancient era, they were figures who could call out to Hong Jun as friend. Unfortunately, the 3 clans have experienced both glory and decline. Now they have all fallen into silence. Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin are still alive. But it is hardly different from being dead. Yuan Feng is trapped beneath the immortal volcano in the southern part of the prehistoric world, waiting until the immeasurable tribulation to rise again, essentially serving as a hostage for the Phoenix clan's continued existence. The ancestral dragon's lineage is even worse, directly sealed within the eye of the prehistoric sea, also needing to wait until the immeasurable tribulation for a chance to emerge sustaining the dragon clan. The old fellow Shirchilin has transformed into a celestial auspice eternally nailed to the eternal earth, still echoing the old saying, one cannot enter the world without the immeasurable tribulation. The Chilin clan is also relying on him for survival. These three great beings have most likely already touched the threshold of half-step chaos, one foot inside, while the other foot still hovers in the air. All of this is due to the heavy karma from the past when the three clans slaughtered too ruthlessly. Discussing this relates to Di Fang's plans. The human race wants to stand out in the prehistoric world. Relying solely on themselves is not enough. They need to pull other races along. The Dragon and Phoenix clans are the targets Di Fang has set his sights on, and the reason he came here. However, now is not the time. He should observe the situation first. Let's not forget what the humans use as totems, dragons and phoenixes. This is the root of the human race. If the Dragon and Phoenix clans are willing to support them, the luck of the human race will flourish. Di Fang's trip here was precisely aimed at this. Bong. The sound of the bell erupted and three suns appeared in the sky simultaneously. Di Jun Tai. Di Fang looked up, seeing the two additional suns in the sky, which were none other than the current rulers of the heavenly court, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. What are they doing here? Di Fang frowned slightly. This was the East Sea, the territory of the Dragon clan. Could it be that the Demon clan intended to target the Dragon clan? Impossible. Unless Di Jun and Tai had lost their minds, they wouldn't do something so foolish. The Dragon clan's background was well known to those great beings. Now that the Demon clan has already torn their face with the Witch clan, would they provoke the Dragon clan again? Di Jun and Tai want the Demon clan to die faster. Di Jun. Tai. A furious roar exploded, and a figure radiating celestial light emerged from the heavens, leaning on a dragon head staff. It was Dong Wanggong, the head of all male immortals appointed by Hong Jun himself. Di Jun and Tai stood side by side in the sky like two suns, their golden light blinding, backed by 1,000,000 demon troops. Compared to the Queen Mother of the West, the Duke of the East is nothing but a brainless fool. The Queen Mother of the West is well aware of what the wilderness is. Strength is the only truth. Though Hong Jun granted her the title of the foremost female immortal of the world, she remains grounded. After all, who are the female immortals she includes? The ancestor Wu Xuanming and the Saint Nuwa. Such grand titles are intimidating, yet the Queen Mother understands well. Titles are merely titles. To flaunt them is to court death. The Duke of the East lacks this awareness. After being crowned the foremost male immortal by Hongjuan, he soared to the heavens, running to the islands of the East Sea to assemble his own forces. He gathered over 100,000 scattered cultivators, creating quite a spectacle. But that is all it amounted to. In the eyes of Dijuan and Tai, this crossed the line. Hongjun appointed you as the foremost male immortal, and you really take yourself seriously. What about the face of the Demon clan? What about the face of the Heavenly Court? What about the faces of Dijuan and Tai? Originally, when the Duke of the East was running his own affairs, Dijuan and Tai, out of respect for the Tao ancestor, were too lazy to hold him accountable. But the Duke of the East brought this upon himself. After establishing his purple mansion, he tasted the sweetness of success. With over 100,000 immortals gathering, fortune poured in, and his ambitions swelled. He became unsatisfied. His hands reached toward the Demon clan. Previously, he stirred up trouble in his own little territory, while Dijuan and Tai regarded him as a clown uninterested in engaging. But now he dared to extend his claws toward the Demon clan. This was something Dijuan and Tai could not swallow. If they could swallow it, they would not be Dijuan and Tai. Thus, this matter was bound to happen. Dijuan Tai, I am the Tao ancestors personally appointed foremost male immortal of the world. The Duke of the East stared at the two opposite him, his voice deepening, a weight of seriousness in his gaze. Indeed, the Tao ancestor appointed you. A cold light flickered in Tai's eyes as his hand rested on the chaos bell, but the Tao ancestor never said you couldn't be killed. Ding, the bell tolled. The entire universe trembled, time and space instantly pinned down. Dijuan gasped, retreating violently, creating a distance of billions of miles in an instant. The chaos bell. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. Dijuan and Tai were destined for a short life. This matter held promise. The river map and Luo book in Dijuan's hands would eventually fall into the human race, becoming Fux's treasure. But what about the chaos bell? Once Tai died, this item would completely vanish, just like the god-slaying spear from the past, never to be seen again. You seek death. The Duke of the East roared, his voice filled with both anger and panic. He had not expected Tai to truly dare to strike with lethal force. At the same time, Dijuan had already spread the river map and Luo book sealing off heaven and earth, encompassing everything within the territory of the Purple Mansion. 100,000 demon clan members followed Tai as they charged toward the Duke of the East. The Duke of the East was no slouch either. He had sat in the Purple Sky Palace personally appointed by Hong Jun as the foremost male immortal of the world and naturally possessed some skills. His cultivation had reached Quasi-Saint level. But compared to Tai, he fell short. Regardless of magical power or treasures, he was heavily suppressed. Tai's most famous battle was when he broke one of Laozi's legs. Of course at that time Laozi had yet to become a saint. Kill. The immortal light exploded, pouring out as if it were free. This battle would last at least 1,000 years. To completely extinguish a being at the Quasi-Saint level takes an immense amount of time. Tai was no different. Dijuan did not engage directly, he remained in a commanding position, just preventing the Duke of the East from escaping. Offending a Quasi-Saint is no trivial matter. If they killed him that would be one thing, but if they did not manage to kill him, they would have to guard against his retaliation every day. This time Tai and Dijuan's arrival was clearly premeditated. The Duke of the East changed direction and began wandering in the endless seas of the wilderness. There are 3 immortal islands overseas, all concealed by innate formations that obscure the secrets of heaven. It is said that they were formed from fragments of chaos. The Duke of the East also wanted to try his luck and see if he could find them. This was the second matter that prompted him to run this way. He needed to establish a home for himself in the wilderness. Find a Taoist place. This matter would be essential now and in the future. Time passed little by little. 500 years had gone by. The Duke of the East strolled leisurely across the sea, refining his Tao and physical body. He glanced into the distance. Just now he sensed a slight fluctuation of the formation. Only a trace, but he caught it. Did I really stumble upon something? The Duke of the East felt a bit surprised. He had just been taking a chance, he did not expect to actually hit the mark. He flew straight over. The sea surface was empty, with nothing present. Yet golden patterns emerged in his eyes, and the veins of heaven and earth illuminated before him one by one. Countless golden lines densely appeared. A light flickered in the Duke of the East's eyes, and he was slightly stunned. This formation was different from what he had imagined. Though it was an innate great formation, its coverage was far greater than he had anticipated. Innate 3 talents great formation. He recognized it. Heaven, earth, and humanity, the 3 talents. This formation was laid out according to the structure of the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, connecting the 3 immortal islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. The 3 talents great formation combined into a whole and continuously shifted on the sea surface. Today it was here, tomorrow it might drift elsewhere. No wonder these 3 immortal islands were only discovered later. In this day and age no one knows their exact locations. If it were not for extraordinary luck and mastery of formations, one would be entirely lost. Golden patterns emerged in the Duke of the East's eyes as he stared at the flashing nodes in the void. Those were the key entrances to enter the innate 3 talents great formation. He took a step and his entire being vanished from the boundless sea as if swallowed into another layer of space. The moment his feet touched solid ground, he was already standing on an island. Before him stood a heavenly monument inscribed with 2 large characters, Penglai. It was a divine script of the heavenly way, though he could not understand the characters, the meaning flooded into his mind at a glance. Penglai. Then the remaining 2 must be Fangzhong and Yingzhou. The Duke of the East turned his thoughts and took another step, finding himself at the center of Penglai. At the highest peak there grew an innate spiritual root. Its branches were strong, its leaves swayed, producing a rustling sound. Enlightenment tea tree. The Duke of the East's eyes lit up. This item is rare in the wilderness, especially the spiritual roots that can aid in enlightenment, of which there are very few. He himself would not use it, but it would be perfect for entertaining guests in the future. It would certainly make a good impression. The Duke of the East did not plan to move it into his small world. There was no need. Suddenly a pillar of light shot into the sky. The Duke of the East's figure swayed and appeared directly before that light. A treasure pagoda hovered in midair, its body swirling with shadows of fragmented time. The Duke of the East reached out to grasp it. Spiritual treasures have spirit and choose their master. The moment the soul imprint was placed, all the secrets of the pagoda were revealed. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure, Constant Universe Pagoda. It contains 2 great paths of time and space. It can trap people, suppress them, and even hang a layer of time and space curtain above to protect oneself. The pagoda is divided into 9 layers, each layer possessing a small world with time flow rates differing from the outside. In the first layer, while a year passes outside, 1,000 years pass inside. In the second layer, a year outside equates to 10,000 years inside. The The subsequent layers follow this pattern. The Duke of the East lacks many things, but time is not one of them. The constant universe pagoda perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. This must be my treasure. The Duke of the East stored the pagoda away. With Penlai holding the Enlightenment tea tree and the constant universe pagoda, what could Fangzhong and Ingzhou be hiding? He pondered as he made his way to the second immortal island, Fangzhong. Similar to Penlai, Fangzhong Island was teeming with spiritual medicine spirits. Innate spiritual energy transformed into streams slowly flowing around the foot of the mountain. Those spiritual medicine spirits were all forms of immortal herbs that had transformed over billions of years, favored by nature. Upon seeing the Duke of the East's unfamiliar face, they all poked their heads out in curiosity. The Duke of the East also examined this group of transformed little beings. They were all plump and adorable, pleasing to the eye. Fangzhong Island. The Duke of the East stood in the center of the island. A thought emerged in his mind. This place could be considered a rare, tranquil land in the wilderness. Like Penlai, this island also had an innate spiritual root. It was not of the Enlightenment tea tree type. This tree was called the Xianhuang tree. It absorbed the mysterious yellow energy of heaven and earth, producing Xianhuang fruit, a top-tier, innate spiritual fruit for body refinement, which could strengthen the physical body. Additionally, there was a lake of 3 lights divine water. Other than that, there was nothing else. The Duke of the East did not linger, turning to head towards the last of the 3 immortal islands, Ingzhou Island. Like the previous 2, it was filled with spiritual medicine spirits and large medicinal herbs over millions of years. The island had existed since the creation of the heavens and earth, and no other beings had ever stepped foot on it. Million-year-old herbs on the island could only be considered as those with incomplete intelligence, let alone those that had transformed. The Duke of the East scanned Ingzhou Island, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. This island too had an innate spiritual root, the 9-color soul refining lotus. The lotus seeds could nurture the soul, strengthening it with quite decent effects. Additionally, there was a piece of innate spiritual treasure, the Taihao sword. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure embedded with the laws of the sword. Though it could not compare to an innate supreme treasure, it was already enough to make people envious. Looks like I really have good luck. The Duke of the East murmured softly. It was just right to lack a handy weapon. This Taihao sword would be perfect for use without having to resort to his supreme treasures. Although top-tier innate spiritual treasures are tempting, they do not reach the level of making one's heart itch. However, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If each immortal island has a spiritual treasure, then what about Fangzhong Island? A glimmer of light flashed in the Duke of the East's eyes. Did I overlook something? He turned back to Fangzhong Island. Golden patterns emerged in his eyes as he scanned every inch of the island. After searching for some time, he finally sensed something amiss. Underneath the lake of 3 lights divine water. Without hesitation, the Duke of the East dove into the lake. After searching for some time, he finally sensed something amiss. Underneath the lake of 3 lights divine water. The Chaos Pearl. One of the 4 Chaos Supreme treasures, it contains a chaotic world inside. This pearl possesses unbeatable defense and can obscure heavenly secrets. Even saints cannot calculate its location. No wonder it wasn't discovered. The Duke of the East murmured, if I hadn't sensed the fluctuations in space, I might not have found it either. Suddenly the space shook violently. The Chaos Pearl moved, attempting to drill into the spatial rift. Want to escape? The Duke of the East's gaze sharpened as intricate patterns appeared in his eyes. In an instant, the entire space was sealed by a grand formation. The innate Qiankuan reversal formation. The formation was laid hastily, unable to hold the Chaos Pearl for too long. But as long as it could stall it for a moment, that would be sufficient. The Chaos Pearl paused in midair. Just that pause, it had already missed the chance to escape. The Duke of the East's palm interwove the Tao principles, countless lines of rules wrapped around the chaos. The soul imprint was directly infused, causing the entire pearl to instantly transform into his likeness. He let out a long breath of turbid air. This was truly a great fortune. 3 innate spiritual roots, a chaotic supreme treasure, and 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Di Fang did not linger, his figure flickering as he vanished from Fangzhong Island and returned to Penlai. Penlai, Fangzhong, and Ingzhou. These 3 immortal islands seemed independent yet were interconnected. This place is quite suitable for a Taoist temple. However, he couldn't just leave without making arrangements. Di Fang hovered in the center of the 3 islands, glancing down at the entire layout. He couldn't just walk away like this. That made him uneasy. What if someone sneaked in and took over his nest? As this thought crossed his mind, he moved his fingers, inscribing profound seals into the void. Golden patterns began to emerge, flickering and shimmering as if they were elusive. The 9 revolutions of chaos destruction formation. The innate chaos reversal formation. The 2 terrifying innate formations overlapped, one for offense and the other for confinement. Even if a Deluo Jinxian were to arrive, they would have to pay a heavy price to escape. Once the formations were set, Di Fang returned to Penglai. He was not in a hurry to leave. First, he needed to enter seclusion for a while. The Hengyu Tower flew from his hand, landing steadily on Penglai. Di Fang stepped inside, heading straight for the 9th level. The flow of time here was incredibly absurd. 1 year outside equated to 10 billion years inside. Such a terrifying time difference was enough for him to leave those ancient monsters far behind. Upon entering the 9th level, Di Fang sat cross-legged. The first task, refining spiritual treasures. The most important was of course the Chaos Pearl. Di Fang went into seclusion directly. Big shot fan Lu Fei. Ingzheng, how are things on your side? Ingzheng, quite well. I've already broken through to the 2nd realm of Immortal Martial and passed down the foundational cultivation methods. Iron-blooded God Marquis Zhu Wushi, looks like I need to step up my effort as well. Hokage Sasuke, I really envy you all. I'm still negotiating with the higher-ups at Konoha, and it's giving me a headache. Big shot fan Lu Fei, just take out the Hokage, and you can become Hokage yourself. Nangong Bushi, did the group leader forget that Konoha still has a formidable person? Big shot fan Lu Fei. Hokage Sasuke. Nangong Bushi is right. The group leader is not thinking clearly. Big shot fan Lu Fei, with your current strength, who in Konoha can stop you? Nangong Bushi, did you forget about that guy in the green jumpsuit? If Sasuke dares to make a move, he'll probably end up with a shoe print on his face. Big shot fan Lu Fei. Tisk, I reckon that guy, the killer of the night, is indeed a problem. He's too single-minded, completely brainwashed by the will of fire. Hokage Sasuke, group leader, stop creating chaos. Oh, every suggestion you make is worse than the last. Ingzheng, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. If we follow your plan, we might as well prepare to burn paper for Sasuke in advance. Big shot fan Lu Fei, get lost. I just don't want to think about these troublesome matters. Crimson Eyes, by the way, I want to start a cult. What steps do I need to take? Big shot fan Lu Fei, oh, little Crimson Eyes is speaking up. Want to start a cult? First, unify the world before talking about it. Iron-blooded God Marquis Zhu Wushi, don't listen to the group leader's nonsense. First, accumulate your resources honestly, and then proceed step by step. Following her advice will surely lead to disaster. Xiongba, I can see through it. The group leader is just a decoration. Her words are nothing but jokes. Yubuchuan, that's right, it's indeed the case. Yubuchuan, it seems I need to speed up my pace as well. Big shot fan Lu Fei, sect leader, Yue, what do you plan? Yubuchuan, of course, follow that old man. Helping the emperor establish the cult, and then becoming the emperor myself. That's boring. Xiongba, humph, what a spineless thing. Yubuchuan, everyone has their own aspirations. But right now the matter with the Lin family's escort agency is escalating. I'm pondering whether to get involved. Big shot fan Lu Fei, I have an idea. Ingzheng. Iron-blooded God Marquis Zhu Wushi. Big shot fan Lu Fei, what happened? I really have a plan. The Lin family's escort agency is ultimately for that evil-slaying sword manual, right? Sect leader Yue, you know where the manual is now, or just go take it, copy a few hundred copies, and spread them across the rivers and lakes. Let's see who learns and who doesn't. Yubuchuan hiss. This idea from the group leader is quite vicious. Clever Lu Fei, am I not clever? Ingzheng, this idea is probably not something the group leader could have come up with. Iron-blooded God Marquis Zhu Wushi, exactly, the group leader doesn't have that kind of brain. Nangong Bushi, what's the point of copying a few hundred copies? Yubuchuan, can't you see the implications? Yubuchuan, Nangong Bushi, let me tell you, the evil-slaying sword manual in my world is considered the top cultivation method. If we spread it around as the group leader suggests, the rivers and lakes will go crazy. Who among the wanderers doesn't have a few enemies? If you don't cultivate, what if your enemies do? This is a dead-end strategy, forcing people to jump into the abyss. Nangong Bushi, the group leader actually has this kind of brain. In the primordial world. A year passed quietly. On Penglai Island, a treasure tower glowed with dazzling, mysterious light, its immortal radiance spilling outward. A figure emerged from the tower, adorned with indestructible divine patterns. The laws of heaven and earth intertwined and wrapped around him. Di Fang exhaled deeply. Eternal realm. A year had passed in the primordial realm, but the time he spent in the Hengyu Tower was beyond counting, in billions of years. This so-called eternal realm was almost comparable to the Tai golden immortal of the primordial world. To reach Deluo, he was merely separated by a thin layer of paper. However, during these billions of years, Di Fang did not solely focus on leveling up. Had he fully unleashed his potential to break through, he would have already crossed the threshold of Deluo. Instead, he dedicated most of his time to solidifying his foundation. A stable foundation was necessary for climbing higher. Now Di Fang stood at the pinnacle of eternity. Only one final step remained before reaching the realm of the demon god. The few spiritual treasures in his possession, Chaos Pearl, 12-petal pure world, White Lotus Chaos Destruction, War Spear, Hanyu Tower Taihao Sword, were all refined with not a single restriction left, all firmly in his grasp. Especially the Chaos Pearl. Di Fang directly merged it into his small world. The Chaos Pearl originally nurtured a chaotic world, and after merging with his small world, the chaotic energy could continuously transform into innate energy flowing into the small world. This meant that as long as the Chaos Pearl remained intact, his small world could continue to grow, accumulating spiritual energy without end. The chaotic world within the Chaos Pearl was nearly inexhaustible. Want to exhaust it? Essentially impossible. Some might ask, why not directly establish a small world within the Chaos Pearl? Di Fang felt it unnecessary. Did they really think that creating a world within the Chaos Pearl would lead to enlightenment? That would devalue saints too much. The Chaos Pearl is indeed a supreme treasure, but it isn't that powerful. It won't directly facilitate becoming a saint just by creating a world inside. If it could really be that simple, why bother to struggle within the Chaos Pearl? Those capable beings in the primordial realm would directly venture into the chaos beyond heaven to create worlds and achieve enlightenment. Wouldn't that be more efficient? There no one would interfere with you. Not being under the watchful eyes of the heavenly Tao, you would encounter no troubles. Thus, relying on creating a world to prove one's path is purely a dream. Eternal realm. Just one step away. Di Fang murmured softly. Deluo is the true starting point of the primordial realm. Below Deluo and above Deluo are fundamentally two different worlds. Just like the difference between a saint and a quasi-saint, a single character difference, yet the disparity is immeasurable. Moreover, once Di Fang steps into Deluo, his strength will become absurdly powerful. In the realm of immortal martial, Deluo is referred to as the demon god realm. At that level, one can condense the demon god's law aspect, reversing the innate with the acquired, and cultivate the body of a demon god. Indestructible and immortal, existing eternally. Di Fang raised his head, gazing towards the outer heavens. That place, so Nuwa had already completed her own Taoist world and was currently giving teachings. Unfortunately, he could not go there. Otherwise, having a saint personally impart teachings might lead to greater insights. The chaos beyond heaven is no trivial matter. That chaotic energy can corrode everything. Anyone not at the Deluo level attempting to wander in chaos is essentially courting death. Even a Deluo, if not careful, could easily lose themselves in that boundless void or fall directly into it. Di Fang remained in the Hanyu Tower for a full billion years. Only a year had passed in the primordial world, but he knew that these billion years were not wasted. The laws of the 3,000 great Tao had been comprehended to an extent that even he found it exaggerated. His emergence from seclusion at this moment was, to put it simply, to break through to Deluo. In the primordial world, Deluo and those below Deluo are two different species. Yet breaking through in the Hanyu Tower offered him no advantages. Di Fang lifted his foot, his figure swaying to the infinite seas of the primordial realm. He left a mark on the 3 immortal islands, and then directly returned to the primordial continent. He needed to find a suitable place to prepare for his breakthrough. Not doing it on the 3 immortal islands was straightforward. The commotion caused by breaking through to Deluo would be immense. While it wouldn't overturn the entire primordial realm, it would definitely affect millions of miles around. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Breaking through on the continent would be the most worry-free. Di Fang scanned the surroundings and chose a beautiful spiritual mountain. This will do. He landed, and with a casual wave, a palace rose directly from the ground. Di Fang entered the hall, raising his hand as layers of formations instantly unfolded around him. He sat cross-legged in the center of the great hall. A ray of primal light emanated from his body, followed by countless laws weaving together, forming chains that wrapped around him. Primal eternal origin. 3 divine lights erupted simultaneously. The laws rumbled, transforming the entire great hall into an ocean of principles. Di Fang's eyes sparkled with piercing divine radiance, the brilliance so dazzling it was blinding. River of time emerge. He shouted, his black hair flowing like a waterfall behind him. A great river appeared out of thin air, with no visible starting point and no end in sight. Countless phantoms struggled and rolled within the river. To become Deluo, the first step was to leap out of this river. Di Fang took a step forward, standing in the very center of the river of time. The golden patterns in his pupils lit up. Countless laws wove into chains, exploding from behind him and plunging into the river. The river of time began to churn violently. The waters roared and shook fiercely. A brilliant destiny was forcefully dragged out from the river by those chains of laws. Destiny. All beings in heaven and earth possess a destiny, and Di Fang was no exception. Most people's destinies are locked within the river of time. Only by leaping out can one be considered truly immortal. Di Fang stared at his own destiny, the corners of his mouth twitching. This was the first step. Jumping out of the river of time from now on, he would be eternally free. The destiny completely merged with Di Fang. The various restraints previously locked onto him shattered in an instant. Next comes the condensation of the Tao fruit. The 3 flowers gather at the top, and the 5 energies converge to produce the Great Luo Tao fruit. According to convention, the Great Luo Tao fruit is formed based on the laws one has mastered. However, Di Fang is different. He has touched upon all 3,000 great paths, not just following a single route. Therefore, he has long since paved the way. He withdrew from the river of time and returned to the present world. With a single step, he arrived at the outer heavens. There were no flashy powers involved, it was purely playing the spatial laws to their utmost. Before him lay chaos and endless void. Di Fang left a mark in the primordial world and stepped into the chaos. The chaotic energy surged towards him like a frenzy. He activated the 10,000 Tao Indestructible scripture, and a layer of golden light floated around him, gleaming like gold, immortal and indestructible. He sat cross-legged at the boundary between chaos and the primordial world. He did not dare to delve deeper, fearing that he would lose his direction. The chaotic energy flooded into his body like water, as if countless knives were scraping against his bones. This thing is not easy to swallow. However, his physical body could withstand it. Though it was uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. It just took time to adapt slowly. While swallowing the chaotic energy, he condensed his Tao fruit. Lotus flowers burst open, blossoming like the great Tao celebration, lotus blooming with 12 grades. The 3 flowers mentioned in the gathering of the 3 flowers and the convergence of the 5 energies came about this way. The usual Great Luo's Great Tao Celebration lotus is divided into 3 grades, 6 grades, 9 grades, and 12 grades from low to high. The 12th grade is the pinnacle. The 3 flowers condensed, and the 5 energies gathered. Countless laws manifested on the surface of his body, beginning to converge. A vast amount of chaotic energy was swallowed by him. His body was also changing. The immortal divine light entwined around him, and the great Tao divine patterns crawled onto his body. His bones and flesh were constantly rearranging. Whether in immortal martial arts or martial arts, the body is ultimately the foundation. Without the body, there is nothing. This is how Di Fang did it. With the help of the chaotic energy, a surge of power erupted from the ancestral witch's blood within him, continuously pushing him upwards. Countless laws enveloped him tightly. He sank into the comprehension of the Tao, wholeheartedly focusing on condensing his Tao fruit. In the chaos at the juncture where the outer heavens meet the primordial world, Di Fang sat cross-legged there, radiating a dazzling light. Above his head, 3 lotuses bloomed, each harboring a being. The first was Di Fang's past. He emanated the light of primordial chaos. The second was Di Fang's present, shining with the light of origin. The final one was Di Fang's future. It glimmered with eternal light. Except for the future, which was unclear, the other 2 were distinctly visible. The future was chaotic, and even Di Fang himself could not ascertain what he would become. Not being able to see clearly was expected. 3,000 great paths, gather. Di Fang shouted, and boundless divine light erupted as the 3,000 paths intertwined chaotically. The power Tao served as the main trunk, with the other paths encircling it continuously, adding bricks and tiles. A shadow of a tree emerged. This was the Great Luo Tao fruit of Di Fang, crystallized into the tree of laws. It took root and sprouted completely different from the Great Luo Tao fruit cultivated by others. For other cultivators, the Tao fruit is merely an understanding and mastery of the laws condensed into a sphere. But for Di Fang, it was directly a tree of laws, its branches adorned with the light of 3,000 laws swaying and shimmering. No, that's not right. Di Fang's gaze sharpened. The tree of 3,000 great paths was indeed impressive, but he felt something was off. This was not what he wanted. With a thought, the tree dispersed. Countless laws exploded, swirling around him like fireworks, intertwining and colliding, creating sparks. Why must the power Tao be the main one? Isn't that following in the footsteps of Pangu? Di Fang's mind was clear, seeing through everything. The 12th grade pure world white lotus hovered above him, slowly rotating with pure light, revealing layers of profound mysteries among its petals. The foundation lies within myself, and all the myriad laws are imprinted upon me. This is my Tao, my path. Tao fruit. Not needed. I am the Tao, oh, I am the only end. A bright light flickered in Di Fang's eyes as if he had an epiphany. 3,000 great paths, all come to me. Gather. A long howl erupted. 3,000 great paths twisted into a single rope descending from the heavens and directly pouring into Di Fang's body. He did not use the power Dao as the leader, nor did he need to struggle to mold any Dao fruit. He forcefully carved out a new path, using himself as the foundation, using himself as the Dao fruit. The endless great paths and overwhelming power all rested upon him alone. This was his Daoist path. In the chaos, the phantoms of 3,000 chaotic demons emerged. Each appeared peculiar, representing the controllers of great paths from various past times. However, soon after these shadows shattered, reshaping into 3,000 terrifying entities. Some exuded infinite time, some distorted and folded the space around them, and some radiated an aura of destruction. Each of the 3,000 resembled Di Fang. Simply put, it was Di Fang himself, manifestations of his own Dao techniques. The chaotic storm roared as it swept over, flooding into Di Fang's body. A terrifying Dao pattern glowed at his brow, intertwining Dao and Law, its brilliance reaching its peak. His long black hair shimmered, and pulling out a single strand could pierce through an entire world. His physical body was indestructible. Even the chaos could not withstand it, beginning to crack and constantly reorganize. All anomalies converged, and everything returned to calm. Di Fang's eyes were profound. Great Luo. He had now stepped into the Great Luo realm, having a place to stand in the primordial world. However, to touch the edge of the true saint, he still had to pile up time. Even with the Hengyu Tower in hand, attempting to rush through the Great Luo in one go was not a wise move. He looked up towards the direction of the Huahuang Palace, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not go over. With a single step, he had returned to the primordial world. With another step, Di Fang returned to the 3 immortal islands. He glanced at the islands of Penglai-Yingzhou and Fangzhong, his eyes reflecting the flow of laws. He raised his hand, using supreme power to directly compress the 3 immortal islands into one, merging them into a single land, leaving only traces of the 3 regions. From now on, this shall be called Chaos Island. Di Fang pondered for a moment. From now on, this would be his Dao field. Chaos encompasses everything, and since these 3 immortal islands were originally fragments of chaos, the name fits perfectly. With a wave of his hand, a palace rose from the ground, constructed entirely of white jade entwined with the rhythms of the Dao, with 3 characters hanging above the main gate, Chaos Palace. After completing these tasks, Di Fang remodeled the entire island. 3 innate spiritual roots were each planted in 3 medicinal fields, while the rest remained untouched, maintaining their original state. Then he entered his small world. This breakthrough had also significantly prospered his small world. Countless spiritual herbs and roots had sprouted, and in terms of foundation, it was no less than the 3 immortal islands. Especially after the Chaos Pearl intertwined with the small world, the density of spiritual energy here was completely comparable to the primordial continent. I have seen the Divine Lord. Yan Shenji, Xue Nu Jing Ni, and Tian Yen saw Di Fang appear and immediately bowed in greeting. Although a considerable amount of time had passed outside, it had only been less than half a month in the small world. During this time, the 4 had been busy organizing the medicinal fields for Di Fang. Not bad. Di Fang smiled at them, raising his hand to send a wisp of immortal spiritual power into their bodies. In the next moment, the cultivation of the 4 rose swiftly. Di Fang did not expect them to become immortals on their own, but as a great Luo golden immortal, raising them to the level of immortals and granting them eternal life was a simple task. As for combat power, one should not expect too much, at least not at this moment. After all, their cultivation was forcibly raised, and they still had significant shortcomings in understanding and mastering the laws. However, they were more than sufficient to deal with those who had not yet become immortals. Thank you, Divine Lord. The 4 were momentarily stunned, then their smiles blossomed. Di Fang nodded and turned to enter the palace. The 4 women exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. In the end, Jing and I pulled Tian Yen to tend to the medicinal fields, while Xue Nu returned to her hall to ponder the laws. It was Yan Shenji, however, who rolled her eyes, bit her lip, and directly followed Di Fang into the palace. Di Fang was enjoying a rare moment of leisure in the hot spring. Before long, a figure wrapped in black gauze entered, gracefully approaching him. Divine Lord, let me Yan Shenji's soft voice whispered in his ear. Di Fang glanced at her, smiled, and nodded. Yan Shenji moved behind him, her fingers lightly landing on his shoulder, beginning to knead. When Yan Shenji emerged from the hall, her legs felt somewhat unsteady, and she walked while laughing and rubbing her belly. Indeed, she was stuffed. Time to go back to cultivate. Xue Nu opened her eyes in her hall, staring at Yan Shenji's retreating figure with a greenish face. Loose woman. After speaking, she closed her eyes, but whether she could calm down to cultivate was uncertain. On Jing and I's side, both mother and daughter sensed the changes in Yanshenji. Jing and I spoke up. Do you remember what your majesty instructed? Daughter, this is for your own good. At my age it does not matter, but the Divine Lord will only have more women in the future. The Emperor is already planning a second sacrificial offering, and more people will be sent over then from both the Yinyang family and the Dao family. We must seize this opportunity. Tianyan nodded. After all, she was a top-tier assassin of the Luo network, but when it came to matters like this, she was still a woman and felt embarrassed. On Di Fang's side, he smiled and opened the chat group. Big shot fan Lu Fei Nangong Bushi, how's it going on your side? Nangong Bushi, it's settled. I don't understand capital operations, but as long as someone does, that's enough. Nangong Bushi had received a book on capitalist operations from Lu Fei. She couldn't understand it, but as long as someone under her could understand, that was sufficient. She was clear in her heart. After all, she was from a high martial world, and as long as her fists were strong enough, the empire wouldn't be able to turn over. As for why not use public participation? If it were to be done that way, she'd be the first one hanging from a street lamp. The empire's hierarchy is rigid and deeply rooted. To stabilize the situation, capitalism is the easiest path. Fearless Lin Xiao, it's still you, Nangong Bushi. Nangong Bushi, isn't that only natural? Iron-blooded Marquis, Zhu Wusher, big shot fan Lu Fei, group leader, I need high-yield grains. Do you have any on your side? Big shot fan Lu Fei, yes, I've got plenty of this stuff here. Hold on, I'll have someone get a batch of high-yield non-selective seeds and send them to you later. Ingjing, big shot fan Lu Fei, I also want some. Big shot fan Lu Fei, okay, no problem. Zhang Sanfeng, I also want a share, group leader. You Buchu, and so do I. Xiongba, if it's convenient, please get me a share too, group leader. Big shot fan Lu Fei. Fine, I'll post the seeds, you guys can buy them yourselves. Nangong Bushi, grains. Are you all running out of food over there? Di Fang walked out of the palace. Turning away from the small world, he returned to Chaos Island. He was almost there, but still needed to gather some more items. Di Fang muttered softly, and as his voice fell, a golden pattern suddenly appeared in the sky above Chaos Island. He immediately set to reinforcing the formations on the entire island. After finishing, Di Fang turned to leave. It had been several thousand years since he had departed from the human tribe. In the moment his figure vanished from Chaos Island, he had already arrived at the Honghuang continent. He stepped across the void, flying towards the East Sea. It wasn't long before he stepped into the territory of the human race. After several thousand years, the human population had already exceeded 1 billion. Di Fang did not wander around the tribe and directly turned into the Nuwa temple. The temple was built by the human race for the goddess Nuwa, and nearly every tribe had one maintaining this custom even now. Inside the temple stood the three ancestors of the human race, Sui, Ren Yu Chao, and Ziyi. The three of them stood in front of the statue of Nuwa, not moving an inch. Fang, you have returned. Sui Ren looked up at him. Di Fang nodded. Yes, I have returned. In these times, humans typically had names with only one character with no mention of surnames, simply calling each other by that single character. It was normal for Sui Ren to call him Fang. It's good that you're back, Sui Ren smiled. Among the 3,000 great beings of the human race, there were so many in the past, and now only 4 of them remained. The others had either died of old age or had fallen victim to treachery. The great beings of the human race could not withstand time, living only for 1,000 years after all, as they had not practiced cultivation. Di Fang lit 3 incense sticks in front of the statue of Nuwa, respectfully inserting them, and then spoke. I reside on the back mountain of the temple. Call for me if there is anything. The 3 ancestors nodded. Di Fang's figure then vanished from the temple. Ziyi sighed. Fang has probably already gone ahead of us. Sui Ren smiled even more clearly. This is a good thing. If a member of the human race could surpass them, it was certainly good. What they feared most was the absence of anyone at all. Life for the human race had become too hard, and they had begun to clash with other races in the Honghuang. Every day, there were tribe members taken away by ferocious beasts or killed by the aftermath of battles between passing immortals. Such occurrences were far too common. Although the 3 ancestors had ascended to the golden immortal realm using the merits of the heavenly Tao, when it came to cultivation methods, the human race still had no grasp of the path. In the depths of the outer chaos within the palace of Nuwa had just finished expounding the Tao. The Sanxin and the 2 saints of the West looked at Nuwa with changed expressions. Initially, they thought that the first to become a saint would be either this one or that one. Who would have thought that the one who emerged in the end was Nuwa? The Tao she expounded only deepened their understanding of the great Tao, serving no other purpose. No one truly knew how to tread the path to sainthood. After Nuwa finished speaking, everyone dispersed. As the Sanxin just left, a complex look flashed across Nuwa's eyes, and she soon closed them. The grand trend of the heavenly Tao could not be altered, but the small trends could still be influenced. Even though she was a saint, she could not bend this rule. In the Honghuang at Kongtong Mountain, a streak of golden light shot into the sky, and the fate condensed into a true dragon roaring upward. In the human tribe behind the Nuwa temple, Di Fang opened his eyes, and endless laws swirled beneath his gaze. The Kongtong seal appears at this time. He raised an eyebrow, calculating with his fingers. According to the original timeline, the Kongtong seal should not have emerged so soon. It was highly likely that his existence had caused the human race's fortune to surge, bringing this treasure out ahead of time. The three of the Sanqing who had just returned from the outer chaos, and the two saints of the West also sensed the commotion of the Kongtong seal at the same moment. In their eyes, it was merely a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, on the heavenly side, Di Jun and Tai Yi also noticed the golden light and rushed out from the heavenly court. They headed straight for Kongtong Mountain. We might as well go there, Di Fang sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the ancestor of humans. If the treasure of human fate fell into someone else's hands, he would feel uncomfortable. On the side of the Wu tribe, upon seeing Di Jun and Tai Yi exit the heavenly court, the 12 ancestral witches followed without a word. After all, the two factions were already at odds. They could not use the innate spiritual treasure even if they got it, but driven by the mindset of, if I can't have it, neither can you, the 12 ancestral witches pursued relentlessly. At that moment, all the great powers of the Honghuang focused their gaze on Kongtong Mountain. There was no way around it. The emergence of the Kongtong seal caused a massive stir. The entire mountain was suffused with golden light, and the golden dragon of fate roared towards the sky. Di Fang also took action, and soon arrived at Kongtong Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he saw the two saints of the West and the Sanqing. The Sanqing and the two saints of the West exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. It was nothing else, they could tell at a glance. Di Fang was of the human race. Yet the human race had only been born for a few thousand years, not even reaching 10,000, and they already had a Deluo. This was the source of their astonishment. Di Fang also stared at the Sanqing and the two saints of the West, his expression slightly heavy. Each of the Sanqing and the two saints of the West were top figures among the Quasi saints. Laozi was the most formidable character among the Quasi saints. Not to mention, just the treasures they possessed were enough to intimidate. He had the innate supreme treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, and another postnatal merit treasure, the Xinyuan merit Linglong Tower. That was a treasure of merit condensed from the merits of creation. Although it was postnatal in terms of power, it was not inferior to innate supreme treasures. When the tower hovered above his head, he stood on an invincible ground impervious to all methods. In addition to the wind and fire fan and the flat staff transformed from the 12-petal Qinglian, there was also the purple gold gourd. Just like the one from the journey to the West, if I call you, would you dare to respond? As the leader of the Sanqing, Laozi could suppress the arrogant Yuan Shi not only because he was born the earliest, but also because his strength was formidable, surpassing both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. However, this strength was also relative. The two saints of the West, although not particularly famous, were truly not weak. Otherwise, they would not have become saints through loans, making 50 great vows, and only then did the heavenly Tao bestow the merits, barely allowing them to ascend to the saint's position. After becoming saints, they were at the bottom. But since they had already become saints, how weak could they become? Besides, these two were conjoined twins. Provoking one meant provoking both, which no one wanted to encounter. Returning to the present, Di Fang did not move, nor did he intend to put on a friendly face. He knew very well that in the eyes of the two saints of the West and the Sanqing, he was no different from an ant. Among the Sanqing, only Tong Tian had a slightly better disposition, but even that was limited. Ding, a bell tolled. Tai Yi and Di Jun had arrived. These two were not intimidated by the two saints of the West and the Sanqing. It was not that they were particularly strong, but because the Sanqing and the two saints of the West had not yet become saints. Not to mention that Nuwa had already become a saint, serving as the backing for the demon race. She was the empress of the demon race, and the place of her teachings was called the Nuwa Palace. This was unmistakably clear. She stood behind the demon race. A mighty dragon's roar echoed. The entire Kongtong Mountain trembled. A golden great seal surged out from the mountain. 9 golden true dragons coiled atop the great seal, accompanied by the emergence of the treasure of fate born from the human race, the Kongtong seal. This thing has a deep connection with us in the West. My 3 brothers wouldn't snatch it from my younger brother, would they? Zhuan Ti smiled cheerfully at the Sanqing. Laozi remained silent. Yuan Shi coldly retorted, "Those with virtue shall possess the treasure. Let us have a battle first, then we shall see." Zhuan Ti showed no embarrassment on his face and turned to look at Di Jun and Tai Yi. In terms of strength, the Sanqing and the two saints of the West were not much different. But in terms of treasures, the two from the west were far behind. Di Jun and Tai Yi also fixed their gaze on the Sanqing. The greatest threat at present was them. Whether it was the two saints of the west or Di Jun and Tai Yi, they were all wary of the Sanqing. This was a fact. Di Fang furrowed his brows and concealed himself in the space. For him, this kind of chaotic battle at the peak of the quasi-saint level was not a good thing. At least for now, he did not have the qualifications to interfere. If it were only ordinary quasi-saints, he would dare to give it a try. But the people fighting now were the strongest group of quasi-saints in the Hongwang, each with a piece of supreme treasure. It was better to stay away and not court death. Ding! The bell rang out. Tai Yi took the initiative to strike, slapping a palm towards Laozi. A Xianyuan treasure tower floated above Laozi's head, and the light of merit descended, wrapping around him completely. The Tai Chi diagram beneath his feet transformed into a golden bridge firmly anchoring the surrounding primordial energy. Yuan Shi snorted coldly, flipping out the Panga banner. Zhu Ti and Jiayin moved to block in front of him. "Senior brother, your opponent is us," Zhu Ti declared, holding the seven treasures mysterious tree, while Jiayin wielded the pestle of dispelling demons. Behind them, the azure lotus treasure flag emitted azure light, shining brilliantly as one of the 5 directions divine flags. Underfoot, the 12-petal merit golden lotus appeared, and layers of merit golden light spread out, practically arming every single hair on him. There was no other choice. The Panga banner could stand up to the 4 swords of extermination, and its single-point explosive power was even stronger. The two from the west had one focusing on offense and the other on defense, directly pinning Yuan Shi down. Now looking at Tong Tian's side, Tong Tian was fixated on Di Jun. The river chart and Luo Shu hung above Di Jun's head. He understood that the several swords in Tong Tian's hands were not to be trifled with. He could not win in a direct confrontation. However, to hold Tong Tian off was not a big problem. If anyone in the Hongwang understood formations best, Di Jun would certainly be among them. The great array of the stars was devised by him and Fu Shi together. Fu Zai's skills in formations were also terrifyingly profound. As for Di Fang, he was merely a bystander and could not be compared. Tong Tian also understood formations, but when compared to the current Di Jun, he fell a bit short. At least in terms of formations. Tong Tian was truly skilled in the sword path. Whether it was the 4 swords of extermination or the Qingping sword used for attaining sainthood, they both indicated that his strongest path was the sword, not formations. Of course, this was not to say that Tong Tian's formations were weak. His formations were actually very strong. But there is an old saying, one fears comparison in everything. When compared with Di Jun, Tong Tian's formations looked inferior. At this moment, Di Fang felt a throb in his brow. The space was shifting. Tai Yi, who was entangled with Laozi, suddenly changed his expression. A fist tore through the space directly with the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind entwined upon it, as if splitting open a new world, and it struck straight at Tai Yi. Tai Yi barely had time to block with the chaos bell in front of him. Bang! The sound of the bell exploded, and a stream of golden blood seeped from the corner of Tai Yi's mouth. Di Jiang emerged from the torn space. Now the fastest in the Hongwang was no longer Kunpeng, but the Ancestral, which Di Jiang. Di Jiang, you are courting death. Tai Yi roared, the true fire of the sun exploding. When enemies meet, their eyes are red. The Wu tribe and the demon race were inherently at odds. After being ambushed by Di Jiang, Tai Yi's anger shot up to the heavens. How did you get here? A figure flashed to Di Fang's side. It was the Ancestral witch Ho Tu. Di Fang glanced at Ho Tu, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then turned his gaze to the Ancestral witches approaching from other directions. Ho Tu, what is this about? Di Fang's tone carried a hint of incomprehensibility. Ho Tu glanced at Di Fang, stating bluntly, "We have been watching those 2 fellows sneak out from the heavenly court, specifically to cause trouble." Di Fang's voice was heavy. "I came here because of that treasure. It is the treasure of human fate, and must not fall into the wrong hands." Ho Tu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you also want to take it?" Ho Tu lowered her voice. "Once the item is in hand, you will run away. I will call for my elder brother to act, and see if we can send the treasure into the spatial rift. Whether it can be taken away depends on your own abilities." Di Fang did not refuse, saying, "Thank you." He understood very well that relying on himself to seize the Kongtong seal was a mere fantasy. However, if the Ancestral witches were willing to lend a hand, the opportunity would be greatly increased. "Di Jun, your grandfather Zhu Rong has arrived." Zhu Rong's shout was deafening, his entire being engulfed in the southern brightly fire as he charged directly at Di Jun. Di Jun's expression immediately fell. Then he sensed that something was off. The flow of time around him had taken a turn. Zhu Jiuyin. These bastards were not merely here to pick a fight, they wanted to keep him and Tai Yi trapped here. All of you hidden ones get out here. Di Jun bellowed. The void tore apart, revealing a man with a sinister expression stepping forth. He shot a venomous glare at Yuan Shi. Just because of Yuan Shi's remark, "Those born of eggs with feathers are unqualified to sit with us," he had been squeezed out of his position in the Purple Cloud Palace by Zhuan Ti. Kuan Peng's gaze was filled with hatred as he shot two vicious glances at Zhuan Ti and Jiayin. Not just him, all 10 great demon saints of the demon race had arrived with millions of demon beings thronging the void. Fuxi had also come. The 12 ancestral witches wanted to kill Di Jun and Tai Yi, but how could Di Jun and Tai Yi not want the lives of the 12 ancestral witches? Ding! A burst of golden light erupted from Tai Yi's eyes as a great sun descended from the heavens. Di Jiang's martial will solidified into a tangible form, and his indestructible body radiated brilliance. He threw a punch as if to shatter the heavens and earth, causing the primordial space to collapse. Laozi's eyes flashed with brilliance as he realized Di Jiang was extraordinary. This was merely the aftershock. Dao and law not bad. Laozi pondered, the witch clan has finally found its own path. The Tai Chi diagram transformed into a golden bridge, instantly stabilizing the primordial space and time. Tai Yi's heart burned with rage as he unleashed true fire. The chaos bell was urged by him time, and again its chime resonating across countless worlds, causing the entire realm to nearly shatter. Laozi activated the Tai Chi diagram, forcefully suppressing the destructive chime waves. Tai Yi turned his head, glaring fiercely at Laozi. Laozi remained indifferent, not paying the slightest attention to Tai Yi's murderous gaze. Di Jiang flashed forward, directly standing in front of Tai Yi. He grinned, his smile filled with bloodlust. As his fist swung, it appeared ordinary, but when it struck down, Tai Yi's entire being exploded. Golden blood rained down from the sky, each drop bright as the sun, blindingly radiant. Tai Yi's soul howled in the void, the sound as if it could tear the heavens apart. The chaos bell rang. The sound waves surged like the death knell of the apocalypse, shaking the 9 heavens. Tai Yi's soul, wrapped in overwhelming killing intent, shattered the sky. He had never imagined that one day he would be blown apart by a single punch. The flesh of the demon race was not as tough as that of the witch race, but it was not something that just anyone could shatter. Yet now Di Jiang's punch had brutally crushed him. The heavens and earth collapsed. The killing intent surged, and the chaos bell charged directly at Di Jiang. Laozi squinted, the Tai Chi diagram spinning in his hands. The dual energies of yin and yang intertwined, transforming into 2 true dragons that coiled around each other as they lunged at Tai Yi. Tai Qing, are you seeking death? Tai Yi roared. His flesh began to coalesce again, the true fire of the sun exploding into countless eternal suns hanging in the sky. The chaos bell unleashed its maximum power, smashing Di Jiang into the chaotic turbulence, then turned to charge at Laozi. The space collapsed. Worlds rose and fell one after another, time opened in an instant, then shattered into dust, transforming into the purest destructive force. Laozi was protected by the mysterious yellow merit that descended from above, wrapping him like a celestial canopy. Time intertwined and spread. That force was dazzling to the extreme, blinding to the eyes. Di Fang had to retreat from the space, backing away for more than 1 billion miles. This battle was too terrifying. This was the primordial age, and the space was incredibly tough. Only beings above the golden immortal level could shake it. But in the hands of these great powerhouses, the primordial space was as fragile as paper easily pierced. Kill! Di Jiang charged out from the chaotic turbulence. The turbulence was ferocious, yet it did not harm a single hair on him. Who dares? That furious roar was Yuan Shi's voice. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin were dragging Yuan Shi. Jiayin blocked his path, while Zhuan Ti tried to sneak an opportunity to grab the Kongtong seal. However, Yuan Shi noticed this, which triggered the furious shout. Di Fang narrowed his eyes. The Hengyu Tower appeared above his head, and the Taihao sword was gripped in his hand. The 2 innate spiritual treasures shone simultaneously, and the surrounding laws intertwined and exploded. Just as Di Fang was about to take action, the figure of Zhu Jiuyin appeared behind Tai Yi. Time became chaotic, sometimes flowing back to the primordial beginning, and sometimes rushing toward the endless future. Tai Yi's body was decaying and changing as if it were to be ground to dust by time. Kill! Tai Yi howled. The golden sun's true fire spread forcefully, driving out the power of time. Settle! Tai Qing, Laozi shouted. The Tai Chi diagram erupted with boundless power, directly stabilizing the 4 poles of heaven and earth, locking even the primordial universe in place. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's movements suddenly froze. Tai Yi leaned against the chaos bell for protection, so he was not affected. You seek death. The furious roars of Laozi Zhuan-Ti and Di Jiang exploded almost simultaneously. No one noticed when another person appeared beside the Kongtong seal. The Ancestral, which Gong Gong. Gong Gong grinned, showing his teeth. Seeking death. When have the Ancestral witches ever cared about that? The next second he clenched his fist and smashed the space directly, throwing the Kongtong seal into it. Laozi's eyes were about to ignite. In that moment, he clearly felt that something had been lost. Gong Gong laughed even more joyfully. The Ancestral witches were just here to stir up trouble. As for the innate spiritual treasure, they had no use for it. Their fists were more effective. Di Fang had long since slipped into the spatial rift and grasped the Kongtong seal. Sensing the human aura on Di Fang, the Kongtong seal did not resist. Di Fang directly stuffed it into the Chaos Pearl, concealing the heavenly secrets, and turned to flee. The remaining Ancestral witches, seeing their goal achieved, also retreated. Tai Yi glared at Tai Ching, his eyes ablaze with fire. Zhuan-Ti's eyes darted, and the seven treasures mysterious tree suddenly swiped. Laozi's protective Huang Huang Tower was directly brushed away. Without the Huang Huang Tower's protection, Tai Yi seized the opportunity and urged the Chaos Bell to smash fiercely into Laozi. Laozi could not dodge in time. With a crack, Laozi's face turned pale, then green. His left leg was directly smashed by the Chaos Bell. The expressions of the three clear ones instantly darkened to the extreme. The three of them were now like grasshoppers on the same string, sharing both glory and disgrace. Tai Ching Laozi was the leader of the three clear ones, and now suffering this fate brought no glory to them. Di Jiang's expression changed. This was a huge problem. Quickly retreat. Di Jiang shouted to Tai Yi. Tai Yi also snapped to his senses, glancing at Tai Ching, and directly used the Golden Crow transformation technique to escape. Zhuan-Ti forced a grim smile. Jie-in already wore a face like a bitter melon, and now it was even more bitter. Zhuan-Ti had only wanted to save some face for Laozi, but who knew Tai Yi, this reckless fellow, would actually dare to strike, breaking Tai Ching's leg. How could he dare? With things having escalated to this point, Zhuan-Ti found it difficult to extricate himself. They did not possess the escape techniques of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Tai Ching looked at Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in with a grim expression. Leave. Tai Ching uttered a single word, his eyes filled with a chilling glare. The three clear ones moved towards the distance. Junior brother, you've caused a great disaster. Jie-in's face was filled with bitterness. Zhuan-Ti nodded with a grim expression. Others might not be clear, but they were well aware. The three clear ones looked like they were under Yuan Shi's command, but in reality the one truly in charge had always been Laozi of Yuqing. Now they were likely to ponder how Laozi would play dirty behind their backs. On Di Fang's side, after obtaining the Kongtong seal, he did not return to the human tribe, but directly headed to the Ancestral witches. This trip has been hard on everyone. Di Fang saluted the 12 Ancestral witches. Zhu Rong waved his hand and boomed. Why say such things? Isn't that an outsider? Di Jiang also chimed in. Your affairs are our witch clan's affairs. Di Fang no longer exchanged pleasantries, nodding. Some things only needed to be said once. Repeatedly bringing them up was meaningless. What mattered was how to act, not just relying on words. After discussing the important matters, Di Fang bid farewell to the 12 Ancestral witches, left the witch clan's territory, and headed straight for the human tribe. At present, the human tribe needed him to stabilize the situation, while he could not intervene in matters concerning the witch clan. Even the 12 Ancestral witches could not handle it. His efforts would be in vain. In the human tribe behind the Nuwa temple, Di Fang entered his palace, the radiance of the Chaos Pearl spreading out and obscuring the heavenly secrets. He took out the Kongtong seal from his bosom. The golden seal lay in the palm of his hand. If he had not stirred up trouble, this item should now be in Laozi's possession. The human race's treasured fortune was just this one item, and there was another treasure specifically aimed at the human race called the Human Beat Whip, which was in Nuwa's hands. It was the innate gourd vine used to create humans. Because of its merit in creating humans, it transformed into the postnatal merit treasure, the Human Beat Whip. In plain terms, it was a weapon specifically for humans. Deep within the chaos in the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa opened her eyes, her eyebrows slightly raised. Interesting, has a change occurred? Did my elder brother fail to obtain the Kongtong seal? A flash of surprise crossed her mind. According to the original script, Laozi should have obtained the Kongtong seal, by now discovering the uniqueness of the human race, then descending to the human tribe to wander for 100 years, achieving enlightenment, and becoming a saint. But now the Kongtong seal that should have belonged to Laozi had disappeared into thin air. Nuwa attempted to deduce, but could not ascertain its whereabouts. However, she did not take it to heart. There were many things capable of concealing heavenly secrets in the world. Saints were all-knowing and all-powerful, and there was no need to be serious over such trivial matters. Saints in the primordial realm were synonymous with invincibility. They did not care about the process, only the result. As long as the final result satisfied them, how things unfolded in between did not matter. Those minor fluctuations were merely adding some fun to their eternal lives. On Di Fang's side, he directly imprinted his divine soul onto the Kongtong seal and began to refine it. The restrictions inside unraveled layer by layer. As the ancestor of humanity, he inherently bore the fortune of the human race, making the process quite easy. In the chat group, Ironbone God, General Zhu Wusher, everyone, the sacrificial venue has been set up. When shall we act? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei, you, what else can we do besides go live? Nose-picking JPG. Ironbone God, General Zhu Wusher, don't be hasty, let me inform the Divine Lord. Di Fang. Okay. Ding group member Ironbone God, General Zhu Wusher has started a live stream, hurry and come watch. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei entered the live stream, and Ing Zheng also joined the stream. In the world of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Wusher disregarded his bright yellow dragon robe, and a gigantic white jade altar floated above the capital. The Big Shots fan Lu Fei, hey, I didn't expect the Divine Marquis to be a romantic. Ing Zheng, it's quite rare, old Zhu actually brought a woman on stage. Nangong blushing, it's about to begin. Zhu Wusher walked onto the altar alone. Su Xian stood below. Behind her were a crowd of civil and military officials, along with 4 secret agents from the realms of heaven and earth. The ceremony begins. Zhu Wusher, with a serious expression, lit the incense and prayed. I, Zhu Wusher, the Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, today establish the divine sect of all heavens to worship the Divine Lord. All citizens of the Ming Dynasty shall enter my divine sect. As the mountains and rivers endure, so shall the Ming Dynasty endure, and the divine sect of all heavens endure. The sound echoed thunderously. In the primordial chaos, Di Fang opened his eyes, sensing the Ming world through the lines of faith, sending a strand of divine thought over before closing his eyes again. In the Ming world, for a long time, nothing happened. The scholars below wore smiles watching Zhu Wusher. But in the next moment, the sky changed. Golden patterns densely emerged, and a giant face appeared in the sky. The golden eyes exuded an aura of ancient nobility, along with a trace of primordial essence. Excellent. The voice thundered throughout heaven and earth. Zhu Wusher has accomplished the establishment of the sect and is rewarded with 1,000 years of lifespan. Su Xian, who assisted, is rewarded with 500 years of lifespan and an invulnerable body. Heaven and earth heed my command, a century of favorable winds and abundant rains for the Ming Dynasty. 2 beams of golden light entered the bodies of Zhu Wusher and Su Xian. Rain began to fall within the Ming territory. The disabled regained flesh and blood, and the seriously ill were healed. Thank you, Divine Lord, Zhu Wusher said, bowing his head. The golden light vanished. The scholars who had been waiting to see a joke were now filled with shock and an uncontrollable fear. This tyrant who usurped power and committed acts against heaven, they had all hoped for his misfortune, waiting for the heavens to punish him. And yet, he was backed by celestial beings. They couldn't imagine how bitter their future days would be. Zhu Wusher had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze filled with pride as he scanned the group of scholars. He said little, turning with Su Xian and the 4 secret agents back to the palace. In the primordial world, Di Fang's eyes burst with countless rays of light intertwining and entangling with the principles. He was now walking 3 paths: martial way, immortal martial way, and divine way. All 3 paths were being cultivated simultaneously. The divine way was the weakest, but it was also the fastest to ascend. In the Ming world, Di Fang revealed a miracle, and the power of belief surged in like a tidal wave. Along with the accumulated power from the Qin world, the 2 forces combined. Golden light emanated from Di Fang's eyes. The golden light burst open, and the power of belief stirred into a swirling mass. He ignited the divine fire. The principles served as kindling and belief as fuel. The golden flames crackled. An irregular crystal formed from the fire, shimmering with 3,000 rays of principle light. The divine grade. Other deities walking the divine path have divine grades of either a single color or a mix of colors. Only Di Fang's was intertwined with 3,000 different colored rays of rules, looking deep and mesmerizing, exuding a divine essence. The power of belief poured in as if it were free. Di Fang's divine realm continued to rise. In the void, a golden divine nation suddenly expanded, directly taking shape without any extravagant process. To him, this was hardly a challenge. The 3,000 great paths ultimately converge into one, and Di Fang himself was an existence of the great Luo level. The divine path was too weak. As long as the belief was sufficient, he could ascend to the sovereign realm with a blink of an eye. According to the primordial explanation, this meant the Great Luo. Now with this accumulation, Di Fang's divine path soared directly from demigod to mid-level truth. This is the nature of the divine path. With enough belief and comprehension of the principles, ascending felt like riding a rocket. Di Fang's understanding of the principles was not lacking. What he lacked was belief. 2 worlds. More precisely, 2 countries from the 2 worlds. Together supplied him with belief. Piling up a mid-level true god was truly nothing. Indeed, the divine path ascends quickly, Di Fang muttered softly. The divine path did not have so many rules that did not discriminate against talent or aptitude. If the principles are precise and the belief is abundant, one can climb higher. Walking this path as long as belief is continuous, Di Fang can absolutely create an alternative sage. In terms of the divine path, it means the supreme god. The golden divine power pulsated in Di Fang's palm. He looked down, the divine power transformed from belief like a universal oil, different principles allowing it to perform various feats. The golden divine nation unfolded. Di Fang looked around. This place was no different from an ordinary small world. If there was a difference, it was filled with power of belief. And it was very empty. Nothing could be seen. This was not surprising. The divine nation had just opened, and aside from the power of belief, there was nothing else. Di Fang waved his hand. Cities rose from the ground. The deeper the believers' faith in Di Fang, the more likely they would enter the divine nation after death. The precondition was that he had to nod, and they must at least be at the level of fervent believers. If you study the power of belief in the divine nation carefully, you will understand Angel Rebirth Pool. Angel Rebirth Pool, women of pure heart who are fervent believers can choose to be reborn in it after death, becoming angels of the divine nation. Can it really be created? Di Fang envisioned the appearance of the Angel Rebirth Pool. In the next second, the pool appeared in the center of the divine nation square. Beside it stood a statue of Di Fang. The pool was not filled with water, but with liquid formed from the power of belief. Di Fang stared at the pool for a long time. In plain terms, only fervent believers and above can reincarnate in the divine nation after death. But how many fervent believers are there? They must also be girls. Believers are divided into 7 levels: general believers, ordinary believers, lower-level believers, mid-level believers, high-level believers, fervent believers, saints. How many can reach the level of fervent believers and saints? Very few. At the level of fervent believers, a person's mind is entirely consumed by faith. Whatever the deity says is absolute. They do whatever they are told without hesitation. In a sense, this represents a soul that has been twisted. As for saints, that existence is even more intense than fervent believers, and it cannot be described in words. Di Fang's thoughts stirred. Flame Spirit, Ji Snow Woman Tian Yen, and Jing and I appeared together in the divine nation. Divine Lord. The 4 women reacted, seeing Di Fang standing there, immediately bowing in greeting. Di Fang nodded, his gaze sweeping over them. There are 2 paths before you now. The first is to cultivate on your own. The second is to become my subordinate gods. Di Fang said to the 4 women. Flame Spirit Ji was the first to speak. Divine Lord, what does subordinate god mean? Subordinate gods are my divine subordinates. Your powers are linked to mine. When I grow stronger, you grow stronger with me. As long as I do not die, you will not die. Di Fang explained plainly. Divine Lord, I want to be your subordinate god. Flame Spirit Ji said without hesitation. Divine Lord, I am willing to. The Snow Woman immediately responded. Jing and I and Tian Yen also looked over at Di Fang. Got it. Di Fang nodded, and the power of 4 rules entered the bodies of the 4 women. The divine fire instantly surged from their bodies, weaving a network of golden light. Di Fang glanced at Flame Spirit Ji and the others, then turned to leave the divine nation. These 4 women were his subordinate gods. Even if they were lacking, they could reach the end of the divine path. However, due to their subordinate status, they could not open their own divine nations. They were still in the process of transformation and would need to wait a while. It wouldn't be too long nor too slow. The big shots fan Lu Fei am freaking out. I used to think that not being first could still secure second. Now looking at this situation, even third seems precarious. Ingzheng. Iron-willed divine Marquis Zhu Wuxer, this is quite normal. The group's world is different from ours. It's not just one person calling the shots. It's also normal to face resistance when making reforms. Nangong Bushing, why bother with talking to them? Just put the knife to their throats, and it'll be resolved. Xiongba Nangong is right. The group leader is just too lazy, too soft. Yu Buchuan, I have a different perspective. The world is different, so don't speak too lightly. If it were that simple, the group leader wouldn't be troubled. The big shots fan Lu Fei, I'm truly confused. I can't understand why they want budge. Pushed and pushed, is there no end? Ingzheng, the interests have not been clarified. Ultimately, it's just unequal distribution of spoils. Iron-willed divine marquis, Zhu Wuxi, not necessarily. Perhaps some people simply don't want to see your world improve. The big shots fan Lu Fei, what do you mean? Iron-willed divine marquis, Zhu Wuxi, roll JPG. Just think about it. Is there a possibility that on your side some people have already colluded with the old rulers or outer gods? It's not merely a question of interest distribution. The most feared thing is that within the upper echelons of your empire surrenderists have already infiltrated. According to the original path, he should have first obtained the Kongtong seal, then discovered the uniqueness of humanity, and subsequently embarked on a journey to find the opportunity for sanctification. Now, although he hasn't obtained the Kongtong seal, he still perceives the abnormalities of humanity. He has come nonetheless. The path may be different, but the destination remains unchanged. This is what it means: what is yours will eventually be yours. I am destined to become a saint. A matter determined by heaven cannot be altered regardless of the twists and turns along the way. I stayed in the human tribe for 100 years. I traveled across the territories of humanity and gradually understood. This race is currently weak, yet no one has ever resigned to fate. They contend with the heavens, battle the earth, and fight fiercely against the demon beasts. They may be weak, but they have never backed down. More critically, humanity is different from other races in the primordial wilderness. They reproduce abundantly. In just a few thousand years they have produced billions of mouths. As long as time is sufficient, humanity's footprints will eventually cover the entire primordial wilderness. I have also discovered something crucial. Humanity has no cultivation methods at all. Fighting demon beasts relies entirely on human lives. Some are fortunate enough to consume spiritual fruits, resulting in extraordinarily resilient physiques. Some are born with stronger souls than others. But ultimately they are still weaklings. Ironically, it is these weaklings who have managed to survive in the primordial wilderness. I transformed into a mortal for 100 years. At the village entrance there sat an old man. The old man had his eyes closed, resembling a piece of dried tree bark, completely still. A young man approached and knelt down with a thud. "Old immortal, please take me as your disciple." The old man opened his eyes and glanced at the young man. Suddenly a light flashed in his heart, and the once vague heavenly secrets became crystal clear. The path to sanctification lay right before him. "Tell me, why do you want to worship me?" "Old immortal, you were already in this village when I was still in my mother's womb. Now that I have grown up, you haven't changed a bit. You must be an enlightened master." The young man poured out words he had harbored for many years. Over the years he had searched the world for immortals, only to find the immortal sitting right under his nose. The old man smiled. "You all right? It seems we have a fated connection as master and disciple. I am the leader of the three purities, Tai Ching Laozu. Do you wish to follow me?" Xian Du pays respects to master. The young man was overjoyed, his face glowing as he prostrated on the ground, knocking his head 9 times. "From this day forth, Xian Du would be my sole disciple." "Silly boy, get up." Xian Du stood up and respectfully stood beside his master. Suddenly a myriad of lights radiated from his master, with auspicious clouds of merit swirling around his head. "I am Tai Ching Laozu, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Today I impart the golden core path to humanity, establishing a human teaching and using the Taiji diagram to stabilize fortune." Human teaching, established. This voice resonated throughout the entire primordial wilderness. The eyes of the emperor suddenly opened wide as purple energy surged forth, spanning far beyond 30,000 miles, nearly filling the entire primordial wilderness. The great Tao of heaven and earth manifested. Auspicious clouds rolled in the sky and golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth. Countless merits rained down. The old man's eyes lit up as he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Come out." A purple light surged into the old man's soul, enveloping the merits of the opening of heaven and the establishment of teachings, causing the aura around him to explode. "Saint. I have become a saint." On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian and Yuanshi simultaneously opened their eyes. Yuanshi bitterly remarked, "Elder brother has become a saint." Tongtian nodded, remaining silent. "The three purities are like grasshoppers on a string, with elder brother jumping up first. Where are they to find their path? Foolish child, why are you not awakening?" The old man's voice exploded in Yuanshi and Tongshan's minds. The two felt as though cold water had been poured over them, and their spiritual clarity suddenly brightened. Yuanshi's eyes sparkled. "Elder brother, I have comprehended." Tongtian replied solemnly, "So have I." Yuanshi stepped forward and merits surged forth like a tide. "I am Yuanshi, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Sensing the great Tao of heaven and earth, I seek to clarify the ultimate truths for all beings. Today I establish a teaching named the Chan teaching, using the Panga banner to suppress fortune." Chan teaching, established. The purple energy surged forth like a tide, and the heavens rained down merits. The myriad beings in the primordial wilderness were entirely overwhelmed by the saintly might. But it wasn't over yet. Tongtian took a step forward. I am Tongtian, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Today I sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao has 50 aspects, and the heavenly law has 14. Having traversed a path, I must provide a thread of opportunity for all beings. Regardless of status, I will teach all. Today I establish a teaching called the interception. Using the innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, to stabilize fortune. Interception teaching established. With this, the heavens erupted with another wave of merits, and the third surge of saintly might swept across the entire primordial wilderness. Within a single day, 3 saints emerged in succession. On the western side atop Mount Shumi, Zhuanti and Jian wore bitter expressions. Nuwa and the 3 purities had all become saints, all considered disciples of Hongjun. Only the 2 of them had yet to even touch the threshold of sanctification. Elder brother, what should we do? Zhuanti turned to Jane and asked. Jane, also looking troubled, suddenly seemed to recall something. Junior brother, couldn't we also learn from the 3 purities and establish a teaching to become saints? Zhuanti nodded. Oh, it sounded plausible. Jane and Zhuanti ascended into the air above Mount Shumi. I am Zhuanti Jane. Today I sense the great Tao of heaven and earth, aiming to guide beings toward goodness and establish a teaching called Buddhism. Using the innate spiritual treasure, the 7 treasures tree, to stabilize fortune. Buddhism established. The heavens trembled and large amounts of merits gathered, yet remained suspended in the sky without falling. Zhuanti and Jiayan's faces were filled with despair. They knew it wouldn't be that easy. Then the 2 began to defer their merits, making 50 grand vows all at once. Only then did the merits of the heavens finally pour down. They instantly became saints. These 50 grand vows can be seen as the tasks Buddhism would undertake in the future. Why call it deferred merits? That's the meaning behind it. As for wanting to default, who in the primordial wilderness would dare default on their debts to heaven? Seeking a death wish. The beings of the primordial wilderness had become completely numb. First the 3 purities, and then the 2 from the west. In a single day, 5 saints emerged together. The era of saints had arrived. The emperor opened his eyes and scanned the primordial wilderness, his expression bearing a hint of indescribable complexity. With 5 saints gathered along with Nuwa, all 6 saints decreed by heaven had appeared. The only remaining trace of Hongmeng purple energy returned to Hongyun. At this moment, Hongyun was nestled in the 5 Zhuang temple. It wasn't quite a nest, rather he was confined there by Xinyuanzi. Hongyun was carefree and oblivious to his own predicament. But how could Xinyuanzi be unaware? From the day Hongyun obtained the Hongmeng purple energy, Xinyuanzi sensed something was off. The 3 purities were the direct disciples of Hongjuan, while Nuwa was a closed-door disciple, and the 2 from the west were nominal disciples. They all possessed Hongmeng purple energy, but let's not forget they were officially recognized disciples of the primordial wilderness. Who would dare touch them? Who would dare covet their purple energy? Hongyun was different. The Hongmeng purple energy he obtained had no backing. If it weren't for the 5 Zhuang temple, and if Xinyuanzi didn't hold the innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, to stabilize the veins of the primordial wilderness and set up the Earth Book formation, the 5 Zhuang temple would have long been flattened. If Hongyun were able to survive until now, that would be a strange occurrence. Now that all 6 saints have manifested, only Hongyun remains grasping the Hongmeng purple energy, yet has not become a saint. Dijuan has his eyes on him, as does Tai. Kuanping Mingi and the notorious figures of the primordial wilderness are all keeping an eye on him. Below the saints, all are mere ants. This saying is not unfounded. Xinyuanzi keeps a close watch on Hongyun. In his view, as long as Hongyun does not reach the saint level, the moment he steps out of the 5 Zhuang temple, he will be close to death. The situation for humanity has begun to unfold. In the heavenly court, Dijuan and Tai wore particularly grim expressions. Especially Tai, who had just broken one of Laozi's legs, and now Laozi has become a saint. Unless something unexpected occurs, Laozi will surely come to settle this score. This is a big problem. Tai, don't panic. Dijuan lowered his voice. We also have saints backing us. That's what we say. But even Dijuan himself doesn't believe it. The 3 purities are one entity, 3 saints against 1 saint. Nuwa may have become a saint first, but so what? Each of the 3 purities possesses a supreme treasure, while Nuwa is merely a few thousand years earlier. It hardly amounts to anything significant. Baizhe Dijuan turned and instructed Sen the demon clan to keep a close watch on the 5 Zhuang temple. Yes, Demon Emperor. Baizhe nodded in agreement. Tai then spoke, his voice heavy. There is still a chance. As long as we obtain the Hongmeng purple energy from Hongyun, we will become saints, and will not fear the three purities. Indeed. Dijuan nodded. Nearby, the demon master Kunpeng's eyes held a hint of helplessness accompanied by dark and ruthless intent. While nominally the demon clan's master, he was essentially just a thug. In the primordial wilderness, if anyone is the most unfortunate, it would have to be Kunpeng. As the only Kunpeng in the world, his heritage and qualifications are impeccable. Yet this guy is incredibly unlucky. He doesn't possess a single innate spiritual treasure. That's right, not even one. Hongyun is the primordial wilderness #1 good guy, while Kunpeng is the #1 unfortunate one. As an innate being, it's one thing not to have spiritual treasures. He also lacks a partner and a good cave dwelling. His only treasure is the Kunpeng palace he forged himself. The #1 Thrino person in the primordial wilderness is him. No treasures, no partner, no cave. The second most unfortunate individual is Huang Long among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Huang Long has had a miserable fate. Yuanshi Tianzuan values heritage and looks down upon those clad in armor and scales. Huang Long just happens to be caught in the crossfire and naturally is not well regarded. He has no treasure and no standing. Other than the title of a saint's disciple, he is worth nothing. Digressing. Returning to the present. Dijuan and Tai are wholly focused on obtaining Hongyun's Hongming purple energy. However, this matter is not so easily accomplished. They cannot break into the Five Zhuang temple as long as Hongyun stays inside. Dijuan and Tai are also at a loss. This isn't to say the Earth Book formation is particularly formidable. If Dijuan and Tai truly wanted to break through, they could. The Earth Book formation connects to the veins of the primordial wilderness. If the formation is destroyed, it would be equivalent to severing the veins. Even saints cannot bear the consequences of such causality, let alone ordinary cultivators like them. Dijuan's eyes turned a few times, and he was still calculating in his heart. He glanced over at the western region and already had an idea brewing in his mind. There wasn't much movement from the witch clan. To them, a single saint and 6 saints are no different, regardless they don't pay attention to them. They continued as usual, eating and drinking with music playing and dancing continuing. On Nuwa's side, her expression had already darkened. The fortune of the human race has been directly reduced by a third thanks to Laozi. This loss is significant for Nuwa, but today's actions will bear fruit in the future. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Laozi is aware, and so is Nuwa. Ultimately, it is Laozi who has taken advantage, establishing a teaching, creating a human teaching, and effortlessly diverting a third of humanity's fortune. While it may not seem like much now, humanity will eventually become the main character of heaven and earth, and this debt will grow more frightening with time. It's no wonder Nuwa's expression is less than favorable. In the human tribe at the back mountain of Nuwa Temple, Di Fang opened his eyes. The golden core Dao passed down by Laozi is indeed extraordinary. Reaching the level of Deluo is not something ordinary. The name sounds rustic, but it is a genuine cultivation method that leads directly to Deluo. Laozi imparts the Dao. Di Fang's eyes sparkled. Laozi's impartation of the Dao was originally intended to achieve sanctity, and after establishing the teachings for humanity, he basically had not interfered. However, it must be acknowledged that this act is truly a timely assistance for the human race. Dividing away 30% of the fortune is not excessive at all. This can be considered as helping the human race take the first step toward becoming the protagonists of the heavenly realm. It seems I should act soon. Di Fang murmured. The great calamity of the human race cannot be avoided, relying on oneself to block this disaster is wishful thinking. With a saint pushing from behind, even 10 Di Fangs cannot stop it. The calamity facing the human race appears to be a disaster for them, but in reality it is a battle of strength among the saints behind the scenes. As long as the saints do not fall, the great thieves will not cease. One reason why the human race can become the protagonists of the heavenly realm is because they have the support of saints. The saints are willing to support the human race fundamentally because the human race is easier to control than the witch and demon races. This is the root cause. With so many humans, a cleansing is necessary to better manage them. This is the true purpose of the great calamity of the human race. Di Fang disappeared from the great hall, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Nuwa temple. The 3 ancestral humans opened their eyes simultaneously and looked at Di Fang. Sui Ren Zi and Yu Chao. I need to pave the way for the human race, and I need your help. Di Fang spoke directly. The 3 ancestral humans exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Di Fang wasted no words and directly took out the Chaos Pearl, completely obscuring the heavenly secrets so that no one could deduce them. The human race will face another great calamity in the future. You will cooperate with me to promote the martial path and the methods of immortal martial arts. Di Fang directly transmitted the contents of martial arts and immortal martial arts to the three ancestors. The eyes of the three ancestors were sharp. Di Fang looked at Sui Ren, and as soon as he spoke he hesitated. Sui Ren was momentarily stunned, but then a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He originally wanted to ask, why didn't this happen earlier? But upon reflection, he suddenly understood because of the recently emerged saint. Alright, I think this kid Di Fang is doing a great job in paving the way for the human race. Yu Chao spoke, his tone grave. Our human race needs to rely on ourselves. How can we depend on others? Indeed, Zi pronounced emphatically. Di Fang felt a weight lift from his heart. He was afraid that the three ancestors would not approve, but it seemed they had no objections. With a flip of his hand, 3,000 stone tablets floated before the three ancestors. These contained the cultivation methods for martial arts and immortal martial arts. Place them in various tribes, and let the human race practice on their own. For those with excellent talent, bring them to the back mountain, and I will personally guide them. Di Fang's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Agreed. Sui Ren accepted the stone tablets and nodded. There are some matters that Di Fang does not need to handle personally. It is more suitable for the three ancestors to take action. Di Fang did not linger. His body flickered, disappearing from the Nuwa temple and returning to the palace on the back mountain. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as fragments of laws surged deep within his pupils. Open. With a low roar, space split apart, and a small world slowly took shape beneath his hands, eventually settling firmly within the Nuwa temple. He threw stone tablets into the small world one after another. The martial Dao stone tablets, 3,000 of them bearing the essence of 3,000 martial arts and 3,000 immortal martial arts. Each tablet corresponds to different laws, and the paths of inheritance are also varied. Di Fang intends to use this small world as a trump card for the human race. Other races have their legacies, but what about the human race? When it comes down to it, it is just Di Fang alone holding the fort. The three ancestral humans of the human race. While they are at the golden immortal level, at most they can be considered a support pillar, not quite reaching the level of a trump card. At least one must be of Deluo level to qualify as a foundation. Below Deluo, it is not worth mentioning. What the human race lacks most right now is time. The Hunyu Tower floated out from within Di Fang and directly settled into the small world, establishing its residence. After finishing these tasks, Di Fang turned and returned to the Great Hall. The rest can only be entrusted to time, letting the human race shape their own destiny. As for why Di Fang chose now to impart the Tao to the human race, the reason is simple. Laozi has already attained sanctity. After Laozi became a saint, he basically ceased to manage the affairs of the human teachings. Note this refers to the teachings of humanity, not the human race. He only has one direct disciple, Xuandu. Regarding the matter of the Tao lineage of the human race, Laozi has never been concerned. He has already become a saint. Whether the Tao lineage remains abundant or dwindles within the human race is of no consequence. If he were truly to be stringent, he would not have allowed the two saints from the West to enter and impart the Tao. Now Buddhism and Taoism have completely split. Buddhism has become independent from Taoism, forming its own faction. Under Taoism, there are three branches: the teachings of humanity, the interception teachings, and the elucidation teachings. Buddhism is simply Buddhism. The Xianmen stands above them as the source of all laws. After Laozi attains sanctity, no matter how Di Fang imparts the Tao, it will hardly cause any waves. Such trivial matters do not even warrant a glance from Laozi. Unless one day the human race uproots his Tao lineage, otherwise Laozi would not even bother to look at it. In the Great Hall, the divine nation unfolds. Yin Lingji was enveloped in flames, each movement exuding a seductive charm. The Snow Maiden was surrounded by swirling cold frost, encircling her like a white lotus growing on a sheer cliff. Countless shadows emerged from the body of Jing and the outlines of shadows surrounding her, as if pulling one into purgatory. Tian Yin was drenched in blood-red murderous intent swirling around him, as if he had just emerged from a sea of blood. Yin Lingji had become a fire deity. The Snow Maiden was of ice. Jing and followed the path of shadows, and Tian Yin governed slaughter. Not bad. Di Fang glanced at the four women and nodded. From now on you can freely enter and exit the small world and the divine nation. He directly granted the four permission for free access. Thank you, Divine Lord. The four women responded in unison. Now they have all become immortal divine subordinates. Compared to their own secluded cultivation, following Di Fang on this path is clearly more advantageous. In short, as long as Di Fang does not die, they cannot die either. Moreover, having become divine subordinates, they are bound to Di Fang. Their fortunes rise and fall together. Di Fang smiled with satisfaction, and led the four women back to the palace of the small world. In front of them was a pool of spring water. Di Fang directly shed his clothes and submerged himself. Yan Lingji glanced at the snow maiden Tian Yin, and Jing Ni. Without blinking, she pulled off her gauze and stepped into the hot spring. The snow maiden gritted her teeth, glaring at her. This demoness from Baiwe truly has no shame. Yan Lingji did not care, and raised an eyebrow at the snow maiden with delight. The snow maiden did not leave, but stood there lost in thought. Jing Ni shook her head. She was clearly aware of her current situation. Compared to the snow maiden, Tian Yin and Jing Ni had long come to terms with it directly and boldly stepping down to soak. The snow maiden gritted her teeth, but ultimately followed suit and entered the water. Di Fang enjoyed a moment of indulgence. After soaking, he left the small world with great satisfaction. One can only say that there isn't a capable one among them. In the chat group, Big Shot Fan Lu Fei, Yi brothers, something big has happened. Ingzheng. Ironbone God General Zhu Wushi popped up. What is going on? Xiongba immediately followed up, quickly clarify. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi typed a series of exclamation marks. Wow, just like what Lao Zhu guessed, there is more than one mole infiltrating. Ironbone God General Zhu Wushi humphed, isn't that obvious? If there were no moles, this matter would have been resolved long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on to now. Fire Shadow Sasuke interjected, so does the group leader need to hold a sacrifice too? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi nodded. Soon, but we need to clean up the moles first. Reedy posted a drooling emoji. The group leader sister's side is truly enviable. Di Fang suddenly interjected, the six saints have appeared. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi exploded. Divine Lord, could you repeat that? The six saints have come out. Ingzheng sent a question mark. Fire Shadow Sasuke mumbled, you can tell at a glance that it's not a small matter. Xiongba sighed, I don't know what these six saints are, but just hearing the name gives me a headache. Yu Buchuan interjected, humph, as long as they are blocking the way of the Divine Lord, I will slash those six saints with my sword. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi posted a thumbs up 6. Di Fang joined in 6. Zhang Sanfeng asked with a question mark. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi cleared her throat, alright, let me educate you all the so-called six saints. Ingzheng interrupted, I truly admire you Zhangman. Ironbone God General Zhu Wushi immediately responded, one Xiongba, added you Zhangman, is indeed a righteous gentleman, impressive. Yu Buchuan fell silent. Di Fang added, the saints of this world are not the same, they cannot die in the primal chaos, and even outside the primal chaos they cannot be dealt with. Nan Gongbushi asked, so, is Yu Zhangmin planning to confront them directly? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi laughed, that's right, my Yu Zhangmin is that fierce, do I believe in you, go for it. On the other side of laughing proudly in Jianghu, Yu Buchan's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He originally intended to flatter, but ended up digging a pit for himself. What kind of situation is this? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi brought the topic back, no more jokes, Divine Lord, what do you plan to do? With the speed of the six saints, the great calamity of the human race is coming soon. Ingzheng inquired, what exactly is the great calamity of the human race? Ironbone God General Zhu Wushi also chimed in, curious one. Di Fang glanced at Ingzheng inquired, what exactly is the great calamity of the human race? Ironbone God General Zhu Wushi also chimed in, curious one. Di Fang glanced at the lively discussion in the group, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. These people joking around also count as a bit of fun. Ding. The chat group leveled up to LV4, randomly inviting new members to join the group. Another upgrade. Di Fang stared at the system, prompt a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, upon reflection, aside from himself, the people in the group, including Lu Fei Yi, were basically spamming the chat. Ding Grey-robed Ghost Messenger joined the chat group. Ding White Boss joined the chat group. Prompt Professional Teacher has joined the chat. Ingzheng spoke, newcomers. Where is the group leader? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, come out and welcome the guests. Lu Fei Yi immediately bubbled up, welcome newcomers. Let me briefly explain what can be done in this group. In the world of pirates at the New World Ghost Island. Kaido drunkenly stared at the suddenly appearing system panel, his eyelids twitching. Ingzheng, these newcomers are all silent, quite patient. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, Ghost White Boss Professional Teacher, don't play dead, come out and show your faces, my darlings. Bayukue, what is this place all about? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, White Boss. It's really you. Kisses, hugs lifting high. Ingzheng. Bayukue. Fire Shadow Sasuke. Prompt the group leader uploaded the Zero Cage memory copy. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, Bayukue, this is the script from your world, you will understand after reading it. In the world of Zero Cage, Bayukue's eyes moved slightly as she clicked on the memory copy. In the next moment she saw Mark and the others, herself included, rescuing Mark from an outsider's. Lu Fei, the fanatical supporter, you can't say it that way. Existence is reality. Your world might be a comic or a novel elsewhere, but for you it is living reality. This memory copy serves as a preview of the future. Kaido Kirolo Lo. Interesting. So does my world have a copy? It's really you. Ingzhong, in terms of threat level by Yuki's side, is not as formidable as the Pirate King. The monsters and the abilities of the devil fruits within are enough to contend with the perfect physical realm, even more absurd than that. It's a bit sinister. The world's foundation differs, people from different worlds have innate differences in their physiques. But the ultimate limits remain merely differing in paths and focal points. Lu Fei, what the Godmaster means is that the people of the Pirate King world have a robust physical foundation which makes them appear different due to their distinct physiques. Ultimately, the logic remains consistent. Kaido Kirolo Lo. That bastard red-haired, so that's how he lost his arm. It's truly interesting. Siko Tokisaka stared at the chat records, her pupils suddenly constricting. Ingzhong was the first to bubble up. I've learned something. Strange creatures, bizarre fruits, and those flesh-eating corpses. The myriad realms truly have no normalcy. 1. Zhu ignored followed. 1. Zhang Sanfeng chimed in, and Yu Buchuan also poked his head in. 1. Siko Tokisaka took a deep breath, exited the chat interface, and opened the store. Her gaze landed on two skills, Great Faith Technique and Basic Introduction to Immortal Martial Arts. Without a second thought, she directly exchanged them. In the next moment, she closed her eyes and began to chant. In her mind, an indescribable existence slowly emerged. That figure was immensely vast, with the sun, moon, and stars merely embellishments, the river of time flowing beneath like an ordinary stream. Golden light fell from the depths of her consciousness and directly infused into her body. Siko Tokisaka felt her cells pulsating, strength surging like a tide, her bones cracking loud. She opened her eyes, a hint of fervor still lingering within. With a wooden sword in hand, she swung it casually. A white blade of light shot out, severing a wooden post 3 meters away. Siko Tokisaka was taken aback. She never expected that a simple swing could unleash a flying slash without even using her full strength. In reality, her current realm was merely at the threshold of the first level of immortal martial arts. One could say it was strong, but it was just that. However, the issue lies in the fact that she was previously an ordinary person. Suddenly possessing 1,000 pounds of strength and having her body cleansed by spiritual power naturally felt like an absurd surge in power. Compared to those old monsters in the group, her abilities were hardly impressive. But in this campus world, as long as no one pointed a gun at her, she could basically walk sideways. At the same time, in the wasteland world of Zero Cage by Uekue also opened the store. She didn't hesitate, exchanging for the Great Faith Technique and Basic Introduction to Immortal Martial Arts. She was aware of her own body. That batch of agents had defects. Once engaged in high-intensity battles, her cells would begin to deteriorate and wouldn't last long. Great Faith Technique. Bai Uekue closed the door, leaning against the wall, softly repeating the name. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. She closed her eyes and began to pray according to the guidance. Soon the existence manifested in her mind. Unlike Siko Tokisaka, Bai Uekue had seen too much and had a steadier disposition. Faced with such an incomprehensible existence, she felt an instinctual reverence and shock. On Emperor Fang's side, a new faith channel was opened. He sensed it, but merely glanced over. That bit of faith power, especially the one coming from Bai Uekue, was rather weak. It was inconsequential, not affecting the overall situation. As long as there was enough faith power, it could be exchanged. How many living beings are left in Bai Yuki's play? A strand of spiritual energy was repeatedly diluted several times, flowing down the faith channel. Emperor Fang's cultivation had already reached the Great Luo level. The descending spiritual energy was of a higher grade, and it couldn't be given without several layers of dilution. If he were to drop it down without dilution, not to mention transforming physiques, even surviving completely would be considered luck. Hence dilution was necessary. In the Wasteland Zero Cage world, Bai Uekue underwent a transformation. The lingering issues from the agents were completely eradicated, and her strength surged. This left her utterly bewildered. Just one prayer yielded such immense benefits, far exceeding her initial expectations. On the other side, in the pirate world, Kaido lifted a wine gourd with one hand, drinking, while flipping through the recently exchanged Great Faith Technique and Basic Introduction to Immortal Martial Arts. Kirolo Lo. This thing looks quite mysterious, but is it really useful? I'll give it a try first. Kaido grinned. He directly activated the Great Faith Technique. An ancient and unfathomable existence appeared deep within his soul. The feeling of impact and the instinctive dread from the depths of his bones could not be suppressed. From any angle, it could only be described with 4 words: profoundly unfathomable. Kaido was filled with awe. He could not even imagine how powerful that existence was. Initially he thought it would just be slightly stronger than them, but the reality was that it was infinitely stronger. In the primordial world, Emperor Fang sensed that a new faith channel had opened. Without a second thought, he lowered a strand of spiritual energy that had been diluted countless times into Kaido's body. Kaido's face, which had begun to age, instantly regained its firmness and youth. His already intimidating physique became even more solid and resilient. The aura emanating from him was far more terrifying than before. The weaknesses brought on by the devil fruits were directly compensated. The current Kaido feared neither the sea nor the sea prison stones. This is the power of spiritual energy. Although it was merely a strand, it was bestowed after countless layers of dilution. Yet with Emperor Fang's foundation, a true great Luo. Stepping out of the river of time, he existed beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. In a certain sense, spiritual energy acts like a panacea, capable of filling any deficiency. But this thing also has limitations. It only works for beings in low-dimensional worlds. In high-dimensional worlds, it loses its efficacy. In the primordial realm, a glint of light flashed in Emperor Fang's eyes. There are now more than a dozen people in the group representing several worlds. Each world has yet to be fully unified. The reason he remained stuck at the threshold of semi-saint was that he was pondering which path to take. The method of severing the 3 corpses was an old path of the immortal way, but it was not suitable for him. To validate the Tao through Strength 1 would need an immense amount of magical power to forcefully break through. This required great willpower, extraordinary ability, and immense luck to smash open the door to the semi-saint realm. This path is difficult to traverse, especially in this era where the immortal way is flourishing and most beings from the primordial era are heading down that path. Of course, the Witch Clan is an exception. If Di Fang wanted to walk the path of validating the Tao through strength, he would need to invest countless years. Fortunately, he had the Hengyu Tower to support him, but breaking through was still no easy task. He had plenty of time, but the key was magical power. The Hengyu Tower did not provide enough spiritual energy for him to squander. He had reached this stage entirely relying on the dual enhancement of the Chaos Pearl and his own small world. Going further down this path required even more magical power and took longer. Returning to the present, is it starting? A glimmer of light flashed in Di Fang's eyes. At Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi looked at Hongyun feeling anxious. The 2 saints from the west had invited him to discuss the Tao, and he could not refuse. Regardless of personal relationships or status, he could not decline. If he did not go, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the saints? Jin Yuanzi could only brace himself and step out. Before leaving, he stared at Hongyun. Hongyun, my friend, you must remember not to leave Wuzhuang Temple. Before he could finish, Hongyun waved his hand to interrupt. All right, brother Jin Yuanzi, you've repeated it hundreds of times. I remember, I will not step outside. Hongyun patted his chest to guarantee. Jin Yuanzi sighed helplessly and turned to look at the 2 disciples Qing Feng and Mingyue. Qingfeng, Mingyue, while I am out, keep a close eye on your master and don't let him slip away. Yes, master, they replied in unison. Once all arrangements were made, Jin Yuanzi set off to leave Wuzhuang Temple. Yet he still felt uneasy. He hadn't brought the Earth Book and had activated the protective mountain formation. From the outside, one would not be able to infiltrate, unless someone dared to destroy the earth veins of the primordial era. But the consequences of that were too great. Even a saint would suffer severe repercussions unless they were out of their mind. Jin Yuanzi flew westward. His destination was Mount Shumi. Though the primordial era was vast, it was not too far for a semi-saint like him. It wouldn't take long before he arrived. However, discussions about the Tao usually lasted at least 1,000 years. He had never seen it last less than a millennium. Meanwhile, on Di Fang's side, just as Jin Yuanzi left, he stealthily slipped out of Wuzhuang Temple. He became invisible, concealed his aura, and moved swiftly. He was not the only one. Di Jun and Tai Yi also moved. Kuanping had contacted the river of the underworld, and the 3 were discussing how to ambush Hongyun. 4 semi-saints ganging up on one. As long as Hongyun stepped outside the territory of Wuzhuang Temple, there would be no escape for him. On Mount Shumi, Zhuanti and Jane greeted Jin Yuanzi courteously. In terms of seniority, they were all part of the 3,000 guests who listened to the Tao at Zixiao Palace together. Although Zhuanti and Jane had become saints, they did not put on airs with Jin Yuanzi. One reason was guilt, and the other was fear that he might sense something amiss. As soon as Jin Yuanzi set foot on Mount Shumi, Zhuanti and Jane joined forces to disrupt the heavenly secrets. Except for saints, no one could deduce anything. Jin Yuanzi could not either. This was a deadlock. Unless Hongyun chose to stay in Wuzhuang Temple for the rest of his life. As long as he dared to step out the door, he would surely die. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hongyun indeed came out. The 2 little disciples Qing Feng and Mingyue stood at the entrance, frozen in place by Hongyun's presence. Hongyun smiled as he walked out. After traveling approximately 1 billion miles, the stars in the sky suddenly shifted dramatically. Hong Yun's expression changed. Oh no. Just as he thought of running, he heard a bell ring. An ancient bell floated in midair, locking down the surrounding time and space. A glint of brilliance flashed in Di Fang's eyes. A gigantic, ferocious bird surged into the sky, blocking out the sun with its wings. Each feather seemed to carry an entire world. Kunpeng. Speaking of which, he was an old-school, innate demonic god. His luck wasn't great, and he hadn't acquired any powerful spiritual treasures, but anyone who thought he was weak would be gravely mistaken. Without strength would the demon clan acknowledge him as their master. Don't be ridiculous. The fierce bird inhaled deeply. Countless time and space along with time and space were swallowed whole. Dijun Tai Yi and Kunpeng. Hong Yun's eyes were ablaze with fury. Normally patient, he was known as a nice guy, but being cornered and bullied like this was intolerable for anyone. A crimson gourd appeared before him. The sky was filled with countless red sand particles. This was Hong Yun's innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Even a great Luo golden immortal would perish if touched by this item. Just a brush would scatter their soul, making it exceedingly dangerous. Kill. A surging sea of blood erupted. The face of the river of the underworld was as dark as water. He held two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the Ubi sword and the Yuan Slayer's sword. In the entire primordial era, apart from the ferocious beast emperor, he was one of the earliest figures to grasp the path of slaughter. The blood-red sword light slashed through, directly severing the endless world. The red sand around Hong Yun was torn open, and the sword light followed up with a strike against him. Hong Yun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a situation. For peak semi-saints, each more famous and troublesome than the last, were all coming for him. Too much bullying. Hong Yun let out a long howl. The Scatter Soul Gourd exploded, and endless red sand engulfed countless worlds, crushing towards the river of the underworld. The river of the underworld showed no sign of fear on his face. A 12-petal red lotus appeared beneath his feet. This was also a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal Karma Fire Red Lotus. This item could burn karma. As long as you carried even a trace of karma once touched by the karma fire, you could forget about escaping. If you could withstand it, you were fortunate. If not, you were simply waiting to die. Speaking of which, the river of the underworld could also be considered exceptionally lucky in the primordial era. Although he was born in the filthy blood, see the Ubi and Yuan Slayer he held along with the Karma Fire Red Lotus beneath him were all supreme, innate spiritual treasures. None were subpar. Hong Yun hand over the Hongmeng purple chi. Di Jun's figure appeared amidst the formation. Above the heavens, countless stars in the Zhou Tian constellation slowly rotated. The starlight was brilliant, as if it would never extinguish. Tai Yi stood above the heavens. Although it was a rudimentary version of the Zhou Tian star dough formation, with 4 semi-saints stationed, it was enough to cut off any thought of escape for Hong Yun. Hong Yun's expression turned ashen. Hand over the Hongmeng purple chi. Giving it up now would be no different from dying. Even if he did surrender, it would. Tai Yi and Di Jun let him off. Don't make me laugh. Just the causality of this situation was enough for them to go all out against him. You wish. Hong Yun finally showed some stubbornness. He activated the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, spreading crimson clouds across the sky as endless red sand surged like waves, directly obscuring the light of the stars above. Stubborn fool. Di Jun's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he activated the formation. Countless starlights intertwined, transforming into innumerable starry divine swords that fell from the sky. The sea of red sand was pierced through, and countless time and space shattered and penetrated downward. Tai Yi shook the chaos bell. The entire time and space instantly froze. Kill. Seizing this opportunity, the river of the underworld charged at Hong Yun. Hong Yun's body exploded into countless blood droplets. His divine soul roared, and the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd protected his primordial spirit, but that was all. Under the siege of 4 peak semi-saints, he could not hold on much longer. Hong Yun had already done his best. His eyes were filled with despair, regretting not heeding Jin Yuanzi's advice back then. If he had listened to that advice, how could he have fallen to this state? But regret comes quickly and goes just as fast. Soon that regret was consumed by hatred, and his eyes burned with towering rage. Don't think that honest people are easy to bully. Who is Hong Yun? One of the 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace, a top-tier mighty figure in the primordial era. Who could sit in that position without being formidable? Hong Yun was certainly not one of them. Kill. Hong Yun went berserk. He disregarded everything. His body exploded, and reformed blood and flesh surging as he pieced himself back together. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd at his waist shone brightly, dazzling light interweaving in patches. Crimson divine light enveloped the heavens and earth, staining everything blood red. Han Yun was ready to gamble with his life. Di Jun and the others also realized this. A veteran semi-saint risking his life to fight was something to weigh carefully. One could easily be taken down. This was no idle threat, it was the truth. Kill. The river of the underworld also roared. The blood sea surged behind him, crashing forward like a wall towards Han Yun. In Han Yun's eyes there was only determination. He did not care whether the blood sea was dirty or foul. He plunged in headfirst, charging at the river of the underworld. The sky was filled with swirling red sand, changing the colors of heaven and earth. The river of the underworld shuddered in his heart. He was not afraid of ordinary divine abilities or treasures. The saying that the blood sea would not run dry and the river of the underworld would not die was not just for show. However, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd was different. It targeted the divine soul. Moreover, Hong Yun, the veteran semi-saint, was risking his life. Naturally, the river of the underworld felt anxious. One was desperate while the other wanted to conserve strength to seize the Hongming purple chi. Could they be the same? Han Yun wanted to live and could only fight to the death. The river of the underworld wanted to hold back and did not dare to strike with all his might. Who was stronger or weaker was clear at a glance. The river of the underworld retreated. This retreat instead opened up a path for Han Yun. The light in Han Yun's eyes reignited. Tai Yi cast a cold glance at the river of the underworld. In the next moment, he raised his hand and activated the chaos spell. The entire time and space shook as if being gripped and shaken. Endless chaos energy surged towards Han Yun. Han Yun felt as if struck by lightning, numerous cracks appearing on his body as his divine soul shattered into pieces. A treasure is indeed a treasure. Moreover, in the hands of a top-tier powerhouse like Tai Yi, its power was unimaginable. Kill. Tai Yi's face was as cold as iron as he urged the chaos bell. The moment the bell rang, it felt like the end of the world had arrived. The realms of all heavens began to disintegrate, and within that bell sound, all things counted down, falling into the void. Bang! Han Yun exploded into a mist of blood. The red sands swirled in the sky. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd desperately released streams of cold light, wrapping around every drop of Han Yun's blood and every fragment of his divine soul. In Han Yun's eyes burned despair and hatred as he transformed into a sphere of light. Let's journey together. He faced the harshest tribulation in the world and went all the way to the end. That force erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Tai Yi's face turned ashen. He truly did not expect Han Yun to be so resolute, leaving no path of retreat and exploding directly. Who could withstand the scene of a semi-saint self-destructing? Tai Yi could not withstand it either. Kuanpeng, with keen eyesight, spread his wings and instantly fled billions of miles away. Di Jun and Tai Yi simultaneously urged the Zhou Tian Star Do formation, while the river of the underworld was not idle either, keeping the 12-petal Karma Fire Red Lotus propped up beneath him, protecting himself tightly. Boom! This sound shook the entire primordial era. Time and space shattered into pieces, and the turbulence spread from the east to the west. All the great powers awakened, realizing that Han Yun was no more. In the golden hall, Jin Yuanzi, who was discussing the Tao, suddenly stood up. His face was as grim as iron, his gaze fixated on the two saints to the west. You truly have the audacity to act against us. Zhuan Ti kept his eyes closed, and Jia Yin remained silent. Jin Yuanzi snorted coldly, already absent from the hall. At the center of the explosion, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Ming, he were all in a state of disarray, their bodies covered in wounds, yet their eyes were fixed on the swirling purple chi in the air. The primordial purple chi spun and twirled. The 99 soul-dispersing gourd let out a mournful cry, floating in midair. Kuanpeng folded its wings and landed back on the battlefield. The four of them exchanged glances, each unwilling to concede, as they all stared at the purple chi. This is outrageous. Jin Yuanzi's voice echoed from afar. He crossed the vast western land and stood here in one step. His eyes were filled with sorrow, the red clouds were gone. He looked at the gourd riddled with cracks and carefully stored it away. Then he turned his gaze towards the four. Di Jun, Tai Yi, Ming, He, Kuanpeng. He struck each name like a hammer. Jin Yuanzi will not rest until I settle this with you all. He was not an easy figure to provoke. Known as the ancestor of earthly immortals in later years, this earthly immortal referred not to the realm of immortals, but to the earthly realm among the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Di Jun and Tai Yi's expressions were grim, yet neither spoke. It was unnecessary to say anything now. Obtaining the primordial purple chi was the priority. Ming, he let out a long howl. A sea of blood surged forth, overwhelming everything. He moved. He understood very well. If he didn't act now, there would be no chance left. With Jun Yuanzi still present, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Kunpeng were all in cahoots. He was not. If he did not act now, when the time came to seize it he would end up with nothing. This was his only chance. You dare. Dijun roared in anger, not expecting Ming he to dare act at this moment. The sea of blood had already spread, engulfing everything. The entities within the blood were extremely sinister. Every drop could corrode the primordial spirit. Even a great Luo golden immortal could not withstand such pollution. This sea of blood was composed of Pangus tainted blood which later absorbed countless years of impurities from the wild primordial world. Just thinking of the pollution's power was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Let alone a great Luo, even Dijun and Tai Yi would suffer if they were touched by it. Kunpeng bit down hard and plunged directly into the sea of blood. Half of his body was instantly corroded down to a skeletal frame. Rotten flesh burst and regrew, causing his face to contort in agony. But at that moment he could not care less. The primordial purple chi was right before him. No matter the pain, he had to get it first. The pollution of the sea of blood. He couldn't care less. You seek death. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Ming He. Did he think he was air? To dare strike at him at such a critical moment. A yellowish light burst forth, awakening the primordial veins of the earth as a heavy mountain-like yellow divine light surged forth, continuously rolling and changing. Mountains and rivers of the primordial earth solidified and manifested as if the entire primordial world was crashing down. Ding! Tai Yi was also a fierce character, raising his hand to ring the chaos bell. The sound of the bell resonated like the horn of doom. Terrifying sound waves swept out, crushing everything in their path to dust. The myriad realms beneath this bell wave vanished like bubbles. Di Fang had the chaos pearl hovering above his head, enveloped in immortal light, wielding a destruction spear surrounded by the aura of annihilation, its tip radiating the divine light of ultimate destruction, his entire being concealed within the gaps of the void. He was waiting for an opportunity, the best opportunity. The primordial purple chi was crucial for his path to enlightenment. This matter was non-negotiable. He could not disregard it. This was also his reason for coming to the primordial world. The future of the human race must be in the hands of the human race itself. If he hadn't come it would have been one thing, but since he was here in the primordial realm, he would never allow the human race to be mere pawns in the hands of the saints. The sea of blood exploded with a boom, shattering into dust and scattering. Ming He faced great calamity while Kunpeng's body was in tatters, corroded by the sea of blood until his bones were exposed. Dijun and Tai Yi hovered high in the sky, coldly observing below. Zhen Yuanzi manipulated the primordial veins, transforming them into a massive primordial world directly crashing down. Bang! Countless small worlds cracked under the impact, but the next second were crushed. The birth and destruction of worlds occurred in the blink of an eye. The void shattered like glass into fragments. Ming He pieced together his shattered body, once more unwilling to admit defeat so easily. In terms of background, he was not inferior to anyone. In terms of fortune, he lacked nothing, only missing that sliver of opportunity. The opportunity to become a saint. Ding! The bell tolled again. Tai Yi struck the chaos bell once more. The myriad realms faded. The supreme bell wave surged forth with the terrifying power to crush everything. Ming He's recently reassembled body was shattered again, while Kunpeng was blasted away billions of miles, forcing Zhen Yuanzi to dodge the brilliance of that treasured bell. Big brother now. Tai Yi shouted. Dijun stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the primordial purple chi in the air. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a spear suddenly thrust out from the void like a terror from the future, its shaft entwined with 3,000 paths. That spear shone blindingly, as if it had pierced a hole through the heavens. The aura of destruction exploded, causing the myriad realms to shake violently, an uncountable number of worlds collapsing and then reforming in the wake of destruction. From within the divine light rushed forth a vague figure with a grimy pearl hovering above its head, stepping through space, directly confronting Dijun. A thrust of the spear sent Dijun flying backward, his palms splitting open, blood splattering everywhere, his entire body covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The attack was too swift and fierce, offering no chance to react. This thing belongs to me now. A hoarse voice emanated from the light and shadow as the hand reached for the primordial purple chi. Tai Yi's eyes turned red in an instant. After battling for so long, was someone trying to reap the rewards? That was impossible. The chaos bell rang with a resounding ding. The sound waves rippled outward. Time was suppressed. Space locked down. The operations of 3,000 great worlds froze in unison. Everything was pinned in place. But the chaos pearl above the figure's head shone brightly, enveloping its entire body. All restraints upon it seemed non-existent, and it moved as it pleased. The Chaos Pearl was beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. No rules, restraints, or seals could affect it. 3,000 immeasurable returned to the void. Di Fang raised his hand, a divine power pressing down. The heavens collapsed. The myriad realms appeared to have their vitality drained, flowers wilted, stars dimmed, all things perished, everything moved towards death, then into complete nothingness. That was a power of taboo level. Tai, Di Jun Ming, he and Kunpeng began to disintegrate like stone statues eroded by the wind for tens of thousands of years, crumbling inch by inch into dust. Ding! The chaos bell rang with all its might as terrifying power erupted from Di Jun, forcibly stabilizing his form, while Ming He's blood form shattered and reassembled. Kunpeng was the worst off. He was already left with only half a life. The corrosion of the sea of blood had not ceased, and now this blast turned him into a mist of blood with only a sliver of his primordial spirit struggling to remain together. Di Fang retreated 10 steps. The eruption of the chaos bell was no joke. His realm was already lacking, and to endure this his insides were in turmoil. But the primordial purple chi was already in his grasp. His objective achieved, it was time to leave. In Di Fang's eyes, countless fragments of laws intertwined in birth and death, as if the cycles of worlds were being enacted within. He sheathed his spear and turned away. He paid no mind to the cracks on his body. Stepping forward, the great paths of the entire cosmos trembled, and the 3,000 paths roared along with him. God of murder, slaughtering demons, killing gods, slaying fiends, exterminating Buddhas. Kill, 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 kill. The demonic sound echoed. The white immortal light enveloped him, making him look like a divine king emerging from the chaos, clad in white, yet reeking of bloodlust. One step was a passage of time. One step was an era. One step was a killing intent. Completing 7 steps felt like crossing through an entire expanse of time and space. The will of slaughter descended, a taboo, divine power, targeting the primordial spirit, directly locking down the sea of consciousness of the four. Di Fang's white robe was stained with blood. Golden blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, yet he didn't even bother to wipe it away. Di Jun, Tai, Kunpeng, and Ming, he felt their primordial spirits being tortured as if sliced by 1,000 blades, that will to kill entwined deep within their divine sense, inescapable, forcing them to watch helplessly as their primordial spirits were gradually obliterated. Di Jun, Tai, Kunpeng, and Ming, he all changed countenance. This bizarre spell had never been seen in the primordial world. They could only respond instinctively. Di Fang looked at the 4 quasi-saints trapped by the path of slaughter, understanding in his heart. It was not that he was strong, but that the immortal martial divine powers had never shown themselves in the primordial world. This was the first time these 4 fellows encountered such a thing, and they couldn't handle it right away. But to think he could overturn them with this move was wishful thinking. If quasi-saints were truly this weak, would they still be called quasi-saints? Seizing this gap, Di Fang erupted with divine light. The heavens leave no trace, all is without taboo, venture into the eternal unknown. He transformed into a sea of immortal light, erasing all traces of existence. Everything returned to nothingness, unable to trace back to its source, unable to find any trace. The immortal light flickered, and the person vanished without a trace. Ding! Tai-Yi's eyes were filled with killing intent, wishing to disrupt that light. But the chaos pearl suddenly exploded with light, disregarding all barriers, and enveloping Di Fang, making him disappear from the spot. Damn it! Tai-Yi howled to the sky, his roar echoing throughout the primordial realm. Di Jun's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was after all the demon emperor, not as out of control as Tai-Yi, but he was not in a good mood either. First he was repelled by that mysterious figure, then entangled by the bizarre laws. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have let the person escape. That divine power and law were extremely peculiar, entirely different from the immortal techniques of the primordial world. Both strange and tyrannical, it seemed to forcefully command the laws to act rather than merely borrowing their power. Zhen Yuanzi watched this scene, feeling immensely pleased, and let out a cold laugh, vanishing from the spot. Ming He's eyes were filled with malice, but he could not catch a trace of that mysterious figure, having to retreat. Kunpeng's expression darkened to the extreme, ultimately returning to the heavenly court alongside Di Jun and Tai-Yi. They pondered, who among the ancient beings of the primordial world had made a move? Those old monsters who had lived since the dawn of time, where were they hiding? As the rulers of the heavenly court, Di Jun and Tai-Yi could not be unaware of those ancient fossils. There were quite a few old beings who had survived since the primordial world's inception, but they all remained hidden, never showing themselves. This time it was likely one of those ancient immortals that had acted, but they couldn't trace them, nor could they investigate. That mysterious figure had erased all traces, making it impossible to find any clues, as if this person had never existed. Upon returning to the Heavenly Court, Di Jun issued a direct order for the primordial demon race to investigate. Regardless of the means, they had to uncover the truth. As for Di Fang, he returned to the human tribe and entered the back hall of the Nuwa temple. As his figure materialized, he stumbled beneath his feet, nearly falling. His body was covered in intricate cracks, as if even his soul was about to shatter. On the surface, it appeared he had merely been shaken back a few times by the chaos bell. The injuries on Di Fang were far more severe than anticipated. His immortal body was close to falling apart, with countless fissures marring his primordial spirit. However, regaining the Hongmeng purple chi was worth it. As long as Di Fang plans carefully, he might still ascend to the position of a heavenly Dao saint. He may not have the ease of the Sanqing or Nuwa, but he can definitely succeed. The key lies in which path to choose. Using the Hongmeng purple chi to attain sanctity, pursuing martial arts, celestial martial arts, or divine path. Nirvana. As Di Fang chanted, the Tao principles surged around him. The cracks on his body began to dissolve piece by piece, and his bones and flesh recondensed stronger than before. His soul was also gradually reviving. The 12-petal pure world white lotus hovered above his head, nourishing the fragmented primordial spirit. To fully restore it would take time. The physical body could be restored quickly through divine powers. However, the soul was different. Even if Di Fang wished to expedite the process, it was impossible, and he could only nurture it slowly. The chat group erupted into chaos. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Ying Zheng Tai Dan Shun, Hozhu Wu Shi, what realms are you both at now? Fire Shadow Sasuke Curiosity 1 Nangong, Bu Shi. These two haven't mentioned this matter since they practiced celestial martial arts. Ingzheng Ahem, let Zhu Wu Shi speak. Tai Danshin, Hozhu Wu Shi, why is it me? Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi. Ingzheng, why the question mark? Isn't it? Ingzheng, I am at the opening spirit realm. It's a bit difficult. The chi is insufficient and the pills cannot keep up. I am currently at the 3rd level of opening spirit. Tai Danshin, Hozhu Wu Shi, about the same. I am at the 2nd level. Fire Shadow Sasuke Tis, the celestial martial path is indeed hard to tread. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, I feel it's the world's fault. The people in the group have all been transformed by the Divine Master's celestial energy. Their progress is slow because, as Ingzheng said, there is a severe lack of chi and pills. Xiongba, I have reached the 7th level of my physical body. Kaido Kurolo Lo, my physical body is at the 9th level. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, terrifying. But Teacher Kai has a strong foundation, so I can understand. The world is different, and the speed of growth varies as well. Baiyu Kue, I am also at the 9th level of my physical body. Poison Island Yako, am I the only one at the 1st level? Qitong, I am also at the 1st level of my physical body. Zhang Sanfeng, the old Taoist, relies on the Divine Master's pills at the 6th level of my physical body. Yu Buchuan, I am not talented at the 3rd level of my physical body. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, and why do I feel that Master Yu's tone is a bit proud? Fire Shadow Sasuke, what do you think? Fire Shadow Sasuke White Eyes JPG, I am at the 6th level of my physical body. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, it seems we are all on the right path. It's a world problem, the resources are insufficient. We should talk to the Divine Master later, and have him refine more pills so everyone can accumulate enough points. Ingzheng 1 Tai Dan Shun, Hozhu Wu Shi 1 Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi. Zhang Sanfeng, how's your progress over there? Zhang Sanfeng, the old Taoist, is basically ready, just waiting for the final push. The new emperor has just ascended, and with that old monk helping to stabilize, there are still many beneath who are uncooperative, mainly a few restless princes. The old Taoist wants to learn Zhu Wu Shi's method to stabilize the people's hearts first. Zhu Wu Shi, the idea is right. In the end, this world relies on the common folk, not those noble clans. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, that works, I'm not far behind either. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, I'm coming for a 1,000-year lifespan. Then I won't be afraid of gaming for 7 days straight and dying of exhaustion. Fire Shadow Sasuke useless. Nangong Bushi, you're not wrong, the group leader is indeed a little useless. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi. Ingzheng, why the question mark? Isn't it? In the Hongwang world, Di Fang opened his eyes. In his pupils, boundless divine light burst forth with pathways of laws intertwining at the bottom of his gaze, dazzling like the explosion of a starry river. He remained at the peak of the Deluo realm, having yet to touch the threshold of a Quasi Saint. Without taking the path of severing the 3 corpses, breakthroughs must rely on solid accumulation. It is not something that can be achieved with a single fortuitous encounter or enlightenment. It requires countless years of effort. It must be clarified. Though the Hengyu Tower can adjust the flow of time, merely adjusting time is useless. Resources are the true hard currency. If adjusting time alone could lead to breakthroughs, the Hongwang would have been filled with quasi-saints long ago. Di Fang was confident. With the support of the small world and chaos pearls, spiritual energy flowed in, as if it were free, allowing him to seclude himself for billions of years. He opened his eyes and took a step forward. This seclusion did not break through, but his strength had solidified significantly. Coupled with the Hongmeng purple chi on him, what he truly needed to contemplate now was how to become a saint. In the small world of the human race, countless martial arts monuments stood tall, with the aura of celestial martial arts permeating. This small world was personally opened up by Di Fang, now housing hundreds of thousands of humans suitable for pursuing martial arts or celestial martial paths. The environment had been specially modified suitable for these two systems. With the martial will left by Di Fang, the people inside were progressing rapidly. It just lacks a place for training. Di Fang muttered softly. The small world is suitable for hidden cultivation, but not for honing skills. Whether it is martial arts or celestial martial arts, relying solely on hiding and cultivating does not lead to true mastery. Just as he was pondering, an unprecedented force of faith suddenly surged into his soul. A saint. The first saint had arrived. Di Fang followed the faith channel with his gaze, his sight traversing countless worlds, landing in the realm where Chi Tong was slashing. Chi Tong was kneeling there in prayer, layers of white light emanating from her. A hint of surprise flickered in Di Fang's eyes, but soon he revealed a look of understanding. He then withdrew his divine power. In the small world of the human race, Di Fang manifested directly, his voice not loud, but resonating across the land. All humans come and listen to the Tao. Those hidden in the small world gathered from all directions, standing before Di Fang. We meet the ancestor of humanity. Di Fang nodded and began to preach. These humans were the true trump card of the clan. Di Fang knew that the stronger their cultivation, the more confidence the human race would have to stand firm. Saints rarely take action unless it comes to a point where they cannot afford to lose. Just like during the Fengshan calamity, when the Chan sect lost, Yuan Shi Tianzun broke the rules. When he acted, the saint battle erupted, shattering Hongwang into dust and reassembling into the three realms. The result? All saints were confined. They could only remain in their own sanctuaries or in caves within chaos, unable to emerge until the immeasurable calamity arrived. The age of saints ended just like that. To put it plainly, the consequences of the Honghuang's collapse were too great. Their survival was already considered fortunate. Being confined sounds pleasant, but in reality it is just a form of sealing. Ultimately, it still relies on their own disciples to earn face for them. This is the reason Di Fang cultivates the human race. If the human race is to rise, they must rely on themselves in the end. He can support the human race for a while, but once he becomes a saint, he too will be unable to intervene. In the end, it will still be up to the human race to decide. At the same moment on Kunlun Mountain, I am Yuqing Yuan Shi today, I accept disciples. Those who can pass the test may enter my Chan sect. Yuan Shi's voice echoed throughout the Hongwang. Immediately after, Tong Tian's voice also rang out, but the content was different. I am Shanqing Tong Tian today, I accept disciples with no distinctions between teachings. Those with faith may enter my Jia sect. The entire Hongwang erupted. Saints accepting disciples was a monumental affair. Even if one couldn't become a saint, carrying the title of a saint's disciple would allow one to walk freely in the Hongwang without fear. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi frowned, turning to glance at Tong Tian, his expression clearly displeased. Tong Tian did not take it to heart at all. From Tong Tian's perspective, accepting disciples was simply a matter of those willing to come being accepted. However, in Yuan Shi's eyes, this matter was entirely different. He felt that only those with sufficient lineage, talent, and fortune were worthy to enter the doors of this. They were the true lineage of Pangu. If their disciples couldn't hold their own, they would be embarrassed to go out. Big brother, look at Tong Tian, saying no distinctions between teachings. Isn't that just a bunch of armored creatures? Yuan Shi coldly said to Laozi. Tong Tian was sitting next to him, hearing it all clearly. He frowned and retorted directly. Senior brother, how does accepting disciples affect you? Yuan Shi's eyes lit with fire, staring intensely at him. Laozi sat beside, saying nothing, just watching the two brothers quarrel. He sighed inwardly. Sanqing would eventually scatter. The Chan sect and Jia sect are fundamentally not on the same path. Yuan Shi is proud, while Tong Tian is more carefree and unconstrained without so many rules. The two would inevitably clash. Moreover, now that all three of the Sanqing had become saints, even a divine mountain like Kunlun couldn't withstand the combined fate of the three saints. Separation was just a matter of time. Today was merely the beginning. From now on, it would only get more tumultuous. The animosity between Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had already been established and could not be undone. In the end, all three of the Sanqing would walk their separate paths, and no one could stop them. The other saints were still silent. Although Laozi was the first to establish a sect and become a saint, he had no interest in accepting disciples. As for the two from the West, they actually wanted to accept disciples. But the current West was as impoverished as a mountain ditch. Almost no beings from the Honghuang were willing to head that way. Although Zuantai and Jane had patched things up for a while, that broken place in the West still couldn't compare to other parts of the Honghuang. So even if the two saints from the West wanted to accept disciples, there were no willing candidates. Yuan Shi had indeed accepted his first disciple, Guang Qingzi. This person was the first of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect with a good lineage and deep fortune, transformed from innate purple qi, and Yuan Shi adored him greatly. Tong Tian also accepted a disciple. On Kunlun Mountain, there was a three-legged golden toad, the first of its kind in the universe. The golden toad was originally a symbol of wealth and prosperity. Furthermore, this was the first golden toad in the universe. Tong Tian named it Duobao, playing on the sound of more bags, referring to the bulging bags on the golden toad's back. Thus, it was called Duobao. In the divine kingdom, Di Fang preached for 100 years in the small world, and once finished he returned to the divine kingdom. The room was filled to the brim with the power of belief. When he calmed down to listen, he could still hear the sounds of rituals. Divine Master. Yanling Jia's voice was sweet and sticky, and she hung onto Di Fang. Di Fang embraced her, smiling as he pinched this mischievous little demon. You all stay in the divine kingdom, I have matters to attend to. If you need anything, just tell me. Although the Wu clan currently has the upper hand in marriage alliances, if the Wu clan were to collapse, the situation would turn upside down. At that time, it would be the human race that calls the shots. With the Emperor Fang watching, the human race would never tread the same old path again. The offspring born from the union of humans and Wu would carry the blood of both clans. They would possess the sturdy physique of the Wu clan, while also being able to cultivate their nascent souls, which is a potential that cannot be underestimated. At Mount Buzhou, in the ancestral Wu tribe within the Pangahal Hudu, stared at Emperor Fang, her eyes filled with surprise. When Emperor Fang first arrived at the Wu clan, he was insignificant in the wilderness, yet now he has reached the pinnacle of the Luo. Other ancestral Wu looked at Emperor Fang with a hint of astonishment. The people of the Wu clan are known for their explosive tempers, but they are not foolish. Can they really not understand this matter? What does this signify? It indicates that they made the right bet back then. Emperor Fang, I pay my respects to all the ancestral Wu. Emperor Fang cupped his hands toward the 12 ancestral Wu. Di Jiang grinned, saying, You didn't come back just to pay respects, did you? This time I came back to check on the Wu clan and to finalize the marriage between the human race and the Wu clan. Emperor Fang addressed the 12 ancestral Wu. The marriage between humans and Wu. Di Jiang turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin's gaze carried the weight of time as he glanced at Emperor Fang. The marriage between humans and Wu is not a bad thing for the Wu clan. Like other races in the wilderness, it takes decades or even hundreds of years for them to give birth. The stronger the bloodline, the longer the gestation period. The Wu clan is no different. The origins of the Wu clan do not need much elaboration. Currently, the greatest issue between the Wu clan and the Monster clan is the lack of people. As for the Monster clan, they are everywhere in the wilderness. But the Wu clan, after countless eons of reproduction, their population barely exceeds 1 billion, which is already considered a lot. Though the Wu clan is few in number, they are of high quality. Each one is a formidable character. Yet compared to the Monster clan, the Wu clan's shortcomings are magnified. In the war of Wu and monsters, even if 100 Wu were exchanged for one monster, the monsters would not suffer a loss. So what benefits does the marriage between the Wu clan and the human race bring us? Di Jiang fixed his gaze on Emperor Fang. This question was raised from a racial perspective. Although Emperor Fang is a respected figure of the Wu clan, he is fundamentally still of the human race. This is a fact that no one can avoid. Emperor Fang knew well that Di Jiang's question indicated that he had not outright rejected the idea. Whether or not he could persuade the Wu clan depended on his subsequent arguments. After a moment of silence, Emperor Fang spoke. First, the marriage between humans and Wu will only benefit the Wu clan and not harm it. The human race is currently very weak, and their desire to marry into the Wu clan is essentially seeking a strong backing. There's nothing wrong with this. He continued, secondly, once humans and Wu are married, they can quickly have children. These children will inherit the advantages of both sides, having the robust physique of the Wu clan and the capability to cultivate their nascent souls like the human race. The 12 ancestral Wu's eyes sparkled. They had already known these points, but hearing them articulated by Emperor Fang still stirred their excitement. For the Wu clan, the nascent soul has always been a deadlock. If they could fill this gap, it would mean sealing their life gate. Lastly, Emperor Fang lowered his voice. The union of humans and Wu would give us a better chance against the monster clan. The human race is also plagued by monster beasts, and no one likes the monster clan's violent temperament. Joining forces with the Wu clan is only a matter of time. After hearing this, the 12 ancestral Wu furrowed their brows in contemplation. They might be rash by nature, but they are not mindless. They understood the rationale behind Emperor Fang's words, but the Wu clan's stance must be carefully weighed. Emperor Fang remained unperturbed. Following the original course, the Wu clan would eventually marry into the human race. He merely pushed the timeline forward. Paving the way for the human race sooner rather than later is not a bad thing. Moreover, the human race possesses an unparalleled ability, assimilation. While other races rely on brute force, the human race can gradually transform their opponents into their own. The 12 ancestral Wu had no reason to block this path. However, the biggest trouble at the moment is Nuwa. Nuwa is both the matron of the human race and a major figure in the monster clan. If anything were to happen to the monster clan, she would not stand by idly. Moreover, her brother Fushi has already sided with the monster clan. This situation has determined that if a conflict arises between the Wu and monster clans, Nuwa would most likely favor the monster clan. However, other saints have already emerged and no one would allow the monster clan to dominate the world alone. They would naturally intervene to restrain Nuwa. Di Zhang was silent for a moment before speaking. We agree to the marriage between humans and Wu. The other ancestral Wu nodded in agreement. A burden was finally lifted from Emperor Fang's heart. The marriage between humans and Wu was inevitable. The sooner they acted, the better the advantage, allowing for the birth of more offspring carrying the bloodline of the Wu clan. Then I will return to report this to the clan. Emperor Fang gave a bow to the 12 ancestral Wu. The ancestral Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Emperor Fang turned and left, directly exiting the Wu clan's tribe. Once he was gone, Zhu Jiuyin spoke leisurely. The marriage between humans and Wu is a good thing for our Wu clan. But it also has its drawbacks. Oh. The other ancestral Wu turned to look at him, their expressions filled with curiosity. Think about it, Zhu Jiuyin said. The children born from the union of humans and Wu, are they considered human or Wu? Without thinking, Zhu Rong exclaimed, of course they are our Wu clans. The moment Zhu Rong spoke, Zhu Jiuyin's expression shifted and his gaze fixed intently on him. Who can say for certain? They could be human or they could belong to our Wu clan. Regardless, our Wu clan finally has a path to continue our bloodline. Zhu Jiuyin's voice was low and heavy. The other ancestral Wu nodded along, no one wanting to discuss trivial matters any further. In short, the marriage between humans and Wu is indeed a significant hope for the Wu clan, and at least they no longer have to worry about the continuation of their bloodline. What is most critical for a clan is not how fierce they are in conflict, but whether they can pass down their lineage generation after generation. The Jinwu clan is powerful, right? Yet throughout the wilderness, there are only 2 Jinwu that have matured. Later, 10 more offspring were born, but those that survived scattered, leaving only 1 lone descendant. Di Juntai Yi and the 10 Jinwu. 9 perished, and the one who survived went to the west and became the master of the Wu nest. Now on the side of the human race, Emperor Fang sat in his divine nation, surrounded by a void with countless powers of belief traversing endless space and time to converge upon him. Those beams of light of belief intertwined, divine nature permeating as the 3,000 paths tangled and collided upon him. Layer upon layer of belief power accumulated, eventually transforming into the purest divine power. His mastery of the divine path surged. Upper true, God, heavenly God. He ascended to the level of a heavenly God, and only then did his momentum finally come to a halt. This heavenly God, when converted to the wilderness cultivation level, is roughly equivalent to the golden immortal rank. Once Emperor Fang stabilized his realm, he stepped out of the divine palace. He then saw someone who had long been waiting at the entrance of the divine palace, He Tong. Since her ascension to the divine nation, she had remained here without moving. He Tong looked at Emperor Fang and asked, "Are you the Lord of the Gods?" Emperor Fang gazed at her, smiled, nodded, and then asked, "Are you willing to be my subordinate deity?" "I am willing," He Tong responded without any hesitation. Before coming to the divine nation, Shi Tong had specifically instructed her to listen to Emperor Fang and follow his orders. Good. Emperor Fang raised his hand and pointed. A dark aura instantly enveloped He Tong, mingled with a scent of death, carrying an inexplicable sense of eeriness. The laws of the undead, Emperor Fang muttered to himself, staring at He Tong, who was undergoing transformation and modification. However, upon further thought about He Tong's imperial artifact, March of the Dead 8 rooms, it indeed aligns well. The key point is that Emperor Fang holds 3,000 laws in his hands. His subordinate deities are not bound by the same singular attributes that other gods manage. Here he can allocate corresponding laws according to the different individuals. Heitong is one example, and so are Yin Ling Ji and the others. Yin Ling Ji, I leave her in your care. Yes, my lord. Yin Ling Ji appeared beside Emperor Fang, her face adorned with a smile, one that was exceedingly charming. Emperor Fang nodded, turned, and left the divine nation, returning to the wilderness. The days of conflict between the Wu and monster clans are drawing near. On the human race's side, they have already established a marriage alliance with the Wu clan. Although Emperor Fang has remained in the divine nation, 100 years have passed in the wilderness. At the shore of the East Sea, in the tribe where the marriage between humans and Wu is taking place, Emperor Fang is mesmerized by the scene before him. The half-bloods have been born. This is good news for him. The more half-bloods born from the union of humans and Wu, the stronger the human race will become in the future. This principle is clearer to him than anyone else. Tang Valley. The Fusang divine tree takes root here, a primal spiritual root, the only existence capable of withstanding the true fire of the sun. 10 golden crows hang from the branches, resembling 10 suns. The true fire rages and the heat waves roll. Suddenly a Taoist barged in, looking quite disheveled. Hey, how did you get in here? The 10 golden crows spread their wings in unison, surrounding the Taoist. The Taoist wore a bitter smile as he looked at the 10 golden crows before him. They are the sons of Dijun. Dijun kept them locked up here for a simple reason. They are still too young to control the true fire of the sun. If they were to run rampant in the wilderness, how much chaos would they cause? Dijun's intentions were good. He planned to release them once they could control the true fire. However, he overlooked one thing. The saints have already emerged. Would the saints passively watch the Wu clan and monster clan dominate the world? Absolutely not. This Taoist is Zhuan Ti. I have met the 10 golden crow princes. Zhuan Ti smiled as he looked at the little golden crows. You know us? The eldest asked. Of course I know. The offspring of the monster Emperor Di Jun, how could I not recognize you? To be honest, the monster clan and Wu clan are now at a disadvantage against us. Especially the Wu clan, they are quite overbearing and unreasonable. Zhuan Ti's words pierced like knives into the hearts of the golden crows. Despicable. The 10 little golden crows roared in anger, their true fire of the sun erupting. Zhuan Ti briefly explained the situation, how Di Jun was being bullied by the Wu clan. Sure enough, the golden crows exploded with fury. Big brother, let's help father. The third brother shouted at the eldest brother. The eldest hesitated for a moment. Father said we are not allowed to leave Tang Valley. I don't care. The Wu clan is too hateful. If you don't go, I will. The third brother said, spreading his wings and charging out of Tang Valley. Emperor Fang furrowed his brows. The marriage between the human and witch clans had just begun. If the witches and demons clashed now, everything would be ruined. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind. The trigger for the second witch-demon war was the 10 golden crows. 9 of those 10 little golden crows perished, and both Emperor Jun and Tai exploded in anger, directly battling against the witch clan with all their might. Thus the third witch-demon war ensued. The third war was essentially a sequel to the second, with the demon and witch clans completely at odds, unwilling to rest until one side was extinguished. From beginning to end, the cause remained those 10 golden crows. A hint of hesitation surfaced in Emperor Fang's eyes. This was not in line with his planned rhythm. Especially now with the 10 golden crows just born, if the witches and demons fought, the human-witch marriage would be indefinitely postponed. If delayed until the end, whether it could be continued was questionable. He took a deep breath. No, at least within 3,000 years the human-witch marriage could not be interrupted. Mixed bloods must be born in sufficient numbers for the human clan's fortune and foundation to rise. In the western lands. Senior brother, I've handled things on my side. A smile adorned Zhuan Ti's face. Good. Jiayin opened his eyes, and a glint of sharp light flashed within. The witches and demons are unaware of the heavenly order. They should be destroyed. Jiayin's tone was very calm. On Mount Kunlun, Laozi's eyes flickered as he glanced toward the East Sea. He waved his hand, and the heavenly order was thrown into chaos. Emperor Jun and Tai were completely unaware that the 10 golden crows had already been born. Laozi continued to lower his head to refine pills. Tong Tian opened his eyes, somewhat annoyed by the methods of the 2 saints from the west, and closed them again. Yuan Shi, however, showed no reaction, maintaining a blank expression. Deep within chaos, Nuwa watched the 10 little golden crows emerge in the East Sea and sighed. She knew she could not intervene. As soon as she acted, other saints would immediately follow. She could only sigh. Emperor Fang stood at the edge of the East Sea, staring at the 10 golden crows. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. This batch of golden crows should not emerge now, nor should they. If they did, his plans would collapse completely. The chaos pearl floated above his head, instantly obscuring the heavenly order, grasping the universe in hand. Emperor Fang shouted softly. Time and space trembled violently. The 10 newly born golden crows directly appeared in the palm of his hand. Emperor Fang looked down at the little golden crows in his hand, then raised his gaze toward the direction of the heavenly court. In the next blink, he had disappeared from the shores of the East Sea. Perhaps I can turn the tables on the saints, Emperor Fang murmured to himself. In the western lands, Zhuan-Ti frowned, calculating with his fingers. The heavenly order was completely in disarray, and nothing could be calculated. What audacity! Zhuan-Ti was enraged. He did not know who had interfered, but the plan had been intercepted. Now the 2 saints from the west were in trouble. In the heavenly court, Emperor Fang appeared out of thin air in the main hall. Emperor Jun fixed his gaze on him, his eyes sharp. It was he who had snatched the primordial purple energy. How dare he swagger into the heavenly court now? Did he really think he could easily be handled by Emperor Jun? Emperor Fang stood there surrounded by celestial light, with the chaos pearl hovering by his side, a heavy aura pressing down. He was not afraid of Emperor Jun noticing. With a wave of his hand, the 10 little golden crows directly landed on the main hall of the heavenly court. Beware of the saints. With that, Emperor Fang's figure dispersed. Emperor Jun stared at the 10 sons before him, his expression suddenly tense. Father. The 10 golden crows themselves did not react. They had just been planning to get back at their father, preparing to fight against the witch clan. As a result, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the heavenly court. Emperor Jun's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He questioned each of his 10 sons, and after asking, he said nothing, grabbing them and heading towards the depths of chaos, directly aiming for the palace of Nuwa. Emperor Jun was not foolish. This mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared was there to rescue his sons. According to what his rambunctious kids said, a certain Taoist told them that the witch clan was too overbearing, and if they did not kill back, they would not be considered men. The 10 brothers conspired and truly went to battle against the witch clan. It was easy to guess that if they charged into the witch clan's territory, how many of these little rascals would be left. Thinking back to the mysterious person's warning, beware of the saints, Emperor Jun felt a chill run down his spine. This matter was a trap set by the saints. The restrictions of the Tang Valley were set by Emperor Jun himself. He would be the first to know of any disturbance. Yet all 10 golden crows had escaped, and he as their father sensed nothing, with the heavenly order thrown into chaos. If it weren't for a saint intervening, who else had this ability? Emperor Jun led his 10 sons through the gates of the palace of Nuwa. Emperor Jun pays respects to the goddess Nuwa. He bowed in greeting. Nuwa glanced at him, her gaze falling upon the 10 little sons behind him. What? I wish to ask the goddess to take in my children. Emperor Jun spoke directly. Nuwa looked at the 10 golden crows. According to the original fate, 9 of them should have perished. Now they stood here intact, not a single one missing. The heavenly order was a complete mess, if she could not calculate anything. But she knew that someone had intervened. Who was it? It was no small matter that the golden crows' fates were altered, for it was precisely this that triggered the second witch demon war. This was significant. However, it was of little concern. The major trend would not change, and the minor trends could be adjusted. The process did not matter, the outcome was key. The witch and demon clans were destined to decline, and as long as this conclusion did not change, it could go as it pleased. All right. Nuwa nodded in agreement. She was the queen of the demon clan, and also a saint. After being schemed against by another saint for the first time, she could not be led by the nose again. Emperor Jun sighed in relief. Thank you, goddess. You all stay obediently in the palace of Nuwa, and study diligently with the goddess. He instructed for a moment, and turned to leave. Once he left the chaos, Emperor Jun's face was so dark it could drip water. He returned to the heavenly court with a scowl. Which saint among them was responsible for such vile acts? First he excluded Nuwa. She herself was of demon origin and had no reason to engage in such matters. In terms of influence within the demon clan, she was stronger than Emperor Jun, the demon emperor, and had no motive. The 3 pure ones. Emperor Jun shook his head. The 3 considered themselves the true disciples of Pangu. Laozi was indifferent. Yuan Shi had a lofty view of himself, and Tongtian was as volatile as a powder keg. None would resort to such underhanded tactics. That left only the 2 from the west. This aligned perfectly with the reputation they had built over the years. Who in the wilderness did not know their nature? He had been taught a lesson the first time he met them at the Zixiao Palace. It would be no surprise if they pulled such a stunt again. Tai, gather 100 billion demons and flatten Mount Shumi. Emperor Jun's voice was cold as a blade. Done, Tai replied, and turned to mobilize troops. The 10 great demon saints moved. 1 million demon gods gathered, and 100 billion demon soldiers lined up. Bring the Zhoutian star array flags. Anyone who dares to plot against my son will know the cost. The cold light flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. If it weren't for nearly losing his son's life this time, he wouldn't be this furious. But this truly crossed his bottom line. Emperor Fang had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. He had thought Emperor Jun would endure. After all, he was up against two saints. But who would have expected Emperor Jun to be so resolute? He gathered his forces and charged west without even attempting to conceal his intent. On Mount Kunlun Laozi's eyes flashed with surprise. Yuan Shi's expression changed slightly. Tong Tian, however, showed a hint of appreciation, turning to glance toward the west with a look filled with disdain. Emperor Fang watched the movements of the demon clan stunned. With such a grand display from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, the entire wilderness could not possibly remain unaware. The two from the west naturally received the news as well. But they did not believe that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were coming for them. Mount Shumi, the dojo of the two saints from the west. Buddha's light illuminated everywhere, and the sounds of chanting echoed. The golden light spread across the entire west. Suddenly the sky turned dark. Boundless stars pressed down, covering the entire dome of heaven. The 100 billion demons unleashed their power simultaneously, and the Zhoutian star array roared into motion. Swords of starlight formed in the air, followed by a crash down. The western lands shattered, billions and billions of miles of territory directly collapsed. Seeking death. Zhuan Ti bellowed, bursting out from the golden light Buddha Hall. Looking at the myriad demons in the sky, his killing intent was nearly palpable. Countless beings in the west suffered casualties. Zhuan Ti, did you not consider that there would be today when you plotted against my son? Emperor Jun's voice echoed through the wilderness. At this moment, all beings understood why Emperor Jun was taking action against the two saints from the west. Those two actually plotted against his offspring. This was disgraceful to anyone. If the two saints from the west directly attacked Emperor Jun or Tai Yi, no one in the wilderness would say anything. But to target someone's children, that was crossing the line. Zhuan Ti's eyelids twitched, his tone carried a hint of laughter. I never had any designs on your offspring. He absolutely would not admit to this. His reputation was already poor, having barely salvaged some face by becoming a saint. He could not afford to carry this blame. Less talk and more action. Emperor Jun raised his voice. I want to see just how formidable the saints truly are. 100 billion demons, heed my command. Heavenly stars fall. The Zhoutian star array roared into motion. Countless stars, trailing long tails, plummeted down, each carrying the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, the air buzzing under the pressure. Zhuan Ti's eyes glinted. The seven treasures' mysterious tree flipped, and a rainbow light swept across. In the instant the light fell, over 1 billion demons were instantly blasted into blood mist, not even having the chance to scream. Tai Yi did not give him a chance to catch his breath. The chaos bell struck. Clang. The sound of the bell was like the trumpet of doom tearing through the entire western lands. The aura of destruction surged and spread. The ground began to crack and mountains collapsed one after another. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were determined this time. Even if they could not eliminate Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, they would completely destroy the western lands. You seek death. Zhuan Ti's eyes turned red, staring at Tai Yi with a gaze like a knife. Ba, Jiayin moved. Buddha's light surged out directly, blocking the wave of the bell in midair, not allowing it to touch the ground. Bullying the weak. A cold female voice came. The red embroidery ball flew in from the void, and Zhuan Ti did not react in time, getting knocked away and rolling far on the ground. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball. Nuwa's treasure. Nuwa, you also want a medal? Zhuan Ti scrambled to his feet, his face a mix of shock and anger, shouting at the heavens. Nuwa's figure emerged from the void, surrounded by endless light of creation, coldly glaring at him. Did you ask me when you plotted against the demon clan? Her voice was not loud, but every word was like a stone hitting Zhuan Ti's face. Without even a greeting, you toyed with the demon clan, as if they were pieces on a chessboard, truly showing no regard for her. Nuwa. Ba. Jiayin swiftly stood beside Zhuan Ti, his gaze locking onto Nuwa, a sense of annihilation in his eyes. Sister, why bother? Nuwa, do not worry, I have arrived. A bold voice erupted from the western lands. Tong Tian had arrived. The sword intent filled the sky as if it sought to cleave this very heaven. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi sighed and closed his eyes, no longer concerning himself with the matter. Yuan Shi snorted heavily, displeased with Tong Tian's intervention in the west. But Tong Tian had already taken action, and he could not stop him. Yuan Shi simply closed his eyes, pretending not to see. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin's expressions turned completely grim. The Light Demon clan didn't take them seriously at all, but with Nuwa and Tong Tian involved, This trouble was significant. When saints fight, no one knows what will happen. But they could not retreat. If they did, where would they put their faces? The chaos battle. Tong Tian looked at Zhu and Ti and Jiayin, his tone very indifferent. Good. Jiayin nodded. 3 figures, one in front of the other, vanished at the edge of the sky. The river of humanity surged, waves crashing against the void. Nuwa confronted Zhu and Ti across a field of golden light, and Zhu and Ti could not leave. If he truly retreated, the foundation of the Western faction would be turned upside down by the demon clan. Nuwa must have come to this. Zhu and Ti leaned forward slightly, the light of Buddhism swirling around him. Nuwa's gaze sharpened, her voice piercing. Zhu and Ti, when you harmed her child, did you not think of today? The disasters befalling the Western lands are the seeds you have sown. Zhu and Ti opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Nuwa spoke nothing but the truth, and he could find no rebuttal. Then let us see whose strength is greater. Zhu and Ti ceased speaking, golden Buddhist light suddenly erupting from him. The divine powers of Buddhism, a Sixzhang golden body. Nuwa snorted coldly. Among the vast wilderness, in terms of the battle prowess of female immortals, she ranked second, and no one dared to rank first. With a flick of her wrist, her pure white fingers traced through the void. Countless immortal lights exploded, illuminating the ancient heavens. A low chant echoed through the world, akin to the ancient ancestors reciting hymns. Before Zhu and Ti's Sixzhang golden body could even charge forward, its surface was already covered in intricate cracks. Golden Buddhist blood dripped down through the fissures. Nuwa's strength pressured Zhu and Ti significantly. She was one of the earliest to become a saint, while Zhu and Ti, he forcibly attained his status through merits. Though both reached sainthood through merits, the disparity in their value was apparent. However, those two from the West had always been in collusion. At this moment, Tong Tian held back Jiayin, otherwise Nuwa would truly face some trouble. Zhu and Ti raised his hand, and the 7 treasures mysterious tree lit up. Boundless divine light surged forth, 3,000 Buddhist nations intertwining in the light and shadow, the sound of mantras roaring like a tide. Golden runes condensed into chains advancing towards Nuwa. A bright glimmer appeared between Nuwa's brows, and immortal light emerged. The power of time interwove and rotated around her, countless phantoms of humanity appearing behind her, densely packed, reaching as far as the eye could see. Among those phantoms, one figure stood out clearly, Di Fang, the river of humanity from ancient times to the present. As Nuwa's voice fell, the river of time violently trembled. The river's surface tore open a rift, and a being from the future stepped forth upon the waves. That being landed before Nuwa, bowing respectfully. I have met the Holy Mother. A potent aura of martial arts surged forth, shaking the surrounding void. Nuwa nodded, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. In the river of humanity, she vaguely sensed another aura, an existence on par with her own. Zhu and Ti stared at that figure, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, peak of the quasi-saint future humanity. He immediately understood. Humanity would be the true protagonist of the future. The decline of the witch and demon races was an unspoken truth among the saints. Zhu and Ti was very clear in his heart. Seeing the future quasi-saint of humanity appear at this moment did not surprise him at all. Nuwa creating humans to become a saint, and Laozi establishing a teaching closely tied to humanity. So many clues strung together, if he still could not guess that humanity would become the protagonist of the heavenly realm, that would be truly foolish. Nuwa retracted her gaze, looking at the human powerhouse summoned from the river of humanity. She spoke solemnly. What is the current situation of humanity in the future? The moment the words human ancestor left her mouth, the voice was cut off. The heavenly Tao intervened, directly snuffing it out. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Nuwa's eyes as she turned her gaze towards Zhu and Ti. The human being stepped forward, crossing the river of time, directly raising his hand to strike at Zhu and Ti. I never expected that my opponent would be a saint. Just right, I will use this opportunity to temper my path against a saint. Zhu and Ti, I have offended you. As the words fell, he was already before Zhu and Ti, his left hand extending, fingers forming claws aiming straight at Zhu and Ti's throat. The claws were wrapped in layers of divine light, crisscrossing, as if they were about to tear apart the heavens and earth. This was not some flashy technique, but pure martial arts. Simplicity, directness, ferocity. The heavens were torn open by this claw. The physical body has been refined to the limit. Zhu and Ti saw through it in an instant. This body was as tough as a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It was simply unfathomable. He did not know how this person had cultivated it. Nuwa also observed this. Zhu and Ti did not evade. The golden hand met the human powerhouse's palm directly. Bang! The sound was as loud as the heavens exploding. There was no flashiness, just the most primitive clash of physical bodies. Golden Buddhist blood dripped down. The onlooking beings of the wilderness were all dumbfounded. Though this was merely a contest of physical strength, Zhuan-Ti was a saint. A saint's physical body actually suffered a loss. Who would believe it if spoken? Zhuan-Ti looked at the future human powerhouse before him and slowly spoke. What a terrifying physical body, it is not inferior to an innate spiritual treasure. Just as the words fell, the sky, filled with Buddhist nations, descended. Countless small worlds, one stacked upon another, crashing down. The human powerhouse interlaced his 10 fingers, 10 rays of divine light shooting up into the sky, stirring the myriad realms. Boom! The Buddhist nations shattered, the great realm collapsed. Hundreds of millions of Buddhist nations turned to ashes. Yet the body of the human powerhouse also began to crack. Cracks spread all over his body like a porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. Ultimately, you are not a saint. How can you compete with us? Zhuan-Ti's tone was flat. The divine light dissipated, revealing a sharply contoured face. There were similarities to Di Fang. What a pity there is not enough time. The person murmured softly. Di Fang's heart suddenly leaped. His pupils constricted. This is his future child. Who did he have him with? That kind of bloodline connection could not be severed. Zhuan-Ti, the last strike. The human powerhouse spoke. Good. Zhuan-Ti nodded. The radiance on the human powerhouse reached its peak. The will of martial arts surged into the sky. A single finger was pointed out. It pierced through the ages. It traversed countless time and space. A tear formed on Zhuan-Ti's brow. Golden Buddhist blood flowed out. Just a moment more and his entire head would have shattered. What a pity, still not enough. The human powerhouse's figure slowly dissipated in the heavens and earth. Zhuan-Ti's eyelids twitched. Others could not see the subtleties, but he was very clear in his heart. Just now he had exerted all his strength to block it, yet he was still hit directly. There was no way to dodge, completely unavoidable. That attack came crashing down from countless time nodes simultaneously. It pierced through the past and future. This move was ruthless. Humanity truly cannot be underestimated. Zhuan-Ti stared at Nuwa, a sentence squeezed from his throat. Nuwa's gaze flickered, and she did not respond. In the next moment, she vanished from the western horizon. Having come this far, there was no point in entangling further. The demon clan should also cease their actions. Nuwa's intervention was, to put it bluntly, for the sake of the ancient beings of the wilderness to see. She was not made of mud, and no one could treat her as a fool. If it came to a complete confrontation, it would not benefit the demon clan in the slightest. Once Nuwa left, Di-Jun and Tai extinguished their anger and also retreated from the west. Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In stood in place, looking at the devastated western lands. Jie-In sighed. Zhuan-Ti squinted, his voice very low. One day this debt must be repaid. For saints, this level of foundation is not a big deal. But the problem lies in, if you cannot kill a saint, the cost of offending a saint is enormous. On Di Fang's side, he had not anticipated that Nuwa had such a hand hidden. The river of humanity. That thing essentially belonged to the human ancestor, and Nuwa, the holy mother of humanity. That said, Nuwa's strength was indeed not weak. But what puzzled Di Fang the most was that human powerhouse who broke through the western realm was actually his son. The key was he could not recall who he had had a child with. Moreover, the path that kid took was purely martial arts. So pure that he had forcefully carved out his own way. If we speak of it, he was even fiercer than the current Di Fang. This realization sent waves crashing through Di Fang's heart. The great battle concluded. Just as Tong Tian returned to Kunlun Mountain, he was immediately berated by Yuan Shi right in front of Laozi. Why did you do that? Yuan Shi pressed. Tong Tian initially held back his anger. I simply took action against those two in the west because they displeased me. Do you know how much trouble this will bring us? Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Tong Tian's anger surged. If you are unhappy, I will stop doing it in the future. Is it necessary to scold me like this? Laozi listened from the side, remaining silent for a long time, letting out a sigh. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi's tempers had not matched for quite some time. This kind of quarrel was not the first time. If it continued like this, parting ways would just be a matter of time. Laozi understood in his heart that this situation would not help anyone, so he could only remain silent. Different ideologies and incompatible personalities could not be smoothed over by mere tolerance. From the moment the first crack appeared, the separation of the three pure ones had become a foregone conclusion. The remainder was merely waiting for the right moment. The two saints from the west had lost face this time, but it also made the beings of the wilderness understand what true saint level meant. The losses on the western side were not small, but in the end it was just that. As long as the saints themselves did not make a mistake, no matter how many below perished, it could not overturn the heavens. But this is the wilderness. Wanting saints to make mistakes on their own. That is far more difficult than dreaming. On Di Fang's side, his eyes were filled with certainty. From that human powerhouse from the future, who looked like his son, he could see that the future humanity was likely following the path he had laid out. So I did not choose the wrong direction. Di Fang murmured softly, his thoughts feeling more solid. In the depths of chaos in the palace of Nuwa, her gaze flickered. Was it the humanity that took the last trace of primordial purple energy? The river of humanity. This power belonged only to Nuwa and the human ancestor. It cannot be said to be a divine power. It is merely that when one's cultivation reaches a certain level combined with Nuwa's status as the holy mother of humanity and the rank of the human ancestor, they can traverse through time and bring together the powerful figures of humanity from generations past to fight. This is not a talent, nor is it a spell. It is purely a thing built from strength and status. Having strength alone is not enough. If one does not have enough rank, one cannot summon it. Having rank alone is also insufficient. If one's cultivation is not enough, one cannot awaken it at all. Nuwa is both the holy mother of humanity and a proper saint. It is not surprising that she can summon the river of humanity. But the problem is, she just sensed that there was someone comparable to her lurking in the river of humanity. Who is Nuwa? She was the first to attain sainthood after Hongjun. Only a saint can stand on equal footing with her, and moreover a saint associated with humanity. The human race in the primordial era was crafted by her own hands, and she can sense everything that happens to humanity past and future. Of course, she can recognize an existence of similar rank. Emperor Fang. A voice of surprise whispered in the Nuwa palace. It has nothing to do with the Chaos Pearl. Nuwa could calculate Emperor Fang purely because he is a part of the human race. So that's how it is. A clever calculation. The river of humanity emerged before Nuwa with Emperor Fang's figure submerged within it. The Chaos Pearl can obscure the secrets of heaven, but it cannot block the identity mark of Emperor Fang as a member of the human race and the ancestor of humanity. In the river of humanity, Nuwa saw Emperor Fang stumbling forward. As for whether to stop him, it's futile. Since the future Emperor Fang can attain sainthood, it indicates that this outcome cannot be altered by anyone. Even if she were to erase Emperor Fang, now the future version of him would still attain sainthood. Attaining sainthood is a predetermined result. The process is merely a trivial cause. Cause and effect. The fruit has already been born. Does the cause still matter? The primordial era emphasizes that the great trends of the Tao cannot be altered, but minor details can be manipulated. If humanity can produce another saint, it would not be a bad thing for us. Nuwa murmured softly, and a glimmer flashed in the depths of her pupils. The two from the west, as well as the three pure ones, were all huddled together. Although the three pure ones later fell out, it has not yet reached the point of the canonization of gods. If they were to make a move and scheme, it would be three saints coming down upon them. Only she Nuwa stands alone and weak. Why does she spend so many years in the Nuwa palace without stepping out and hardly manages the affairs of humanity? Ultimately, it's for this reason. Whether it's the two saints from the west or the three pure ones, everyone wants to scheme against humanity. As a single woman alone saint, what can she use to fend off two, let alone three? But if humanity were to produce another saint, that would be a tremendous blessing. At the very least, in future calamities, she would have a say and wouldn't have to suffer in silence. One can see from the original history that Nuwa was completely absent and invisible. When others schemed against the human emperor and humanity, did she not want to intervene? It's not that she didn't want to, it's that she couldn't. The root of the issue lies in her weakness. The three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity are destined to be born. According to the rules, it should have been her sending someone to guide the way, but the three pure ones seized the opportunity first. Once they become the teachers of the human emperor, they can share in the fortune of humanity. Nuwa is not foolish. Could she just watch her own fortune flow away? Ultimately, it's not that she doesn't want it, it's that she truly has no means. By the time of the great canonization calamity, King Zhou was the last human emperor of humanity. After him, humanity had no more emperors, only sons of heaven, which drastically lowered humanity's status. One must understand that the position of the human emperor is not low. Apart from saints, they were on equal footing with the heavenly emperor. Those celestial beings had to pay respects to the human emperor, which is what defines a human emperor. But after King Zhou, the sons of heaven went to pay respects to celestial beings instead. Grow up quickly. Nuwa muttered again, and a series of seals were cast into the void, directly sealing the entire river of humanity. No one can investigate, not even Laozi could. Laozi is the leader of the human teachings and occupies 30% of humanity's fortune, indeed able to summon the river of humanity. But he is different from the ancestor of humanity and Nuwa. He can summon, but if they do not respond, that's another matter. Those who walk the path of cultivation might pay him some mind, but those practicing martial arts and celestial martial arts would ignore him. At this moment, as Nuwa sealed the river, Laozi couldn't even dream of seeing it. After all, the river of humanity still rests in Nuwa's hands. She has the greatest authority. The ancestor of humanity and Laozi as leaders of the human teachings are ranked below the human emperor. If Nuwa is determined to seal the river, Laozi can only watch helplessly. On the side of the witch clan, Big Brother, this is a great opportunity right now. Zhu Rong, with the most explosive temper, was the first to speak, his eyes fixed on Di Jiang, eager to act. The ancient horn sounded across the heavens and earth as if tearing the sky apart. Di Jun and Tai Yi ran westward to find those two bald men, while the witch clan was not blind and saw everything clearly. Di Jiang turned back to glance at Zhu Jiuyin. This fellow is the only one among the 12 ancestral witches who has a brain. Zhu Rong's words make sense. Di Jun and Tai Yi had just returned from the west where the demon clan was resting. At this moment, launching an attack on the 9 heavens would catch them off guard and take down the demon clan's lair. Di Jiang said. Zhu Jiuyin remained silent, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. His martial will was so intense that it seemed to ripple through time. He saw a fragment of the future, a battle where the witch clans surged into the heavenly court, gaining the upper hand. But the subsequent events were too chaotic for him to see further. The ancient horn sounded again, shaking the mountains and rivers. Countless witches gathered from all directions, a sea of darkness. Kill. The 12 ancestral witches took the lead and charged toward Mount Buzhou. That is the path to ascend to heaven. Where is the heavenly court? At the summit of Mount Buzhou in the 36 heavens. This is why it is said that Mount Buzhou is the path to ascend to heaven. Climbing up Mount Buzhou, stepping on the summit, leads directly to the 36 heavens. Where are Di Jun and Tai Yi? They are in the highest heaven at the center of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Great Luo Heaven. Speaking of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, some may not be familiar. In other words, the Lingxiao Palace, where the Jade Emperor later sat, is located here. However, it is currently managed by Di Jun, who named it the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Kill. The 12 ancestral witches charged ahead and directly entered the 36 heavens. What audacity! Di Jun's anger flared up immediately. He never expected that the brainless witch clan would choose this moment to attack. Tai Yi, Kuan Peng, go summon reinforcements. If they deliver themselves to our doorstep, they shouldn't expect to return alive. Di Jun gritted his teeth, a fierce determination seeping through. Yes. Tai Yi and Kuan Peng responded simultaneously. A flicker of unusual color passed through Kuan Peng's eyes as he followed Tai Yi to rally troops and arrange the great array of the stars. It has finally come to blows. In the temple on the back mountain of the Nuwa shrine, Emperor Fang opened his eyes. It was as if countless years had passed before his eyes. The second battle between the witches and demons has broken out again. The same old saying, the process can change, but the outcome cannot. Emperor Fang originally thought that by saving those 10 little golden crows he could at least delay the second battle by several thousand years, even if he couldn't make it disappear. But turning his head, the battle broke out nonetheless. The reason is simple. The witch clan believes that now is the best time to eliminate the demon clan. If they could annihilate them completely, that would be best. Even if they can't, killing a few prominent figures among the demon clan wouldn't be a loss. With this thought in mind, the witch clan sounded the war horn. The ancient horn echoed throughout the heavens and earth, vast and boundless. The stars of the universe began to flicker as if someone had stirred them. Above the 36 heavens, the 12 ancestral witches had already surged into the great Luo heaven. Originally the body of the ancestral, which was already extremely formidable, the kind that did not adhere to logic. Now, after practicing martial arts, the ancestral witch's body has transformed into an eternal and indestructible demonic physique, immensely tough. Ding! The bell sound erupted. Tai Yi activated the chaos bell, and the shockwaves from that great bell spread out in circles, the aura of destruction sweeping in all directions. Zhu Rong grinned, his smile ferocious. The martial will emanating from him was like a pillar supporting the heavens, piercing through the void, while ancient Tao patterns lit up around him, then faded away. Long-haired bird, your grandfather has arrived. Zhu Rong stepped forward, charging directly against the waves of the chaos bell. Tai Yi's expression darkened. These ancestral witches have become even tougher. This is unreasonable. Originally, the ancestral witch's flesh could withstand innate spiritual treasures, and now they've jumped up another level. Does this mean? Tai Yi did not dwell on it further. He activated the chaos bell and smashed it toward Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong's eyes lit up. He wanted to test just how much his current body could withstand. The martial will burst within him, and the flame of departure wrapped around him like molten lava weaving into a net. Ding! Zhu Rong's fist collided with the chaos bell. In the next instant, Zhu Rong flew backward. His body opened, several wounds, bones shattered like broken porcelain. Yet he still smiled. These cracks were drawn back in an instant, and Zhu Rong realized. He had originally thought that this punch would burst him into a blood mist to be reformed. The result was merely surface fissures. That's enough. The Chaos Bell is an innate supreme treasure. He understands better than anyone the force behind its strike. Now it only shattered the shell without harming the core. This indicates that the bodies of the witches have become strong enough to face an innate supreme treasure hidden. Tai Yi's expression changed. In the primordial era, those secretly observing this battle were also not faring well. Have the ancestral witches grown this strong? Incredible. What they wanted to know even more was, what was the reason? How did the ancestral witches' bodies suddenly become so much stronger? Amitba, brother. Zunti's eyes flashed as he looked at Jie-in. Jie-in returned the gaze, confusion in his eyes. What the witch clan is practicing now, Zuni lowered his voice, was left behind by that future human powerhouse summoned by Nuwa. Jie-in's eyes brightened. Do you remember the punishment that descended upon the primordial era? Zunti slowly said. Are you saying that the one who created the new cultivation system is from humanity? Jie-in asked. It's hard to say. Zunti's gaze withdrew, but it definitely has something to do with humanity. The fact that the witch clan is intermarrying with humanity is known throughout the primordial era. Adding to this cultivation system, the witch clan is practicing. Jie-in's previously distressed face grew even more troubled. Amitba, perhaps we have been watching that newly emerging small race too late. Zunti muttered softly. Jie-in caught the implication in his words. Humanity lies to the east of the primordial era in that direction. Jie-in did not finish. Zunti understood. 30,000 miles west of the Eastern Sea, there is no Taoist temple of the three pure ones. Those three saints stationed in the Western primordial era have long overstepped their bounds by reaching. Brother, there's no need to worry. Buddhism is destined to thrive. We have a long time ahead. Zunti leisurely waved his sleeves. Jie nodded. That's right. Buddhism's rise is a predetermined fate. The calamity of the journey to the West is in essence a play to bring Buddhism to the forefront. For the saints, the time of several calamities is merely the snap of a finger. Now that the outcome is known, the layout becomes much more relaxed. Under the Tao, the cause can be altered, but the effect cannot. The rise of Buddhism is that effect, and no one can stop it. The Sanqing knows the situation well. But what can they do? They can only find ways to gain some merit and fortune, not allowing the West to enjoy all the benefits. This is the essence of the journey to the West calamity. Those monsters are either mounts of certain immortals or disciples of certain Taoists. Wild ones. They've all been killed. Those with backgrounds are taken away as soon as trouble arises. To put it bluntly, this group of people with backgrounds is here to share in the spoils. The two saints of the West are not fools, they know this well. If you eat meat, you must at least let others drink some soup, right? Thus the journey to the West calamity appears to be a disaster on the surface, but in reality it is a celebration where Buddhism raises its banner and various forces scramble for merit and fortune. At this moment, Di Fang is not within the tribe. Taking advantage of this gap, he hurried towards the endless sea of the primordial era. With a splash, he plunged into the deep sea. He was looking for the Dragon Clan. Not only the Dragon Clan, but he also intended to recruit the Phoenix Clan and the Qilin Clan to join the human race's war chariot. The East Sea Dragon Palace soon came into view. At this time, heaven and earth had not yet been divided. There were no 4 sea dragon kings. This area was simply called the East Sea Dragon Palace. Halt! Who goes there? A shrimp soldier raised his fork to block the way. Human race Di Fang. I have matters to discuss with the Dragon Clan. Please report my arrival. Di Fang's voice was steady and deep. Wait, I'll go report. The shrimp soldier tossed out a line and turned to enter the Dragon Palace. Di Fang was not anxious. The human race is currently too weak. Looking across the myriad races of the primordial era, they couldn't even make the lineup. They didn't directly drive him away, which was already considered courteous. The shrimp soldier returned. Follow me. Thank you. Di Fang followed behind, making his way deeper into the Dragon Palace. The patrolling guards along the way were all at least in the true immortal realm. The Dragon Clan had indeed declined, but a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, this was merely the strength displayed outwardly. The real ultimers, those who survive to this day, number frighteningly large. You are the one created by the Saint Nuwa. The human race. Yes, I am one of the ancestors of the human race Di Fang. Di Fang stared at the Dragon King seated in the Dragon Palace. He was a golden immortal, but his bloodline was not pure. He was not a genuine pure-blood Dragon Clan. Why have you come to the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King tilted his head and questioned Di Fang. The Dragon Clan had indeed restrained its brilliance over the years, but their innate pride had not diminished in the slightest. A mixed-blood golden immortal dragon dared to speak to him in such a tone. To know Di Fang was a being at the pinnacle of the great Luo. If he didn't have sufficient confidence, this Dragon King wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The logic was clear. Who in the Primordial era did not know that the Dragon Clan was wealthy beyond measure, with territories all across the 4 seas and treasures beyond counting? Everyone knew the Dragon Clan was rich. If it were true that the Dragon Clan had fallen to the point of having no trump cards left, how could Di Jun and Tai Yi take action? Those saints would have long since wiped out the Dragon Clan. But the truth is, no one can touch them. Those in the Primordial era who think the Dragon Clan is easy to bully must have water in their brains. I want to see the Ancestor Dragon. Di Fang spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King, who had been calmly holding a teacup, nearly spat it out. Big brother, are you joking with me? You want to see the Ancestor Dragon? The Dragon King was stunned for a few seconds, not rushing to respond. I cannot make that decision. He stared at Di Fang's imposing aura, knowing full well his own limitations. He was merely a mixed-blood Dragon Clan brought out to hold up the facade, while the true Dragon Clan's depths were unfathomable. I understand. Di Fang looked at the Dragon King with a calm tone. Forget it. Follow me. The Dragon King retracted the pretentious pride he had just displayed. Once Di Fang found him, this issue could not be resolved easily. He did not intend to meddle further, and directly transformed into a golden true dragon, flying towards the Dragon Palace's exit. Di Fang followed closely behind. The two of them delved deeper into the endless sea. It was the first time Di Fang saw the true appearance of this place. Countless gigantic sea beasts, the lowest being at the golden immortal level, with quite a few at the Tai golden immortal level. All these beings were guarding this location. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the foundation of the Dragon Clan. We have arrived. Get here. When we enter to speak, be alert. The Dragon King kindly reminded him. Then he led Di Fang through the temporal barriers, stepping into another world. The Dragon Realm, the Dragon Clan's little heaven. The true pureblood true dragons all reside here, rarely going out. As Di Fang stepped into this vast, ancient realm, he felt a dense aura like countless stars blanketing the sky. The lowest were at the Great Luo realm, and there were plenty of Quasis saints. This was the true wealth of the Dragon Clan. This is the Dragon Realm. Follow me. The Dragon King led Di Fang towards a magnificent palace. The moment he stepped into the great hall, Di Fang felt as if he had fallen into the starry sky. Surrounding him was an endless expanse with countless tiny points of light in the darkness, like an endless sea of stars. A blood-red true dragon so large that it was ridiculous coiled in the center of this sea of stars, with each scale as large as an entire world, engraved with dense patterns and laws, emitting a murderous aura that made it hard to breathe. A peculiar breed of the Dragon Clan, killing true dragon. Ao Guang seeking an audience with the Great Elder. Ao Guang pulled Di Fang directly inside, not stopping for a moment. Those dragon eyes slowly opened, with countless worlds appearing to be in birth-death, intertwining and reincarnating within the pupils. It's you, kid. The voice of the Dragon Clan's Great Elder, Ao Mia, pressed down from above, his tone rather indifferent. Once he finished speaking, the gigantic dragon that blotted out the sky gradually transformed into a human figure. The boundless starry sky scene also dissipated, becoming a resplendent hall. Ao Mia had transformed into an old man who appeared kind and benevolent. But those who knew the truth dared not truly regard him as a kindly old man. This old fellow is a genuine star of slaughter. The killing true dragon, a peculiar breed within the Dragon Clan, grew up under the laws of slaughter. What kind of good character could one expect from someone who comprehended the laws of slaughter? Human race. Di Fang has come to meet Elder Ao Mia. Di Fang slightly bowed and introduced himself. Human race. Ao Mia's gaze landed on Di Fang, narrowing his eyes before suddenly realizing. The newly emerged race in the Primordial era, said to be created by the saints. Great Elder, it's like this, Ao Guang quickly added, smiling. He is one of the ancestors of the human race, and said he has matters to discuss with the Ancestor Dragon. I didn't dare to directly take him to see the Ancestor Dragon, so I brought him here to you first. After hearing this, Ao Mia's gaze towards Di Fang held a hint of amusement. In terms of age, Ao Mia had lived through countless years. But despite living so long, it was the first time he encountered something as interesting as Di Fang. Since the end of the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, this was the first person to openly express a desire to meet the Ancestor Dragon. You want to see the Ancestor Dragon? Ao Mia fixed his gaze on Di Fang and asked. Yes. Di Fang nodded, not avoiding his gaze. Give a reason. Ao Mia's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He couldn't see through this young man's future, the matter itself was already suspicious to the extreme. Aomia was an ancient relic of the Dragon Clan, having survived from the era of the Three Races War. That period was considered the ancient era of the primordial wild to the point of absurdity, with no cultivation system at all, relying solely on personal strength to rise up. The fact that Aomia could sit in the position of the great elder of the Dragon Clan spoke volumes about his power. During the time of the Three Races War, he was already a Quasi Saint. What level he was at now, no one could say for sure. To say that he had touched the threshold of a saint would be unlikely, but to say he was not stronger than those peak Quasi Saints visible in the primordial era was certainly not accurate. Aomia had fought his way through from the barbaric era with all his Dao arts learned from his own struggles. Unlike today, when Hong Jun passed down the Dao, everyone had a complete system to practice by. This old relic walked his own path. In a certain sense, if such an existence were to become a saint, it would be truly terrifying. Currently, Aomi's cultivation had firmly surpassed the Quasi-Saint level, but to say he had stepped into the realm of saints was still a step away. This in-between position could barely be called a sub-saint. Above Quasi-Saint and below Saint, this is this realm. To say he is a Quasi-Saint is incorrect. To say he is not a Quasi-Saint is also not entirely correct. But even with such strength, he could not see through Di Fang's future. This was intriguing. Either Di Fang truly had no future to speak of, or his future was even stronger than Aomia. Speak, what do you want to see the Ancestor Dragon for? Aomia inquired. Di Fang raised his eyes to look at him. I want the Dragon Clan to become the totemic divine beast of the human race. The totemic divine beast. It's a nice term for totem, but to put it bluntly, it's to act as a bodyguard or watchdog for others. This kid has quite a bit of guts. Do you know what the consequences of joking about the Dragon Clan like this will be? Aomi's tone turned serious. Di Fang stood up straight. I am not joking. The human race is destined to be the main character of heaven and earth. In the future, the primordial can only have one voice, and that is the voice of the human race. Are the Witch Clan and Monster Clan dead? With your human race's capabilities, you think you can be the overlord of heaven and earth. We have saints backing us, we have the potential to rise, and we have marital ties with the Witch Clan. Is this enough? Di Fang replied, enunciating each word. Aomia did not respond. Di Fang continued, at least two saints stand behind the human race, Saint Nuwa and Laozi of the highest purity. With this, why can't we become the overlord of heaven and earth? Aomi's expression grew increasingly grave. Upon reflection, Di Fang's words were not without merit. The human race indeed has the foundation to dominate. With two saints backing them and intermarriages with the Witch Clan becoming the overlord of heaven and earth is just a matter of time. However, no one had thought in this direction before. In the primordial era, strength was the hard truth. The human race is currently too weak. Who would take them seriously? But once all the details are connected, it becomes evident. The human race becoming the dominant force is not a coincidence, it is inevitable. Whether because of the saints or some other reason, this matter will eventually come to pass. It's only a matter of time. Just having two saints standing behind is already enough for the human race to ascend to that position. The concept of fortune is something the Dragon Clan understands better than anyone. What they are competing for is nothing but fortune. Fortune seems mysterious, but in reality, it is quite useful. The stronger the fortune, the stronger the clan. What can the Dragon Clan gain? Aomia asked Di Fang. The human race will regard the Dragon Clan as a totemic divine beast. The stronger the human race, the more prosperous the Dragon Clan's fortune will be. Di Fang's answer was straightforward and decisive. After hearing the conditions proposed by Di Fang, Aomia pondered whether this deal was worth it. If they lost, the Dragon Clan wouldn't suffer much. But if they won, it would be a huge profit. You go back first. This matter I need to discuss with the Ancestor Dragon. It concerns the future of the entire Dragon Clan. Aomi's voice was low. Di Fang nodded in agreement. All right, I will leave first. I will wait at the East Sea. If the Ancestor Dragon agrees, Elder Ao will send someone to find me among the human race. Aomia said no more. Di Fang turned and left, exiting the endless sea. After he had gone far, Aomia stood in place for a while, pondering for a moment before his figure flickered and vanished within the dragon realm, flying deeper into the endless sea. The eye of the primordial sea. A vast, chaotic, true dragon coiled here, its body interwoven with the laws of the universe, ancient and vast, light shimmering on its scales. The Ancestor Dragon, the strongest among the three innate clans. An ancient being that existed since the creation of the world, having survived the great calamity of beasts and the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, still living to this day. He is the last trump card of the Dragon Clan. Do not confuse the Azure Dragon with the Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon is an innate deity existing since the dawn of heaven and earth, predating the Ancestor Dragon. Although he is a dragon, he does not belong to the dragon clan. He is one of the four spirits of creation. Just like the Vermilion Bird is not part of the Phoenix clan. It is a flying creature and also an innate deity. Aomia, come see the Ancestor Dragon. Aomia stood before this colossal being, his body bent low. The Ancestor Dragon opened its eyes, the worlds of life and death reflected in its gaze. Why are you here instead of guarding the dragon realm? Aomia hastily recounted the events of Di Fang visiting the dragon clan from beginning to end. The Ancestor Dragon stirred slightly, causing the sea to surge violently. Approved. A single word fell, and the Ancestor Dragon closed its eyes again. It could not leave, no matter how powerful it was. As long as the dragon clan had not perished, it had to remain here. This was an act of atonement, and also a way to prolong the life of the dragon clan. Di Fang returned to the primordial continent. He did not go directly back to the human tribe settlement, but took a detour to the undying volcano in the southern primordial region. Simply bringing the dragon clan aboard was not enough. The Phoenix clan must also be brought in along with the Qilin clan. Binding the three innate clans to the war chariot of the human tribe brings only benefits and no drawbacks. Relying solely on the human tribe to become the overlord of the primordial realm is still somewhat insufficient. They must win over other tribes, and the three innate clans are the most suitable. Di Jun and Tai Yi set up the great array of the stars at starlight, piercingly bright, interweaving into celestial swords crashing down. The 12 ancestor witches were trapped within the array. This great array of the stars is indeed the pinnacle of formations in the primordial realm. Even though the 12 ancestor witches had greatly enhanced their powers, they could do nothing against it. The power of the stars converged into a torrent with 365 main stars locking the heavens, the sun and moon stabilizing the array's center. To break this great array of the stars, they either needed the skills of formations or brute strength to smash through. Formations. The 12 ancestor witches had no connection to that. That left only one path: endurance. Form the array, all heavens 12 divine evil. Di Jun's roar pierced through the heavens, the starlight exploding like shattered glass. The 12 ancestor witches each took their positions, their true forms manifesting. 12 towering shadows rose simultaneously, stretching the space between heaven and earth. The divine light exploded, blinding one's eyes. The 12 figures began to merge. At that moment, the entire primordial realm trembled. Countless powerful beings hidden in the shadows opened their eyes, their gazes piercing through the void, locking onto Luotian. An ancient figure crossed the river of time. It came from the time when chaos was just beginning. The phantom gradually solidified, a dragon's head and a human body towering and imposing. That shadow stood between heaven and earth, its body timeless, its aura piercing through space and time, as if returning from an era long past. The Phantom of Pangu. Open! The 12 ancestor witches roared in unison. The Phantom of Pangu swung the giant axe as if to cleave heaven and earth anew. With one blow, the great array of the stars collapsed. Millions of demon clans perished in an instant. Di Jun and Tai Yi were covered in blood. Kunping lay on the ground gasping for breath, and Fu, she was severely injured and fell. Into Luotian, only that immortal phantom remained standing. Di Jun and Tai Yi looked at this scene, their eyes filled with despair. A figure appeared silently into Luotian, surrounded by the aura of the Tao. Hongjun Daozu. The slaughter between the witches and the demons is too severe. Countless lives have been lost. It must cease. Hongjun's voice was neither high nor low as a wheel of the Tao appeared behind him, radiating immense, celestial light, layers of celestial worlds revolving endlessly. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestor witches were unwilling to relent. They were just a step away from annihilating the demon clan. Relent? Who would be willing? The Phantom of Pangu raised the axe again, this time aimed at Hongjun Daozu. Kill! The 12 ancestor witches roared their martial while soaring into the sky. All the powerful beings of the primordial realm were dumbfounded. The witches truly were reckless, daring to attack even Hongjun Daozu. Sigh. Hongjun sighed softly. He raised his hand and gently waved it. The Phantom of Pangu scattered like sand, and the 12 ancestor witches were shaken out of the great array of the 12 heavens, their faces pale. Maintaining the great array of the 12 heavens was also a deadly drain on them. From today onward, the demon clan will govern heaven, and the witch clan will govern earth. For 30,000 years there shall be no war. After Hongjun finished speaking, he waved his hand, and all the witch clan members were directly transported back to the foot of Mount Buzhou. We shall adhere to the Deasis decree. Di Jun and Tai Yi forced smiles of relief. The 12 ancestor witches were filled with unwillingness. Zhurong directly cursed. That old thing Hongjun is biased toward the demon clan to the core. In the vicinity of the undying volcano, the continuous volcanic range spread across the earth. On the mountains stood red phoenix trees looking quite impressive, but they were merely saplings of the phoenix ancestor tree, not true divine trees. The main body of the phoenix ancestor tree is locked within the small world of the phoenix clan. As soon as Di Fang stepped into the territory of the undying volcano, a colorful light streaked across the sky. A true phoenix descended, transforming into a human form, a beautiful woman with a cold and alluring demeanor. Lady Yuan Huang knows you are coming, follow me. Huang Yingwei said this to Di Fang. Then I will trouble you. Di Fang followed her, passing through the entrance's restrictions into the small world of the Phoenix clan. He met the ruler of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Huang. It must be mentioned that in the Phoenix clan, Feng refers to the male and Huang refers to the female. It is the Huang who holds the authority. Other ancestor witches also wore expressions of dissatisfaction. In 30,000 years it will be the day of Di Jun and Tai Yi's demise. Di Jiang's voice was heavy. In the Zixiao Palace, chaotic energy surged. Hongjun sighed. To say he favored the demon clan was truly not the case. In his eyes there was no such thing as favoritism. This time he took action. It could also be seen as indirectly aiding the demon clan. What identity does Di Jun hold now? The heavenly emperor of the primordial realm. If the 12 ancestor witches truly killed Di Jun, could the witch clan bear the backlash? Although the demon clan's heavenly court cannot be considered a legitimate heavenly court, it at least serves as an institution that helps the Tao maintain the operation of the primordial realm. If this were to be destroyed, what good would it bring to the witch clan? Hongjun originally intended to have the witches and demons rest for 30,000 years to set down their weapons and get along. But he also knew in his heart that the account between the witches and demons could not be wiped clean just by relying on time. Di Fang stood on the southern land of the primordial realm, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In 30,000 years, it would be the final confrontation between the witches and demons. At the same time, the darkest days for the human tribe were also approaching. They could not wait idly. They should rescue as many members of the human tribe as possible. What could they use to stop it? This matter was not only backed by the demon clan, but also involved hidden saints. Otherwise, how could Nuwa watch her own creation, the human tribe, be slaughtered? After all, she is also the Hua Huang of the demon clan. Since she did not take action, the answer was clear. Someone had stopped her using the hands of another saint. Nuwa bears the titles of both the Saint Mother of the human tribe and the Hua Huang of the demon clan. Regardless of the perspective, she does not wish for the human and demon tribes to engage in a life-and-death struggle. No matter how one calculates it, this matter brings her no benefits. Just because she did not intervene does not mean she truly does not want to. There are indeed other saints intervening, fabricating a grand excuse to cleanse the human tribe, aiming to completely seize control over them. This is the true root of the great calamity facing the human tribe. Otherwise, how could Nuwa possibly sit by and do nothing? This is why Di Fang needs to begin laying out plans for the three clans now, ultimately, to preserve some foundation for the human tribe. The true Phoenix and the true Huang have different names, but essentially they are just the male and female of the Phoenix clan. Yuan Huang looked at Di Fang and spoke plainly. What are you here for? I am already aware. Returned, the Phoenix clan has agreed to be the totem divine beast for the human tribe. Di Fang cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Senior Yuan Huang. Yuan Huang nodded and added, I have also contacted the Qilin clan. Once you are ready, just inform them directly. Di Fang said no more, merely nodded. He thought back to the past. When the three innate clans had not yet fought over the primordial supremacy, their relationships were as close as family, sharing everything without reservations. But later, wanting to be the boss, they turned against one another. From the current situation, it seems the relationships among the three clans have been mended. This indeed saved Di Fang some effort. He only needed to visit the Qilin clan. Di Fang turned and left the southern, undying volcano. For him, this was a piece of good news. There was still plenty of time before the 30,000-year deadline. Di Fang first returned to the human tribe's settlement, instructing the three ancestors of the human tribe to prepare everything. Such matters are not child's play. They must be announced to the Tao and conducted as a formal rite. The totem of the human tribe cannot be treated carelessly. After everything was arranged, Di Fang returned to the cave behind the Nuwa temple, quietly waiting. The chat group erupted in chaos. Big Shot Fan Zhang Sanfeng, how prepared are you, old Taoist? Ingzheng, why does the group leader always focus on asking others? Big Shot Fan, I'm almost about to vomit from the preparation, or it's slow because the deities in my world are not regarded as good terms. Ironbone God Marquis, no wonder you're dragging your feet. Nangong blushing. The deities spy on everything all day. The deities in the group leader's world are indeed a disaster. Bayukue, is it that terrifying? The group leader's world. Big Shot Fan Boss Bai, it's even scarier than you think. Bayukue, can you stop calling me Boss Bai? Big Shot Fan, no way. Zhang Sanfeng. Big Shot Fan group leader, I'm all set over here. Big Shot Fan, alright, let's start the live broadcast quick. Zhang Sanfeng, okay. Ding group member Zhang Sanfeng has started the live broadcast. Big Shot Fan entered the live room, and Ying Zheng followed. The world of Tianlong and Etienne. Zhang Sanfeng wore a smile as he gazed at the tall altar in the center of the new capital of the Ming dynasty. Big Shot Fan, wow, old Taoist, I was wondering why you took so long to prepare. Turns out you want to find women for the deity. Zhang Sanfeng group leader, you cannot slander me without evidence. This old Taoist is doing a good deed. Being beside the deity, they can become supreme deities, an opportunity that others cannot obtain, even in 100 lifetimes. It should actually be the old Taoist who deserves their gratitude. Big Shot Fan, 6 points. Naruto, you did well. Ooh, I didn't expect this move. Yingzheng, it seems I really underestimated you. Zhang Sanfeng, the poor Taoist, is just helping them find a good place. Big Shot Fan, you're not serious. You seem the most upright, but are actually the least so. Bai Yuekue, so should I go to the lighthouse as well? There must be many beautiful women up there. Lu Fei, what's going on? Didn't we agree to just slack off together? Each of you is more competitive than Yingzheng. Xiongba, the old monk's move truly enlightened me. Zhang Sanfeng ascended the altar. The new emperor of the Ming dynasty now almost obeyed him completely. After all, it was he who saved the Ming sect, otherwise whether the Ming dynasty could remain stable would be uncertain. He stood atop the altar, his gaze sweeping over a row of women. Then he lit incense. I am the national master of the Ming today. I present offerings to honor the deity and establish the celestial god sect. All citizens of the Ming, one and all, shall enter the god sect. As long as the Ming stands, the god sect shall not perish. On the other side of the wilderness, Di Fang opened his eyes and followed the lines of faith with his gaze. The world where Tianlong and Etienne intertwined unfolded before him. The sky burst with golden light as vast divine rays intertwined, making the heavens and earth seem alive and roaring. Countless rays of light formed a gigantic face. The golden pupils were filled with light, suppressing the entire world. Approved. The voice descended like the Tao itself was speaking. The entire world erupted. Golden lotuses floated everywhere. A golden passage opened. A goddess walked out from within, Yuki Anna. The deity has said Zhang Sanfeng has contributed by establishing the god sect, granting him 1,000 years of life. Within the Ming, 100 years of favorable weather. The emperor of the Ming is granted 500 years of life. Heavenly dew descends. After Yuki Anna spoke, golden rain began to fall from the sky. The golden passage illuminated with guiding light, dragging all the women from Tianlong into Di Fang's divine realm. Di Fang felt the surge of faith power pouring in. This power was enough for him to break through another realm. But he was not in a hurry. He would save it up first. There were still 30,000 years. In 30,000 years, he at least needed to reach the level of quasi-saint, to have the qualification to confront Emperor Jun and Tai Ehiden. The 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, the totem beasts of the human race, might intervene, but they would not act against those above quasi-saint. That was their foundation. Great Luo Jingxian might be possible, but quasi-saint, don't even think about it. The investment of the 3 clans in the human race was, to put it bluntly, just a gesture. There is indeed support, but do not expect too much. In the end, it still depends on whether the human race can hold on. Di Fang's figure flickered and appeared within the divine realm. The women from Tianlong looked up, and the magnificent sight of the divine realm fell into their eyes. Yuki Anna was standing there, guiding them one by one. They obediently stood to the side, not daring to breathe. You will lead them. Teach them the rules clearly, and do not let any troubles arise. Di Fang instructed Yuki Anna. Yes, my lord. Yuki Anna responded succinctly. As soon as she finished speaking, Di Fang's figure vanished from the divine realm, and when he reappeared, he was back in the wilderness world. In the chat group, messages popped up one after another. Lu Fei, am so jealous that my face is distorted. Zhang Sanfeng. Xiongba, old man Zhang Sanfeng reminded me, it seems I also need to bring some offerings. Yu Buchuan, I'm also preparing to look for some. But everyone in the group, isn't anyone considering the evil slaying sword technique? 10 points won't lead to losses or deception. Yingzheng. Iron-blooded god General Zhu Wushi. Lu Fei, why are there so many weird items in the shop now? Are Sea Kings and Devourers all available now? Kaido Kirolo, the Sea Kings were thrown into the shop by me, exchanging for quite a few points. Lu Fei, teacher Kaido, can you get 2 devil fruits to play with? Kaido, no. Lu Fei, aren't you one of the 4 emperors? You can't even pull out a devil fruit. I don't believe it. Kaido, am not officially one of the 4 emperors, yet you're overthinking it. I'm currently busy with Wano country matters. Where do I have time to find devil fruits? Luffy, alright, so that's how it is. Ingzheng, that thing seems useless, right? Eating it only gives you more weaknesses, it's completely unnecessary. Luffy, that's true, but having 2 just to play around is quite good. Iron-blooded god General Zhu Wushi, it should still be okay to use at the beginning to improve strength or exchange for some points. Nangong Buxi, don't talk like you're all so rich. Aren't you all just poor folks? Luffy. Ingzheng. Iron-blooded god General Zhu Wushi. You Buchu, and suddenly I feel offended. On the other side of the world where spiritual energy is reviving, Lu Fei nearly spat blood on. She lay on her bed, her face flushed to her neck. Dressed in that Pikachu pajamas, she buried her whole face in the pillow, not raising it for a long time. Suddenly a prompt from the chat group popped up, messages flooding the screen. Ding, an unknown world is approaching the world of Campus Apocalypse. Group members, please pay attention. Group members, please pay attention. Group members, please pay attention. Ding detected that the group members of this world do not have the ability to solve difficulties alone. The chat group opens the crossing function, and the crossing function only requires the consent of the group members to cross. Lu Fei. Ingzheng, something big has happened. What should we do now? Sasuke, an unknown world. I don't know what kind of world it is. Poison Island group leader, what should we do now? Lu Fei, don't panic. Iron-blooded god General Zhu Wushiro. Does the group leader have a solution? Xiongba. Lu Fei, watch my divine beast summoning technique. Deity, something big is wrong. Ding, the group leader patted your shoulder and called you godfather. Lu Fei. This pat has a problem. Zhang something 6. In the wilderness world, Di Fang opened his eyes and casually clicked into the chat group. The bold red announcement on the screen was quite eye-catching. An unknown world. He murmured, his gaze sweeping over the words Campus Apocalypse. Then he saw the line of text popping up from Lin Xiaoba's avatar, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Di Fang understood. Lu Fei, you're too much, deity, actually setting the pat like this. Di Fang. Di Fang, Poison Island, wait a moment, I'll check the situation first. Di Fang's voice was deep and low. To put it plainly, this is humanity's own undoing. They created a virus resembling zombies, wiping out all living things. Whether this world can survive depends on whether it has living beings. Not just humans, but any living creature. Unfortunately, this world doesn't even have a single fly left. To survive, it must fuse with another world. Either it saves itself, or it perishes together with everything else. Naruto Sasuke, so it has its sights set on Shizuka Busajima's world. That's right. Di Fang nodded. Shizuka Busajima's world harbors something similar, ready to detonate at any moment. This world chose it. Di Fang spoke slowly. Naruto Sasuke, because they're similar. The 2 worlds share common traits, so it chose Shizuka's world. Ingzheng, so worlds of the same kind attract each other. Iron Gallant Marquis Zhu Wushi, most likely. There's no other reason it would fixate on Shizuka's side. Somewhat, but not all worlds are like this. This world chose a similar one out of self-preservation. Other worlds are different. They simply invade other worlds. Di Fang's tone grew heavier. Naruto Sasuke, so the group leader's world is the one being invaded. Ingzheng, sounds about right. Big fan Lu Fei, I can't keep up with any of this. Di Fang paused, then continued. Now Shizuka Busujima, you have 2 paths. First, I act and destroy this world. Second, I transform it into a dungeon, and you can train within it. Shizuka Busujima was stunned, staring at the death-wreaking world behind Di Fang in the live stream. Destroying it would be a clean slate, but that would be a waste. Ingzheng, make it a dungeon. We can help too. Iron Gallant Marquis Zhu Wushi, I also support making it a dungeon. Naruto Sasuke, a dungeon works fine, it can serve as a training ground. Shizuka Busujima looked at the comments, thought for a moment, and spoke up. Shizuka Busujima, Lord God, if it's a dungeon, what would it be like? As a dungeon, I would place this world into yours. The switch is in your hands, you can enter to train whenever you wish. Di Fang spoke calmly. Shizuka Busujima breathed a sigh of relief. What she feared was the dungeon spiraling out of control. Since the authority was in her hands, there was no need to worry. Shizuka, Lord God, please handle this. Turn this area into a training dungeon. Friends from the group can also come and challenge it. Di Fang grinned and laughed aloud. Fine, that's a good idea. In the live stream, Di Fang's eyes flickered like a revolving lantern, and he raised his right hand. That world had almost lost all vitality, lacking even the strength to struggle. A golden palm pressed down, enveloping the lifeless world entirely. Threads of law wove together one by one, light bursting and then folding inward. Everyone watching the stream was stunned, jaws dropped. Who could have imagined that a whole world in someone's hands could be molded like clay? They wouldn't dare entertain such a thought. The golden path blazed brilliantly, masses of light surging. Di Fang gripped the entire world with one hand, kneaded it, and finally compressed it into a radiant golden orb, tossing it directly into the world of High School of the Dead. Then he cut the stream and returned to High School of the Dead himself. Di Fang extended a finger, and a speck of golden light leapt from his fingertip, landing precisely on Shizuka's brow. "Hey, race the key to the dungeon," Di Fang said with a smile. "When you wish to open it, it will open. There are treasures within, but also things that could kill you. Thank you for your blessing, Lord God." Shizuka lowered her head in response. Di Fang waved his hand, and with a flicker, he vanished from High School of the Dead. The chat group exploded. Big fan Lu Fei. Shizuka, how did it go? Tell us. Ingzheng, I want to know too. Zhu Wushi won. Shizuka, it's done. The Lord God handed the authority to me. I can open the dungeon when Big fan Lu Fei, so jealous. Ingzheng, jealous. One Naruto. Sasuke, that's the entire wealth. Even if it's dead, you could scavenge plenty of valuables from the ruins. In the primordial world, Di Fang opened his eyes. To him this was nothing at all. What puzzled him was how such a change had come about. After much thought, he could only attribute it to Shizuka. She had joined the Myriad Worlds chat group and flapped her butterfly wings. This was a mysterious affair hard to explain. Di Fang didn't dwell on it, and went straight to his divine kingdom. Lord God. Zhou saw him appear suddenly, her eyes flickering, a flush rising to her cheeks. She was now technically Di Fang's subordinate deity, but she knew full well what that subordinate deity status really meant. Settling in well here? Di Fang asked casually. It's fine, just a bit dull, Zhou said. I wish I had some books to read. Di Fang nodded, waved his hand, and a pile of divine art scrolls materialized out of thin air, stacking up in Zhou's room. Study these at your leisure. Once you've mastered them, they'll be under your charge. Di Fang's tone was flat. Zhou nodded, her gaze darting away a few times. Lord God. Her voice dropped low. Allow me to attend to your bath. Di Fang nodded in agreement, and Zhou served him daily, passing several comfortable days before he departed. Lady Wang also arrived along with the enchantress Yanlingji. Di Fang didn't turn them away. Days passed one after another. By the eastern sea in the human tribe, an ancient altar stood outside the Nuwa temple. It was used for celestial sacrifices. The three ancestors of humanity gathered people and prepared offerings. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans also sent representatives. All of high-standing Dragon Clan Grand Elder Ao, Mia Phoenix Clan Grand Elder Huang, and Qilin Clan Grand Elder Mochi. These three were ancients who had survived the era of the three primordial clans, veritable living fossils. Di Fang did not show his face. Such matters were best left to the three ancestors. Everything was prepared. The three ancestors ascended the altar, ready to notify the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao above, Holy Mother above. I swear in Zi and Youchao hereby formally sacrifice to the Heavenly Tao. The Dragon and Phoenix clans shall henceforth be the totems of humanity's faith. The Qilin clan shall be our auspicious totem. Let the Heavenly Tao bear witness, and the Holy Mother bear witness. The cries of humanity rose on all sides, piercing through the primordial chaos, crossing heaven and earth, the sacrificial call surging straight up to the ninth heaven. Inside Nuwa's palace, Nuwa opened her eyes. Humanity had obtained the recognition of the three primordial clans. Granted. Nuwa's voice resounded across heaven and earth. The eye of the Heavenly Tao condensed, sweeping toward the humans, then descending merit and merging it into the fortune of the three primordial clans. Ao Mia and the others never expected to gain merit just by serving as totems. Humanity's fortune is no small thing, Ao Mia muttered. Huang and Mochi nodded in agreement. They hadn't wanted to come. Had it not been for the absolute orders of Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, the grand elders of their respective clans would never have set foot here. On Mount Kunlun, Laozi opened his eyes, gazing at the river of humanity's fortune. With the three primordial clans becoming humanity's faith and auspicious totems, human fortune surged dramatically. Though still unable to surpass the Wu and Yao clans, compared to their rivers of fortune, humanity's was far behind. There was one difference: humanity's river of fortune bore no karmic sin. The fortune of the Wu and Yao clans had reached its zenith, their greatest affliction being the karmic sin clinging to them. Retribution was only a matter of time. The three primordial clans recognizing humanity was no small matter. Those three clans were ancient powers that had existed since the opening of heaven, with lifespans so long they defied comprehension. During the Beast Calamity, it was the three primordial clans who clashed with the Beast clan. The Dragon Phoenix Calamity was the three clans fighting among themselves, though behind it all lay the struggle between the Tao and the demon. Even now, the true strength of the three primordial clans was known only to the beings of the primordial world. Though they had declined, they had never fallen from the ranks of the primordial world's top-tier races. The news that the three primordial clans had acknowledged humanity spread to every race, and humanity was finally formally placed on the stage. This was both a blessing and a curse. The good, humanity finally had a name. The bad, in the eyes of the primordial races, humanity was still too green. But this step was one humanity had to take. If they remained forever hidden under another's wings, even if they one day became rulers of heaven and earth, they would be nothing more than puppets on strings. Di Fang had this account laid out before him, and he calculated it clearly. Humanity had to stand on its own, relying on others to prop them up as rulers. That was called being a puppet. That's why he did it this way. In the normal course of history, the three primordial clans wouldn't have acknowledged humanity until the era of the three sovereigns. When the Dragon clan aided the human sovereign Xuanyuan, they even sent Yinglong to lend a hand. Humanity's three sovereigns, Fuxi governing heaven, Shinnong governing earth, and Xinyuan governing humanity, corresponded to the three paths of heaven, earth, and man. The three clans' recognition of humanity was supposed to happen at that critical juncture. Now Di Fang had moved this up. Whether it was good or bad, he had his own scale. Where was the good? Where was the bad? In Di Fang's eyes, the good outweighed the bad. They'd have to step onto the stage of the primordial world sooner or later. Better to get up there early and make some noise. Survival of the fittest. That rule works everywhere, let alone in a place like the primordial world. Humanity's fortune is growing stronger and stronger. A good thing, but also a troublesome one. Di Fang stared at that fortune, muttering to himself. Less than 30,000 years remained until the final war between the Wu and Yao clans. He stepped into the chaos. For Di Fang, this was the golden age for cultivation. All matters concerning humanity were settled. As long as he could break through to the quasi-sage realm before the Wu Yao war began, he would have a much stronger hand to play. But that was easier said than done. That threshold of the immortal Martial de Luo wasn't something you could just charge through. It required time and accumulation to grind away at. There was no way to do it in a short span. That left only the path of the divine Tao. Within Di Fang's divine kingdom, vast seas of faith surged. De Qin, De Ming, Tianlong, and the severed world. Faith from all four worlds converged here. Ancient sacrificial chants pierced through time, enveloping Di Fang. At the very center of the divine kingdom, countless divine laws manifested. Yan Lingji Xuan knew, and the others saw this display, and knew. Di Fang was about to break through. The faith burned, transforming into surging divine power. Divine power was like a universal solvent. How it was used depended on which laws the deity governed. Di Fang held mastery over 3,000 laws. His divine power was the true universal solvent, able to become anything he willed. He devoured endless streams of chaos chi. This was precisely why he had to come to the chaos. The commotion here was too great. The middle ring of the primordial world couldn't contain it. Di Fang needed a quiet place to cultivate properly. The chaos was the most suitable. Divine power pushed outward layer by layer, and Di Fang's divine kingdom expanded ever further, gradually evolving into a complete world. Unlike a small world, the divine kingdom housed believers and subordinate deities, all of whom could be called upon as combat power. The divine realm of Di Fang ascended to the level of the master god, without a doubt equivalent to the Tai Golden Immortal in the Immortal Path system. The power of belief from the four worlds surged violently, with a staggering output every day. For Di Fang, this power of belief was enough to elevate him to the sovereign realm, which corresponds to the great Luo realm of the primordial immortal path. Time moved forward gradually as the power of belief continued to transform. Di Fang gazed at his divine power, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Unlike the magical power of the immortal martial path, this divine power contained the essence of the laws. The 3,000 laws intertwined, constantly undergoing metamorphosis. A chaotic-colored divine power erupted from his body, twisting the 3,000 laws into a single entity. So that's how it is. Di Fang's mind suddenly brightened. As the 3,000 laws intertwined, the divine power transformed entirely, becoming chaotic divine power. Chaos can contain everything and swallow it all. It is both the endpoint and the starting point. No longer was it the divine power mixed from the 3,000 laws, it transformed into a unified chaotic hue. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. A fierce chaotic storm arose within the chaos. Divine light flickered wildly, and countless divine kingdom phantoms emerged, exactly 3,000 in number. 3,000 divine kingdoms, each corresponding to a great path, were domains of singular laws. 3,000 divine kingdoms assemble. Di Fang's voice was low and commanding. The 3,000 divine kingdoms suddenly merged into a unique divine kingdom. The brilliance was blinding, shining perpetually. Within the divine kingdom, Yanling Ji and the others all slumbered, rising with Di Fang's transformation. These subgods relied entirely on Di Fang. As he ascended, they followed suit. However, they merely trailed passively, not actively rising. An eternal world rose within the chaos. As Di Fang's divine kingdom, it radiated eternal light. In essence, it represented immortality and eternity. Di Fang successfully stepped into the sovereign realm. Both the immortal martial and divine paths reached the great Luo level, and martial Dao could be considered as well. The three paths had all ascended to the great Luo realm. His foundation was solid, rare, even in the ages. Yet the transition from great Luo to quasi-saint posed a significant hurdle. Crossing over was not so easy. Time was nearly up. Di Fang exhaled a breath of turbid air and stood up. After a millennium, he pushed the divine realm all the way to great Luo. At this juncture, the power of belief could no longer sustain him. To reach the brink of quasi-saint, he would need to endure for a while longer. He took a step forward, vanishing from the chaos. When he landed again, he stood upon the vast land of the primordial era. 1,000 years was merely a fleeting moment for this world. The primordial era remained unchanged, vast, ancient, and silent, with not a trace of alteration. However, the footsteps of the human race had already treaded out from the shores of the Eastern Sea. The speed of tribal proliferation far exceeded that of the primordial era itself. During this millennium, humans and shamans intermarried, and the earliest batch of hybrids had grown into capable men. Yet Di Fang understood that this meager foundation could not withstand true storms. The real battle loomed ahead. The demon race was the sword hanging over their heads. Di Fang calculated the days in his heart, the light in his eyes dimming. At most, in 2,000 years, those demons would turn hostile. 2,000 years sounded long, but in the primordial era, it was merely a fleeting moment. The demons aimed to slaughter humans not because the humans threatened their positions. The crux was that Di Jun and Tai had discovered that the souls of the human race could break through the defenses of the shaman race. The shaman race possessed an exceptionally tough physical body, yet their souls were inherently a shortcoming. It wasn't that they lacked defenses, but they simply couldn't compete. Weapons forged from the grievances and souls of humans were precisely capable of countering them. The true purpose of the demon's slaughter lay here: to forge a weapon that could draw blood from the ancestral shamans. Eventually, they indeed succeeded. That sword was called the Shura sword. Di Fang remembered clearly that during the calamity of the 10 Suns, he could still find a way to intervene. However, the subsequent mass slaughter of the human race by the demon race was not something one could evade simply by wishing. Unless Di Jun and Tai could find another way to deal with the ancestral shamans, this massacre was simply unavoidable. The root of the problem lay here. The demons sought the lives of humans to exchange for a blade capable of injuring the ancestral shamans. As long as this need persisted, the calamity would not cease. This was a certainty. 2,000 years. Di Fang chewed on these words and swallowed them down. He turned and entered the main hall of the Nuwa temple, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. In the human race's small world, there were already hundreds of thousands of budding martial cultivators with numerous embryo-like immortal martial practitioners. The Hengyu Tower urged them to practice daily, but these people had never seen blood and had never stood at the gates of the underworld. That kind of experience honed at the edge of a blade was the hardest lesson to teach. He had no place to send them for training. If he truly sought such a place, it would likely be the battlefield of the great calamity of the human race. Those who survived would become the pillars of the human race. Di Fang sighed. There isn't enough time. The human race came too late. The birth of the human race coincided exactly with the critical moment of the war between shamans and demons. If it had been earlier or later, the situation would have been much better. But it just had to be that time. One could only say it was fate. In the chat group, Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, hurry up, hurry up. Poison Island, Yi, the crossing application has been approved. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, got it, him coming. In the world of campus apocalypse, Poison Island, Yi hailed from a prestigious family, and the courtyard was grand. In the transmission portal, shadows emerged one after another. Leading was the group owner Lu Fei Yi, dressed in a JK uniform. Behind her, Ing Zheng wore a black dragon robe, his demeanor imposing. Further back were Zhu Wushi in a bright yellow dragon robe, appearing like an ordinary middle-aged man, yet the glint in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Then came Sasuke from the Naruto world, Kaido resembling a demon god, and Nangong, Bushi clad in white. Zhang Sanfeng did not come, nor did Yubukun Xiongba or Qitong. Everyone else had arrived. This counts as our first offline meeting. Yingzheng looked down at Lu Feiyi. Lu Feiyi felt a chill in her heart. Hello, Zhenggu. She quickly became timid. Isn't this the group owner? Why did you wither when offline? Zhu Wushi teased her with a smile. Lu Feiyi's face flushed. Online she was tough, but seeing these historical figures, she still felt fear. Kirillalo quite interesting. Kaido sat casually in the courtyard surveying the crowd from the chat group. To be honest, Kaido was quite curious about this group. In the world of pirates, he was one of the 4 emperors. He didn't put on airs in the group. Yet deep down he remained proud. Now that they had met, he acknowledged the strength of these group members. The strongest were Yingzheng Zhu Wushi and Nangong Bushi. They had initiated the sacrifices earliest, so their strength was naturally the greatest. All had exchanged for the cultivation methods beyond the immortal martial path. The second tier consisted of Kaido, Lu Feiyi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Zhang Xinfeng. The remaining members had similar strengths. All had received blessings from Di Fang, with Xiong Ba being slightly stronger. Everyone, the banquet is ready. Poison Island Yazi addressed Yingzheng and the others. Knowing they were coming, she had already instructed the servants to prepare the feast. The second tier consisted of Kaido, Lu Feiyi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Zhang Xinfeng. The remaining members had similar strengths. All had received blessings from Di Fang, with Poison Island Yazi opened the permissions granted by Di Fang. Lu Feiyi asserted her authority as the group owner and began, some things I shouldn't be the one to say, but since we are all in one group, I'll reiterate once more. This world belongs to Poison Island Yazi. The necessary rules still need to be observed. As we enter here and gain benefits, 5 parts must be given to Poison Island Yazi. Anyone who finds this unacceptable can leave the group now. Yingzheng had no objections and nodded, that is only right. Zhu Wushi also responded, rules are essential. A circle cannot be formed without rules. We are all in the same group, but there must be rules. This is very reasonable. Kaido laughed heartily. Kirillalo, I have no objections. Naruto Sasuke glanced at Nangong Bushi, who had yet to speak. Nangong Bushi smiled back. I am not one to disregard rules. I understand the rules. Lu Feiyi slowly continued. Alright, it's settled. If anyone breaks the rules, don't blame everyone for isolating him. The Divine Master would certainly not be pleased to hear this. I still hope that we can be like family in our group and help one another. After speaking, she looked towards Poison Island Yazi. Poison Island Yazi's eyes conveyed gratitude as she gazed back at Lu Feiyi. According to reason, this world belonged to Poison Island Yazi. However, her strength was too weak, so such words were not meant for her to say. Only Lu Feiyi as the group owner could speak up. Firstly, Lu Feiyi was the group owner, making it reasonable for her to say this. Secondly, her strength was not lacking. Poison Island Yazi opened the portal to the instant space, saying, it's ready. Lu Feiyi became interested, let's go. She also wanted to see with her own eyes what this so-called dead world was like. Was it like the wasteland world depicted in movies? A group of people stepped into the space portal, traversing through it and entering the instance world. As their feet landed, silence ensued. The silence was unsettling. That feeling oozed from the very bones. Lu Feiyi felt uncomfortable, Yingzheng felt uncomfortable, and everyone sensed something was amiss. Deafening silence. It felt as if the entire world had died. Desolate. Lonesome. A large star hung in the sky, seemingly pressed down hard. Lu Feiyi was dumbfounded. Hey, are you kidding? That star was as crimson as the setting sun, seemingly forever nailed to the heavens. The half-sunken star was blood-red like the dying sun, vast, silent. The entire world was dead. There was not a shred of vitality. The earth had turned to dust, and all luster had vanished. There were no traces of living creatures. Yingzheng took a deep breath. Nangong Bushi slowly spoke, his voice filled with uncontainable shock. There's no wind. Has even the wind died? Is this the so-called dead world? The surroundings were eerily quiet, making one's heart race. There was no wind, the air felt frozen. Everything was dead. No grass, no trees, no insects chirping. Even the soil beneath their feet exuded a dry scent. Poison Island Yazi glanced around. The Divine Master mentioned that there are still many zombies and evolved beings on this continent. They have evolution crystals within them that can be used for cultivation and exchanged for points in the marketplace. Lu Feiyi inhaled deeply, feeling a heaviness in her chest. Then let's take action. Staying in this ghostly place for too long is unbearable. In the primordial world, the members of the chat group entered the instance, and Di Fang was not surprised at all. That was precisely what was prepared for them. Di Fang did not observe their matters. He turned and entered his own small world. A hand raised and the long untouched alchemy furnace descended from the void hovering before him. In the past, Di Fang did not practice alchemy. First, he had no time, and second, he couldn't obtain any formulas. Now that he has time, he wants to figure something out. The alchemy heart operates within him, and Di Fang does not find this task particularly difficult. With enough spiritual roots and herbs piled up, he can experiment at his leisure. He calms himself down as the furnace fire begins to rise. The Witch Clan. Elder brother, the first batch of human-witch hybrids has matured. Zhurong's voice was tinged with excitement. The potential of these youngsters is even more formidable than we expected. The human-witch hybrids inherently lack the ability to control laws. However, they possess a primordial spirit, and their physical bodies are sturdy enough. As long as they cultivate diligently, catching up to the original Witch Clan is merely a matter of time. Di Jiang immediately made the decision. The direction is correct. For the past 30,000 years we will fully promote human-witch intermarriage. In these 30,000 years there is enough time to nurture several new batches of hybrids. The Witch Clan is not short on resources. Having dominated the wilderness for so many years, their warehouses are piled high with items they can't even be bothered to count. Innate spiritual treasures are treated like scrap iron. This is not an exaggeration. Without primordial spirits, the innate spiritual treasures are useless in their hands. Using a spiritual treasure is less convenient than wielding a simple fire stick. But now it is different. With the human-witch hybrids possessing primordial spirits, those mountains of spiritual treasures can finally see the light of day. Although not many can be utilized, it is enough to significantly enhance the fighting power of the hybrids. Innate spiritual treasures are coveted even by the great Luo, and the Quasi Saints are reluctant to part with them. Who would complain about having too many spiritual treasures? The other ancestral witches remained silent, but satisfaction was evident on their faces. Most human-witch hybrids indeed did not inherit the ability to control laws by birth. However, there are a few exceptions, with some grasping a law from the moment they were born. This small group grows at an alarming rate. With enough time, many human-witch hybrids could become the backbone of the Witch Clan. Of course, not all hybrids stayed within the Witch Clan. Some of them turned back to the human faction. This was bound to happen eventually. The two clans mixing together meant that the Witch Clan could not keep all the benefits to themselves. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian are at it again. This time the argument is even more intense than before. The cause was a conflict between Yuan Shi's disciple and Tong Tian's disciple. As a result, Tong Tian's disciples outnumbered them, taking the upper hand. Yuan Shi's disciples were at a disadvantage and quickly went to report to their master. With this back and forth, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian directly confronted each other on the mountain. Tong Tian, look at the bunch of miscreants you have under your wing. Yuan Shi pointed at Tong Tian and scolded. What kind of place is Kunlun Mountain? It is our sacred place for quiet cultivation. Now your people are turning it into a chaotic mess. Is there even a semblance of quiet cultivation left? Tong Tian found it hard to respond. What Yuan Shi said was not without reason. Although Tong Tian had many disciples, what kind were they? Most of them were not exactly paragons of virtue, and could even be said to consist of several who were notorious for their malevolence. Aside from a few elite disciples who diligently studied the Huangting scripture in their caves, the rest were not to be trusted. Second brother, Tong Tian suppressed his anger. Those are my disciples, and also your nephews. Are you holding this against me just because they come from humble origins? Yuan Shi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. To be honest, Tong Tian's acceptance of such characters was something Yuan Shi had previously overlooked. Tong Tian values relationships, and is one of the most nostalgic among the saints. He does not mind such trivial matters, but questioning the character of his disciples is a different story. This is not to speak on behalf of Yuan Shi, but to state a fact. Most of Tong Tian's disciples are indeed not good individuals. For example, the long-eared Dingguang immortal, that fellow is destined to be the future happy Buddha of the Buddha sect. What he is doing now is not human-like. He often abducts female immortals for dual cultivation. Tong Tian is aware of this and has scolded him, but he refuses to change, relying on his status as a saint's disciple to continue his misdeeds. Ultimately, this matter must be blamed on Tong Tian himself. Besides the long-eared Dingguang immortal, there are others as well. Like Yue immortal and Shi Ji Nyang, none of them are good characters. Your disciples, Yuan Shi's voice was heavy enough to crush, aside from a few, which one of them is not burdened by karma? Tong Tian opened his mouth, but did not respond. Yuan Shi was indeed not wrong. Laozi sighed. The three purities have reached their end. The argument between these two has escalated beyond just a sect dispute. It has now become a matter of face. Although Tong Tian is the younger brother, he is also a saint and values his dignity. With Yuan Shi giving him no way to back down, Tong Tian could no longer suppress his anger. Since second brother looks down on my disciples so much, I'll just leave. Tong Tian threw down a statement. His figure flickered, and directly appeared above the sky on Kunlun Mountain. His voice echoed throughout the mountain, "All disciples of my Jie Jiao today, follow your master, and leave Kunlun." Reopening the dojo. Yuan Shi was stunned in place, his eyes filled with astonishment. Laozi sighed. The three purities have ultimately reached this stage. Kunlun Mountain is done for. Elder brother. Yuan Shi looked at Laozi, his voice tinged with restlessness. Since their transformation, how many years have they endured together? Today they are truly going their separate ways. Stop talking. Laozi waved his hand. Kunlun is left to you as a dojo. I must leave now. This matter is not your fault. It was bound to happen sooner or later. No matter how good Kunlun is, it cannot withstand the aura of three saints. You know this in your heart. After finishing his words, Laozi turned with Xiandu and left, not looking back. Yuan Shi sat alone in the grand hall, eerily quiet. After a long while he finally spoke. Forget it, forget it. The three purities have completely gone their separate ways. The smiles on the faces of the two saints from the west could not be hidden at all. The separation of the three purities was like a pie falling from the sky for them. At this moment, the three purities have not yet turned hostile. They are still together, but the top power among the saints has already changed. The two saints from the west were so delighted that their smiles almost reached their ears. In the chaos, Nuwa also breathed a sigh of relief. The disbandment of the three purities was not a bad thing for her. Among the saints, she was the only one fighting alone. When the three purities banded together, she did not even dare to breathe. Now she could finally relax a bit. The entire wilderness erupted into chaos. The news of the three purities' separation spread like wings across the sky. When the three purities were together with the three saints, suppressing everything who would dare to provoke Jiejiao or Chanjiao. Even if their people caused trouble, no one would dare to speak up. In the small world, Di Fang stared at the elixir. He had just refined the three-turn dragon pattern pill, a tool for cultivation. Taking one would be enough to elevate someone to a master of immortal martial arts. However, for him this item is not even considered a semi-finished product. He casually tossed the elixir aside and continued to tinker. After finishing the tinkering, he promptly listed it in the system store, marking it with a bit of points. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and over 1,000 years had gone by. Since Hongjun Dace's proclamation that the demons rule the heavens and the witches control the earth landed, these past 1,000 years have been among the most peaceful days since the war between the witches and demons. The most explosive event during this period was the separation of the three purities. Aside from that, the wilderness was as quiet as a windless water surface. Yet everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. In another 30,000 years, the witch and demon clans would engage in a life-and-death struggle. That battle would determine the position of the hegemon of heaven and earth. Some bet on the witch clan to win, while others favored the demon clan. All eyes in the wilderness were on it, waiting for the show. On Di Fang's side, he had completed a batch of elixirs and selected some for the system store. The best among them was the three-turn dragon pattern pill, not because he couldn't produce better ones, but because this item was most suitable for the folks in the group. Giving too many would only be detrimental to them. Besides this, there was the spirit nourishing pill for nurturing the primordial spirit, and the dragon blood pill for enhancing physical strength, specifically for refining muscles and skin. 3 types of pills, each listed in the system store with 1,000 pieces priced at 5,000 points each. The group exploded with excitement. Big shot fan Lu Fei, damn good stuff. All members go check the store. Ing Zheng. The items are great, but I have no share. Zhu ignores 5,000 each, not bad. Just came out of the poison island, enough to buy 2. Xiongba, really envy, should have gone for a trip myself. Yubuchu, and it's a pity I was busy back then, otherwise I would have gone too. Big shot fan Lu Fei, now you just realize you missed out. I'm delighted, I'll grab one too. Bai Kue, what a pity didn't catch it in time. Looks like I need to catch more devouring beasts to exchange for points. Big shot fan Lu Fei, what do you see in the store? Who cares about that stuff? You might as well just throw it in the system store for money. Bai Kue, is that so? Big shot fan Lu Fei, what else? Bai Kue, got it. Uchiha Sasuke, group leader, what's the deal with that aberration? Big shot fan Lu Fei, I was thinking of getting some good stuff to sell, but unfortunately I only got one order, and I don't even know which idiot bought it. Uchiha Sasuke, group leader, you really are a live treasure. Sasuke glanced at the aberration he had locked up and sealed tightly, his lips twitching slightly. Damn it, that idiot. In that piece of wilderness, Di Fang began his second journey after emerging from the small world. For him, such sights might never be seen again. The war between the witches and demons was the first step towards the fragmentation of this world. When Gong Gong crashed into the Buzhou Mountain, the wilderness world cracked for the first time. If the battles during the Fengshan period were the fundamental cause of destroying the old home, then the collapse of this mountain was the starting line of the downfall. Buzhou Mountain is a pillar supporting the heavens. After it was knocked down by Gong Gong, the entire environment of the wilderness began to change dramatically. First, let's talk about spiritual energy. The foundation was still dominated by innate spiritual energy, but it had begun to be mixed with impurities. Acquired spiritual energy also started to seep out. The entire wilderness began to decline. Now concerning space, in this piece of heaven and earth, it requires a golden immortal level to shake the space. By the time the war between the witches and demons concluded, not to mention golden immortals, even Xian immortals, and true immortals, could easily tear a gap. This is the biggest difference. To put it bluntly, the origin of this world is leaking away. Furthermore, the qualifications of newly born beings in the wilderness are increasingly deteriorating. Those so-called geniuses in later generations, if placed in this era, would simply be ordinary. The so-called prodigies are merely a little stronger than the average person. It's not that they are not powerful, but in this era of the wilderness there truly exist even more extraordinary beings. The spiritual energy of the wilderness world has been continuously depleting, directly resulting in the diminishing talent of the beings. Heaven and earth influence all things, and all things also provide feedback to heaven and earth. This is an inescapable truth. From the day the war between the witches and demons ended, the wilderness was destined to decline. Do you see any notable deities emerging in later generations? Almost none at all, because the wilderness was shattered and then reassembled with the source completely blocked. To put it bluntly, the war between the witches and demons was the starting point for the collapse of the wilderness. The reason Di Fang ventured out was partly to take another leisurely look at this piece of heaven and earth, as such scenery might truly be unseen in the future. On the other hand, there is treasure hunting. Spiritual roots and spiritual herbs are abundant in the current primordial wilderness, but after the wilderness shatters and reorganizes, many will simply become extinct. He has a collecting obsession, which is why he wants to make another trip. Just think about having a large collection of things that will become obsolete in the future. How exhilarating that would be. One day he arrived at a divine mountain where the scenery was beautiful and picturesque. Just as Emperor Fang was about to begin his search, he heard a cry for help. A white figure flew towards him, rushing in his direction. The figure was voluptuous, yet wore a face that exuded a sense of pity. Her eyes were bright and innocent, exuding a hint of vulnerability that contrasted with her figure. "Young master, please save me." The girl clutched Emperor Fang's sleeve, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. Emperor Fang glanced at her, frowning. A nine-tailed celestial fox. This clan was quite renowned in the primordial wilderness. Unfortunately, after the great battle among the three innate clans, the ancestor of the nine-tailed celestial fox was slain, and the entire clan began to decline, retreating to the Qingqiu region. And here is precisely Qingqiu. "You little girl, where do you think you're running to?" A sneaky voice pursued from a man resembling a Taoist appeared, his face lewd, his gaze lingering over the girl. "That Taoist, be sensible and scram. I am a disciple of the heavenly teacher Changer Dingguang." Changer Dingguang shouted at Emperor Fang, his tone displeased. Emperor Fang narrowed his eyes at him. Not to mention anything else, this fellow bore considerable karma. Changer Dingguang's true form was merely a rabbit. "Young master, my name is Humei, the leader of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Please save me, and I am willing to bring my entire clan to serve you." Humei pleaded with a pitiful expression. Emperor Fang appraised her with a glance. The leader of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, and her cultivation barely touched the threshold of golden immortal. No wonder she was being chased around the mountains by Changer Dingguang. This lineage was truly in a dire decline. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan was born with only females possessing a special constitution, making them the best alchemical furnaces in the primordial wilderness. With their ancestor dead, they had lost all backing force to hide and scavenge in the wilderness. Emperor Fang knew about the nine-tailed celestial foxes in Qingqiu from records in later generations. It was pure coincidence that Changer Dingguang encountered Humei. This fellow practiced dual cultivation, and the nine-tailed celestial fox's constitution perfectly matched his techniques. Since he had stumbled upon her, how could he let go? Humei at this moment was also at her wit's end. She did not understand Emperor Fang's origins, but anything was better than falling into Changer Dingguang's hands. If that fellow succeeded, it would not only be her misfortune, the entire nine-tailed celestial fox clan would suffer. There are many cruel means in the primordial wilderness, and spells for enslaving people abound. What fate awaited her if she fell into Changer Dingguang's hands? Humei did not need to think. You bring it upon yourself by refusing to heed advice. Changer Dingguang glared at Emperor Fang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. After becoming a disciple of the heavenly teacher, he was indeed arrogant, but he still had his own measure. He never provoked those famous powers in the primordial wilderness. However, he had offended countless nameless great Luo golden immortals like Emperor Fang. Why? Simply because Tong Tian was his master. With such a powerful backing, he dared to be so arrogant. Those great Luo golden immortals had no way to deal with him and could only endure. The more they endured, the more his arrogance grew. Do not assume that those great Luo golden immortals have no tempers. If it were not for the protection of the heavenly teacher, Changer Dingwang would have long been dead. Without a backing, could he have been so audacious until now? None of the women who had dual cultivated with him had survived. Their souls and powers were completely consumed by him. Though it was called dual cultivation, it was in fact using others as furnaces. Emperor Fang looked at Changer Dingwang and said, "To be honest, I do not wish to provoke you. But seeing your attitude, it seems you do not intend to let me go." As soon as he finished speaking, the chaos pearl lit up. Changer Dingwang's pupils contracted sharply, the lewdness on his face completely vanishing, leaving only terror. He had encountered a hard nut to crack. In the past, as long as he announced the name of Tong Tian, not to mention great Luo golden immortals, even those at the level of saint would give him some face. As long as he did not go overboard, basically no one dared to move against him. But this fellow before him was different. He truly dared to take action. "Master, save me." Changer Dingwang blurted out, hoping to call for Tong Tian to come to his rescue. However, as the Chaos Pearl emerged, the secrets of this world had already become chaotic, making it impossible to deduce anything. How is this possible? Changer Dingwang stared at Emperor Fang, a hint of coldness surfacing in his eyes. Saints are at the top of the primordial world, capable of connecting heaven and earth with a thought. Moreover, he called out the name of the heavenly teacher, who was his master. But now, after shouting repeatedly, there was no response whatsoever. The little bit of calmness in his heart completely collapsed. A creature like you only brings trouble by living. Emperor Fang spoke lightly, as if to himself. In the teachings of the Intercept, there were indeed a group of earnest immortals who devoted themselves to cultivation with lofty aspirations, but there were also plenty of scoundrels like the one before him. Some people should have died early but lived long, while some truly good seedlings fell one after another. And this fellow, after the Fengshen calamity, he ran to the west and became a happy Buddha. It is time to hit the road. Emperor Fang's gaze darkened, as if endless starlight faded within. In the realm of golden immortal, the flesh does not decay, and the primordial spirit does not perish, which sounds impressive. But before Emperor Fang, it was merely a blink of an eye. Changer Dingwang's body and primordial spirit shattered little by little, without screams or struggles, quietly dissipating. He completely ceased to exist. Withdraw. Emperor Fang did not delay, pulling Humei along as they left. The Chaos Pearl could temporarily protect them, but it could not conceal for long. Once Changer Dingwang was dead, Tong Tian would definitely notice, and it was best to flee early. "Where are the remaining 9-tailed celestial foxes?" Emperor Fang asked as they walked. Reporting to the master, "They are all hiding in the secret realm of Qingxiu." Humei replied respectfully. Emperor Fang nodded and followed the direction Humei pointed, heading straight to the secret realm of Qingxiu. That place was not very large, at most the size of a small world. "Rise." Humei had not yet reacted when she saw the entire secret realm of Qingxiu being lifted into his small world with a wave of Emperor Fang's hand. In the next moment, Humei was also sent inside. The 9-tailed celestial fox clan was just right for him to manage his small world. Though currently weak, they could be cultivated gradually. The key point was that this clan consisted entirely of women, each one more beautiful than the last. To be frank, their beauty was earned through genuine strength. This was no exaggeration when it came to the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. "My lord, where is this?" Humei looked around, her tone laced with uncertainty. "This is my small world. From now on, your clan will live here, and all you need to do is take care of the spiritual herbs and plants for me." Emperor Fang's tone was calm, as if he was delegating a minor task. "Understood." Humei nodded, her gaze sweeping over the scene filled with abundant spiritual energy, her heart filled with surprise and joy. With this, the 9-tailed celestial fox clan could finally escape their previous lives. In the past, in the primordial world, their clan was practically a walking cauldron. Whenever they appeared, they would attract many powerful beings. The reason is simple: the 9-tailed celestial fox's constitution is too special. As long as they dual cultivate with them, their cultivation can rise, and they can even comprehend the laws. This is the real treasure. Therefore, they were snatched up fiercely in the primordial world. After Humei confirmed they were no longer in the primordial territory, the stone in her heart finally settled. She was quite happy, especially since Emperor Fang had not overstepped from the beginning to the end. Moreover, now there were only a little over 600 pure-blood 9-tailed celestial foxes left. Among the myriad clans in the primordial wilderness, they were practically a rare animal. To put it in modern terms, they were probably even more precious than first-class protected animals. Emperor Fang did not linger much longer. After settling the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, he left directly. He had just killed Changer Dingguang. Tong Tian would definitely investigate this matter. Tongshan's nature was known for being protective of his own. With Changer Dingguang's life gone, Tong Tian would not let it slide easily. After all, he was a saint, and he needed both face and substance, especially since he was inherently protective. Sure enough, just as Emperor Fang left Qingqiu, trouble arose at the Golden Ao Island's Biyo Palace. Tong Tian was lecturing when he suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze swirling with the principles of the great Tao. He was attempting to deduce the secrets of heaven. But the secrets were like a pot of porridge, nothing was clear, and he could not calculate anything. Duo Bao spoke first. Master, what happened? Tongshan's tone was slow. Your junior brother Changer Dingguang has died. In an instant the hall erupted. Changer Dingguang died. Who did it? Bai Xiao muttered. It's good he's dead, that guy was never a good person. Though spoken softly, everyone present was a well-known power in later generations. They heard it clearly. Yun Xiao frowned. Bai Xiao, do not speak carelessly. Bai Xiao pouted, clearly unconvinced. Tong Tian glanced at Bai Xiao, speaking slowly. Even so, Changer was still my disciple. He could not just die without a clear reason. It had to be investigated. Duo Bao, you are responsible for this. Investigate the cause of Changer's death. Tong Tian knew what kind of character Changer Dingguang was. The fact that Bai Xiao understood this, Tong Tian understood even better. Ultimately, it was still about the face of a saint. Once the words were spoken, it was like water spilled on the ground. Since Changer had become a disciple, he had to take responsibility. Duo Bao nodded, yes, master. Tong Tian continued lecturing, but his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. In the primordial wilderness, there were not many things he could not deduce. There were even fewer who dared to do such things. He unconsciously thought of his second brother Yuan Shi. Was it done by someone from Yuan Shi's sect? Emperor Fang dared to act against Changer Dingguang, relying naturally on the Chaos Pearl. In terms of attack, the Chaos Supreme Treasure cannot match the Pangu Axe. Its defense cannot compare to the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian, and its comprehension of the Tao is inferior to the Creation Jade Tablet. But the ability of the Chaos Pearl to conceal the secrets of heaven cannot be matched by the other three supreme treasures combined. This was the confidence that allowed Emperor Fang to act so ruthlessly. As long as Emperor Fang did not expose himself, Tong Tian would have no way to drag him out. The primordial wilderness was vast, and Changer Dingguang had more than one enemy. However, what Emperor Fang did not expect was that by killing Changer Dingguang, Tong Tian would actually turn his attention towards Yuan Shi. Tongshan's perspective on this matter was quite simple. Those who can conceal heavenly secrets are few and far between. Nuwa, the two saints of the West, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Hongjun Daozu. In total, there were 6 of them. The one with whom he has a grudge is Yuan Shi. The two saints of the West. Tong Tian does not believe they would target Changer Dingguang Xian, so it is reasonable to suspect Yuan Shi. Di Fang continued to wander through the primordial world. He picked up everything he saw: spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, spiritual beasts, leaving nothing behind. Spiritual beasts are quite special. They are difficult to awaken their intelligence, existing between demon beasts and ordinary animals. There are quite a few in the primordial world. The biggest difference from demon beasts is that spiritual beasts lack that savage nature and are free from karma. In simple terms, spiritual beasts must be auspicious beings to be worthy of the title. Thus, Di Fang began his second journey through the primordial world. The chat group exploded with activity. Kaido Kiralalo am preparing to have a fight with Kazuki Oden. Those interested can watch the live stream. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, front row seating popcorn, is ready. Let the show begin. Ingzheng 1. By the way, Kaido, can you put the manuals for observation and armament hockey from your world in the shop? I want to buy them. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, what's the use of that? Do you still need to learn this? Zhu Wuxia, the group leader, has lost his mind. 1. Put it up. Oh, I want it too. Big Shot fan Lu Fei. Hokage Sasuke, group leader, even if they don't need it, they can teach their subordinates. Armament hockey grows stronger with greater power, while observation hockey can defend against sneak attacks. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, of course I know. 1. Nangong Buxi, the group leader, is really adorable. Kaido Kiralala, no problem. They'll upload it after this battle. Oh, it's not something rare. Yu Buchu in armament hockey. I'm more interested in observation hockey. Bai Yukue 1. Ding. Kaido has started the live stream. Big Shot fan Lu Fei entered the live stream. Ingzheng entered the live stream. Chi Tong entered the live stream. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, watching the live broadcast is so much more enjoyable. Speaking of which, Odin is really foolish. 65 Town UNZ discusses Tao new insights. Ingzheng, not to say clearly capable, but still waiting to be beaten. If the forces of Wano had been united earlier, would the outcome have been different? But he never took that action. Nangong Buxi, hey, which side are you two on? Bai Kuei, purely a critique. Odin isn't really that great. Frankly, Kaido is just a villain. It would be strange if he didn't lose. The sea was blown apart, and giant waves surged. Kiralalo. Laughter drowned out all other sounds. Kaido stood in the center of the battlefield, exuding an aura like an ancient fierce beast. Something seemed to flow beneath his skin, and every inch of his bulging muscles radiated a sense of pressure. After perfecting his physical body, this guy was completely different. That previous guise was merely a foundation. Now that foundation had been solidified, becoming the most dangerous aspect. Kaido. Odin gritted his teeth, his two eyes fixed firmly on his opponent. Regret surged from the depths of his heart. If he had integrated the forces of Wano back then, would the result have been different? But he never made that move. One wrong step leads to a series of wrong paths. Moreover, Odin's nature, to put it bluntly, is both foolish and stubborn. It seems that the top powerhouses of this world all share this trait. Only single-mindedness in their thoughts. Odin. Kaido roared, his eyeballs turning blood red. The raging aura swept through like a blade. Conqueror's haki exploded, tearing a rift in the sky. The crimson shockwave engulfed the entire Wano. Odin's expression changed, and he quickly unleashed his own Conqueror's haki. The two auras collided, and the clouds were shattered. Odin. Kaido grinned, his teeth gleaming white. What I intend to do you cannot stop. Odin stared, uncertain of what had transpired with Kaido, but he could sense. This guy was significantly stronger than before. He had truly stepped into that level. Although he was once considered top tier, he was merely at the bottom of that tier. Odin couldn't defeat him, but he could still hold on for a while. But now, just in terms of aura, Odin had already fallen behind. From the very beginning, there was no suspense in this battle. In the primordial world, no matter how chaotic the chat group was, Di Fang had no idea. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Currently, he was traveling through the primordial world and had arrived at the territory of Wuzhuang Temple. From a distance, Wuzhuang Temple was shrouded in mist. According to the original history of the primordial world, this place had sheltered many humans during the Great Calamity. Zenyuan's actions were also partly due to his displeasure with Dijuan and Tai. But for the human race, this was a great kindness. Di Fang thought it was time to pay a visit. In any case, it never hurts to make acquaintances. He approached the door and knocked. The door opened. Two young acolytes stood behind it. Qingfeng Minghua. Who are you? What brings you to Wuzhuang Temple? Qingfeng asked. Human Emperor Di Fang here, to visit the great immortal Zenyuan. Oh, please pass on the message. Di Fang stated, his name is tone calm. Qingfeng nodded. Wait a moment, while I will report to the master. He turned and entered Wuzhuang Temple, while Minghua stood guard at the door, eyes fixed on Di Fang. Di Fang was indifferent, standing with his hands behind his back. After a while, Qingfeng came out again. The master requests your presence. Do not take offense, esteemed guest. It's nothing to worry about. Di Fang smiled, stepping through the temple door. Following the two, they wound their way to the main hall, where a plump, white-haired old man, Zenyuanzi, sat. His appearance resembled that of a kind-hearted old man. Di Fang, I have met the great immortal. Fellow Taoist is too polite. Your identity as the ancestor of the human race places you at a high status. Do not belittle the old Taoist. Just calling me fellow Taoist will do. Zenyuanzi returned the greetings, specifically changing his address. This was both in recognition of Di Fang's title as the ancestor of the human race and an acknowledgement of his abilities. Then I shall call you fellow Taoist. Good. Zenyuanzi nodded with a smile. I wonder what brings you here, my friend. Passing by this blessed land, I thought to pay a visit and chat with you about the Tao to validate my own principles and gain insight into the way of heaven. Discussing the Tao is excellent. I happen to be quite free. Fellow Taoist, please. As he finished speaking, Qingfeng and Minghua brought in a plate of fruit. The plate contained only two pieces resembling human infants. These were the famous ginseng fruit. Fellow Taoist is too kind. I cannot be stingy. Di Fang waved his hand, directly taking out 9 pieces of Enlightenment tea leaves from his small world. 9 pieces is not a small amount. The Enlightenment tea tree bears fruit only once every 90,000 years, with only 14 pieces each time, which can aid in understanding the Tao. While not as good as the top 10 innate spiritual roots, it is still quite valuable. Fellow Taoist has gone to great expense. Zenyuanzi looked at the 9 tea leaves, unable to hide his surprise. Just a coincidence. Di Fang handed the tea leaves to Qingfeng and Minghua, waving his hand. Fellow Taoist, let us begin. Then I shall not be polite and will present my humble self. Di Fang said, directly beginning to expound on the path of immortal martial arts. An extraordinary phenomenon erupted instantly. Endless patterns of the Tao intertwined behind him, illuminating and extinguishing in patches, 3,000 demon gods rolled and shook, causing the entire universe to tremble. What is the Tao? This is Di Fang's Tao. The path of absoluteness, 3,000 avenues held in hand in a single thought. Deities and demons come and go. After speaking for a millennium, Di Fang finally fell silent. Xuanyuanzi closed his eyes, his brows occasionally tightening, and then relaxing, the corners of his mouth curling up and then down again. Di Fang's teachings on the path of immortal martial arts supplemented him greatly. It had nothing to do with the heights of their realms, it was purely that the approach was correct. This was an entirely new path, completely different from the path of immortality. The two paths could mutually validate and complete each other. Fellow Taoist, this path of immortal martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Xuanyuanzi opened his eyes filled with appreciation, looking at Di Fang. That is your own ability, it has little to do with me. I merely mentioned a few points. Di Fang waved his hand. Xuanyuanzi smiled, not picking up on this remark. Since fellow Taoist has finished, it's my turn now. My Tao is called the Earth Immortal Path. Xuanyuanzi began to speak of his Tao to talk about his It should be clarified that this Earth Immortal is not a name for a cultivation realm. It refers to the path that Xuanyuanzi himself has walked, and the two should not be confused. Di Fang perked up his ears, carefully listening to Xuanyuanzi expound on his Earth Immortal Path. You have completed listening to Xuanyuanzi's Earth Immortal Path. Because of your extraordinary comprehension, you have grasped the method of the Immortal Ancestor. The method of the Immortal Ancestor. This is the strongest cultivation method within the immortal cultivation system, directly leading to the supreme path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Di Fang opened his eyes, looking at Xuanyuanzi. Fellow Taoist, this Tao of yours is indeed remarkable. Thank you for your guidance. During this millennium, aside from obtaining the method of the Immortal Ancestor, Di Fang also filled many pits on his own path of cultivation. The gains were significant. Di Fang spent 2,000 years discussing the Tao at Wuzhuang Temple. For him, this was not a bad thing. Xuanyuanzi, fellow Taoist, I have gained quite a bit this time. It is time for me to leave. Di Fang spoke. Why not stay a few more days, fellow Taoist? Xuanyuanzi urged him to stay. Di Fang smiled at him. Xuanyuanzi, fellow Taoist, I originally intended to wander through the primordial world. Having stayed at Wuzhuang Temple for 2,000 years, it is time to go elsewhere. I see, then I will not insist. Fellow Taoist, take care. Xuanyuanzi replied. Di Fang nodded, looking at Xuanyuanzi. Xuanyuanzi, fellow Taoist, before I leave, there is something I wish to entrust to you. Please speak, fellow Taoist. Xuanyuanzi became interested. In the future, if the people of the human race encounter trouble around Wuzhuang Temple, I hope that Xuanyuanzi, fellow Taoist, will take care of them. Di Fang laid out his request. Naturally, no problem. Xuanyuanzi agreed without hesitation. Good. Di Fang responded and smiled as he left Wuzhuang Temple. Once outside Wuzhuang Temple, Di Fang headed straight for Buzhou Mountain. Returning to familiar ground, he had many sentiments. For Di Fang, this was likely the last time he would visit Buzhou Mountain. The next time he came, it would probably be when Buzhou Mountain had collapsed. Di Fang bowed 3 times to Buzhou Mountain. These 3 bows were to honor Panga's kindness in opening up the heavens, to pay respects to Buzhou Mountain as the birthplace of the human race, and to express gratitude for the great benevolence of Buzhou Mountain. After completing the 3 bows, Di Fang rode the clouds, leisurely traveling through the primordial world. He crossed one divine mountain after another, witnessing the splendor of the myriad races in the primordial world. Along the way, Di Fang observed the myriad forms of life in the primordial world. After a millennium of wandering, he finally returned to the human race's tribe. Di Fang quietly returned to the grand hall at the back of the Nuwa temple, not alarming anyone. He muttered 4 words: Immortal Tao, Immortal Martial Tao, Divine Tao. His eyes sparkled with intensity. The concepts of the Immortal Tao were merely references for him, now lacking substantial utility. What a pity. He smacked his lips. If I had obtained this earlier, it could have been useful. But now, After speaking, he closed his eyes. A vast amount of belief power began to gather around him. The accumulation of thousands of years of experiences outside had elevated his state of mind beyond what it once was. The belief power wrapped around him like silken threads as the chaotic divine power surged, transforming this belief power into the purest divine energy, rushing wildly throughout his body. After struggling for a long time, Di Fang opened his eyes and sighed. Still a bit short. The belief power was simply insufficient to push his divine path cultivation to the foundational level, specifically the Quasi-Saint realm. Could the Xinwu side rely on itself to break through to the Quasi-Saint? It was too early. His gaze shifted to the path of immortality, and a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Perhaps. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Fixating on the cultivation method of the immortal ancestor, he pondered a new path, a completely unconventional approach starting anew. Thinking it, he acted. Di Fang directly began to reconstruct the system of immortality. Time swiftly passed. Relying on the foundations of Xianwu martial arts and divine paths, he only took a mere 1,000 years. The aura of immortality around him was ethereal like clouds, with the 12 grades of auspicious clouds blooming above him, the great Tao fruit recoalescing. For Di Fang, this step was merely to stabilize his immortal realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken 1,000 years to reach the great Tao. Simply put, practice makes perfect. The path to the great Tao was something he had traversed thrice before. It was truly no big deal. If the innate spiritual treasure could host the 3 corpses. Di Fang murmured to himself, his pupils brightening. Then what about the other systems? In the system of immortality, slaying the 3 corpses refers to the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self corpse. After completely eliminating these 3, what remains is only the Tao. Xianwu relies on accumulation, while the divine path requires vast amounts of belief. None of these were particularly pressing for Di Fang. The key was to break through to Quasi-Saint. Only 20,000 years remained, and time was tight. The great calamity facing humanity was about to descend. The magical power within Di Fang was nearly limitless, continuously stacking up. Slay. His voice was as heavy as a tolling bell. The path of Xianwu, slay. Infinite laws manifested in his eyes, intertwining divine light, surging layers upon layers of phenomena unfolding. 3,000 chaotic demons stood tall amidst the boundless and vast chaos. The 3,000 Tao demons wove together the most resplendent paths and laws. Not enough. Di Fang uttered 2 words, his gaze sharpening. Relying solely on the Xianwu methods to carry his good intentions was ultimately insubstantial, lacking a solid foundation. 12 grades of pure world white lotus come forth. With a low shout, the white lotus, shimmering with a faint mysterious light, slowly floated up, hovering before him. The path of Xianwu, slay. Di Fang's gaze flickered as if he could see through countless epochs the patterns of the great Tao, continuously manifesting and fragmenting. In the void, a mark of Xianwu slowly took shape. A figure of the immortal emperor clad in white appeared behind him, looking identical to Di Fang, yet radiating an aura, as if it could encompass the entire multiverse. Using the 12 grades of pure world white lotus as a vessel, with the foundation of the path of Xianwu good corpse emerge. Di Fang let out a long howl. The figure of the white-clad immortal emperor stepped onto the white lotus, transforming into a physical entity, standing firmly beside him. Di Fang's momentum suddenly changed, directly breaking through the threshold of Quasi-Saint. It's done. Di Fang gazed at his good corpse, whispering to himself. This Xianwu avatar was created using the pure world white lotus as a foundational vessel. His cultivation was firmly established at the peak of the great Tao. Let's go. Di Fang gestured with his chin at the good corpse. The good corpse said nothing, nodded, and stepped out, directly appearing in the endless chaos. From now on, this avatar would remain there. Unlike other Quasi-Saints in the primordial world, this good corpse of Di Fang was essentially a manifestation of his path of Xianwu. Accumulating magical power slowly in the chaos to break through was the correct route. To put it bluntly, this was an avatar capable of self-cultivation. Di Fang had too many systems hanging on him, a hodgepodge that was not beneficial. It was just right to use the path of immortality to eliminate these systems one by one, allowing them to become independent entities, each cultivating their own paths, which was the most profitable trade. In this way, his immortal system could also rise to Quasi-Saint. At the very least, in the upcoming Great Calamity, he could contend with figures like Di Jun and Tai Yi. Of course, merely being at the early stage of Quasi-Saint was far from enough. He still needed to slay the evil corpse and the self-corpse to reach the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint. Only then would Di Fang be qualified to face Di Jun and Tai Yi directly. Moreover, Di Fang's 3 corpses were unlike anyone else's. Each represented a complete system. It was equivalent to having an extra cheat in his hands. The good corpse would cultivate the path of Xianwu, the evil corpse would cultivate martial arts, and the self-corpse would cultivate the divine path. Di Fang himself would walk the path of immortality. Advancing along 4 paths simultaneously was the correct approach for Di Fang. When the 3 corpses each achieved sainthood, he could unify them into one, overpowering other saints. At that time, his combat strength would not be something any saint could rival. Of course, the 3 corpses would only represent those 3 systems and would not involve anything else. Di Fang resumed his cultivation. First, he needed to stabilize his realm before slaying the other 2 corpses and achieving the peak of Quasi-Saint. His figure flickered, and he directly entered the 9th level of the Hengyu Tower. For Di Fang, what he lacked the most at present was time. To stabilize his cultivation in the primordial world, he would need to toil for at least 10,000 years. He stepped into the Hengyu Tower. This place could maximize his breakthrough speed. The tower had a total of 9 levels, and Di Fang directly sat at the top. It had been mentioned earlier that the flow of time in the Hengyu Tower was different. Staying here, he would not lack time at all. However, the tower had a fatal shortcoming: severe insufficiency of cultivation resources. Time was abundant, but the resources needed for cultivation were lacking. This was the biggest flaw of the Hengyu Tower. Fortunately, Di Fang had the Chaos Pearl. This object could continuously supply him with spiritual energy. The world contained within the Chaos Pearl was inexhaustible and spiritual energy sufficient to support his breakthroughs. He could manage, but others might not. 1,000,000 years passed, and Di Fang thoroughly stabilized his realm. Next, he began to slay the second corpse, the evil corpse. He used the innate supreme treasure, the Qianquan Destruction Battle Spear, as a vessel, and took martial arts as the foundation. Evil corpse slay. Di Fang shouted loudly. Inside the Chaos Pearl, boundless chaotic power poured down. Spiritual energy surged into his body as if it were free. A young man in a black martial robe with long hair materialized in the void, holding a battle spear. Di Fang looked at the second corpse. He had slain the evil corpse. This evil corpse represented his complete martial arts system. Midstage Kwasa Saint. The evil corpse's cultivation had also reached the peak of the great Tao, following the martial arts path similar to the good corpse's path of Xianwu. Go! Di Fang tossed a remark to the evil corpse. The evil corpse turned and plunged into the depths of the endless chaos. Di Fang then entered seclusion again. This time his seclusion lasted even longer, a full 1,000,000,000 years to solidify his foundation. Then he broke through. He took out the innate spiritual treasure, the Tai House Sword, as a vessel with the divine path as the foundation. Self-corpse emerged. Di Fang let out a long roar, and an extraordinarily noble and lofty figure appeared behind him. Endless divine realms intertwined and coiled around that figure like the supreme god, king, overlooking all realms. Di Fang opened his eyes. All 3 corpses had been slain. He successfully stepped into the pinnacle of Kwasa Saint. It seemed as if it had not taken much time, but Di Fang knew in his heart he had actually spent over 100 billion years in true cultivation. Moreover, with the blood of the 12 ancestors and the essence of Pangu, along with the status and fortune of humanity, reaching this point was already considered slow. Di Fang did not send the self-corpse out. The divine path, unlike the paths of Xianwu and martial arts, did not require external honing. What it needed was belief. Di Fang directly retracted the self-corpse into his body. This retraction unexpectedly brought about a pleasant surprise. The divine path system and the immortal path system did not interfere with each other. If that's the case, I should plan carefully how to achieve sainthood. Di Fang murmured to himself. Initially, he had contemplated the path of divine sainthood. But now it seemed that achieving sainthood through the immortal path was more reliable. How should I put it? In this primordial realm, achieving sainthood through the immortal path was more fitting. No rush. If it doesn't work, I can still turn to the divine path. Di Fang muttered to himself. At present, his immortal path cultivation had already reached the peak of Kwasa Saint, and he still held the primordial purple energy. Logically speaking, as long as he encountered the opportunity for sainthood, he could ascend in one leap to become a saint of the primordial realm. The problem is, in today's primordial realm, where can such an opportunity be found? Basically hopeless. This was also the point where Di Fang was currently stuck. Switching to the divine path would be simpler. Once he had enough belief, he could use the primordial purple energy to catalyze and directly condense the divine realms to achieve sainthood. Anyway, it would depend on fate. Whichever path's opportunity arrived first would be the one he took. Di Fang had squatted in the Hengyu Tower for a full 100 billion years, solidifying his cultivation before finally emerging. Only a year had passed in the primordial realm. Di Fang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. From now on, he was among the very top ranks beneath the saints. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the first person beneath the saints. He strolled back to the back mountain of the Nuwa temple and opened the chat group. Big shots, fan Lu Fei Yi. I say just topple that group of elders in my and take the position for yourself. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Ingzheng 6. Zhu Wushur, as expected, a name can be wrong, but a nickname cannot. This name, Doghead Military Advisor, is well-deserved for you, the group leader. Big shots, fan Lu Fei Yi. Otherwise, that Naruto Sasuke's dilly-dallying is useless. Better to act directly to avoid trouble. Nangong Buxi, I think the group leader has a point. Besides, didn't the chat group open a crossing function? If it doesn't work, just pull people in, Naruto Sasuke, if it were that simple, it would be great. The people in my world are not what you think. That group of brain-dead idiots would really die for their ideals. Naruto Sasuke, in the end, what use is it for me to take an empty shell of mine and sit in that position? Naruto Sasuke, let's wait a bit. I have things to research on my side, so let them stir things up. Di Fang, quite lively, can I join? Qitong, Lord God. Di Fang, hello Qitong. Ding, chat group upgraded to LV5. New feature unlocked, red envelopes. Lottery pool updated, ultimate lottery pool and supreme lottery pool are now online. Please explore on your own. Ding, Marvel's richest man joins the chat group. DC's richest man joins the chat group. BioWar God joins the chat group. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, ye goodness. The red envelope feature is finally opened. God Lord, how about a red envelope to show your intentions? Di Fang glanced at Lu Fei. Yes, words, the corner of his mouth curved up. Di Fang, no hurry for the red envelopes, we can talk about it later. Now that new people have arrived, as the group leader you should make an appearance and introduce yourself. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, Marvel Tycoon, DC Tycoon, Biohazard God of War, welcome the three of you to the group. This place is called the Multiverse Chat Group. You can figure out what it's about yourselves. Don't rush to doubt, believe first, and see later. Before joining the group, I've said all that needs to be said in the discussion group, so I won't repeat myself. First, change your nickname to your real name. Tony, alright, I'm not usually one to believe in this sort of thing, but honestly this method is quite impressive. I'm really interested in your technology, name your price. Ding, the group owner has uploaded a memory fragment, Iron Man. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, Tony, your memory fragment is in there, go take a look. Once you're done, you'll know the truth. In the Marvel world, Tony was wearing a handmade suit, his eyes a bit dazed as he opened the memory fragment. Images flashed by like a revolving lantern, pouring future memories directly into his mind. Damn, Tony's hand trembled, causing his wine glass to tilt and spill liquid all over him. He certainly didn't believe that the current level of technology could pull off such tricks. Does this mean this thing is real? Alice, is it real? Big Shot fan Lu Fei, it's real, I've uploaded yours. Ding, the group owner has uploaded a memory fragment, Resident Evil. Poison Island, the new folks, their world is quite similar to the crisis that broke out here. Seiko Poison Island finished reading the Resident Evil fragment and typed a message on the screen. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, there are many worlds colliding in the multiverse. Take Tony's Marvel for example. We still don't know which version of Marvel it is, so don't take it too seriously. Why so cautious? Bruce Wayne, the Bat from Gotham, Superman. Bruce Wayne, so this is real. I checked the fragments stored in the group. Are we all characters from movies or animations? Big Shot fan Lu Fei, no, you are all real existences. Your existence is meaningful. Regardless of how other worlds depict you as movies or animations, in your own world you are alive. Don't get caught up in meaningless details. Tony, fine, I take back what I said earlier. This place really is something else. Ding, the group owner has uploaded a memory fragment, The Dark Knight. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, Bruce, this is your fragment. Zheng, so the newcomers this time all came from the group owner's technological route. Pretty much the idea. Anyway, this sort of thing isn't that rare. Getting people into the group is all about luck. Who knows what backgrounds will be dragged in next time. Di Fang, newcomers have arrived. Ding, group member Di Fang sent a group red envelope, hurry and click. Big Shot fan Lu Fei, 1,000 points. The Lord is really generous. Di Fang. Zheng, 2,000. Qitong, am lucky, 6,000. Naruto Sasuke, Qitong, your luck is pretty good. I only have 3,000. Xiongba. How come I only have 500? Yu Buchuan. 200. Zhang Sanfeng Umatba, the old Taoist, has gotten 1,000. Nangong Buxi, 20,000. Bai Yuehue, I also have 26,000. Big Shot fan Lu Fei. Tony. Impossible, fake, all fake. How could there be so many points? Big Shot fan Lu Fei, Tony, how many did you grab? Bruce Wayne, he grabbed 2 points. Big Shot fan Lu Fei. Zheng. Tony frowned, opened the system mall, glanced at the Celestial Martial Arts entry manual and the Great Belief technique that Di Fang had sent, and was a bit surprised, but still switched. On the DC side, Bruce was the same. He generally didn't trust anyone, but still switched. After all, it's only 2 points, checking it out doesn't cost anything. In the world of Biohazard, Alice was hiding in an abandoned factory, just finishing up a wave of trouble. Lord, is there really a way to save this broken world? She muttered to herself. She flipped through her memory fragment, clearly understanding that the whole thing was orchestrated by Umbrella with the goal of wiping humanity clean and starting anew. Knowing the outcome, Alice instead felt calm. This world has already become so rotten, how much worse can it get? She switched to. In the primordial world, Di Fang smirked, sensing the faith channel moving, just as he guessed it was Alice, not Bruce or Tony. Those two aren't so easily trusting of others. According to the old rules, Di Fang followed the faith channel and sent a wisp of extremely diluted celestial spiritual energy to Alice. Alice trembled all over, Her body was changing, and her spirit was transforming, especially her telekinesis triggered by the virus, which instantly increased several times. There are plenty of hidden benefits which can only be unearthed slowly. At this moment, Di Fang stood at the pinnacle of Quasi Saint in the primordial world. A wisp of celestial spiritual energy, although repeatedly diluted, was enough for Alice, who had awakened her abilities, to benefit greatly. Di Fang glanced at the newly opened lottery pool in the chat group. The ultimate 10 consecutive draws cost 10 million points, while the supreme tier was even more outrageous, a full 100 million. He finished glancing and closed the interface. Looking across the multiverse, there were hardly any items left that could make Di Fang's heart race. In the future, if he has time, he might casually draw a few times for fun, but right now, he doesn't have that leisure. After speaking, Di Fang turned and returned to the small world. With his breakthrough, the small world also rose in status, directly elevating to the scale of a medium 1,000 worlds. Inside, not only did the nine-tailed fox clan reside, but there were also several women brought back from other worlds, and occasionally one could see some spirit beasts that had not yet awakened their intelligence leisurely wandering about. "Who may come see me?" Di Fang's voice echoed throughout the small world. Hume was managing the affairs of the small world with the people of the Fox clan. Upon hearing the voice, she was momentarily startled, instructed her clan members a few words, and hurried towards the palace. "Hume, I have met the Lord." She bowed respectfully, her figure voluptuous, yet her face was pure and clean, captivating the hearts of those who beheld her. "Are you getting used to living here?" Di Fang casually asked. "My lord, it's quite good. The entire nine-tailed fox clan has adjusted well. This kind of life was something we never even dared to dream of before." Hume said, her eyes revealing genuine gratitude. In the primordial world, the nine-tailed fox clan lived like hunted rats, even showing their faces made them anxious. How could they compare to the current carefree existence? "That's settled then. Oh, from now on the small world will be managed by your nine-tailed fox clan. Don't let me down." Di Fang's tone was calm. "Yes, my lord." Hume quickly agreed, her face filled with gratitude. After that, Di Fang went to the hot spring in the small world, and just as he immersed himself in the water, Yin Lingji suddenly appeared. "My lord, would you like me to serve you?" she asked with a cheerful smile, but her feet were already stepping into the pool. Di Fang looked at her and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the Snow Maiden was also pulled from the divine realm, landing right here. The Snow Maiden froze in place, recognizing Di Fang, and then spoke, "My lord." Her voice was very respectful. "Don't be so formal." Di Fang reached out and pulled her into his embrace along with Yin Lingji. 2 days later, Di Fang left the small world and returned to the primordial world. The winds of the primordial world were changing, and it had been over 10,000 years since the situation of the demon grasping heaven and the shaman controlling the earth had settled. It sounds long, but to the primordial world, it's just a blink of an eye. Yet in the scene, the demon race was actually overpowering the witch race. The weapon in his hand was somewhat peculiar, neither a congenital spiritual treasure nor a postnatal supreme treasure, just an ordinary celestial weapon. However, it was densely wrapped with vengeful souls wailing and howling, filled with resentment. The witch race had always relied on their physical bodies to endure, but now they were breached by that weapon, their bodies riddled with bloody wounds. Kuanpeng lowered his voice. "Your Majesty, this is the vital point of the witch race's true form. The human race is different from other races. After a tragic death, they become vengeful souls. Using these vengeful souls to refine weapons is precisely effective against the physical bodies of the witch race." Imperial June and Tai exchanged glances, their eyes shining. If this could really work, they had indeed found a way to deal with the witch race. But the problem loomed. The ancestral witch's true form was not something an ordinary witch could compare with. To forge a weapon capable of breaking the ancestral witch's true form, a mountain of vengeful souls would need to be piled up. How many human lives would need to be slaughtered? Both Imperial June and Tai fell silent. Kuanpeng did not speak again. Having reached this point in the conversation was enough. He was not foolish. Such matters should just be mentioned briefly. If he were truly to act, he would absolutely refuse. The karma was too great. There was not a single fool present. Oh, everyone knew what karma was. Not to mention offending Nuwa. Nuwa became a saint by creating humans, and harming the human race was equivalent to undermining her foundation. It was obvious even to the most basic thinker that Nuwa would never agree. Imperial June and Tai took a deep breath. This was not an easy task, but they had endured for over 10,000 years. If they could not find a way to counter the ancestral witch, what awaited them would be death. Imperial June and Tai were not lacking in understanding, but they had no other choice. This was the only path before them. Imperial June's expression darkened. What if Nuwa cannot intervene? Kunpeng's heart jolted. What did this mean? He understood clearly. Imperial June intended to take action against the human race. Tai hesitated about Nuwa. Someone will intervene. Imperial June's voice was deep. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Kunpeng, take a trip to the west. Kunpeng was taken aback looking at Imperial June, his heart chilled. What a ruthless move. Nuwa had just helped the demon race, and now Imperial June was sending him west. What was the purpose? It was obvious this was to have the two saints in the west stop Nuwa. Could the two saints in the west agree? Nuwa had already taken on the karma. Now to stop her would be the consequence. In the western lands, Jane and Junti watched Kunpeng's departing figure exchanging glances. The slaughter of the human race by the demon race was not a concern for the two of them. Regardless of who died, it was still under Nuwa's influence. The more they bit each other, the more beneficial it was for them. Thus they nodded in agreement to what Kunpeng brought back. As soon as Kunpeng left the west, the two of them sneaked into the depths of chaos, heading straight for Nuwa's place. Sister Nuwa, long time no see. Jane and Junti stepped into Nuwa's palace, speaking politely. Nuwa glanced at the two. She was well aware of the nature of these two. However, the calamity was already upon them, and the heavenly secrets were in disarray, as she could not discern the reasons. Since Jane and Junti had come knocking, she could not directly expel them. Junior brothers, you come to my palace. Is there something you need? Nuwa's tone was flat. Sister, you jest. Jane squinted, adopting a relaxed demeanor. My brother and I, having been quiet for too long, wanted to come out for a stroll. Coincidentally passing through chaos, we thought to discuss the Tao with you, sister. Nuwa stared at the two for a moment. Despite her internal doubts, discussing the Tao was quite common in the primitive world. In simple terms, it was about mutually verifying their insights into the great Tao, supplementing each other's strengths. It was not something extraordinary. All right then, let's discuss it. Nuwa spoke. Good. Jane and Junti nodded with smiles. Once the three were seated, the palace was immediately filled with the resonance of the great Tao. The three saints began to speak simultaneously, the laws intertwining and colliding, creating a sublime spectacle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the primitive world in the heavenly court, Imperial June's voice was heavy. The two from the west have entered Nuwa's palace. Now is our opportunity. Kunpeng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. This time it was equivalent to dragging himself into it. He was not foolish. With such a heavy karma descending, he could easily meet his end in the great calamity. He had already done what needed to be done and could not entangle himself further. Thinking of this, Kunpeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. I suddenly have some insights and need to enter seclusion for a period. Imperial June and Tai understood clearly. Kunpeng was not seeking enlightenment. He was clearly trying to shirk responsibility. Coincidentally, the two of them were indeed planning to let Kunpeng bear this matter. But Kunpeng had blocked the path first, making it difficult for them to speak. Currently, the key forces of the demon race were just a few. Kunpeng was one, Fushi another, along with 10 demon saints below, and then the two of them. If they forced Kunpeng, driving him to a breaking point, it would be counterproductive. Imperial June looked toward Kunpeng's retreating figure and said no more. Kunpeng had initially joined the demon race out of compulsion. With the two of them pressuring him, he had no choice but to comply. Either he nodded to join or he lost his head. Not to mention that his true fate was tied to the demon summoning banner. That thing was not in Nuwa's hands now, but tightly clutched in Imperial June's palm. The demon summoning banner, despite its humble name, was truly the tribal treasure of the demon race. Anything with demonic energy in the world had to heed its command, including Kunpeng. This treasure was later transferred to Nuwa's hands after the battle between the witches and demons, but for now, it was still in Imperial June's possession. If you want to enter seclusion, then go ahead. Imperial June waved his hand, his tone decisive. Now was not the time to provoke Kunpeng. The witch race had not been exterminated, and internal strife would be suicidal. After Kunpeng exited, Tai sneered. This mixed feathered bird has grown tired of living. Imperial June slowly shook his head. He understood Tai's meaning. Let the 10 great demon saints handle it. Imperial June's voice lowered by 3 points. The focus is on the souls of the human race. The materials for refining weapons have never been a shortage for the demon race. Dominating the primitive world for so many years, even the top-grade refining materials have piled up into mountains. What is lacking are the souls of the human race. This matter must not leak to Fushi. Imperial June added. Tai did not speak, merely nodded. Fushi held a nominal position in the demon race, but his status had always been delicate. Who let him have a saint sister? Imperial June and Tai did not wish to provoke this formidable figure, so they simply offloaded the task to the 10 great demon saints. The orders were quickly relayed. The 10 great demon saints led hundreds of millions of demon race members charging towards the human race tribes. The slaughter officially began. On the eastern coast, in the grand hall of the back mountain of Nuwa's temple. Defang opened his eyes. The luck of the human race seemed to be choked by someone shaking violently and issuing a piercing warning. This cannot be avoided. Defang murmured to himself. This calamity was a knife that the human race was destined to endure. If they could withstand it, the human race would soar, rising up to 90,000 miles. His form swayed, and he appeared in the small world within Nuwa's temple. All members of the human race, come see me. His voice was not loud, yet it firmly overshadowed the chaos of the entire small world. Millions of cultivators practicing celestial martial arts and martial paths quickly gathered towards the center. Even the weakest among them was at the true immortal level. Defang stood high, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The great calamity for the human race has arrived. You will emerge from the mountains and face the tribulations of the primitive world. Remember this phrase. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. The human race does not rely on heaven nor on earth, but on themselves. The human race must strive for self-improvement. We will remember. Millions of cultivators echoed in unison. Among the crowd, several with top-notch talents had already touched the threshold of the Great Luo. In the small world, there were the martial Dao Heavenly Steel and the Hengyu Tower, which significantly narrowed the gap between the human race and other races to a visible extent. Defang raised his hand and swept down sharply. Set off. With the barrier opening, the doors of the human race's small world were completely flung open. Millions of cultivators and martial powerhouses surged out in a tide densely filling the primitive world. Defang stood there, his expression somewhat heavy. This was a trial by fire, a life-and-death struggle. The fate of the human race could only be earned by themselves. No one could bear it for them. With so many people going out, how many would be able to return alive? Defang felt uncertain in his heart. Yet this path was one that the human race had to take. This was also the first time the human race revealed its claws in the primitive world. They did not come to be livestock. They sought to tell all races above and below, the human race has arrived. In the distance, the 10 great demon saints led hundreds of millions of demon race members pressing forward. A dark cloud loomed, swallowing the entire sky. The shadow of the demon race hung over the heads of the human race like a black cloud. This battle was the first real fight for the human race since its birth in the primitive world. Defang looked up at the 100 billion demon tide densely packed, covering the mountains and fields, resembling a sea formed by the demon race. As the sounds of slaughter erupted, the heavens and earth trembled. Countless members of the human race were torn apart, their souls forcibly drawn away. The bodies of the demon race also fell one by one like raindrops. Yet on the human side, only those few million practitioners of celestial martial arts and martial paths could hold the line. Cultivators at the golden core level. Even if they broke through, they were only at the celestial, immortal level, far from enough. Defang simply stood there watching. Members of the human race fell one after another, their resentment rising to the heavens, sorrowful enough that it seemed the heavens and earth were crying for this race. The entire primitive world seemed to sigh. In the depths of chaos within Nuwa's palace, Nuwa's heart suddenly jolted, and her face changed instantly. Junti Jane, you dare to bully me like this? The cries of the human race surged wave after wave into Nuwa's palace like countless needles stabbing at her heart. Nuwa's eyes were filled with killing intent as she fiercely stared at the two bald heads. Junti feigned ignorance, smiling as he said, Ba Sister Nuwa, where does this come from? Jane kept quiet, not speaking. Good, clear the way for me. The pressure on Nuwa erupted, and she was about to step out. Sister Nuwa, the human race must endure this calamity. The trends of the heavenly path are such. What need is there for you to intervene? Jane finally opened his eyes, his gaze profound like an ancient well. Nuwa's face turned pale. Just as she was about to break through and save the human race, two more figures suddenly appeared in the hall. Laozi spoke slowly. Sister Nuwa, the human race cannot become the protagonist of the heavenly earth without undergoing this calamity. Yuan Shi stood to the side, saying little, but his gaze already indicated his stance. Nuwa's eyes were like knives cutting through the four figures. Junti, Jane, Laozi, Yuan Shi. The four saints blocked her doorway. In her heart, she knew that these people were determined to keep her here. Jane turned to Laozi and said, Senior brother, I must trouble you to visit the witch race. Laozi nodded. Good. As soon as the words fell, he vanished. Nuwa's face revealed a cold smile. Do you really think that with just these means you can hold the human race in your grasp? As soon as Nuwa's words fell, Yuan Shi, Junti, and Jane did not respond. They all knew. This trip was indeed aimed at the fortunes Nuwa held in the human race. The demon race slaughtered humans, and Nuwa did not intervene. When the demon race was in trouble, Nuwa took action. How would such actions be perceived by the human race? If some embellishments are spread around, the weight of Nuwa in the hearts of the people will surely decline. Only then will they have the chance to intervene. In later generations, people burn incense and bow to the three pure ones, praying to the Buddha. Who still remembers who Nuwa is? She is the one who shaped humanity from clay. Yet her traces have been meticulously erased layer by layer. Who would believe there are no other saints' hands behind this? During the time of Shang, Zhou, there were still offerings made to Nuwa. When the Zhou dynasty established its foothold, the offerings on the altar were all the tablets of various deities. Who still remembers the ancient mother of humanity? Nuwa has now come to this realization. This scheme is not only aimed at the demon race, but also directed at her and humanity. Although she is alone, she wields power over both the human and demon factions. When these two forces combine, they cast the orthodoxies of other saints far behind. Would the other saints be pleased? Understanding this, Nuwa felt a sense of calm. Her gaze deepened as she swept a glance into the river of humanity. Those standing at the very top among the human powerhouses exuded not the aura of the immortal path, but rather an entirely different approach. Among them, there was one whose aura was no weaker than her own. Nuwa understood that the existence of the river of humanity was unknown to the other saints. She could not be bothered to argue further, and turned back to the palace of Nuwa, quietly awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, Laozi made his move. He directly descended upon Mount Buzhou, landing in the ancestral witch tribe. The Taiji diagram unfolded instantly, pinning the entire space and time in place. Even a primordial, which could not withstand the Taiji diagram activated by a saint, let alone one caught off guard. Laozi. Di Jiang gritted his teeth, glaring intensely at Taiji Laozi. Huta saw through his intentions at a glance. He aims to stop us from seeking assistance from humanity. Laozi sat cross-legged in the void, his expression calm, devoid of any traces of mortal affairs, as if everything happening around him was of no concern to him. On the shores of the east, Di Fang sat cross-legged in the void, guarding the origin of humanity. He glanced at Laozi, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. He then closed his eyes again. This was the game of the saints. He was not yet qualified to contend with them. Kill. The human cultivators clashed with the demon race, the sound of battle echoing through the heavens and earth. Throughout the vast wilderness, every corner of the East Sea was soaked in countless rivers of human blood. Countless people began to flee this land, running in all directions of the wilderness. The demon race treated humans as blood food, as great medicine. A great Luo powerhouse of the human race emerged, following the path of martial arts. Every punch and kick carried the power to shake the heavens and earth. With a stomp, that martial arts powerhouse turned swathes of demons into dust. However, it wasn't long before several great Luo realm demons set their sights on him. This scene played out repeatedly along the shores of the East Sea. Di Fang hovered high above, surrounded by emptiness. The Taihao sword hung at his side, its blade trembling slightly, cold light flowing like a lurking snake. The fortune of humanity was waning. One by one, clansmen fell, their flesh and blood merging into the soil, their souls dissipating in the wind. This was a wound that ran deep for all of humanity, one that seemed to have no bottom. 10 demon saints led the demon army, a dark mass approaching, stretching from the horizon to the tribe. The demonic aura darkened the heavens and earth, silencing even the insects and birds. The 10 demon saints looked up and saw Di Fang sitting in midair. They squinted, their pupils narrowing like pinpricks. What we owe humanity, we shall repay with our lives. Di Fang spoke, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather today. But as soon as these words fell, a murderous intent surged forth like a tide crashing into the 9 heavens. The entire wilderness trembled. A fierce and almost brutal killing intent descended from the sky, pressing down so hard that every demon's bones creaked. The sword light exploded. A sound of sword ringing erupted from the void like a dragon's roar, like a long howl tearing through the sky of the wilderness. A beam of sword light swept outward, enveloping the 3 realms, wrapping the 6 paths, as if it flew from the end of primordial chaos, traversing endless epochs, cleaving apart the ancient time and space. Tongtian suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced toward the human tribe, and when his gaze met that sword intent, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. This sword is quite interesting. He has played with swords to the pinnacle. The thrill of the hunt is an instinct ingrained in him. One sword to level all worlds. Di Fang's eyes dimmed, his black hair blown apart by the wind, white robe fluttering, creating a rustling sound. Another beam of sword light lit up, not this time cleaving outward from in front, but as if it had slashed over from a distant past, severing time and carving open the future. Between heaven and earth, nothing remained except for this one sword. No. The faces of the 10 demon saints turned pale. That was the scent of death infiltrating their pores, penetrating their bones, seeping into every inch of their lungs. The sword light swept past. The billion-strong demon army disintegrated, as if made of paper, vanishing without a trace. It was as though these beings had never existed in this world. Di Fang's gaze turned cold. Not enough. The killing intent still churned within him, burning his blood, searing his bones. Every pore on his body radiated light, each strand of hair shone brightly, like a burning river of stars. Golden light surged beneath his feet. The great Tao of heaven and earth paved the way for him, a golden path extending from beneath his feet, reaching into the sky. Di Fang stepped forward. With one step the world spun. He had already stepped into the heart of the demon camp. Demon race should perish. His voice was not loud, but every word struck between heaven and earth. The Taihao sword erupted, the sword light soared into the heavens. Sword opens the three realms. These 4 words were as cold as ice exploding in the air. A sword fell. Heaven cracked, the earth split, yin and yang divided, the 3 realms forcefully cleaved apart. Blood rain swept across the sky, dense and heavy, pouring onto the earth, staining mountains and rivers red. You seek death. A furious roar erupted from the depths of the heavens. 2 golden suns appeared in the wilderness sky, Di Jun and Tai Yi. They could no longer remain seated. Di Fang had slain billions of demons with one sword. Even if they bore the burden of karma, they had to stand up. The resentment of humanity's souls was a key material for refining the Slaughter Witch sword. Without this, no matter how strong the postnatal creations were, could they match the chaos bell. Karma encircled them. Di Jun and Tai Yi gritted their teeth and made their move. After the complete annihilation of the 10 demon saints, those who thought they could rely on them were utterly panicked. They never expected that among humanity there was still such a formidable being on the verge of sainthood. You are merely blood food created by Nuwa. How dare you resist? Di Jun's voice echoed throughout the wilderness, clear and distinct in every corner. Both humanity and the demon race heard it. Di Fang frowned. Though Di Jun's words seemed innocuous on the surface, they were actually a psychological tactic. Who is Nuwa? Humanity certainly knows her as the goddess Nuwa. Di Jun's meaning was clear. Your humanity is merely food created by Nuwa for us demons to consume. Di Jun, there is no need to say such things. Di Fang's voice was slow and steady, not loud, but the humanity on the vast wilderness heard it clearly. The Holy Mother created us humans, that is an immeasurable grace. Without the Holy Mother there would be no birth of humanity. Is that so? A trace of sinister malice flashed in Di Jun's eyes. Then why does Nuwa watch as we slaughter your kind and dare to resist? In the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa's eyes blazed with fury, staring intensely at the 2 saints from the west, as well as the 3 from the primordial beginning. Di Jun dared to say such words. Surely he had made a deal with the other saints. Di Jun's words were like a knife stabbing into the hearts of humanity. Many began to waver, questioning what Nuwa had created humanity for. Di Jun, you are seeking death. Di Fang spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Di Jun. Di Jun looked back, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Seeking death. Had he come this far, was there still a way back? No. A path walked to the end with no retreat. All humanity, listen well. Di Fang's voice deepened. I am the ancestor of humanity, Di Fang. Today I declare to the world, the Holy Mother does care for us, but those lofty saints are the ones who have blocked her. From this day forth humanity will not honor the 3 pure ones, nor respect the 2 saints, but will only revere the Holy Mother. Good courage. Laozi suddenly opened his eyes, pausing the actions of the witch clan. He could clearly feel that the fortune of his humanity had dropped in an instant. In the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa watched the 2 saints from the west, and the constipated expressions of the primordial beginning, laughing heartily. What does it mean to try to steal a chicken but lose the rice? It serves you right. Di Jun was also stunned, looking at Di Fang with shock in his eyes. You actually dared to do it. Since it has been done, then it has been done. What is there to be afraid of, eh? Di Fang said solemnly, his expression calm as a still pond. For humanity to establish itself and become stronger, the first step is to break free from the saint's shackles. Di Fang did not go to extremes. If he truly wanted to go to extremes, he could completely uproot the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints from humanity's orthodoxy in the name of the ancestor. That would be the true extreme measure. He did not sever their incense offerings. Since you do not care for the lives and deaths of humanity, what right do you have to intervene in their matters? Di Jun narrowed his eyes, staring at Di Fang. I underestimated you. Di Fang dared to speak like this naturally because he had confidence. He was the ancestor of humanity, bearing the fortune of humanity. This fortune had not existed before, it only coalesced after establishing humanity. Coupled with the merits he had accumulated, even saints had to weigh their actions against him. The saints themselves might be fine, but their orthodoxies left outside could not withstand retaliation. Kill. Di Fang's forehead erupted with an immortal light, and killing intent surged like a tidal wave, taking the first action. Tai stepped forward, blocking Di Fang's path. The chaos bell rang. Clang. The sound of the bell spread out, and a glimmer of light flashed in Di Fang's eyes. Unfortunately, he could not use the Chaos Pearl, nor could he wield the Qian Kuan Destruction War Spear. All the prominent figures in the wilderness knew that the one who had stolen the primordial purple chi had used these two spiritual treasures. The Chaos Pearl might still be unrecognized by some, but everyone recognized the Qian Kuan Destruction War Spear. Once revealed, the most likely outcome would be that those ancient beings who had been silent for countless years would leap out and leave him with nothing but bones. The primordial purple chi was the foundation for becoming a saint. Its allure was even greater than that of innate supreme treasures. Di Fang's divine light flickered in his brow as he waved the Tai House sword. The sword light spread across the sky, intertwining and vanishing, erasing a portion of the great Tao. Tai Yi's gaze deepened, feeling the pressure. Such an offensive was simple, pure, yet terrifying. Oomph. Tai Yi snorted coldly, and the chaos bell rang again. The sound of the bell swept through, flattening the 9 realms and 8 desolates. The rain of swords across the sky did not even splash a drop of water, it simply dissipated. Di Jun did not remain idle and personally took action against humanity. Zhen Yuanzi made his move, receiving eternal incense. Di Fang felt a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but he still suppressed it. Now is not the time for reckoning. Offending the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West is already troublesome enough. If any trump cards are revealed, those holy beings might truly stop at nothing to take action. At that moment, it would be a case of petty grievances disrupting grand plans. Di Fang directly communicated with the 3 ancestral beings of the human race, take the remaining people, and head to Wuzhuang Temple. Sui Ren Zi and Yu Chao exchanged glances, asked no further questions, and immediately led the remaining human beings away from the eastern seashore towards Wuzhuang Temple. Di Fang no longer divided his attention, refocusing his gaze on Tai Yi. His killing intent was unabashed. Ultimately, you demon race are merely a blade in the hands of the saints. Di Fang's voice was deep, and his murderous intent shattered the 9 heavens. The aura of peak quasi-saints erupted, weaving laws into a mirage. Tai Yi's expression was not pleasant. Di Fang's words resonated with him more than anyone else. But did they have a choice? Either be a blade in the hands of the saints, or be devoured by the witch race. As for withdrawing from the stage of the primordial chaos, would they ever do such a thing? Di Jun and Tai Yi had no choice. Anyone could withdraw except for these 2 brothers. Enough with the nonsense, let's see true skills on the field. Tai Yi fixed his gaze on Di Fang, the chaos bell in his hand, vibrating slightly, causing the 3,000 worlds to collapse instantly. The waves of destruction erupted, tearing apart half of the primordial sky. Di Fang's long hair seemed to come alive, each strand bursting with divine light. Behind him, vast worlds appeared and vanished, countless beings living and dying in the interplay of light and shadow. Sword open, 3,000 realms. Di Fang roared, his black hair rising, 3,000 sword lights, transforming into vast worlds, colliding heat-in with the tide of destruction. Tai Yi's eyelids twitched. He had to admit the shock Di Fang brought him was more intense than any enemy he had encountered before. The human race had only been around for 20,000 years, yet a peak quasi-saint had emerged. Time fragments flew around like knives, tearing apart the void. Die. Tai Yi swung the chaos bell and clashed with Di Fang. On the side of the 3 ancestral beings of the human race, they were leading the remaining people as they ran towards Wuzhuang Temple. Di Jun led the demon race, pursuing and killing. A blood rain fell from the sky, and resentment filled the primordial world. On the side of the witch race, the 12 ancestral witches and Lao Zi blocked the door. The 12 ancestral witches glared at Lao Zi, their eyes almost bursting with flames. Tai Ching, are you really not letting us pass today? Di Jiang clenched his teeth, his voice filled with killing intent. The human race deserves this calamity. Why must you go against the heavens? Lao Zi leisurely responded, casually tossing the Taiji diagram over the ancestral witch tribe. As the diagram fell, time stopped, space locked, and all laws were pinned down. The pressure of the saints descended like a mountain, pressing the entire witch race down hard. This is what it means to be a saint. Whether you are the 12 ancestral witches or hundreds of thousands of witches in front of a saint, you are no different from ants. The saying beneath the saints all are ants is not without reason. Moreover, holding onto the Taiji diagram, a primordial treasure, the 12 ancestral witches had no strength to resist. If the witch race could truly rebel, then that saying would be too undervalued. Shut your mouth. Zhu Wang cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. Lao Zi's face darkened. He had long known that the witch race consisted of stubborn and reckless individuals, but he did not expect them to be this brazen. Did they not realize they were being suppressed by the saints? Have they always been this audacious? Indeed, the witch race was this bold. Lao Zi truly had little way to deal with them. At most, he could teach them a lesson or two, and that would be it. In this era, the witch and demon races were the protagonists of the world. If he did not want to involve himself in great karma, Lao Zi would never act against the witch race. From any angle, it was not worth it. Simply put, he closed his eyes and said nothing. In Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi moved his mind and instructed Qingfeng Mingyue to open the door. The last survivors of the human race, led by the three ancestors, managed to escape to Wuzhuang Temple. Once a population of billions, now they could not even gather 10 million. Sui Ren clasped his fists towards Zhen Yuanzi. Thank you, great immortal, for your assistance. This grace will be remembered by the human race. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. I get along well with Di Fang. Furthermore, I do not approve of the ways of the demon race. After speaking, he directly activated the Earth Book Great Formation. The power of the Earth veins surged, and the entire Wuzhuang Temple seemed to be welded to the primordial Earth. Di Jun arrived with the demon army, looking at the thick Earth vein barrier, his expression darkening. Zhen Yuanzi hand over the people. His voice shook the mountains. Zhen Yuanzi snorted coldly. If you have the ability, break the formation and speak. Di Jun stared at the layer of Earth Book Great Formation beneath his feet, and the killing intent in his eyes was uncontainable. Having been entangled with karma for so long, his mind had long been compromised. Do not think that being a Quasi Saint means immunity to karma. In the primordial world, karma is the most deadly thing. At this moment, Di Jun had only one thought in his mind: kill. Set up the formation. His voice was low. Zhou Tian Star Formation. This was to use the power of the stars to forcibly tear apart the Earth Book Great Formation. Zhen Yuanzi's expression changed. The Earth Book Great Formation was linked to the primordial Earth veins. If one prospered, they all prospered, and if one suffered, they all suffered. If Di Jun truly dared to forcibly break the formation, the Earth veins would be damaged, and the karma would be so great that even the entire demon race could not withstand it. In the past, Di Jun would never make such a move. But the current Di Jun had gone mad. In the sky above, countless stars lit up. The radiance made the earth appear pale. Enough. A cold voice interjected. It was Nuwa. Di Jun felt as if he had been doused with cold water, abruptly waking up. Looking up, he saw the aura of 6 saints pressing down from above the sky, not a single one missing. Tai Ching Lao Zi glanced at Di Jun and said in a flat tone, the calamity of the human race ends here. Di Jun's mind cleared up. He looked down and saw the karma entangling his body, and then saw the layer of dark energy above the heads of the demon army. Behind him, a wave of weakness surged in his heart. In the end, he had still arrived at this step. He said no more, turned, and ordered leave. The appearance of the saints meant that the demon race had no more chances. The auras of the other saints also gradually dissipated. Only Nuwa stepped into Wuzhuang Temple. Upon seeing her, the 3 ancestral beings of the human race immediately knelt down. The human race pays respects to the Holy Mother. Nuwa sighed, raised her hand to help them up. Get up. Do you blame me? As her fingertips released the light of creation, their injuries healed and broken bones reconnected. Sui Ren stood up, his tone calm. Not at all. The grace of the Holy Mother is immense, and besides, the human ancestor, Di Fang, has already explained. We have never held any resentment in our hearts. Nuwa looked at the remaining human beings before her, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes. Nuwa's voice filled the entire primordial world. Within 10,000 years, no one among the myriad races of the primordial world can touch a hair on the human race. The beings on the primordial earth heard her clearly, and all bowed, performing a distant salute. Nuwa turned to Zhen Yuanzi, declaring with an ironclad tone, you protected the human race. In the future, the incense of the human race shall include a portion for you. Sui Ren and the 3 ancestors bowed deeply to Zhen Yuanzi. We, the human race, thank great immortal Zhen Yuanzi for saving our lives. Nuwa then addressed the remaining human beings. The human race must rely on itself. I cannot intervene casually. Do not trust other saints. Their teachings can be utilized, but must not be taken to heart. All the human beings responded in unison. We will remember the Holy Mother's words. Nuwa nodded. Go back. The eastern seashore is where the human race will truly flourish. Yes. After Di Jun retreated and the saints appeared, there was no longer anything for Di Fang to entangle with. Tai stopped, and Di Fang did not pursue him. After all, Tai stood at the pinnacle among quasi-saints in the primordial world, and on the surface everyone referred to him as the number one beneath the saints, though this title had its flaws. However, when brought to light, this was indeed the prevailing notion. The key was that if Di Fang did not reveal his true abilities, it would be impossible to deal with Tai. The claim that Tai's title of the number one beneath the saints is flawed stems from the fact that the three ancient tribes of the witch and demon races, fierce beasts, and those innate divine demons had not been wiped out yet. These fellows had all hidden away to cultivate, accumulating so much primordial essence that even with a primordial treasure in Tai's hands, it was not guaranteed he could win. The calamity of the human race has ended. It was indeed tragic, but it is far better than the previous history. Back then the human race could only survive a few 100,000, now at least over 1 billion remain, which is quite good. Di Fang thought to himself. Moreover, having survived this calamity, the human race would only rise faster. Not a single survivor was useless, the lowest had fought against the demon race. Among them were many talents with shocking potential. Di Fang sat cross-legged in the main hall behind the Nuwa temple waiting for the return of the human race. Nuwa was right, the eastern seashore was the place for the human race to thrive. Ultimately, the human race would have to return here. Now that the calamity of the human race had turned the page, once the witch and demon races fell, the human race would be able to stand on the grand stage of the primordial world and become the protagonists of heaven and earth. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would cement the human race's ruling position in the primordial world. Time moved forward little by little. 100 years later, the human race returned to the eastern seashore. The resentment in the world did not dissipate, but instead thickened. The scent of calamity grew stronger and stronger. The calamity aura spread across the entire primordial world, and experienced old-timers closed their mountain gates, retreating from the world, avoiding everyone. It was clear to everyone that the calamity had reached its peak. Di Fang went to find the 3 ancestors of the human race. The great disaster of the human race had finally been endured. But from now on, relying solely on others was not enough. They had to rely on themselves. There were still promising seedlings to be sent to the small world. Those immortals and Buddhas in the sky could not be counted on for true peace. Ultimately, the path of the human race must be walked by themselves. When Di Fang spoke these words, his voice was neither high nor low, and his expression showed no fluctuations. The 3 ancestral beings nodded in agreement, responding good. After experiencing this ordeal, they all understood one thing more clearly. Strength is the ultimate truth. At critical moments, no one could be relied upon. Those who could persist were left with only themselves. Nuwa wanted to reach out to save the situation, but was blocked. She could only watch helplessly as the human race was tossed about. Moreover, Tai Ching Laozi was even more excessive. Having established the human teaching and become a saint, he intervened to block the tribes sent by the witch race to provide aid. Calculating this way, the human race had no path but to rely on themselves. Di Fang waved his hand. All right, everyone, go back. After speaking, he turned and left. At this moment, the human race was already on the right track. The rest could be gradually endured. Di Fang did not stay any longer. He returned to his own Taoist sanctuary, which was no longer in the hall behind the Nuwa temple, but changed to the Chaos Island overseas. Now he could stay at ease, closing his door to cultivate, waiting for the opportunity to break through the layer of glass that separated him from the saints. On Chaos Island, everything had not changed much. The tumultuous world outside the primordial realm had no relation to this place. This island seemed to have been forgotten by heaven and earth. The number of spiritual plants and creatures on the island was increasing. The mountains were covered with medicinal herbs aged hundreds of thousands of years, and there were quite a few over 1 billion years old. Those plants had become spirits, each resembling divine medicines. They did not know how many years they had lived. The spirits of plants and trees are not the same as those of the demon clan. For these creatures to grow, it is more challenging than reaching the heavens. Most of the time, they are merely used as medicine by others. Only Di Fang does not mind allowing them to frolic around the island. Observing the peaceful scene before him, the frustration in Di Fang's heart eased considerably. However, to truly seek comfort in the wilderness, one must spend countless days. He leaned back in his recliner and sighed leisurely. Now this is what life is about. Muttering to himself, he waved his hand, summoning all the women from his divine realm. Yan Lingji was the first to speak, her eyes fixed on the beautiful scenery, asking, "Lord God, where is this place?" Di Fang smiled and replied, "This is where I cultivate. The entire island belongs to me. By the way, do not disturb the flowers and plants that have become spirits on the island. You are free to wander wherever you like." These women had been confined in the divine realm for too long. Upon seeing this fairyland-like setting, they all became excited. Grouped together they strolled around the chaotic island. Di Fang chuckled again. Stealing half a day's leisure feels quite comfortable. Lord God. Tian Yin had somehow walked up behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. Aren't you going to play on the island? Di Fang turned his head to look at her. Tian Yin softly replied, I want to stay with you. Di Fang smiled and pulled her into his embrace. Having worked so long for the human race running around, he could finally take a breather. It felt good. With the great calamity of the human race coming to rest, Di Fang had originally planned to enjoy a carefree existence in the wilderness, no longer having to devote himself to relentless cultivation. But now that the tribulation was over, he had to contemplate how to use the primordial purple chi to attain his sanctified position. Only by becoming a saint could he truly be free. The human race could develop steadily, but where would Di Fang find his opportunity for sanctification? With a shift in thought, he suddenly understood the merit of the heavenly Tao. It seems he must take another journey through the wilderness. To spread the Tao, this is Di Fang's opportunity for sanctification. In simple terms, it is to preach in the wilderness. This is the path he should take. Looking back, Di Fang had been stuck in a rut. The first time he earned merit was due to his creation of the immortal martial path, gaining recognition from the heavenly Tao. Since that time, the path to sanctification had been laid out before him. However, he had been too busy with matters of the human race to pay attention. Now the timing was right. Next, he needed to contemplate which path to take for sanctification. This required careful consideration. The immortal Tao realm was the highest he possessed, while the remaining paths of immortal martial Tao and divine Tao were all stuck at the level of great Luo. The immortal martial path needed to be accumulated slowly, and the same went for the martial Tao. The most suitable paths were still the immortal Tao and divine Tao. Although the divine Tao was also great Luo, during this time of continuous accumulation, Di Fang had already reached the foundational realm of the divine Tao. That is the quasi-saint level in the wilderness. I must go out for a while, Di Fang muttered to himself. To preach immortal martial, to use the immortal Tao or divine Tao for sanctification. Naturally, the immortal Tao is the most convenient, but if the divine Tao catches up, it would not be bad either. On the chat group side, Tony, everyone, I have run into a little trouble. Fan of the great Lu Ingzheng, do tell what's bothering you. Speak up so we can have a laugh. Zhu ignores one. Tony am conflicted about whether to share the technology of the iron armor. Going by the memory replica, sharing it would be the best option, as it would provide more assurance in the face of future crises. I dare not gamble. I don't know if I can shoulder that snap of fingers. Fan of the great Lu Fei, how should this be discussed? Isn't there a saying about the freedom of America with gunfights every day? Are you sure that once the technology is shared, those old folks in Congress will really take steps to guard against future crises? Bruce Wayne, Tony's intentions are good, but some things you should understand better than anyone. Sharing the technology could lead to consequences worse than facing Thanos. Alice, in my personal opinion, do not share. Those politicians are the dirtiest. They can do all sorts of despicable things. Tony, is that so? Tony couldn't sleep through the night. Every time he closed his eyes, that large purple sweet potato face popped into his mind, grinning at him, fingers rubbing together. Bang. A sound echoed. His temples throbbed. Originally prone to suspicion, this time he exploded. He thought everyone was harboring ill intentions. Even Friday's 2 blinks of its eyes made him feel that this AI was about to rebel. His proposal to make the technology of the iron armor public was not a momentary impulse. He genuinely felt that he could not bear it alone, thinking of pulling a few more people to share the burden. But he forgot this is America. Heaven and hell are separated by just a thin layer of paper. Tony, am I overthinking it? Fan of the great Lu Fei, not at all. You either need to elevate your strength or gather people. Can we not handle a purple sweet potato monster? Ingzheng, Tony, can you give me another 100,000 AKs? Zhu ignores. I want this too. This thing is useless against cultivators, but it is truly superb against mortals. Tony, am about to become the arms dealer in your group. Fan of the great Lu Fei, you already are. Fan of the great Lu Fei, by the way, Zheng Zhu, are you planning to unify the world? Ingzheng, what else? Just waiting for the world to grow stronger on its own. When will that be? Zhu ignores. Exactly. The world does not advance, and I, along with the first emperor, remain stuck at the martial saint level. To move up, we can only rely on the world to elevate us, otherwise we can only stare blankly. Fan of the great Lu Fei, damn, I really envy you all. You guys are racking up resources like crazy, directly reaching martial saint. Aren't you afraid of an unstable foundation? Ingzheng, when have you seen an emperor personally fighting? If I had to handle everything myself, what would be the point of being an emperor? As long as I am alive, the cavalry of the Qin will eventually sweep across the myriad realms. Zhu ignores. Exactly. If everything requires the emperor to act personally, what do we need those useless people for? Fan of the great Liu Fei. Damn, that makes a lot of sense. Hokage Sasuke, I really envy you. My ritual hasn't even started and you two are already preparing to conquer the world. Tony, is that ritual even useful? Fan of the great Liu Fei, it is useful. But for you it isn't very beneficial. You are following the technological path, and to be honest, it is not suitable for cultivation. However, in some world you seem to have taken the magical path, and even became the supreme mage. Tony, is there such a thing? It seems that no matter what I do, I am a genius. Bruce Wayne genius. If you were truly a genius, you wouldn't say such things. One can only rely on oneself. In the group chat, Liu Fei typed several question marks followed by a message that scrolled up. Old man, isn't what you said incorrect? Your world isn't any better than Tony's. A Darkseid the Joker aren't they all major troubles? You didn't carry it all by yourself. Bruce's reply was just a string of ellipses. Nangong Bushi interjected. It seems that this new friend's world is quite exciting. Alice responded, I seem to be the worst off. Poison Island agreed, me too. Bai Yuehui also chimed in with a 1. On the chaotic island Di Fang had lain for 100 years. He had a delightful time with the women of the Heavenly Dragon and the 4 women of the Great Qin plus the leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, who may by his side, living a leisurely life. Now he planned to set off. 100 years passed in the wilderness without a sound, quietly disappearing without a trace. Yet the atmosphere of the great calamity between heaven and earth grew thicker, suffocating. The first place Di Fang set foot in was the eastern sea coast, the ancestral land of the human race. His voice echoed out audible throughout the entire eastern sea coast. I am Di Fang, the ancestor of humanity. Starting today, I will preach for 100 years on the eastern sea coast. Those destined to hear come forth. To dare preach amidst a great calamity, Di Fang was the first in all of history. The news spread out, but the commotion was not great. It was like tossing a small stone into the sea, causing hardly a ripple. However, Di Fang's reputation had long spread across the wilderness. Someone who could contend fiercely with Tai was undoubtedly a top-tier deity. He chose a divine mountain as a temporary preaching ground, preparing to begin his teachings. The principles of the great Tao began to manifest, and thus Di Fang commenced his preaching. The eastern seacoast was merely the first stop. He planned to preach throughout the entire wilderness, covering every great region, disseminating the immortal martial path. Time flowed day by day. Every 100 years Di Fang would change to a new location. At each place the preaching platform was filled with eager listeners, a dense crowd. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked on with disdain, preaching in the wilderness. No matter how many tricks you pull, you won't become a saint, just busy work. Taiji Laozi glanced at him and did not look again. Among the other saints aside from Nuwa, who understood the rest, held similar attitudes. Di Fang's ability to move freely throughout the wilderness was actually due to the heavenly Tao paving the way. The saints were well aware, so no one stepped forward to cause trouble. Nuwa, however, cast a glance toward Di Fang, her eyes containing a hint of expectation. 3,000 years. Di Fang preached for exactly 3,000 years, and the last stop returned to the wilderness sea area where the ocean stretched endlessly. After 3,000 years his aura deepened, and his gaze revealed a hint of enlightenment. The preaching had concluded, you may leave. Di Fang spoke to the beings in the wilderness sea. Those who had been captivated one by one with red-rimmed eyes and reluctant faces bowed to Di Fang before turning to leave. Di Fang returned to the chaotic island and activated all the formations on the island. He floated above the chaotic island, his voice booming, resonating throughout the entire wilderness. Every being in the wilderness heard it loud and clear. Heavenly Tao above, I am Di Fang, a man of the human race today, having preached for 3,000 years in the wilderness. With the preaching concluded, may the heavenly Tao bear witness for me. This voice pierced through the cosmic wilderness, even the 33 heavens could hear it. All the saints felt a sudden jolt, their gazes simultaneously directed toward Di Fang in the boundless sea. In the sky, boundless merit began to gather. Then it fell down with a thunderous sound. Primordial purple chi come out. Di Fang shouted loudly, looking up. I, Di Fang of the human race today, establish a sect called the Martial Sect. Using the Chaos Pearl as the treasure of the sect to suppress fate with the Qinquan spear. Martial Sect established. Di Fang's voice was like thunder. Boundless merit surged forth, and the primordial purple chi coiled around Di Fang, merging with his primordial spirit directly entrusting to the heavenly Tao. A trace of saintly pressure radiated from Di Fang. Following that, purple chi filled the wilderness. Clouds gathered in the sky and golden lotuses surged from the ground. Even the calamity energy between heaven and earth lessened considerably. Di Fang had become a saint. Laozi opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing through them. All methods are empty. At this stage, no one could stop Di Fang. It's him. Di Jun suddenly stood up from his throne. At the moment Di Fang became a saint, he finally realized that the mysterious person was indeed Di Fang. The one who snatched away the primordial purple energy is him. Di Jun's eyes were blood-red, fixated on Di Fang over the boundless sea, his mind consumed only by murderous intent. Good indeed, very good. Di Jun acted as if he had gone mad. He never expected that the one who ultimately plotted against him was a human. Now that Di Fang has become a saint, attacking the human race would be tantamount to seeking death. The only path left before him was to become the sovereign of the Primordial Chaos. Otherwise, he would eventually be held accountable by Di Fang. Good. In the palace of Nuwa, the expression on Nuwa's face was one of complete satisfaction. Counting Di Fang, there were a total of 7 heavenly Tao saints in the world. The human race accounted for 2, while the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West made exactly 7. At this moment, all beings of the Primordial Chaos understood one principle. The human race had already risen, with 2 saints supporting him from behind who would dare to move against them. Is this what it means to be a saint? Di Fang murmured to himself, his eyes shining with eternal light. He walked the path of becoming a saint through the immortal way, never touching upon the divine path. Saints are omnipotent. There are few things in the world that can deceive a saint, unless one holds a chaos treasure like the chaos pearl in their hands. With a mere thought, one can achieve eternity. Di Fang had become a saint. He did not create any earth-shattering spectacle, nor did he immediately seek to hold the demon race accountable, as the beings of Primordial Chaos speculated. Instead, he directly returned to Chaos Island and closed the door to stabilize his realm. Heavenly Tao saints have both advantages and disadvantages. Di Fang muttered to himself. The so-called Heavenly Tao saints, in simple terms, are those who cling to the Heavenly Tao to ascend to the primordial great Luo golden immortal. In essence, they differ fundamentally from those who have climbed step by step to reach the primordial great Luo golden immortal. But Di Fang knew very well how hard it was to walk that path on one's own. The greatest difference between a Heavenly Tao saint and a primordial great Luo golden immortal lies here. Heavenly Tao saints are invincible in this territory of primordial chaos. With the support of the Heavenly Tao, as long as this world of primordial chaos does not collapse, a Heavenly Tao saint cannot die. In terms of combat skills, they may not be as powerful as a primordial great Luo golden immortal. But the problem is you cannot compete with their resilience. Even if they die, they can come back to life. If they live, they can still fight. In contrast, a primordial great Luo golden immortal may have slightly greater combat power than a Heavenly Tao saint, but it is still limited and not infinitely strong. Moreover, the key point is that they do not possess the kind of immortality that Heavenly Tao saints have. Want to kill a Heavenly Tao saint? Fine, first shatter the world of primordial chaos. Otherwise, they are essentially immortal. This is the trump card of a Heavenly Tao saint. Now that Di Fang has also become a Heavenly Tao saint, he is best able to comprehend the causalities involved. Of course, it is not an easy task for a primordial great Luo golden immortal to take him down. Compared to Heavenly Tao saints, the biggest advantage of a primordial great Luo golden immortal is greater freedom. No Heavenly Tao to govern them. As for the Heavenly Tao saints, the Heavenly Tao of primordial chaos is like a noose around their necks, constraining them. This is the fundamental difference between the two. But for Di Fang, becoming a Heavenly Tao saint is the most important thing right now. Only by becoming a saint can he be a player in the grand game of primordial chaos. Otherwise, he would forever be a pawn in someone else's hand. Without becoming a saint, he is ultimately an ant. Now that he has become a saint, Di Fang finally has the qualifications to overturn the table. Moreover, what Di Fang values most is, he has 3 corpses. These 3 corpses can each take different paths to become saints. For Di Fang, this is simply a monumental blessing. Becoming a Heavenly Tao saint has both benefits and drawbacks. But the benefits definitely outweigh the drawbacks. Over by the blood sea, the face of the ancestor of the underworld river turned as dark as ink. At this moment, countless lonely ghosts and resentful souls gathered in the blood sea. Any living being that perished in the primordial world, as long as they were not completely obliterated, would end up in this dirtiest of places. Di Fang's ascension to saint triggered a direct response from the underworld river. Staring at the drifting lonely souls and wild ghosts in the blood sea, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in the underworld river's mind. He began to take action. Stretching out his hand, he grasped those lonely souls and wild ghosts, harnessing the power of the blood sea to start creating a new race. He aimed to forge a unique path to attain that saint position. Not long after, a grotesquely ugly humanoid figure appeared before the underworld river. This entity was successful. The underworld river did not stop, continuing frantically to create. One after another figures emerged from the blood sea. The males were hideously ugly while the females were astonishingly beautiful. They were like two extremes tightly intertwined. The Azura clan. The heavenly Tao sensed this and descended boundless merits. The underworld river stared wide-eyed at the golden light of merit falling from the sky. Once the golden light had settled, the excitement on his face had not yet faded before it froze. Something was amiss. Why was it only this little bit? The underworld river leaped, flying above the blood sea, his robe billowing in the wind. I am the ancestor of the underworld river. Today, I create a new race named Azura. I establish a sect also called the Azura sect. Using the innate spirit treasure of Ubi and the primordial butcher to suppress fate, heavenly Tao, you watch how it unfolds. As soon as his words fell, more merits descended from the heavens, drilling into his body. The underworld river closed his eyes, savoring the moment. Yet he was still lacking. He had created a race, established a sect, and acquired substantial merits. Yet he was still short of that crucial breath. That breath was the most critical. The immortal system transmitted by Hongjun dictates that to become a saint one must follow the path of the heavenly Tao saint. Without the primordial purple energy, one can only reach the threshold of quasi-saint. Without being able to become a saint. The underworld river felt completely wrong, his mind buzzing. He had imitated Nuwa in creating humanity, learned from other saints to establish sects, and had gone through the entire process. The immortal system transmitted by Hongjun dictates that to become a saint one must follow the path of the heavenly Tao saint. Without the primordial purple energy, this requires luck, life, and skill. Lacking any of these would not do, spending time to endure. The Great Luo is merely a fork in the road. Ultimately, the primordial Great Luo, golden immortal, and the saints are on the same level. The difference is that one walks the great path, while the other follows the heavenly Tao. The distinction lies in the fact that the path of the saints requires having primordial purple energy. The path of the primordial Great Luo, golden immortal, relies on countless years of slow grinding. The underworld river chose the path of the saints, but he was just short of that one bit of luck. Having come to this realization, the underworld river ceased all struggle. He knew deep down that there was no hope for becoming a saint. He simply decided to lay down in the blood sea, letting things unfold as they may. He could not be blamed for giving up, knowing that he was just one step away from becoming a saint. But how easy is it to obtain primordial purple energy? Moreover, where else in this world could he find primordial purple energy? All the purple energy flowed from the hands of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. It was entirely reasonable for the underworld river to lay down. Meanwhile, on the side of the witch clan, the youngest ancestor Wu Hutu stepped out of the tribe. Compared to the other ancestors, Hutu was the youngest, and the influence of the chaos on her was the least. She could not cultivate the nascent soul, yet her temperament was entirely different from the other ancestors. Xuanming, another female, was incredibly fiery, while Hutu was much gentler. This was likely related to the laws she governed. Earth abundant in virtue, Hutu's nature was very compassionate. The resentment in the world surged, filling the entire globe. A wave of emotion surged within Hutu as she walked out of the tribe. It felt as if something was pulling her, leading her to the edge of the blood sea. In the blood sea, countless lonely souls and wild ghosts wailed. Hutu gazed at them, feeling entranced. Di Fang opened his eyes and sighed. He had stood on Chaos Island for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Hutu remained by the blood sea. Di Fang's figure flickered and silently vanished from Chaos Island. When he reappeared, he was already by the blood sea. Hutu looked up at him. Ancestor Hutu. Di Fang gazed at her, his eyes concealing a hint of complexity, and casually tossed out the chaos pearl, stirring the heavenly secrets into chaos. It seems you know everything. Hutu smiled at him. Di Fang nodded. Hutu entered the cycle of reincarnation, no longer belonging to the witch clan. It was not that she had died, but she shed her witch form, transforming into the Lady of Peace, governing the earthly path among the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, the realm of reincarnation. Though not a saint, she was no less than one. Her status was on par with the Tao ancestor Hongjun. While Hongjun was the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, the Lady of Peace, transformed from Hutu, was the spokesperson of the earthly path. Like Hongjun, unless an immeasurable calamity descends or a monumental event occurs, Hutu cannot leave the underworld even a step. She must maintain her station in the cycle of reincarnation, overseeing the six paths. The heaven created by our Father God has its flaws. Hutu's tone was very calm, yet a hint of reluctance lay hidden in her gaze. We as his offspring should make amends for it. Once she entered the cycle of reincarnation, she would no longer belong to the witch clan. The days ahead for the witch clan would likely be difficult. Have you made up your mind? Di Fang asked. Hutu smiled, looking at him, and said, "This is my fate." Only in this way can the witch clan continue to survive. Di Fang pondered for a moment and replied, since you have made your decision, why not think about a way out for the witch clan? Let them enter the underworld. Upon hearing this, Hood's eyes brightened. She contemplated for a moment, and it was indeed feasible. The underworld could not rely solely on her to support it. There needed to be manpower. All the various positions in the underworld had to be managed by someone. That's right. Hood nodded, awakened by Di Fang's words. She planned to handle some matters for the witch clan before leaving. Hood turned and returned to the witch clan. Di Fang did not follow. He knew that Hood would return. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, at this moment, it would be inappropriate for him to go. In the Pango Hall, Hood gathered all the other ancestors and spoke about her intention to transform into reincarnation. No way. Di Jiang immediately rejected without even thinking. Though Hood's transformation into reincarnation would not lead to death from now on, she could only stay in the underworld and could go nowhere. Brothers, Hood's voice turned serious. I know you care for me. But this is my mission, something that must be done, and no one can stop it. Our Father God created the world, and there are flaws in the heavens and earth. The living beings have no place for reincarnation. I was born to fill this gap, to establish a realm of reincarnation, sending souls to the afterlife. Hood said solemnly, by transforming into reincarnation, I will not fall, but instead achieve an alternative form of sanctity and preserve a portion of the witch clan. Just need to plan ahead. Hand over the elite members of our clan to me, and I will take them back to the underworld, mastering the 10 halls of Yanluo and the Naya Bridge. The underworld will become our witch clan's refuge. After hearing this, Di Jiang and the others fell silent. The 12 siblings had never been apart since the day they were born. Now the youngest sister was to transform into reincarnation. How could they bear it? Brothers, time is running out. If we allow other saints to seize the opportunity, the underworld position will not belong to the witch clan. Hood's tone grew urgent. He glimpsed a corner of the future. No matter how much he struggled, the outcome would always be the reincarnation. Di Jiang's expression turned serious. Gather the elite of the clan. We shall escort Sister Hood on her final journey and protect her into the underworld. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Di Fang stood by the blood sea, not moving. Shortly after, all 12 ancestral witches arrived at the blood sea's edge. Only then did Di Jiang and the others notice that Di Fang was also present. Hurry up and take action. Ooh, I can't hold on for long, Di Fang said in a low voice. He could conceal the heavenly secrets for a moment, but not for an eternity. The disturbance from the emergence of the underworld would surely be sensed by the great powers of the primordial era. It was beyond his ability to suppress. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches looked at Hood with reluctant eyes. Hood nodded. One step at a time, she stepped onto the blood sea. You dare? The river of souls roared with fury. Under the influence of the heavenly secrets, the river of souls immediately understood. Hood intended to open the 6 paths of reincarnation in the blood sea. It was not that he opposed the establishment of the underworld, but she chose to do it in the blood sea, wanting to claim half of the territory. Could he endure that? Suppress? Di Fang shouted coldly. The river of souls was directly suppressed in the center of the blood sea. If you know your place, I will grant you 1 path of the 6 reincarnations. If you do not, then let others take this position. Di Fang's voice was not loud, but it commanded the situation. The river of souls fell silent. He looked at Di Fang, the newly ascended sage, then surveyed the 12 ancestral witches, and ultimately relented. He had no choice. As long as the blood sea did not dry up, the river of souls would not perish, but sealing him or giving him a beating was still something they could manage. He knew well that if he dared to refuse, those 11 brutes would certainly take action. After all, when Hongjun Daozu came to mediate, these people dared to act even against the Daozu. In this primordial era, there was nothing the witch clan would not dare to do. The river of souls vanished, and the great river that lay before him completely disappeared. Hood stood above the blood sea beneath the vast sky. She glanced back at the 11 ancestral witches. There was no lingering attachment in her gaze, only resoluteness. In the next moment, an endless radiance of compassion erupted from her, penetrating time and illuminating the depths of the eternal river of years. I am Hood, a descendant of the Pangu Father God. Today I see that the heavens and the earth are flawed, that sentient beings have no place to return to after death, and that there is no reincarnation for them to take refuge in. I am willing to use my flesh and blood to transform into the path of reincarnation, to open the ghostly underworld and establish the 6 reincarnations. With the heavenly Tao above bear witness for me. As soon as her words fell, the heavens changed. A fierce wind arose and boundless merits gathered from the void, pouring down like a waterfall upon the blood sea. Hood's body gradually dissipated in the radiance, and the blood sea directly vanished by half. In its place emerged a brand new world, the underworld slowly rising from the blood sea. Merits descended like rain. Huda's figure reformed above the blood sea, but everyone knew she was no longer the same Hutu. 6 paths of reincarnation open. She spoke, her voice calm like a still pond. The heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the hell path, the hungry ghost path, the beast path. The 6 paths emerged together. The heavenly path, the human path, and the Azura path are known as the upper 3 paths, also called the 3 benevolent paths. The hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the beast path are known as the lower 3 paths, also called the 3 evil paths. You are witnessing the evolution of the 6 paths, gaining insight into the forbidden divine ability 6 paths of reincarnation. Di Fang was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that merely standing here, he could comprehend a forbidden-level divine ability. The 6 paths of reincarnation. This was an unexpected joy. The ghost city of Fengdu began to emerge, and the 10 halls of Yanluo followed suit. The waters of the Wangchuan River began to flow, the Naiha Bridge firmly spanning above the surface, and the 18 layers of hell being opened one after another. All scenes continuously evolved and unfolded before Pingxin, the master of this underworld, as if a world was gradually taking shape in her hands. Pingxin looked at the 11 ancestral witches, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Which clan, if you do not enter reincarnation now, what are you waiting for? Only then did Di Jiang and the others come to their senses. With the heavenly Tao above, my witch clan is willing to send out a great witch to remain in the underworld, overseeing the 10 halls of Yanluo and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Heavenly Tao, you bear witness. Di Jiang immediately pledged to the heavenly Tao. The heavens rumbled in response, acknowledging Di Jiang's words. That thunderclap seemed to awaken everyone. The heavenly secrets were still in chaos, but at this point, if those sages were still unable to respond, they would truly be blind. The 3 purities arrived, and the 2 saints of the West also came. Only Nuwa did not come. She knew in her heart that with her status, it would only be self-humiliating to show up. Pingxin would not give her even an ounce of face. After all, Nuwa was not only a saint of the human race, as she was also a saint of the monster race. This relationship could not be erased by anyone, unless one day she was willing to shed her identity as a monster. But is that even possible? Dao friend good means, Zhuan-Ti spoke, but his eyes were fixed on Di Fang. His gaze fell upon that chaos pearl. Such a treasured item of chaos could not be hidden beneath the eyes of a sage. If Di Fang had not yet become a sage, he might have entertained the thought of seizing it by using his power to suppress the weak. But now, no way. No matter how precious the chaos pearl was, it was not worth inciting a deadly feud with an immortal sage. The chaos pearl was now Di Fang's proof of attaining the Tao. Taking it from him would be futile unless they killed him. Just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. Di Fang said in a calm tone, his gaze sweeping over Zhuan-Ti Jie'in and the 3 purities. The witch clan has helped me greatly. The 10 halls of Yanluo and the 6 paths of reincarnation should be guarded by them. In plain terms, this meant that the core territory of the underworld belonged to the witch clan, and the remaining positions were for them to fill. Of course, he did not say it so bluntly. The 2 saints from the west and the 3 purities were all staring at Di Fang. All right, Laozi was the first to nod. Zhuan-Ti and Jie'in were taken aback. They had expected Laozi to clash with Di Fang. The other sages also echoed in agreement. The 11 ancestral witches of the witch clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had initially planned for a conflict, but now it seemed unnecessary. The remaining positions in the underworld were being filled by the sages. For example, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was placed by Zhuan-Ti specifically to oversee the 18 layers of hell. These sages came to seize the underworld for what? For merits. The underworld was a prime location for continuously accumulating merits. As long as the underworld existed, those who held office could keep receiving merits. Though the amount was not large, it was a steady stream. In the primordial era, aside from the dragon clan who wandered freely dispensing rain and cloud, only the underworld and the heavenly court could manage this. Such places were few and far between, so the sages would certainly not let them slip by. Just then the Tao ancestor Hongjun suddenly appeared above the blood sea. Hongjun cast a deep glance at Di Fang, but did not say much. He knew that Di Fang had changed quite a bit, but the great trend could not be altered, and minor trends could be reshaped at will. Thus this representative of the heavenly Tao was too lazy to speak, and even less willing to take action. Pingxin sit in the ghostly underworld, presiding over the 6 paths of reincarnation. Before the immeasurable tribulation ends, you must not emerge from this realm. Hongjun's voice was slow. Pingxin merely nodded lightly. Her status as the master of the underworld was equal to that of Hongjun. Once Hongjun finished speaking, he vanished. Lady Pingxin's compassion. The voices of the myriad races in the primordial era erupted in the sky, and everyone bowed in the direction of Pingxin. This bow was in gratitude for her creation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, providing the beings of the primordial era with a chance for rebirth. This was a great blessing to the heavens and the earth. Di Fang disappeared into the Blood Sea with the Witch Clan. The other sages also dispersed after all they had all received what they came for. Back at the Witch Clan's ancestral camp, Di Jiang fixed his gaze on Di Fang, his expression filled with complex emotions. The little brat who once came to the human race has now become a sage upon whom they all must rely. Di Jiang Ancestral, which no need to say more. I have always remembered the Witch Clan's kindness to me, Di Fang said earnestly. Di Fang dropped that sentence, and Di Jiang and the others did not act overly polite. If you need any assistance, find me at the Boundless Seas Chaos Island. My Dao Temple is there. Di Fang surveyed the 11 ancestral witches. After saying that, he turned and left. At the level of a sage, one could not casually interfere in the affairs of the primordial era, especially during a calamity. If he got involved, the other sages would surely not sit idly by. In the end, it would be the Witch Clan that would suffer. Di Fang would at most lose face, but the Witch Clan would not have it so easy. The 11 ancestral witches understood this well. No one spoke to keep him. Di Fang returned to Chaos Island. With a flip of his hand, 12 drops of essence blood floated in his palm, each emanating different waves of law. Earth, fire, water, wind. 12 distinct essences. Ancestral witches' essence blood. After becoming a sage, he forced all the essence blood of those ancestral witches within him out. For him now these things had little use. However, he also understood what this essence blood was all about. The Witch Clan had placed all their bets on him. Indeed, there are no free benefits in this world, Di Fang. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of essence blood glowing with the law of earth broke through space, appearing directly in the underworld where Pingxin was. That drop of essence blood emerged from the rift in time and space, its radiance exploding, shaking the entire void. Pingxin wore a smile. Boundless spiritual energy surged toward her. The underworld, originally the dirtiest and filthiest place in the primordial era, now had spiritual energy as thick as substance. The essence blood spun in midair. Pingxin's eyes shimmered with the swirling symbols of law. An avatar materialized before her. Hutu. Hutu, I have met Pingxin. Hutu nodded to Pingxin. We were originally one and the same. There's no need for such formality. Her gaze shifted, piercing through the barriers of the underworld, falling upon the Witch Clan's side. It turned out that those brothers had placed their hopes upon this point. The decline of the Witch Clan could not be stopped by anyone. But now the ancestral witches had a way out, and that was the most important thing. 30,000 years. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On the sun star, Di Jun stood by the sword pool, staring at the fierce weapon within. The sword was embedded in the center of the pool, surrounded by the resentful souls, all of whom were the souls of the human race, being continuously funneled into it. Di Jun seemed to have gone mad, his eyes fixed on that sword. This was his last hope. If he could not eliminate the Witch Clan, his position as the sovereign of the primordial era would be nothing more than a dream. The karma on him had accumulated to an unmanageable level, and he was close to madness. If he could not defeat the Witch Clan and obtain the fruit position of the sovereign of the primordial era, he would face karmic backlash, leaving not even a bone fragment. In the primordial era, things were different. The most valued were karma and causality, which no one could escape. Once bound by karma, nothing would go well. Even drinking cold water would get stuck in the teeth. Let alone comprehending the Tao, even sitting in meditation and cultivating could lead to gasping for breath. Those burdened with heavy karma would not be the only ones suffering misfortune. This is no idle threat. The same applies to causality. How can one hope to break through without a clean resolution? There's simply no chance. This is the rule of the primordial chaos. In the primordial chaos, the force opposing karma is virtue. The heavenly Tao rewards those who have shown kindness to the world. Anyone bound by karma will reap no good fortune. Look at the demon ancestor Luo Ho, who turned himself into the demon realm. It sounds impressive, but in reality, it's no different from being dead. Now consider the leaders of the innate 3 races, Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Huang, and Shiqilan. They all guard the primordial chaos, and until the immeasurable calamity arrives, they cannot emerge. Isn't this just another way of keeping them locked away? No matter how high one's powers, what difference does it make? Currently, Di Jun is tightly bound by karma. The only way for him to cleanse this karma is to ascend to the position of the sovereign of the primordial chaos, using that status to purify himself. Otherwise, once karma strikes back, it won't just be him who suffers, his descendants, and the entire demon race will face calamity along with him. On Chaos Island, Di Fang sits watching the clouds rise and fall, the three lights of divine water reflecting the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. This fellow is busy brewing wine in essence, just lying back. He is already a sage now. Other than occasionally glancing at human affairs, he has no interest in the trivial matters of the primordial chaos. With that spare time, why not accompany a beauty, brew some wine, and enjoy a carefree life as a primordial immortal? A beam of golden light descended from the heavens. What is this? Yanlingji looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. You all may leave now, Di Fang said to Yanlingji and the others. The several beauties paid their respects and withdrew. A figure stepped out onto the golden road with grace and demeanor that was absolutely stunning. Di Fang, I have the honor to meet the Holy Mother. Di Fang addressed Nuwa, but did not bow. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he could not. He too had become a sage of the heavenly Tao, representing the heavenly Tao itself. With such an identity, even if he truly wanted to bow, Nuwa would not be able to accept it. No need to be courteous. Nuwa scrutinized Di Fang, her gaze carrying a hint of contemplation. It seems that the shadow in the river of humanity indeed belongs to you. Nuwa spoke slowly, her eyes filled with a touch of sentimentality. It was unexpected that the last sage of the heavenly Tao would emerge from the very humanity she created. Holy Mother, you flatter me. It's merely good fortune. Di Fang smiled lightly, wearing a calm and relaxed expression. Nuwa shot him a glance. Good fortune? How many were born in the primordial chaos with such great fortune? Let's not even mention others, just look at the ones before us. Di Juntai and those 12 ancestral witches were all born with immense fortune. Otherwise, how could the witch and demon races stand? Without such fortune, who could have made it this far? Now that you have also attained the sage position, I won't say much more. Be wary of the 3 pure ones, and those 2 from the west. If there's anything, come find me in the Nuwa Palace. After saying this, Nuwa's gaze fell upon Di Fang. That would be proper. Di Fang nodded, responding promptly. The implication in her words was clear. We are in this together. Nuwa smiled, quite satisfied. Holy Mother. Di Fang began to speak, but was interrupted by Nuwa raising her hand. Now that you are also a sage, calling me a fellow Taoist is not considered climbing too high. Nuwa said this naturally. Di Fang glanced at her and nodded. Nuwa, Taoist friend, since you are here, why not stay a few more days? It's a perfect opportunity for us to discuss the Tao. All right. Nuwa agreed. Then she settled on Chaos Island. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yim. I don't know what the situation is with the Divine Lord right now. Ingzheng, don't worry, the Divine Lord is likely fine. Zhu Wu, sure, as for the Divine Lord, there should be no issues. Ingzheng, how far have you gotten? Ingzheng, the front line, just reported back. Seems like it's a place called Rome. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, what the hell? Zhang Sanfeng Ba. The old Taoist also wants to trouble Tony Master with something. Tony, what is it? Zhang Sanfeng, get me 100,000 AKs. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi 666. Nangong Bushi, to be honest, for ordinary people, guns are indeed the most effective. Ingzheng, exactly, it can significantly reduce casualties. The key is, being afraid of death is because the firepower isn't strong enough. Ding. Tony sent a designated red envelope to Zhang Sanfeng. Tony, done. Zhang Sanfeng, thank you, Tony Master. Ding. Zhang Sanfeng sent a designated red envelope to Tuali. Bruce Wayne, I was wondering if I practice Yin Wu could I take on Superman? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi. Haven't you seen the memory copy? Why are you still thinking about killing Superman? Bruce Wayne's Superman is inherently an unstable factor. Based on the memory copy you provided, he also has the potential to turn dark. I must prepare for contingencies. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, you really live up to your title, Batman. Never won a fight, but never lost a challenge. Naruto Sasuke, this is the mindset of a higher being. If I were Bruce, I would think the same. Who can guarantee that Superman won't turn dark for his entire life? Lu Fei Yi added, speaking of which, the trope of Superman turning dark exists in many worlds, and in the end, didn't they all redeem themselves? So it seems that the Lord's concerns might be a bit excessive. Ingzheng, in my opinion, killing is a waste. Isn't it more cost-effective to take them in for use? DC Universe. Bruce stared at the chat records, pondering Ingzheng's words. Take them for personal use. He shook his head. In ancient times, this strategy might have worked, but in today's world, it's not feasible. Bruce's mind raced. When dealing with Superman, a plan must be in place. Kryptonite is the key. Without that, given Superman's strength, he truly couldn't think of how he could win. Ingzheng, Lu Fei Yi, Group Master, what's the situation over there? Lu Fei Yi, it's alright. The matter of establishing a cult is quite resisted by everyone. You know there are evil gods running rampant here. Who would believe in that? However, the introductory manual for Xian Wu has been distributed, and the overall combat power has indeed increased a notch. Sasuke, speaking of which, I remembered something. I researched the aberrant beings from the group master's world and found that they seem a bit sinister, capable of polluting others. Lu Fei Yi, that's evil energy, its source is the evil gods. Sasuke, don't mess around, it's easy to cause trouble. Sasuke, I understand. What I wanted to say is that thing seems alive. You need to be vigilant. Lu Fei Yi, alive. Sasuke, yes. I tried it. When the zombies from Alice's side were placed together with the aberrant beings, the zombies also mutated. This thing can corrode anything alive or dead, and it seems to have a preference specifically targeting the strong. Alice, Sasuke, can you create an antidote for the zombie virus? Sasuke, I can't. I'm not a virologist, I can't manage that. Tony, how about I give it a try? Maybe I can handle it. In the world of school days, Lu Fei Yi and the others were still chatting in the group, while Poison Island Siko was sitting in class. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Poison Island Siko peered out the window, images from the memory copy vividly displayed before her. The zombie virus has broken out. Although she knew this day would come, she hadn't counted on the exact day. However, Poison Island Siko had long prepared a backup plan. Unlike in the original story, Poison Island Siko remained calm and headed directly to the Sword Dojo. In just a few steps she arrived. What is the most terrifying thing in an apocalypse? Human hearts. The school area was relatively stable, but what chaos lay outside? Reality is far from animation. Poison Island Siko plans to clear the entire campus and create her own survivor stronghold. Poison Island Siko, everyone, the plot has begun on my end. Big shot fan Lu Fei Yi, the opportunity has arrived. With your current abilities, you shouldn't have any issues, just be wary of the military. Ingzheng, right, compared to aimlessly running around, the memory copy is still a memory copy, it's not the same as reality. A small mishap could lead to a completely different ending. Naruto, Sasuke, if it's convenient, bring a corpse over. I want to see what the difference is between a corpse and the zombie virus. Poison Island Siko, fine. In the world of school days, Poison Island Siko took out the weapon she had long prepared, a sharpened katana, her eyes burning with intense excitement. In this apocalypse, she found her true stage. Poison Island Siko is inherently a violent maniac, or rather a madwoman. While others face the apocalypse with fear, she feels nothing but excitement, a kind of twisted thrill. It's utterly ridiculous. Even those heartless individuals might only feel curiosity, indifference, or a lack of empathy, but Poison Island Siko is even more extreme. Just as Lu Fei Yi said, Poison Island Siko had long planned to turn the school into her own dictatorship. Then she would establish a cult here. In an apocalypse, human hearts are the easiest to change, so a cult can serve as their spiritual support. Once Poison Island Siko displays some miracles, this group will likely turn into fanatical followers. There aren't many people, but their quality is shockingly high. Poison Island Siko stepped out of the sword dojo holding her sword. Before her lay a hellish scene, yet the excitement in her eyes grew stronger, feeling unrestrained was exhausting. A corpse lunged at Poison Island Siko, dressed in a school uniform, though she didn't know which unfortunate student had transformed. Poison Island Siko slashed down directly, cleaving the corpse in half, her body quivering. Not from fear, but from pleasure. This feeling is fucking great. She licked her lips, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in her eyes. Poison Island Siko began her slaughtering spree. The entire school transformed into her hunting ground. Similarly, her commotion drew the attention of others. Koichi Wisteria was one of them. As a villain from High School of the Dead, he watched Poison Island Siko's actions with a hint of surprise on his face, but he quickly composed himself. He thought to himself, with his family's background, and being a teacher at the school, capturing Poison Island Siko should be a piece of cake, right? Poison Island Siko had no awareness of his thoughts, her face filled with excitement as she busily hacked down the corpses. In the primordial world, Nuwa had stayed on Chaos Island for thousands of years. During this time, she and Di Fang had been discussing the Tao on the island. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Both looked toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Fuxi was originally one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity. This was destined by fate. Because of this, Nuwa did not intervene. For Fuxi, this is a good thing. The Emperor of Humanity is the stabilizing force for the human race. The tone of Emperor Fang grew solemn. The master of the 3 sovereigns. Nuwa glanced at Emperor Fang, her eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. The master of the 3 sovereigns. Emperor Fang hesitated for a moment. What does it mean to be the master of the 3 sovereigns? It refers to the teacher of the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity. In the original timeline, the teacher of the heavenly sovereign Fuxi was one of Laozi's 3 corpses, the incarnation of Taishang Laojun, known as Yuhuazi. Taishang Laojun is the benevolent corpse of Taiching, the one who refined monkeys in the heavenly alchemy furnace. The Earth Sovereign Shinnong, also known as the Flame Emperor, had as his teacher the only disciple of Taiching Laozi, Xuandu. The teacher of the human emperor, Xianyuan Huangdi, was Guang Chengzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The master of the three sovereigns was predominantly occupied by the human race, which makes sense. The master of the three sovereigns, the three teachings want to gain merit, that's fine. But they cannot take away the fortune of the human race. Emperor Fang's words were heavy. Currently the fortune of the human race is occupied by Nuwa at 60%, Emperor Fang at 10%, and in the remaining 30% Laozi's portion decreased by 10% due to the great calamity of humanity, leaving only 20%. There is still a 10% share that belongs to the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity who have yet to be born. Without Emperor Fang's interference, according to Laozi's plans, he could at least occupy 40% of the human race's fortune. The remaining 10% belongs to the Chan sect. Nuwa only has 40%. The last 10% is for the three sovereigns. The reason, of course, is the great calamity of humanity. But in the original great calamity, it was Nuwa who lost fortune, not Laozi. Now the situation has been disrupted by Emperor Fang. Nuwa's fortune remains intact while Laozi's has diminished. As for why the Chan sect could occupy that 10%, it is naturally because of the identity of the teacher of the human emperor, which provided the Chan sect with an opportunity to intervene. Otherwise, why would Guang Xingzi out of boredom come to teach the human emperor Xianyuan? Good. Nuwa nodded. The fortune of the human race is the foundation of Nuwa's existence. In the original story, although Nuwa's abilities were not at the bottom, her influence was far behind. Other saints, the two from the west and the three pure ones, all band together while she fights solo, making her vulnerable to schemes. But now things are different. Nuwa cannot sit idly by and watch her human race's fortune be divided. Moreover, with Emperor Fang firmly keeping watch, the fortune is securely held. Fortune is quite mysterious, yet in the Primordial Chaos, it is a tangible force. A race with abundant fortune has the most basic blessing of having superior progeny. Like Emperor Jun's sons, the 10 golden crows, who will surely become 10 formidable quasi-saints of the demon race when they grow up. This is still an understatement. One cannot see whether fortune is good or bad immediately. It takes time to gradually reveal itself. Otherwise, why would those saints fight for fortune when establishing their teachings? What are they after? Of course, it is to preserve the lineage of their teachings for generations, ensuring they never perish. The Buddhist and Taoist sects have risen and fallen multiple times. No matter how they decline or suffer, they can eventually regain their footing. This is the utility of fortune. You have established your teachings, yet not a single disciple. This will not do. Nuwa spoke leisurely, her gaze fixed on Emperor Fang. Emperor Fang nodded. To become a saint, he relies on preaching and establishing a teaching. He has already begun preaching, but the matter of accepting disciples is still in the shadows. This is the key. Establishing a teaching requires accepting disciples. Like Laozi, even if he only accepts a direct disciple and a few nominal ones, it will suffice to appease the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, it would be deceiving the heavenly Tao. The consequence of deceiving the heavenly Tao ultimately falls on Emperor Fang himself. It is time for him to put accepting disciples on the agenda. On Zhao Mountain, 11 ancestral witches have gathered together. The winds and clouds in the sky are disturbed, and calamity energy pervades the entire world. Emperor Jun and Tai are also rallying the demon race, preparing for a final showdown. This battle will determine who will be the overlord of heaven and earth. The good news is that the 12 ancestral witches are currently missing one, leaving only 11. The most crucial array, the grand heavenly divine killing formation, cannot be fully assembled. The bad news is that all 11 of them are peak quasi-saints. It won't be easy to defeat them. But now both the witch and demon sides understand. It is either you die or I live. Who speaks of peaceful coexistence? That's a dream. Woo! The ancient horn resounded throughout heaven and earth. The war horn of the witch clan has sounded. The killing intent permeated the realm. Countless witches gathered together. The 11 ancestral witches, along with the great witches, Xingtian, Quafu, and Hui, are all prepared. Kill. The 11 ancestral witches charged to the forefront, having settled the elderly and women and children of their clan, leading the witch army directly to the 36 heavens. The battle cries reverberated in the heavens. The light in Emperor Jun's eyes flickered unpredictably, as if countless star rivers were surging. Ancient stars trembled in the cycle of life and death, resonating with each other. The great star array has already been laid out. The 11 ancestral witches have broken into the Dailuo heaven, which is the territory of Emperor Jun and Tai. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Emperor Jun stared at Emperor Jiang, his voice deep as karma surged from his body, emanating a twisted scarlet light. Emperor Jiang coldly responded. Emperor Jun, we will settle our debts today. Taiyi's gaze was sharp like two heavenly blades crossing each other, creating cracks throughout the entire heavens. The chaotic bell rang. The chime carried the power of destruction, flattening the 3,000 worlds rushing towards them. Ding! Zhurong erupted with terrifying power. Boundless southern bright leaf fire surged into his body, and the patterns of the great Tao appeared on his skin, intertwining and vanishing. Taiyi fixed his gaze on him. Kill. The two have been old rivals, with Taiyi holding the chaotic bell, not falling behind at all. Gong also intervened, the patterns of the great Tao appearing on his body, accompanied by boundless weak water charging directly at Taiyi. Taiyi's golden hair billowed, the sun, moon, and stars revolving around him, and a round of great suns floated behind him. The true fire of the sun is not inferior to the southern brightly fire. Bury the 3,000 realms. Taiyi let out a long howl, his golden hair dancing, and the chaotic bell rang once more, its deep sound resembling the coming of the apocalypse. Heaven and earth began to collapse. Gong and Zhurong developed cracks on their bodies, but both did not retreat, continuing to charge at Taiyi. The 36 heavens were stained red with blood. The bodies of both the witch and demon races piled up on the battlefield, countless powerful beings falling here. The entire primordial chaos turned crimson, the atmosphere of slaughter from the great calamity pervading the lands. Some weak-willed beings of the primordial chaos were influenced by the calamity energy and began to slaughter each other. The primordial chaos did not face dark turmoil, but what is more terrifying than dark turmoil is the calamity. In the 36 heavens, Emperor Jun had the river map and Luo book above his head, attacking Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang showed no fear, directly clashing head-on with Emperor Jun. His figure flickered and vanished between countless spaces, appearing here one moment and there the next. Kill. The river map and Luo book above Emperor Jun erupted with dazzling radiance. Mountains and rivers evolved and intertwined in the light, ultimately condensing into a world of primordial chaos, pressing down towards Emperor Jiang. You cannot do it. Emperor Jiang spoke in a deep voice, bracing himself against that world of primordial chaos and moving forward. The ancestral witch's physical body is incredibly strong and cannot be broken through without a congenital supreme treasure. Kill. Emperor Jun's eyes were icy. Behind him arose countless great suns, the golden true fire of the sun burning fiercely, piercing through heaven and earth. Neither side had a way out and could only fight to the bitter end on this battlefield. Big brother, be careful, Zhu Jiuyin shouted. He foresaw the scene a few steps ahead. Emperor Jiang's body was pierced directly by a fiercely deadly weapon held by Emperor Jun. There is no time. Emperor Jun's eyes were filled with fierce determination, the intent to kill overwhelming. The deadly weapon in his hand took shape. Die! Emperor Jun shouted, thrusting the slaughter, which soared forward, piercing through Emperor Jiang's chest. Emperor Jiang looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, his mind in a daze. Countless vengeful souls roared and surrounded him, gnawing at his true fate. Pureblood witches do not possess a primordial spirit, only true fate. Although Emperor Jiang's true fate was integrated with his martial, he could not withstand the impact of the resentment from hundreds of billions of humans. Die for me. Emperor Jiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ignoring the injury on his chest, he threw a punch, shattering time and space. Emperor Jun was turned into a mist of blood. However, Emperor Jiang did not move, standing still. Pierced in the chest was that formidable weapon from the primordial chaos, the Slaughter Witch sword. Crack! Emperor Jiang's true fate shattered into fragments, and his martial will dissipated completely. Emperor Jiang was no more. The blood mist reformed into a human shape, and Emperor Jun's figure emerged. Emperor Jiang's body fell straight down from the 36 heavens. Big brother! The anguished cries of the ancestral witches echoed throughout the entire realm. On Chaos Island, Emperor Fang opened his eyes, looking towards Unzao Mountain. Emperor Jiang was dead. He had anticipated this. The witch clan's weaknesses were laid bare. Although true fate is bound with martial will, and the physical body is remarkably strong, the weakness is also evident. True fate is too fragile. Encountering a deadly weapon like the Slaughter Witch sword, even the true body of an ancestral, which is not worth mentioning. Furthermore, with hundreds of billions of human vengeful souls surging up, it is surprising that Emperor Jiang could withstand it. The first one. Emperor Jun's voice was hoarse, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 10 ancestral witches. Emperor Jun, I swear I will make you pay for your life. Zhu Jiuyin charged forward directly. Emperor Jiang's death stabbed like a knife into the heart of every witch. At the same time, the body of Emperor Jiang, falling from the 36 heavens, was wrapped in a thick mysterious light and sent back to the underworld. Several saints watched from the side, their eyes filled with envy. The flesh of an ancestral, which is incredibly powerful for refining weapons or puppets. But no one wants to offend the Lady of Balance from the underworld. The master of the underworld is not to be trifled with. Therefore no one stopped the Lady of Balance from collecting Emperor Jiang's body. Zhu Jiuyin, your opponent, is me. Fushi stood in front of him. Zhu Jiuyin glared at Fushi with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, who cares whether you are the brother of a saint? In a fit of rage, nothing else matters. Kill. The chaotic flow of time exploded everywhere, and the laws of the great Tao wove into chaos. A battle spear formed slowly in Zhu Jiyin's hands, composed of the power of time. Fux's brows were tightly furrowed. He is not an unknown figure in the primordial chaos, but facing him is Zhu Jiuyin, a being who stands at the peak of heaven and earth. No one dares to claim victory. His seriousness could not be hidden. Looking back at Emperor Jun's side, Emperor Jun had just slain Emperor Jiang, and his gaze was already locked onto the next target, the Ancestral, which Xianming. This woman is more troublesome than he imagined. Activate the Celestial Star Array. A roar from Dijuan sent the array into motion. The sky was filled with starlight coalescing into one star sword after another, each blade exuding a fierce brilliance capable of cleaving through heaven and earth. Countless great stars trembled, arranging themselves into profound patterns resembling a rain of stars descending from the heavens. Xuanming's eyes were cold, devoid of warmth. Annihilate the universe. Cold. So cold that even the bones felt chilled. The myriad realms fell silent in an instant. The stars' swords were frozen into shards before they could even approach, and the 33 heavens transformed into a frigid purgatory of the 9 nether. A blazing sun of true fire surged from Daijan's body, the golden flames forging a path. Kill. He roared a single word, his eyes ablaze with killing intent. The Slaughter Witch sword became a beam of divine light, swifter than the withdrawal of time, a strike fueled by burning essence blood. Little sister. Zhu Jiuyin called out, urgency lacing his voice. Xianming glanced back, her expression calm, showing no fear. Blood splattered onto her face, hot and scalding. A broad figure stood in front of her. Ancestor Wu Tianwu. Little sister, survive. Tianwu grinned at her, then grasped her shoulders and forcefully hurled her towards the direction of Chaos Island. No. Xianming had no time to react. Her entire body was thrown back, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Dijuan, accompany me on this journey. Tianwu gritted his teeth. The pain of the unjust soul gnawing at his true fate was evident on his face as he forced out a grim smile. His magical power began to fluctuate violently. For the first time, a hint of panic flashed in Daijan's eyes. Boom! A tremendous explosion shook the primordial heavens. Tianwu exploded. At the peak of Kwasa Sainthood, an explosion at such close range would surely leave Dijuan severely wounded, even if he survived. Tianwu. Zhu Jiuyin cried this name, pain evident in his voice. After Dijiang, the second ancestor Wu fell. Before the waves of the explosion had dissipated, the Deluo Tian was nearly leveled. Countless spatial fissures resembling a spider's web sprawled across the sky. Xingtian Ho, take the Wu clan away from the 33 heavens. Zhu Jiuyin roared, a frenzied fire burning in his eyes. Xingtian and Ho heard him, their actions momentarily pausing. After a brief silence, the Wu clan began to retreat, leaving the 36 heavens. This is just the beginning. The remaining 8 ancestors Wu fixed their gazes on Tai, their eyes showing no hint of retreat. Zhu Jiuyin let out a long howl, casting aside all restraint as he charged directly at Fushi. He was well aware that even if it cost him his life, he must drag Fushi down with him. Tai did not allow the demon clan to pursue the retreating Wu clan. With the death of an ancestor Wu, the clan could no longer stir up trouble. Attack! Tai's voice erupted. Bang! The Deluo Tian shattered time and again in the booming sound, then reassembled, crumbled, and reassembled again under the force of the primordial heavenly Tao. The scene of doom spread across the primordial heavens. The laws of the storm swept through the wilderness like a mad frenzy. This battle was harsher than anyone had anticipated. Fragments of the great path flew chaotically, and the 36 heavens were shattered countless times. Dijuan. Zhu Jiyin's shout echoed throughout the primordial realm. Dijuan was not dead. He did not perish in Tianwu's self-detonation. Instead, he had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Taking advantage of the opening, he struck out with his sword, the Slaughter, which sword severing Qiang Liang's head cleanly. The third ancestor Wu, Xiangliang, perished. Kill. Zhu Jiuyin was like a madman, his day and night turned upside down, time flowing backward. Heaven and earth seemed to have regressed to the primordial era. The river of time surged forth. Countless demon soldiers swept into it, turning to ashes without even leaving a scream. Kill. Tai was drenched in blood, his expression darker than ever. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had teamed up, firmly entangling him. The remaining ancestors Wu, Shuzi, Jumong, and the others were also dragged into the chaotic battle. Bang! Another ancestor Wu exploded. It was Shuzi. Kunpeng's body could hardly hold up. Though he had withstood this wave, it was nothing short of a nightmare for him. For the time being, he lacked the strength to even fight back. Of the 11 ancestors Wu, 4 had already fallen. Xianming had been sent away by Tianwu. Still alive were Zhu Juyin, Jumong, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong Bashu, and Shebi Shi. On the demon clan side, Dijuan and Kuanpeng were already at their limits. Fuxi clung tightly to Zhu Juyin. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were entangled with Tai. The remaining 3 ancestors Wu blocked the celestial star array. Kill. Daijin's eyes were blood-red, engulfed in boundless karma. He fixated on the 6 ancestors Wu, his killing intent palpable enough to feel. Kuanpeng huddled at the back. He was not foolish enough to charge forward and clash with the frenzied ancestors Wu. The intentions of those 6 ancestors Wu were clear: either they would die, or he would. Baso! Shebi Shi's voice was filled with rage. Baso was severed in half by Daijin's sword. Dijuan, I will make you pay with your life. Shebi Shi roared. The celestial star array activated with countless stars transforming into divine swords raining down. The smile on Daijin's face was grotesque, his gaze firmly locked on Shebi Shi. Anger burned in Shebi Shi's eyes. Let us journey together, Dijuan. After saying this, Shebi Shi charged directly at the celestial star array with Dijuan. A terrifying wave of magical power erupted. Shebi Shi's voice exploded, filled with frenzied madness. Let's perish together. With the array no longer suppressing them, the remaining 4 ancestors Wu finally could unleash their full power. Kuanpeng looked up, spotting the glow of the spiritual. With the array no longer suppressing them, the remaining 4 ancestors Wu finally could unleash their full power. Kuanpeng looked up, spotting the glow of the spiritual treasures in the sky. He too, and Luo Shu. Without a word, he leaped, moving like a flash of lightning, directly seizing those 2 treasures and darting towards the direction of Baiming. Taiyi's eyes turned red. Kuanpeng. He had not expected this creature to dare to attempt such a move at this moment. Kuanpeng was well aware. No matter how this battle between the Wu and the Demon Clan ended, he could no longer remain with the Demon Clan. It was too terrifying. With Dijuan dead and Tai ensnared, no one paid him any heed. Why did he only seize He Tu and Luo Shu? Because those were Daijin's treasures. Once Dijuan breathed his last, they became items without an owner. However, the Slaughter Witch sword was different. The Slaughter Witch sword transformed into a beam of light, returning to Taiyi's hand. He held the sword in his right hand with the bell in his left, staring at Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. The chaos bell rang. The sound was apocalyptic, bearing a wave of destruction that surged forth. At that moment, another voice exploded. Die! Zhu Juyin. He too self-destructed, taking Fuxi with him. Fuxi shouted, No, sister, save me. He turned to shout towards the direction of Nuwa Palace. Over at Chaos Island, Nuwa's eyes were filled with sorrow as she watched Fuxi fall. She swiftly moved her fingers, pulling a strand of Fux's soul and placing it into the Shanhe Tu for nourishment. Di Fang spoke, For Fuxi, this is a good thing. He will one day become one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, at the very least a Kwasa saint. Nuwa nodded. The great battle was reaching its climax. Jumong fixed his gaze on Taiyi, his tone calm. After this battle, the Demon Clan will suffer no less than 100 billion deaths. We haven't suffered unduly. Now only 3 ancestors will remain: Jumong, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong. On the Demon Clan side, only Taiyi stood alone. Yet he clutched 2 precious treasures: the Slaughter Witch sword and the Chaos Bell. The Slaughter Witch sword may not be a supreme treasure, but its power was not far from one. Dijuan could rally so many ancestors Wu to his side, and the greatest credit for that belonged to the Slaughter Witch sword. Jumong let out a long howl, flipping the heavens and the earth. Taiyi stepped forward, the true fire of the sun engulfing the skies. Every flame seemed like a small world, an endless sea of true fire, merging into a fiery inferno. The Chaos Bell rang again. Ding! The light exploded like dusk. The sound of destruction brought forth endless tidal waves, obliterating countless worlds in that moment. Gong Gong was engulfed by endless heavy waters, the sky collapsing as he charged directly at Taiyi. Kill! Taiyi's figure was shrouded in blood light. With a single step, the sword lights tore apart the barrier formed by the heavy waters. Jumong revealed his true form as an ancestor Wu, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient savagery. He wasted no words and struck out. Taiyi's gaze turned cold as the chaos bell rose above him, suppressing all directions. Jumang's martial will shattered the heavens, yet was firmly suppressed before the chaos bell. Die! Taiyi swung the slaughter which soared its lights sweeping through and piercing Jumang's chest. Jumang grinned slightly, his expression twisted. Explode. A horrifying wave of magical power erupted. Jumang chose to self-destruct. Taiyi's expression slightly shifted. With the chaos bell in hand, he felt no fear of the remaining 3 ancestors, even if one more came. With 2 supreme treasures at his side, it would be difficult for him to lose. Jumang, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong were simply powerless against him. Boom. The great obliteration descended, collapsing the entire Deluo Tian into nothingness. No one had anticipated that the change would come so swiftly. The chaos bell was blasted away by Jumang's self-detonation, directly swept into the depths of chaotic currents. This opportunity was bought with my brother's life. Gong Gong's figure appeared before Taiyi. Countless heavy waters transformed into a sky curtain, crashing down. Gong Gong reached out to grasp Taiyi, plummeting from Deluo Tian all the way down, crashing into the primordial lands. Zhu Rong followed closely behind, not allowing Taiyi a moment to breathe. The southern Ming leaf fire burned fiercely, warping the entire sky. Taiyi's body was heavily slammed into Buzhou Mountain. Taiyi roared, his eyes filled with madness. He had never expected to be deceived by Jumang at this juncture. With a thought, the chaos bell flew back from the chaotic currents. Gong Gong. Zhu Rong roared, directly clashing against the chaos bell with his body. His form cracked on the spot, yet he did not retreat a step. Gong Gong grinned at Taiyi, his smile filled with ruthlessness. Let's go together. Gong Gong seized Taiyi's magical power, surging wildly as they collided with Buzhou Mountain. Boom. The entire primordial world trembled. Previously, the battle in the 36 heavens had not greatly impacted the primordial realm. But this collision with Buzhou Mountain, the pillar supporting the primordial world, shook violently. The earth tore apart, the heavens trembled. The waves of destruction dissipated. Taiyi emerged from the smoke, looking disheveled, his body cracked, blood spilling everywhere. In the end, I have won. He gazed at Zhu Rong, who was similarly covered in cracks, his tone laced with the pride of a victor. It's still early. Zhu Rong's voice was very calm. The boundless southern Ming leaf fire surged upward. He did not give Taiyi any chance, directly crashing into Buzhou Mountain with Taiyi. Let's go together, Taiyi. Zhu Rong's howl was filled with madness. No. Taiyi tried to break, but in the next moment the magical power surged wildly. Boom. In the realm of heaven and earth, only this deafening sound remained. The chaos clock was knocked away, directly falling into the chaotic flow of time and space. A large hand suddenly reached out from thin air, firmly intercepting it. The entire primordial world shook as if the very earth and mountains were trembling. The first divine mountain of the primordial world, Buzhou Mountain, collapsed on the spot. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and the waters of the heavenly river from the 36 layers of heaven poured down in torrents, flooding the primordial land. The 2 clans of the Wu and the Yao deserve this. The emperor spoke calmly, the chaos clock spinning in his hand. The karmic burden on the Wu and Yao clans was too heavy. Even though he had become a saint, he did not dare to casually take on this responsibility. Nuwa turned her head to look at him. Take it. The emperor tossed the chaos clock over. Nuwa was momentarily stunned. After all, this was a primordial supreme treasure. I have no use for it, it's better to give it to you, the emperor said casually. The chaos clock was indeed extraordinary, but the emperor already possessed a primordial treasure, so there was no need to claim another. By giving it to Nuwa, at least, she wouldn't suffer losses in the contention among saints. Moreover, he was in the same boat as Nuwa. Enhancing her strength was more useful than keeping it for himself. Then I won't hold back, Nuwa replied, also not being overly polite. Go ahead. The emperor, Nuwa acknowledged, and her figure disappeared directly from Chaos Island. Next, it was her turn to take the stage. Under Buzhou Mountain, all 6 saints had arrived. The emperor did not intervene. He returned to Chaos Island and brought Xianming over. Great One. Xianming looked at him, her voice hoarse. She also knew that among the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, she was the only one left. The feeling in her heart was indescribable. Stay here on Chaos Island for now. The Wu clan will be managed with a calm heart, the emperor told her. Xianming nodded. Right now she just wanted to be alone. On the other side of Buzhou Mountain, Taking's hand revealed the Taiji diagram, stabilizing the shaking heavens and earth. Yuan Shi was busy dealing with the water that rushed in from the heavenly river. The 2 saints from the west were occupied saving the beings of the primordial world. Master Tongtian, could you please go to Baiming and slay that Xin tortoise bringing back its 4 legs to prop up the heavens? Sure, Nuwa said to Tongtian. All right. Without further ado, Tong Tian turned and headed for Biming. Nuwa went to find the colorful stones to mend the sky, and took out the creation cauldron given by Hongjuan, beginning to refine stones to prepare for patching the heavens. On Chaos Island, the Emperor was seated in the hall. Once the calamity of the Wu and Yao was over, it would be the era of the human race. This was a good thing. The only trouble was how to make a move among the human race. In this current scene of contention among saints, if one lacked ability, he wouldn't say anything. But since he had the ability, he couldn't possibly refrain from getting involved. Yuan Shi collected the broken segment of Buzhou Mountain into his sleeve. Later this would be refined into a post-heaven treasure called the Celestial Seal. Tong Tian chopped off the 4 legs of the Xian tortoise that supported the heavens and returned to the foot of Buzhou Mountain with them. On Nuwa's side, the stones for patching the sky had finally been refined. She began to block the large holes in the sky piece by piece. The 4 tortoise legs transformed into celestial pillars, embedding themselves between heaven and earth. At last, heaven and earth were completely stabilized. Merits fell from the sky, distributed among the 6 saints. The Emperor observed this, seen his face, showing no surprise. These 6 individuals saved the primordial world and deserved their merits. It was only natural that they received them from heaven. It's time to take on a disciple. He muttered, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Currently, although his Xianwu sect had already spread teachings in the primordial world, he had yet to formally take in disciples, which was somewhat troublesome. The Emperor contemplated among the beings of the primordial world. He planned to personally select a disciple. Like Laozi, he didn't need too many disciples. Too many would be like Tongshin's Jie Jiao, mixing all sorts of people together. Those outer disciples of Jie Jiao were to some extent tainted with karma. Such a sect, even without anyone plotting against it, would eventually perish. Karma is invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. Once a sect is tainted with karma, its fortune will be dragged down. Even though Jie Jiao had a saint to preside over it, the treasure they used to gather fortune was merely the innate spiritual treasure Qingping sword. As for Chan Jiao, they had the innate treasure Panga banner, and Rin Jiao also had the innate treasure Taiji diagram. The Buddha sect had it even worse, with 2 saints leading their 7 treasures. Mysterious Tree and Merit Golden Lotus were not to be underestimated. However, Jie Jiao had the most members, the most mixed backgrounds, and it was unclear how many of them were tainted with karma. At this rate, even without the great calamity of Fengshen, Jie Jiao would eventually perish. This was inevitable. I need to go out for a while, he spoke to himself. However, taking in disciples was not urgent. The primordial world had just survived a great tribulation, and there weren't many beings emerging yet. It was quite desolate around. He would discuss it later. The chat group became lively. Dudao Shanxizi, everyone, I ran into Zitong Haoichi. What should I do? Big shot Fan Lu Fei, that guy is a villain. I say you should just take him out. Kaido Kirolo, someone like that should be cut down with one blow. Ingzheng, directly killing him is a bit of a waste. This guy has some skills. His ability to manipulate people's hearts is quite good, but unfortunately his intentions are not right. If you can keep him in check, he should make a good helper. Zhu Wushi, I think the same. But if you can't control him, it's better to remember one thing. Either don't take action or leave no room for him to turn the tables. Don't give him a chance to make a comeback. Tony rubbed his thumb on the phone screen, raising an eyebrow at the group chat messages. These people really have issues. He casually typed a line. Why do I feel like I'm a superhero who doesn't quite fit in with this group? Looking at all the villains. He followed up with a comical expression. Dominator replied instantly, your intuition is spot on. But speaking of which, you aren't exactly a good person, either are you. Bruce Wayne added a jab. Arms dealers, you aren't exactly clean either. Tony furrowed his brow. Hey, those things weren't done by my own hands. Lu Fei took over the conversation. You built the weapons right. Tony, the great benefactor, what more is there to say? Tony fell silent for 2 seconds, then typed, fine, I admit it. I am not exactly a good person. Lu Fei continued, you're doing fine. The you from other worlds is even more ridiculous. Some of you have become complete scum. Dudao Zizi stared at the screen, her eyes darkening for a moment. Is that so? I understand now. She turned off her phone and looked up. Zitong Haoichi was standing in front of her. This guy had been talking for a long time, but not a single word had entered her ears. Zitong Haoichi's expression was a bit unpleasant. He didn't expect a high school girl to dare to ignore him like that. Classmate, are you even listening to me? Zitong suppressed his anger, his tone carrying a threat. In his eyes, although the Dudao family was a well-known family in the island country, Siko Dudao was merely a 16 or 17-year-old girl. A girl of this age could easily be intimidated with just a few words. For example, that line. Classmate, you wouldn't want to fail your grades, would you? Siko Dudao raised her eyes to look at him. You say. Zitong Haoichi was momentarily taken aback. So he had just spoken so much for nothing. He took a deep breath and repeated his words. In this situation, we should band together. But for a team, there must be a leader. What does everyone think? After speaking, he turned to glance at the students behind him. That group of students immediately began to cheer, each louder than the last. Siko Dudao remained expressionless, but inwardly she sneered. Did this guy's brain get flooded? Or did he think he was particularly easy to bully? Clearly it was the latter. Her gaze passed over Zedong, looking at the familiar faces behind him. The main characters from the original plot were all present. There were even more students who survived because she had taken action to eliminate those corpses. Originally, they should have died in the mouths of zombies. But now they were all alive. Siko Dudao withdrew her gaze, focusing on Zedong's face. So you want to be the leader yourself? Am I misunderstanding? Zedong Haoichi nodded. Is there anyone more suitable than me here? He puffed out his chest, his tone carrying an air of superiority. As a teacher, I am qualified to be the leader. And I believe I can lead you all. Before he could finish, a katana pierced through his chest. Zedong Haoichi opened his mouth, looking down at the blade protruding from his chest, blood dripping down the blade. Siko Dudao's hand gripping the knife did not move, a layer of crimson light flickering in her eyes. Killing zombies and killing people felt entirely different. This sensation made her blood boil. The surrounding students screamed in panic, some collapsed to the ground, while others turned and fled. Only Miyamoto Riri stood among the crowd, her eyes shining with an unsettling brilliance. Shut up. Siko Dudao's voice was very cold. With a flick of her wrist, the blade was pulled from Zedong's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Siko Dudao stood in the center of the room, her gaze sweeping across. From now on, I make the calls here. With that, no one spoke. The others were churning with various emotions. After all, they were just a bunch of students. Who had ever seen such a scene? What Siko Dudao had just struck was a corpse, but that thing was a monster, not the same as a real person. Yet when she said that, no one dared to refute. Siko Dudao's thoughts shifted. She needed to set up an altar first. Only with the altar established could she have the capital to survive in this world. In the primordial world, on Chaos Island, the Emperor sat face to face with Xianming. What do you plan to do about the Wu clan's current situation? The Emperor asked with a smile. Xianming looked at him and slowly shook her head. Her temperament was naturally cold, and now that all the other ancestral witches were dead, only Hoodoo had turned into a calm heart, hiding in the netherworld and not coming out. She did not want to go to that place. At this moment she realized, no matter how vast the world was, there was nowhere for her to stay. Like a drifting reed, wherever it floated was where it would go. The Emperor shook his head. Before Zhu Jiuyin left, he left something with me. Xianming was taken aback, her gaze falling on the Emperor's hand. 10 drops of ancestral witch's blood floated out, suspended in midair. This is what you gave me back then. I have no use for it now. But it still contains your true fate, the Emperor said. Xuanming's gaze changed, instantly filled with warmth. I have already returned the drop from Hoodoo. This drop is yours. A drop of blood wrapped in the laws of ice flew over, landing in front of Xianming. Xianming stared at the remaining 10 drops. These 10 drops belong to Di Jiang, and the others, take them to Pingxin. Oh, she knows what to do. Thank you. A rare expression of joy and excitement appeared on Xuanming's face. Without further ado, she grabbed the 10 drops of blood and plunged directly into the netherworld. In the netherworld, Pingxin had been waiting. Little sister. Xuanming's voice carried a slight tremor. Pingxin nodded, leading her to her residence. The Panga Hall was right in front. Except for the deceased ancestral, which the remaining bone and blood aura were all gathered here. Sister Xuanming, did you bring the essence blood? Xianming nodded, spreading her palm as 10 drops of essence blood floated up. Pingxin reached out to catch it and directly tossed it into the blood pool of the Panga Hall. This is the root of the witch clan, where the traces of the 12 ancestral witches are all imprinted. To revive them, this is the only place to do so. Countless years have passed, and those brothers will return, but it will take time. Pingxin's voice was soft, her gaze fixed on the blood pool, where the ancestral witch's blood had already merged. Reviving is not something that can be done in the blink of an eye. It requires patience. Xianming stood beside, nodding excitedly. Sister Xuanming, if you have nowhere to stay, the underworld can make space for you. Pingxin turned to look at her. Xianming shook her head. I cannot get used to the underworld. As she said this, the image of Chaos Island flashed through her mind. After hearing this, Pingxin's lips moved slightly, as if she had guessed something. All right then, I won't keep you. The underworld is quite desolate. Sister Xianming must come to visit when you have time. Xianming acknowledged and turned to leave the underworld, returning to Chaos Island. Pingxin watched her departing figure and muttered to herself, this can be considered a good thing. Meanwhile, Xianming had just landed on Chaos Island. Di Fang saw her and immediately asked, why did you come back? Xianming originally had a smile on her face, but upon hearing this her expression froze. Is this how you speak? Di Fang noticed her reaction and realized he had spoken too quickly. Cough, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect you to return. He hurriedly added, smiling at Xianming. Speaking of which, Xianming is quite the goddess in the world, one of the 12 ancestral witches with her strength and appearance beyond reproach. She carries an air of coldness resembling an iceberg. Xianming stared at him and declared, everything is settled. I plan to stay on Chaos Island. Is that not acceptable? Of course that's fine. Di Fang replied cheerfully. Morally and logically, he had no reason to stop her. After a pause he asked, what do you plan to do with the remaining witch clan? Xianming hesitated for a moment, her gaze sweeping over. I want the witch clan to integrate into the human race. She spoke with great seriousness, her eyes unwavering. Di Fang nodded slightly. This matter is indeed beneficial for the human race. Note that it is the integration of the witch clan, not an alliance with the human race. These are two different things. The current witch clan bears a heavy karma. If Pingxin hadn't evolved the underworld after the witch and demon war concluded, the witch clan would have been consumed by karma and perished completely. Even now, life is still difficult for the witch clan. To put it bluntly, karma still entangles them. After all, it was the ancestral witches Zhu Rong and Gong Gong of the witch clan who caused the collapse of the Buzhou mountain. Heavenly Tao holds this debt against the witch clan. If left unchecked, the remaining witch clan will eventually perish due to various accidents. The concept of karma in the primordial world should not be underestimated. It was only because Pingxin evolved the underworld that the witch clan was granted a reprieve, otherwise they would have been wiped out long ago. However, things are still not looking good. The witch clan cannot reproduce. It is nearly impossible for pure-blooded witch clan members to be born. This is the consequence of being entangled in karma. Xianming decided to let the witch clan mix with the human race using a different method to pass on their bloodline. The witch clan in the underworld does not count. The remaining witch clan in the primordial world has already retreated to the northern wasteland. Coincidentally, the remnants of the demon clan have also retreated there. There is no other choice. The south is the territory of the Phoenix, the west is the underworld of the two saints, the east has the three pure ones, and the human race, and the center belongs to the Qilin. Only the northern region has no major forces occupying it. Both the witch clan and the demon clan have squeezed into that area. You can decide on this matter. Di Fang's voice grew serious. For the witch clan, this is a good thing. Given the current situation, pure-blooded witch clan members cannot be born at all. The odds are lower than winning the lottery. The merits of the witch clan have already been exhausted. The karma from Zhu Rong and Gong Gong breaking the Buzhou mountain has all rebounded onto the witch clan, leading to this outcome. Not being exterminated is already a blessing. From a certain perspective, Di Fang has secretly altered many things. Following this, Xianming settled down on Chaos Island. The witch clan also followed her wishes, retreating to the eastern part of the primordial world to join the human race. They formed a tribe called Jiuli. Time is the best medicine, or it can smooth over all wounds. As time passed and eras changed, no matter how glorious a figure may be, they ultimately become just a handful of earth. After several calamities, everyone understood trying to dominate the primordial world is akin to seeking death. From the ferocious beast clan to the three innate races, and then to the witch and demon clans, all have proven one thing: contending for supremacy in the primordial world is purely digging one's own grave. Di Fang and Xianming explored the mountains and waters of Chaos Island, completely unconcerned with the chaos in the primordial world. The bond between the two grew ever stronger. Until one day, Di Fang was pondering whether to invite Yanling Ji over tonight, or perhaps Heidong or someone else. Unexpectedly, someone he did not anticipate arrived. Xianming. Di Fang did not hesitate. It was meat delivered to his lips. There was no reason not to eat it. After a deep exchange, their feelings became heated. Xianming directly assumed the role of the hostess, taking charge of Chaos Island and the small world. Other women all knew who Xianming was, the top powerhouse beneath the saints. This is no joke. The longer it went on, the more frightening Xuanming's strength became. She might even ascend to the realm of Hongyuan someday. But that would take a long time. Currently, Xianming still had a long way to go. 1,000 years later, Di Fang returned to the primordial. The great earth, once devastated, had finally regained its tranquility. Those primordial beings who had been hiding in caves to cultivate slowly emerged. However, with the changes in heaven and earth, few noticed. Once the heavenly curtain was torn, the spiritual energy began to thin. If the Fengshen event had not occurred later, perhaps the primordial world could have recovered. Unfortunately, there was no if. The Fengshen event was unavoidable. On the other side, Di Fang wandered through the primordial mountains looking for someone to take as a disciple. The martial arts school had been established for thousands of years. It was time to take in a disciple to maintain appearances, otherwise it would be unreasonable at least to appease the heavenly Tao. That day he passed by a divine mountain. A monkey covered in golden fur suddenly kneeled before him. I beg the saint to take me as a disciple. Di Fang looked down. The monkey had golden fur all over its eyes, shining remarkably, and it had 6 ears. Its clever gaze indicated it was no ordinary being. It was none other than the 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. Oh, Di Fang smiled slightly. The 6-eared macaque was born extremely early. It had already appeared when Hongjun Laozu first taught the Tao. Unfortunately, this monkey was audacious and actually went to eavesdrop on the teachings of the ancestor. Hongjun was so angry that he declared, the Tao cannot be passed down to the 6 ears. Just this one sentence caused the 6-eared macaque to become the least capable one among the 4 chaotic monkeys, born the earliest yet without any proper skills. From beginning to end it never obtained a legitimate method, relying only on instinct to absorb a bit of the world's spiritual energy without any inheritance. After so many years its cultivation barely reached the celestial, immortal level. Its magical power had accumulated quite a bit, comparable to an average Xianxian. But without any method and unable to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth, no matter how much it struggled, it remained a useless being. No matter which version of the 6-eared macaque, it is inherently a fearless character. How did you find me? Di Fang stared at it, his eyes curious. The 6-eared macaque hurriedly replied. Replying to the saint, I knew you established a martial arts school, so I have been waiting for you to take in disciples. I was born with keen hearing, able to detect where you are, and I dared not hide it from you. After hearing this, Di Fang smiled. You are clever, but your temperament is too wild, too unruly. The 6-eared macaque felt a tightness in his heart. Having sought immortality for so many years, and tried to join various sects, no one dared to accept him because of that ancestor's words. No matter how good his aptitude, it was useless. This was his only chance. I beg the saint to have mercy on my sincerity. I will definitely change, and no longer be wild. The 6-eared macaque quickly bowed his head, his voice tense. Di Fang raised his eyes to look at the 6-eared macaque, his tone calm. In that case, you will follow me for a while. The 6-eared macaque's heart trembled, realizing the opportunity had come, and he hurriedly knelt to pay his respects. Thank you, saint, for your guidance. A golden light shot from Di Fang's fingertip, entering the body of the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque felt as if all his magical power had been frozen, as if a great ancient mountain weighed down on his back, making breathing heavy. Di Fang looked at his grimacing face and smiled. Let's go. This journey would be a tour of the primordial world. Di Fang walked briskly with a composed demeanor, as if taking a leisurely stroll. The 6-eared macaque, however, struggled much more, each step feeling like carrying the entire sky. He was one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, gifted and physically strong, but under that invisible pressure, he gritted his teeth and endured. Strangely, whenever the 6-eared macaque was about to collapse, Di Fang would stop to rest. He walked slowly, taking breaks. As time passed, the 6-eared macaque's once tempestuous temperament gradually calmed down. The mountain on his back still remained, but he no longer resisted it. Instead, he grew accustomed to its weight. From the initial anxiety to the eventual calm acceptance, the 6-eared macaque felt that this kind of life had its own flavor. One day, Di Fang stopped in a place. Surrounding them was a rich atmosphere of the innate 5 elements, so dense it was almost tangible. The 6-eared macaque's eyes brightened. Master, where is this place? The innate 5-element aura is not something one can find just anywhere. Di Fang looked at the misty aura and said lightly, your junior brother. The 6-eared macaque was taken aback. Di Fang knew well what was hidden in this 5-element aura, a renowned figure in later generations, the first person beneath the saints Kong Xian. Although this title may be somewhat inflated, it is sufficient to demonstrate his strength. Kong Xian was born from the Yuan Phoenix's comprehension of the 5 elements, and could be considered the child of the Yuan Phoenix, naturally carrying great fortune. Unfortunately, he later strayed from his path. In the journey to the west, he swallowed the reincarnation of the Buddha's spiritual child, and was taken by the Western teachings, becoming what is now known as the Buddha Mother. In terms of lineage, Kong Xian surely ranks among the innate. The 5-element aura swirled and intertwined, and a glimmer of light flashed in Di Fang's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed, sending a golden ray into it. In an instant, the 5-element aura exploded, 5 beams of light shooting into the sky, which was Kong Xian's innate divine ability, 5-color divine light, capable of illuminating all things, similar to the 7-treasure mysterious tree. A colossal peacock as large as a mountain burst forth, its body shimmering with 5 colors. Caw! A long cry pierced through the clouds. Deep within the southern immortal volcano, the Yuan Phoenix opened her eyes, her gaze flickering before she closed them again. Kong Xian was born from her comprehension of the 5 elements, after all not a true blood descendant. Now that Di Fang had intervened, it was not necessarily a bad thing for Kong Xian. The peacock's form shrank, transforming into a handsome young man who landed before Di Fang and bowed. Kong Xian pays respect to the master. Di Fang waved his hand. No need for excessive formalities. He pointed to the 6-eared macaque beside him, saying, "This is your senior brother Lu Er." Kong Xian looked up at the 6-eared macaque and bowed slightly, saying, "I have met senior brother." Lu Er laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for such formality, junior brother." Di Fang, standing aside, glanced at Kong Xian and said with a smile, "Let's go." Kong Xian was naturally born with the cultivation of a mystic immortal, just a step away from achieving the golden immortal Tao. Lu Er was currently at the celestial immortal stage, and Di Fang understood what Kong Xian was thinking. He was the first peacock in the realm, and his innate pride was unmistakable. However, Di Fang didn't take it to heart. In terms of lineage, Lu Er was not inferior to Kong Xian. The difference lay in their inherent inheritance. Kong Xian was the son of the Primordial Phoenix, and although he had just come into this world, his heritage had long been inscribed in his blood. Lu Er couldn't compare to him, but it wasn't embarrassing. Lu Er had lived for a long time. Even though he was at the celestial immortal realm, it was because there were no techniques for him to cultivate. This had its advantages and disadvantages. The downside was that Lu Er's combat power was somewhat lacking, but the upside was that his foundation was as steady as a mountain, unshakable by anyone. Di Fang raised his hand, and pointed golden divine light surged directly into Kong Xian's body. Kong Xian nearly couldn't bear it, almost collapsing to the ground. He stared blankly at the bent-over Lu Er beside him, and the sense of superiority he had just felt shattered completely. Previously he thought that senior brother was naturally like this, but now it seemed that it was far from the case. Di Fang chuckled lightly, his tone neither heavy nor light. "The burdens Lu Er carries are quite similar to yours. As for physicality, you truly might not be able to match him." Kong Xian detected the meaning behind the words, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had looked down on Lu Er somewhat. After all, he was just a celestial immortal. Now thinking back, he realized he had overthought it. He turned to Lu Er, his voice softening. "Senior brother, I apologize." Lu Er smiled and shook his head. Over the years, Lu Er had been tempered by Di Fang and had restrained his temper considerably. However, that innate pride still remained deep inside. Upon hearing Kong Xian's apology, Lu Er waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing." Di Fang looked at his 2 disciples, having no grand expectations. Mutual respect among his disciples and not doing evil deeds was enough. As for other matters, there were plenty of rules, and he couldn't be bothered to add more. Di Fang did not say much more, and led Lu Er and Kong Xian to continue wandering through the Primordial Chaos. They walked for over 10,000 years. During this time, Di Fang frequently provided spiritual fruits to help his 2 disciples lay a solid foundation. He still remembered that innate spiritual root, the Xian Huang fruit, the one that could refine the physical body. Di Fang had poured all the Xian Huang fruits he had saved onto Lu Er and Kong Xian. At the same time, he also passed down the Chaos Unending Sutra from the immortal martial Tao. Kong Xian's cultivation hardly changed, but Lu Er, on the other hand, transformed almost daily. After 10,000 years, Lu Er had surged to the peak of the mystic immortal realm, leaving Kong Xian far behind. Kong Xian looked at Lu Er with a ghostly expression. He had long known that this senior brother was not ordinary, otherwise Di Fang wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. However, for Lu Er to reach the peak of the mystic immortal realm in just 10,000 years and surpass himself, it was simply unreal. After Di Fang explained the sequence of events, Kong Xian finally understood. Why had Lu Er advanced so quickly? Simply put, it was because his foundation was too solid, and he had been holding back all this time without exerting himself. Moreover, Kong Xian developed a deeper understanding of this senior brother. This guy was truly fearless of heaven and earth. You want the Tao ancestor to open a forum and teach. Is this something a human would think of? Looking across the entire primordial chaos, only Lu Er would dare to do such a thing. At this moment, Kong Xian completely understood why had Lu Er been in the world for so long, yet his cultivation was still stuck at the celestial immortal realm. The reason was simple. No one had taught him the cultivation techniques. Di Fang spent a full 20,000 years wandering throughout the primordial chaos. Once he had seen enough, he brought Kong Xian and Lu Er back to Chaos Island. Upon arriving on the island, Di Fang established a rule. You cannot harm the plants and spirits on the island. If you need medicinal materials for alchemy, trade with them, and no one is allowed to use force. Lu Er and Kong Xian simultaneously replied, "Yes, master." Di Fang continued, "Alright, go cultivate. Come back to see me when you break through to the golden, immortal realm." The two said little more and chose a divine mountain on Chaos Island to settle down and begin seclusion. Di Fang wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, "One is the first peacock in the realm, the son of the primordial phoenix." Di Fang wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, "One is the first peacock in the realm, the son of the primordial phoenix. The other is one of the 4 mischievous monkeys of the world. With such exceptional roots, they are naturally well suited for the path of immortal martial." Di Fang spoke with a smile on his face. Xianming nodded, then rolled her eyes at him. Di Fang's hand had begun to misbehave. Before long, Di Fang took her back to the hall. On the chat group side, messages popped up one after another. "Poison Island Yazzie, I have a bit of a headache. I lack jade and stone, and the altar for the sacrifice still lacks many materials. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yizheng Gutoni and Old Zhu should have some extras. You can ask them privately." Poison Island Yazzie, "Okay, I'll go ask now." Bruce Wayne, Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, "I have a question. There's someone here who isn't in the memory copy. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, a traveler. Still not sure. Who is it? Nangong Bushi, another traveler has emerged. Naruto Sasuke, can we capture them for research? I'm really curious about what travelers are made of." Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, hey, Snake Uncle, that sounds kinda scary. I'm a bit anxious. Tony, a traveler. What's that? Curious. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, to put it simply, it's someone not from your world who has come here. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, generally, there are 2 possibilities for such people. One is here to cause destruction, and the other is here to make up for regrets. Ding group member Bruce has started a live broadcast. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi entered the live broadcast room, and Naruto Sasuke followed in. Bruce Wayne, so what kind of person is this I encountered? Bruce Wayne stood on the rooftop dressed in his bat suit, live streaming a chaotic battle. Below, the Penguin led a group of thugs fiercely clashing with a certain individual. That fellow was glowing all over with a steel body, eyes that could shoot heat rays and speed as fast as lightning with absurd strength. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, this doesn't look like a traveler. It seems something went wrong. Tony, if it's not a traveler, then what went wrong? Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, aren't you making it hard for me? If I knew, I wouldn't be wasting words. Naruto Sasuke, tisk, it feels like an experiment went awry. Or are you saying your world can now mass-produce superheroes, but they are uncontrollable? Tony Sasuke, your imagination is really something. Bruce Wayne, is it possible that he hit the nail on the head? Many military personnel on my side want to decipher Superman's genes and create one themselves. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, this is troublesome. But now we can't clarify things, so we need a big move. Di Fang, God Lord, come out and take a look. Cough, come see what's going on. Di Fang. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, God Lord, there's a problem in the DC world. Could you take a look? Di Fang turned his gaze to the DC universe. Di Fang, there's no change. If there is, it's just that Bruce joined the chat group and the butterfly effect stirred a bit. It's not a big deal. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, is it that simple? Di Fang, what else could it be? Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, alright. Then how did this counterfeit Superman come about? Di Fang, it's similar to what Sasuke guessed, it was an experiment. Add in Bruce joining the group, and something. Originally the experiment should have failed, and that fellow should have perished. But the butterfly effect stirred things up, resulting in success instead. So you should ask Bruce what good deed he did. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, what exactly did you do? Bruce Wayne, I did what I had to do. Now it seems it was a mistake. Naruto Sasuke, what was it? Bruce Wayne, the god of wine factor. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, 6. Tony, 6. Bruce Wayne, I found the god of wine factor, originally intending to destroy it. But now it seems there are quite a few traitors in Wayne Enterprises. Big Boss Fan Lu Fei Yi, that makes sense. This fellow is now an enhanced version of Superman and can. In the Zixiao Palace, the 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West, and Nuwa were already seated. Di Fang walked in and cupped his hands to the crowd, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoists." The 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West, and Nuwa all returned the greeting one by one. A silent figure appeared on the high platform. Hong Jun stood there, a shadow of the heavenly Tao floating behind his head, his expression indifferent, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. The reason I called you here today is to discuss matters concerning the Heavenly Court. He spoke slowly. The operation of the Hong Huang cannot do without the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Court cannot remain vacant indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the other saints raised their eyes to look at Hong Jun. The Heavenly Court was indeed a lucrative position. Di Fang scanned the people present, but said nothing. He knew very well that regardless of which sect held the position of Heavenly Emperor, it would be unfair to other beings. It was destined to belong to Haoyan. My disciple Xuandu is qualified to hold the position of Heavenly Emperor. Taiching spoke first, his tone calm. Zhuan Ti followed saying, my disciple Yao Buddha is also capable of fulfilling this role. I Tong Tian will not be left behind. My disciple Duobao is perfectly suitable. Yuan Shi added without hesitation, my disciple Wang Chengzi is no problem at all. Nuwa and Di Fang remained silent. Although Nuwa had 10 golden crows under her command, they were the princes of the demon race. With the relationships of Emperor Jun and Tai, they could not stabilize that position. As for Di Fang, he had only Kong Xian and Lu Er, both of whom originated from the martial sect. How could they possibly dominate the heavenly court? It was nothing but a dream. Hong Jun opened his eyes and looked around, seeing these few arguing passionately with their faces flushed and necks strained. A hint of something inscrutable flashed in his eyes. Di Fang, Nuwa, why are you two not speaking? He called them out. Di Fang replied solemnly, Tao Ancestor, I only have 2 disciples. Their strength is insufficient and their status is inadequate, so I will not compete with the saints. Nuwa nodded in agreement. I also have no suitable candidates, so I won't compete with my senior brothers. Hongjun nodded and turned to the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West. You all should not argue either. He said, I have already decided on the candidate for Heavenly Emperor. This statement left everyone stunned. Hao Qian Yaoqi. Hongjun called out to his 2 disciples. The 2 little ones looked confused and stepped forward. You have followed me for so many years, you are considered my registered disciples. Hongjun looked at them and said, Hao Yin will be the Heavenly Emperor and Yaoqi will be the Queen Mother. Who has any objections? The 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West were all dumbfounded. They had argued for so long only for 2 disciples to reap the benefits. If they were merely ordinary disciples, they could still contest. But Hongjun had declared them registered disciples. Though they were not direct disciples, the 2 saints of the West were also merely registered ones. By this reckoning, it was entirely legitimate. What was wrong with the registered disciples of the Tao Ancestor becoming Heavenly Emperor? Hadn't those previous registered disciples all become saints? Was there anything wrong with that? Thank you, Tao Ancestor. Hao Yin exclaimed joyfully. Despite his youthful appearance, his age was not short. When Hongjun became a saint, Hao Yin and Yaoqi had already been enlightened, and their cultivation was naturally not lacking. Hao Yin was overjoyed, while Yaoqi looked at the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West, pondering that this was not a good job at all. Especially at this crucial moment, the saints had the final say. The Heavenly Emperor might seem powerful, but how the world turned still depended on the saints' moods. Moreover, which disciple under those saints was not a difficult character. Hao Yin had not thought that far yet, as he was still immersed in his excitement. Do you have any objections? Hongjun turned to ask the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West. None, they replied simultaneously, shaking their heads with no expression on their faces. Then it's settled. Hao Yin will be the Heavenly Emperor and Yaoqi will be the Queen Mother. Hao Yin, I grant you the innate spiritual treasure, the Hao Yin mirror, allowing you to observe the 3 realms and 6 paths. Queen Mother, the innate spiritual root, the peaches of immortality belong to you, along with the innate spiritual treasure, the Tying Sword. Hongjun distributed the items. You all go back and help Hao Yin re-establish the heavenly court. Hongjun spoke calmly. We obey the Tao Ancestor's decree. All the saints replied in unison, and Di Fang echoed the sentiment. As soon as the words were spoken, Hongjun's figure vanished from the Zixiao Palace. Di Fang greeted Hao Yin and Yaoqi before turning and leaving with Nuwa. The 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West did not even say goodbye and simply departed. Hao Yin was still happily celebrating and had not noticed the strange atmosphere. Yaoqi, being perceptive, had already realized that the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West were not happy, but what could she do? Since the Tao Ancestor had made the decision, they had to suppress their dissatisfaction. After parting with Nuwa, Di Fang returned directly to Chaos Island. This was only the beginning. The matter of the Fengshen was ultimately due to the lack of personnel in the Heavenly Court, combined with the saints wielding power. The Heavenly Court was the core of the Honghuang's operations, yet it had no weight in discussions. Hao Yin had not yet realized this. Later he would understand just how much those saints could exploit him, taking all the benefits while doing none of the work. On Chaos Island, Di Fang gazed at the heavens and earth, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Xianming sat beside him, quietly observing without interrupting. Xuanming, do you think I should interfere in the affairs of heaven and earth? Di Fang asked leisurely. Interfering in heaven and earth? Xianming was a bit confused. Next is the age of the saints, but sadly the age of the saints only lasts until the end of a calamity. Di Fang's tone was calm. Xianming looked at Di Fang. If that's the case, then it's up to you. After all, you are also a saint now. You can try it out when you have nothing to do. At most you'll lose a bit of face. Xianming spoke casually. Right, you are absolutely correct. that is indeed the case, Di Fang replied with a smile and nodded. Having figured this out, Di Fang no longer dwelled on it, continuing to hold his fishing rod, occasionally glancing at the chat group to see if there was any fun. On the side of the heavenly court, Hao Yin excitedly ran into the Deluo heaven. The entire heavenly domain had been redecorated. The palaces were magnificent, claiming to be the first heaven of the Hongwang. This place symbolized the authority of the heavenly emperor and was supposed to be the center commanding the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Unfortunately, the current heavenly court was just a hollow shell, lacking personnel, lacking immortals, lacking everything. At first, Hao Yin put in a lot of effort recruiting scattered cultivators from all over, but what was the result? Very few responded. In the entire Hongwang, hardly anyone paid him any attention. To put it bluntly, the last guy who claimed to be heavenly emperor was reduced to nothing. Now, with the era of the saints in charge, the title of heavenly emperor sounded imposing, but the Hongwang had always spoken with strength. Strength was everything. Now that Hao Yin occupied this position, to be honest, hardly anyone took him seriously. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa took a step forward, her figure directly appearing in the underworld. Pingxin opened his eyes and looked at the newcomer, already guessing her purpose. Pingxin, fellow Taoist. Nuwa, fellow Taoist, you are here regarding the reincarnation of Fuxi, aren't you? Yes. Follow me. Pingxin led Nuwa to the 6 paths of reincarnation. 6 ancient passages hovered in the void, deep and unfathomable, each exuding a different aura. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Pingxin stepped aside to let her pass. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Nuwa unfolded the map of mountains and rivers. A shadow floated out from the map. It was Fux's soul, still in a state of slumber, merely a remnant soul. Although Nuwa had nurtured it for so long, the soul body remained very ethereal and could not awaken, having to follow the path of reincarnation. Nuwa did not hesitate and directly sent Fuxi into the reincarnation passage. For her, this was a good thing. Fuxi reincarnating as a human was far more promising than being a demon. Fuxi reincarnating means the birth of the human emperor and the flourishing of the human race. Di Fang sat alone, softly muttering, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The rise of the human race was a good thing for him, the ancestor of humanity. The fortunes would rise along with it, and the benefits would be plentiful. The glory of the human race began with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity, Fuxi, Xinnong, and Xianyuan. This was the true beginning. The 5 emperors were Xiaoshu, Daiku, Yaoshan, and Yu. After the 3 sovereigns, these 5 emperors emerged among the human race. They shouldered the banner of the human race's rise and were the ancestors of human civilization. Fuxi would eventually reincarnate and stabilize his position among the 3 sovereigns. The matter of the human emperor's master that was previously mentioned should also come into play. On Shouyang Mountain, the domain of Taiching, Laozi the old man opened his eyes and glanced toward Chaos Island and the Nuwa Palace. The matter of the human emperor's master requires the approval of those 2. Laozi murmured softly. He called his disciple Xuandu. You go on a trip first to the Nuwa Palace, then to Chaos Island in the Boundless Sea, and invite the 2 saints to come to Shouyang Mountain for a visit. Laozi spoke slowly. Yes, master. Xuandu replied and left Shouyang Mountain, first entering the Nuwa Palace in the Chaos, then heading to Chaos Island in the Boundless Sea. Interesting. Di Fang watched Xuandu walk away, a smile curling at his lips. You are going to Shouyang Mountain? Xianming inquired, leaning closer. Di Fang nodded. I must go to Shouyang Mountain. Laozi is the leader of the human sect, and I should make an appearance from wherever I stand. Di Fang's tone grew serious. Xianming replied, her face glowing softly. Di Fang glanced at her belly. Xianming was pregnant. He told Xianming to rest at home while he left Chaos Island for Shouyang Mountain. Before long, Di Fang arrived at Laozi's Dao field. Nuwa was also there. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Di Fang greeted Laozi and Nuwa. The 2 nodded in return. Laozi looked at Nuwa and Di Fang and said, I called you both here to discuss a matter. Is it regarding the human emperor's master? Yes. Di Fang took the initiative to clarify. Good. Laozi nodded in agreement. As Laozi's senior brother, the human emperor's master cannot be decided lightly. This concerns the fortunes of the human race. Nuwa spoke calmly. Laozi's expression twitched. He could deceive others, but could he deceive himself? Nuwa's intentions were clear. She had to agree to the candidate for the human emperor's master. Laozi turned to Di Fang. Nuwa is the holy mother of the human race, and although I am a saint, I am still of human origin. What Nuwa means is my meaning. Di Fang smiled and returned the ball to him. In that case, it seems that I, the old Taoist, have been too persistent. Laozi looked at Nuwa and Di Fang, speaking slowly. I indeed have a candidate for the human emperor's master. Before Laozi could finish, he was interrupted by Nuwa. Laozi's senior brother anyone can bear the title of Human Emperor's Master. I will make it clear today. Anyone from the three teachings can seek this position, but one thing must be clear: the fortunes of the human race cannot be disturbed. Nuwa spoke straightforwardly, her tone not at all polite. Upon hearing this, Laozi fell silent for a while, his gaze shifting to Di Fang. Di Fang was smiling at him. The effort he expended to contest the position of Human Emperor's Master was precisely to secure the fortunes of the human race. If he could not even secure the fortunes, why bother inviting Di Fang and Nuwa for this visit? The concept of merit is something I, as your father, truly do not take to heart. What do you both mean? I glanced back and forth between Di Fang and Nuwa, my mind already aware that these two had taken sides. The Emperor's teacher can be anyone, but the fortune of the human race cannot be divided any further, Nuwa stated decisively. I narrowed my eyes at Nuwa, my brain racing with thoughts. On the surface, the three purities have separated, but in reality, they have long since torn apart their facades. This matter is something Tong Tian would hardly manage. Even if he did, it would only be for show, a mere pretense of effort. All right, we will proceed as you suggest. However, I will determine the candidates, my tone softened. Agreed. Both Nuwa and Di Fang nodded. A glint of brilliance flashed in my eyes. Since the fortune cannot be taken away, then gaining some merit is not a loss. I had originally planned to send Shanshi to seize a thread of human fortune, but it seems that is now out of the question. Since both of you have come to my Dao field, why not discuss the Dao way? I spoke slowly. Nuwa and Di Fang did not refuse. The three of us settled down on Shouyang Mountain and began to discuss the Dao. In the chat group, Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, Bruce Wayne, has that Superman been dealt with yet? Bruce Wayne, are you bored? Group leader. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, what else? Am so bored I've completed all the games. The worlds of the other group members are all like hell, where would I dare to go? I can only hang around here wasting time in the chat. Ingzheng, I think you're just restless. Why not try hunting a wicked god? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, brother Zheng, do you really want me to die? Hunting a wicked god. I can't believe you thought of that. Poison Island Z, I have set up my altar. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, so fast. Zhu ignores I've put in a lot of effort with brother Zheng, or do you think otherwise? Bai Kuei, I'm so envious getting it done so quickly. I still don't know when the monkey year and horse month will come where the lighthouse is going crazy. IMG. Alice, I'm about the same. Even if the sacrifice is completed, very few will come, let's just forget it. Yu Buchuan, I'm about the same, in about 10 days I should be ready. Xiongba. You master, we agreed to grow old together, did you secretly dye your hair? Yu Buchuan frowned, his tone darkening. Xiongбang, master, your words are simply incorrect. I would do all this to serve the Divine Lord. Xiongba sneered. Had those who come out to mix, truly none can be trusted. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi sent a meme of a crow flipping a table. What's going on? Is this going to turn hostile? System prompt ding. Poison Island Yazi has started a live broadcast. Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi entered the live broadcast room. Tony entered the live broadcast room. Bruce Wayne entered the live broadcast room. Tony, sacrifice. What's the difference from those who jump around performing rituals? Big Shot Fan Lu Fei Yi, let's see it first. Tony. In the world of Campus Apocalypse, on the rooftop of the teaching building, a white jade altar quietly stood. The whole school had long been firmly controlled by Poison Island Yazi. She stood in front of the altar beginning the ceremony. Like the previous times, she chose Zhu Chuan Jingxiang as the offering. The cute and naive female school doctor stood on the altar, her eyes blank, completely unaware of what was happening. Poison Island Yazi clasped her hands together, her voice resonating throughout the campus. Great Lord, today, Poison Island Yazi establishes the Heavenly Divine Sect seeking your protection. The offering Zhu Chuan Jingxiang is presented to the Divine Lord. The Heavenly Divine Sect established. As soon as the words fell, the sky suddenly changed color. Deep in the primordial chaos, a massive figure opened its eyes, its gaze piercing through countless worlds, settling above the campus apocalypse. Then it closed them again. In the next moment, a golden face appeared in the heavens above the entire world. That face was as cold as the Tao itself. Approved. The voice fell devoid of any emotion. A golden passage opened from the horizon. A woman stepped out from within. Zhou Jiruo. She stood on the rooftop looking at Poison Island Yazi. The Divine Lord has decreed. Poison Island Yazi has successfully established the sect, granting 1,000 years of life and 103 turn dragon pattern pills. Poison Island Yazi lowered her head, a flash of crimson in her eyes. Thank you, Divine Lord, for the grace, and thank you, Divine Envoy, for the message. Zhou Jiruo lightly waved her hand, and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's body transformed into a ray of light taken back to the divine realm. Immediately after, a golden beam descended from the heavens, pouring into Poison Island Yazi's body. She trembled, every part of her physical form refined to perfection. A bottle of pills floated beside her. Big shot fan Lu Feiyi so envious. 103 dragon pattern pills, each worth 5,000 points. How much is that? Xiong Ba, envious one. Ing Zheng, envious one. Naruto Sasuke, it seems the Divine Lord is rewarding according to the world. The world of Poison Island lacks strength, so the Divine Lord gives these things. Nangong Bushi exactly. Unlike our world, the 3-turn dragon pattern pills are useless to us. We need favorable weather and national peace. Tony, fuck. I admit I did raise my voice a bit, just big shot fan Lu Feiyi. Tony, do you believe what you just said? If you keep this up, I'm going to laugh at you. In the Marvel world. Tony stared at the text on the screen, his mouth twitching. It had been a while since he joined this chat group. He knew Lu Feiyi's nature. This woman was always a troublemaker and could even suggest a few terrible ideas. Tony, are you okay? Pepper stared at his face, wondering why he suddenly looked so serious when he had been fine. She glanced at her dress, wondering if it was inappropriate. Tony waved his hand. It's nothing serious. Pepper, let me give you a hypothetical. If a god offered you 1,000 years of life for free, would you take it? Pepper paused, reaching out to touch his forehead. You're hot. I saw those 2 cover girls at the party tonight. They must have drained your brain too, otherwise how could you say such nonsense? She said slowly. Tony's expression darkened even more. But he did not speak again. This kind of thing, unless you witnessed it with your own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. But the matter was right in front of him, leaving no room for denial. At the same time in the DC world, Bruce Wayne took a deep breath. The Divine Lord in that group was even more bizarre than he imagined. Who can casually throw out 1,000 years of life? What kind of existence can do such a thing? Bruce did not know the answer. Right now he was busy cleaning up the mess he had made. That Superman copy appeared. According to the original timeline, that thing should have been scrapped directly in the experiment. But because he discovered the wine god factor early, that copy came to life. Now that thing is running wild outside. In the primordial world, Di Fang opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Zhu Chuan Jingxiang in the divine realm. In the apocalypse of breast, shaking the one with the largest chest. A strand of golden light penetrated into Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's body. She began to transform into Di Fang's divine servant. The power of belief in campus apocalypse is not much, but the faith in this world is pure. In the apocalypse, the most feared thing is the endless darkness. The miracles revealed by Di Fang were directly treated as a savior. Like a drowning person grabbing a straw they would never let go. Thus the believers in this world are purer and crazier than in other places. Of course, compared to the group with Chi Tong, they are still a bit lacking. Di Fang looked at the belief he had accumulated without using it to enhance his divine path cultivation. To put it plainly, he could completely wait for the belief to accumulate enough before breaking through. But right now, wanting to rush towards the Quasi-Saint realm, this amount of belief is still far from enough. Oh, what is lacking is time. It has been 1,000 years since returning from Shoyang Mountain. For this millennium, he has been staying on Chaos Island. For him, focusing on the gradual development of the human race is better than anything else. Since Fushi was born, the celestial phenomena have been abnormal. Auspicious signs emerged one after another, and the sky was filled with strange lights. After he grew up, he naturally took over the tribe and renamed it the Fushi tribe. One day, Fushi walked to a thatched cottage and shouted inside, "Master." The door curtain was lifted and Xuandu walked out. This person is Laozi's eldest disciple. After Laozi handed over the fortune of the human race, he had no intention of letting his good corpse take on the role of the emperor's teacher, so he simply let Xuandu earn this merit. Xuandu lived here for 100 years exclusively teaching Fushi. Don't underestimate Xuandu, just because he is not famous. As Laozi's only direct disciple, how weak could he be? He doesn't like to fight, but if it comes to that, his strength is not to be underestimated. Among the 3 teachings, he is recognized as the eldest senior brother. Which of the human teaching, clarification teaching, or interception teaching, would dare not acknowledge him? Xuandu has followed Laozi for so long that his cultivation has long reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Don't underestimate the Great Luo pinnacle. Looking at the current primordial realm, there are only 4 Quasi-Saints visibly active: Ming, Hezhen Yuanzi, Ran Deng, and Kuan Peng. Surely there are old folks hiding in the shadows, but those people do not come out to walk around on the surface. Only these 4 characters exist. Ming He speaks for itself, a tough nut among the old-school Quasi-Saints. Zhen Yuanzi and Kuan Peng are both old-timers. Ming He is the strongest among these 4. Ran Deng is rather interesting. He was one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, standing on equal footing with the 3 purities in terms of seniority. But as soon as the clarification teaching was established, he shamelessly went to worship under Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan sure saw that he was an old acquaintance from the Purple Cloud Palace and did not want to deny him face, so he accepted him. However, given the hierarchy, he simply made him the deputy leader of the clarification teaching. Later, during the investiture of the gods, this guy directly led the members of the clarification teaching to join the Western Church, becoming one of the ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. The ancient Buddha ran Deng. Getting off track. Returning to the present, Xuandu was sent by Laozi to teach Fuxi. On the surface, he is the emperor's teacher, but in reality Laozi also wanted Xuandu to use this merit to push through the quasi-saint threshold. Xuandu spoke, "I cannot help you with this matter. You must leave the Fuxi tribe and travel to various places among the human race. Perhaps you will find the answers you seek." He paused for a moment and continued, "You have stayed in the Fuxi tribe for 20 years. It is time for you to venture out and broaden your horizons." Fuxi nodded in agreement. "What master said is right. I understand now." Fuxi then took his leave. After bowing to Xuandu, Xuandu dared not accept it directly and quickly stepped aside. Given Fux's status, Xuandu truly could not bear such a courtesy. This was a gap in innate status that Xuandu clearly understood. Once Fuxi left, Xuandu turned back to Shoyang Mountain. What Fuxi had just said was actually the key to his ascension, deriving the innate 8 trigrams and passing this skill on to the human race. At that time, Fuxi would ascend to the throne of the human emperor, and the human race would gain the ability to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, as well as foresee calamities and blessings. However, having just this was not enough. There was still a crucial treasure needed, the river diagram and Luo book. This was essential for Fux's path to enlightenment. Originally in the hands of Emperor Jun, it was taken away by Kunpeng after Emperor Jun's demise. To put it bluntly, this item was destined to belong to Fuxi. It would be of no use in Kunpeng's hands. Xuandu returned to Shoyang Mountain precisely for this matter. As a Tai Golden Immortal, he now had to seek Kunpeng for the river diagram and Luo book. Wasn't that courting death? Kunpeng was not known for his good temper. Before he became the leader of the demon race, he was already notorious for his ferocity in the wilderness. With such a fearsome reputation, everyone knew he was not to be trifled with. Thus Xuandu returned to the mountain to seek help. I had already seen through his intention to return. This matter, Laozi slowly began, requires you to seek your Shirshu Nuwa's assistance. It concerns both the human and demon races, and she is the most suitable to handle it. Xuandu agreed, and turned to head to the Nuwa palace. Upon arrival, he bowed. Xuandu greets Shirshu Nuwa. Nuwa looked at him, and asked leisurely, "What brings you here?" Shirshu Nuwa, "I come regarding Fux's matter." Xuandu stated directly, "Fuxi wishes to attain enlightenment, but lacks a treasure. The river diagram and Luo book are currently in the hands of the Kunpeng. I truly have no other way, and must ask for your help." Nuwa understood immediately. Xuandu had been guided by Laozi. However, it was indeed more appropriate for her to intervene in this matter. "I understand, you may return for now." Then Xuandu took his leave. After saying this, Xuandu turned and left the Nuwa palace. Nuwa furrowed her brow in thought. During the war between the shaman and demon races, the river diagram and Luo book were taken by Kunpeng, and now this item was involved in her brother's path to enlightenment. She hesitated no longer. A staff of an ancient flag appeared in her palm, its surface covered with twisted green patterns. Those were demon patterns. The summoning flag. Though its grade was merely that of an innate spiritual treasure, its weight was beyond what the entire demon race could bear. The wielder of this flag could command all demons in the world, including Kunpeng. With a flick of her wrist, the flag fluttered and made a sound. "Kunpeng, come before me." In the northern wilderness, an enormous fish surged from the depths of the sea, transforming into a monstrous and ferocious bird as it breached the surface. Kunpeng. He could not resist the call of the summoning flag. A strand of his life essence was bound to the flag. With just a thought from Nuwa, she could take his life. Kunpeng landed in the Nuwa palace with a grim expression. He understood that he could not escape this time. The river diagram and Luo book had been in his possession for thousands of years, yet he had been unable to refine them. It was not that his cultivation was insufficient, it was that the spiritual treasure would not acknowledge him as its master. Those 2 broken slabs were no different from ordinary stones in his hands. Nuwa spoke. "Kunpeng, do you know why I called you here? You summoned me for the river diagram and Luo book." Kunpeng gritted his teeth. Nuwa nodded. "I will not take advantage of you. I will exchange this heavenly desolation halberd and innate spiritual treasure for your river diagram and Luo book. How about that?" "All right." Kunpeng readily agreed. He had not expected to trade for a spiritual treasure. Nuwa watched Kunpeng's departing figure. Her willingness to trade was not out of kindness, but because there were not many in the demon race left to support the situation. Nuwa was not foolish. Both the demon and human races were meat on her plate. The stronger both sides were, the more beneficial it was for her. Moreover, the current demon race was in a worse state than the shaman race, reduced to a few large and small cats. The creatures of the wilderness did not recognize them, and the human race was even less welcoming. This was the reason she chose to trade with Kunping, directly seizing it. There was no need. Ultimately, the demon race needed someone to hold up the facade. The 10 little golden crows were growing quickly under her care, but they were still not enough to hold the stage. Time needed to be endured and patience had to be cultivated. Nuwa raised her hand and gently tossed the river diagram and Luo book. The 2 rolls of spiritual treasures turned into streaks of light and fell into the Luo River of the wilderness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Emperor Fang stood by the pregnant Xuanyuan, wholeheartedly accompanying her. The gestation period was long, but he enjoyed this leisurely life. In the damning world, Zhu Wushi was surrounded by surging blood energy with a blood dragon coiling above the Great Hall. His vitality had already reached the peak of the martial sage. To take another step up? Difficult, unless the heavens evolved. But the evolution of the heavens was not so easy. There were only 3 paths for the evolution of the world. The first path was for the world to gradually grow on its own, reaching a certain point before it could ascend on its own. The peak of the martial sage was already the pinnacle of this broken place. If he wanted to rely on it to climb further, he would have to wait until the monkeys came home. The second path was to swallow the essence of other worlds, to draw upon others' foundations, to feed oneself. Zhu Wushi currently could not take this path either. If you wanted to swallow others, you had to first find out where other worlds were located. He could not even fly out of his own sky. How could he invade anyone else? The third path, and the last one, was to twist the entire world into a single rope, channeling everyone's will towards one point, and then using that strength to offer sacrifices to a great power, allowing the world to ascend together. Zhu Wushi had no choice but to pursue this last path. Thus the Daming Empire finally revealed its fangs. Expansion was a must. To speak of Daming, now its foundation was already substantial. The basics of the immortal martial system had long been passed down. Though they were not of great use, they were adequate for strengthening the body. After all, this world had a low level, and one could not even absorb a breath of spiritual energy. Coupled with the high-yield grain varieties acquired from Lu Fei along with that advanced system, redistributing land to the state, all lands across the nation were nationalized. Who would dare speak against it? Those landlords, those great families who would dare utter a word. After the sacrifices, Zhu Wushi held real military power in his hands. Whoever dared to come out and oppose him would be dealt with directly without question. This matter concerned whether he could attain immortality and whether the Daming flag could be planted in every corner of the heavens and earth. Whoever dared to obstruct him, Zhu Wushi would send them to meet the king of hell. The ministers were all astute, obediently carrying out Zhu Wushi's commands. They acted particularly swiftly. After the sacrifices, Zhu Wushi was packaged as a saint descending from the heavens, claiming that true divine beings stood behind him. Thus the current Daming was strong and robust. In addition, they had obtained 100,000 AKs along with various machine guns and grenades from that damned arms dealer Tony. These items were not complicated. With a bit of teaching, anyone could use them. That was enough. It was sufficient for Daming to begin sweeping through this world. Similar events were also occurring in the Qinshi world. Over there it was unnecessary to elaborate. Ing Zheng had long since sent people to take action. They had even devoured Rome by now. In the world of pirates, after Kaido occupied Wano country, he did not rush to begin the sacrifice. He felt it was unnecessary and always sensed that something was still missing. So Kaido did not act, but instead began colonization in Wano country. This time Kaido showed no mercy whatsoever. He was no longer as foolish as before, allowing those samurai to stir up any nonsense. He directly imposed the harshest collective punishment. If a samurai caused trouble in a village and no one reported it, and it was discovered, massacre the village. If trouble arose in a town and no one reported it, and it was discovered, massacre the town. If it happened in a city and no one reported it, and it was discovered, massacre the city. The entire Wano country was suffocated under Kaido's iron fist. The bloody methods were laid bare, and everything was in disarray, yet it somehow seemed peaceful. Those samurai who had previously clamored to restore their old lord were now like rats crossing the street. It was not that the common people did not want to resist Kaido. It was just that this madman truly acted with cruelty, and anyone who showed their face would have their entire family slaughtered. Under the high-pressure, Wano country was surprisingly still harmonious, with crops growing well. Kaido was also aware that Odin, that rascal, would incite his son Yamato. He gave no opportunity at all, directly having him executed before Odin could speak. Now Wano country was completely enveloped by despair. The shadow cast by Kaido weighed down on everyone, making it impossible for anyone to lift their heads. Even if Koyuki were to send people to the future as the stories described, it would not stir up any waves. Who knows how far Kaido would have cultivated in 20 years. In the Fengyun world, Xiongba's realm had directly contacted the dynasty. Xiongba understood in his heart that if things continued as per the original script, he would certainly fall. This situation was too sinister. There were countless ancient monsters roaming the streets. He did not regard the likes of Emperor Shirtian as anything special. Living for 2,000 years and still being knocked down by a junior who had trained for decades was simply a waste among the immortals. What truly made him wary was the first immortal Xiao Sanxiao, who had lived for over 4,000 years. His two sons were no ordinary characters either. After grasping the intricacies of the Fengyun world, Xiongba wasted no time and directly chose to cling to the dynasty. Collaboration was just a surface show. What he truly wanted was to leverage the dynasty's power to spread the teachings of the Celestial Church. As for Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, Xiongba was not foolish enough to believe the words of the Mud Buddha. Success is due to Fengyun and failure is also due to Fengyun. He would not seek trouble with these two. Instead, he needed them to work for him. Let them bear the burden when the sky falls while he reaped the benefits. How cost-effective. Xiongba also understood that relying solely on brute force could only make one a thug, who one had to use their brain to become a leader. Realizing this, he immediately changed his approach, planning to turn over a new leaf. He obtained high-yield seeds from Lu Fei. Though these things seemed unremarkable, they were treasures in any ancient world. Even experts needed to eat right. What was the result? Those who obtained the sword manual could not hold back. Wasn't it just a matter of a few inches? What does that even mean? The next day, Master Yu took the Huashan sect to ally with the imperial court. For him, connecting with the current emperor was a necessary strategic move. No matter how vast the martial world was, it could not surpass the power of the imperial dynasty. Master Yu met with the emperor several times, conversed a few times, and directly earned the title of National Master. The altar construction was already underway. Others were not idle either, all busy arranging the sacrificial affairs. In the primordial world, Fushi roamed among the human tribes, observing how the people of his clan lived. At that time, the human race was already one of the most prominent clans in the primordial realm. The witch and demon clans were declining, the three innate clans were also retracting, while the human race was gaining momentum. However, to claim dominance as the overlord, they still had a long way to go. Fushi wandered in the human territory for 100 years, eventually stopping by the riverbank. The river flowed rapidly, gushing away into the distance. Fushi felt a stirring in his heart, squatting on the sandy riverbank, and began to deduce something. This deduction consumed another 100 years. In the end, he was still just a bit short. Fushi furrowed his brows and murmured, what exactly is wrong? He had stayed by the river for a full 100 years, fully aware in his heart. Just a slight tremor was all it took. But he just couldn't grasp it. He even knew the name of the river. Luo River. Fushi stared at the Luo River, his eyes seeming to explode with the chaos of earth, wind, water, and fire. He had already reached the peak of the Golden Immortal. If he could comprehend this layer, he could step into the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal. Just this last step. Another 100 years passed. Fushi sat by the Luo River, seemingly going mad, constantly drawing in the sand one sketch after another. Yet he was still short. He always felt it was just a tiny bit short. Suddenly the Luo River split in two. A dragon horse emerged from the water carrying 2 stone tablets, emitting a hazy light. Those stone tablets were the river diagram and Luo book. The dragon horse walked up to Fushi, bent its 4 legs, and lay down. Fushi stared at the 2 glowing stone tablets, his expression somewhat dazed. Unconsciously, his hand reached out and touched the stone tablets. Countless memories surged into his mind. Fushi was stunned. The confusion in his gaze gradually dispersed. Looking at the river diagram and Luo book, a vague emotion surfaced on his face, almost like nostalgia. Back when the ancient heavenly court still existed, Fushi and Emperor Jun used the river diagram and Luo book together to deduce the great array of the stars. Fushi was not only a master of formations, but also adept at deductions. The past is behind us. Now I am the Fushi of the human race. Fushi mumbled, his eyes fixed on the river diagram and Luo book, making a gesture. The river diagram and Luo book flew to him. Then Fushi lifted his butt and mounted the dragon horse. Let's set off. Fushi murmured softly, a smile on his face. My path has been established. The sound shook the heavens and the earth. Fushi rode the dragon horse back to his own tribe. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. A primordial 8 trigrams diagram emerged before him. This diagram was Fux's method for the human race to seek fortune and avoid disaster. To deduce the primordial 8 trigrams, he had only walked half the path. Fushi wanted to become the human emperor, but he still needed to do one more thing. to spread this primordial 8 trigrams throughout the entire human race. He needed to ensure that all tribes recognized this principle to qualify for the position of human emperor. The moment the primordial 8 trigrams emerged, Fushi immediately ascended to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Next, Fushi planned to travel throughout all the human tribes in the primordial realm to spread the primordial 8 trigrams. Only when all tribes nodded in agreement could he become the human emperor. Becoming the human emperor was not the end. He had to wait until the next human emperor appeared. Only then could Fushi consider his achievements complete, passing the position to the next. On Chaos Island, Emperor Fang and Xianming sat in a pavilion built over the 3-light divine water lake. This little creature has been over 2,000 years and still hasn't shown up. Emperor Fang turned to look at Xianming, speaking slowly. Xianming grinned, a maternal tone to her voice. You are a saint, and I am also a peak quasi saint. Our child will take a while to emerge. At least another 100,000 years. Emperor Fang felt a bit at a loss. There was no way. Xuanming's womb was incredibly powerful. This combined his bloodline as a saint with the bloodline of the ancestral witch. It was not an exaggeration to say it was the most precious bloodline combination in the world. Carrying a pregnancy naturally takes a considerable amount of time. Just as he was pondering, 2 auras suddenly surged into the sky. Your 2 disciples are quite remarkable, Xianming said leisurely, her eyes focused on the 2 breakthrough auras. It was Lu Er and Kong Xian. I only took in these 2 disciples. If they were not promising, why would I accept them? Emperor Fang laughed. The backgrounds of Kong Xian and Lu Er made breakthroughs seem trivial. One was the offspring of the Yuan Phoenix with an incredibly noble lineage. The other was one of the 4 monkeys of chaos with an extraordinary background. We'll go take a look, Emperor Fang said to Xianming. Xianming nodded. Emperor Fang stepped forward and arrived at the Chaos Palace on Chaos Island. Lu Er and Kong Xian appeared simultaneously in the Great Hall. Disciple Lu Er. Kong Xian pays respects to Master. Lu Er and Kong Xian bowed together to Emperor Fang. Get up. Emperor Fang nodded gently. Lu Er and Kong Xian stood up, radiating the aura of recent breakthroughs, the sense of immortality, still not fully stabilized, hurriedly arriving. In our teaching, you 2 are the only ones now. Since you have both attained the golden immortal fruit position, continuing to isolate yourselves is not a good thing. I plan to let you travel in the primordial realm, broaden your horizons. Are you willing? Emperor Fang looked at the 2, his tone flat. Disciples will follow the master's arrangements. All right then, let's set off. The primordial realm is vast. You will only understand where you still need to grow after some experience. I have only one request of you. Do not commit evil and absolutely do not bully others using your status as disciples of saints. Emperor Fang spoke slowly, but every word was heavy. Disciple remembers. Lu Er and Kong Xian replied in unison. Go now. After Emperor Fang finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 2 instantly appeared on the shores of the East Sea. Stepping on the sandy beach, gazing at the boundless sea, Lu Er and Kong Xian took a deep breath, their eyes filled with uncontainable excitement. After being locked in on Chaos Island for so long, they were itching to break free. Senior brother, I plan to head south in the primordial realm. What about you? Kong Xian asked Lu Er, tilting his head. Lu Er understood Kong Xian's thoughts. He'll accompany you. Anyway, before meeting Master, I was drifting everywhere, so I can go anywhere. Lu Er smiled broadly. Kong Xian's heart warmed, nodding. Kong Xian wanted to head south in the primordial realm, which was essentially wanting to visit the Phoenix tribe. After all, he was of the Yuan Phoenix bloodline, and should go pay his respects. According to the original trajectory, he would also be driven away on this trip. The Phoenix tribe would never acknowledge someone who wasn't even a Phoenix, a so-called child of the Yuan Phoenix. But now it was different. Kong Xian was a disciple of a saint, and with that status, even if the Phoenix tribe was unwilling in their hearts, they had to show some courtesy. In the original trajectory, Kong Xian was just a wild child, without any backing, relying solely on his own strength. Later he was tamed by Xuan Ti and became the Buddha Mother Peacock, great bright king in the Buddhist sect after the journey to the west. Throughout it all, the Phoenix tribe never showed themselves. Was it because the Phoenix tribe lacked the ability? No. It was because they didn't want to acknowledge him. In the primordial realm, among the major clans, if you counted them on your fingers, there was none that did not value pure bloodlines more than lives. The 3 innate clans were even more so. Kong Xian was the first peacock in the world. Nominally, he was considered a descendant of the Yuan Phoenix, but in terms of bloodline, it was completely unrelated. This was the root of the Phoenix tribe's refusal to acknowledge him. While Lu Er and Kong Xian traveled through the primordial realm, Fushi had already begun to spread his teachings among the human tribes, promoting his primordial 8 trigrams. As for Emperor Fang, he set off for the underworld. Emperor Fang came here, wanting to clarify one matter. Pingxin Daoist friend. He greeted her with a smile. Pingxin looked up at him. Why aren't you accompanying Sister Xianming on Chaos Island? Why have you come to my underworld? Is there something you need? She knew about Xuanming's pregnancy and was happy for her. Although she was no longer an ancestral witch, the bond between her and Xianming had never changed. Whether identities changed or not, their feelings remained. I came to ask about what happened back then, Emperor Fang said. Pingxin understood immediately. You mean the matter of the 12 ancestral witches giving you their essence blood? Yes. I could never understand why you all gave me your essence blood. Now I realize it was to leave a way out. But the question is, how could you be so sure I would be that way out? His gaze was deep, staring at Pingxin. Pingxin smiled. You want to ask how we knew you could become a saint? Yes. Emperor Fang did not deny it, nodding. Actually, we had no idea whether you could become a saint. To be honest, when you really became a saint, we were all shocked ourselves. Pingxin smiled as she spoke. Thinking back to when the 12 ancestral witches gathered, only she and Xianming remained. Now, the others awaited revival. Oh, Emperor Fang raised an eyebrow. He came to clarify this matter. He originally thought that the ancestral witches had some means to foresee the future, knowing he was destined to become a saint, hence, they placed their bets on him. But now Pingxin actually said they didn't know. When we first met you, we could only see that you were a person with great. Moreover, you had opened a new path, not following the rules of the immortal Tao. The more critical point was that you were still weak at that time. Pingxin paused. The most important thing was that Zhu Jiuyin saw a glimpse of the future, knowing that the witch clan might face extinction, and you were the one who could save the witch clan. So everyone decided to take a gamble. At first, besides Zhu Jiuyin, who was firmly convinced of you, the others, including myself, were not very sure. At that time, you were simply too weak. Pingxin set her gaze a bit absent, as if she had returned to the days when the 12 ancestral witches were still around. And then, Emperor Fang pressed. Then Zhu Jiuyin said something, and we all nodded. What did he say? Pingxin smiled. He said it's only a matter of a drop of essence blood, which can be replenished in 10,000 years. If you can save the witch clan, then it's a win. If you can't save them, it's just a drop of blood, nothing serious. So we agreed. Emperor Fang nodded slowly, his expression neutral. To be honest, we never expected you could reach this step to the same position. With a hint of lament in his tone, he said, initially, we only thought that you could manage to stand on equal ground with us. Who would have guessed that you would surpass us entirely? Indeed, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan had such calculations in mind. So you gave me the title of the great ancestor of the witch clan, which can be seen as a preemptive bet. Di Fang chuckled. Ping Xian did not deny it, and nodded. What happened afterward was entirely beyond our expectations. I transformed into reincarnation, and one by one my brothers fell. Truly no one foresaw these events. As Ping Xian spoke, his voice grew considerably somber. I understand now. I used to wonder if the witch clan knew in advance that I could become a sage. Di Fang smiled slightly. If they had known you could become a sage, the witch clan wouldn't have invested so little. Ping Xian also smiled. If they could truly foresee Di Fang becoming a sage, the witch clan would not have merely invested that small amount of resources in him. Regardless, it appears that this trade with the witch clan has been profitable, hasn't it? Di Fang asked with a smile. Ping Xian nodded. It was that initial investment that provided the opportunity for the other ancestors to survive. Without that, those ancestors would have long since turned to ashes. To delve deeper, one reaps what one sows. Now I completely understand. Di Fang's smile faded somewhat. He had originally been pondering whether the witch clan had foreseen his ascension to sagehood. However, upon careful reflection of Ping Xin's words, it indeed made sense. If they could really foresee his future, how could they only invest so little? They would surely have wagered the entire witch clan's fortune. I also did not expect that the words of my elder brother Zhu Jiuyin would ultimately save the entire witch clan, including ourselves. Ping Xian spoke slowly, his tone filled with emotion. Without Zhu Jiuyin, the current plight of the witch clan would likely be even worse. For a while thereafter, Di Fang did not rush to leave, instead chatting informally with Ping Xian in the netherworld. It was only when the moment was right that he rose to depart. In the world of the Primordial Chaos on the Sun Star, a goddess emerged from the flames, stepping into a golden radiant chariot. I am Shihi. Today I attained the position of Sun Goddess, overseeing the operation of the sun and ruling over the day with the heavenly Tao as my witness. Almost as soon as her voice fell, there was movement on the moon star. Another goddess emerged from the moonlight, stepping onto a white jade chariot. I am Wangshu. Today I attained the position of Moon Goddess, overseeing the operation of the moon and ruling over the night with the heavenly Tao as my witness. As the two goddesses appeared simultaneously, the entire primordial chaos trembled. The two divine positions of sun and moon descended together, governing the cycles of day and night and the changing of the seasons. Hao Tian sat in the Lingxiao treasure hall watching Shi He and Wang Shu saying nothing. While the sun and moon positions nominally belonged to the heavenly court, in reality, they could not be fully controlled. Though they were said to belong to the heavenly court, it was because the heavenly court governed the entire primordial chaos, but they could not fully manage these two divine positions as their ranks were too high, so high that even the heavenly court could not suppress them. As long as the sun and moon existed, those two goddesses would not perish. They could continuously accrue merits. Unfortunately, these divine positions could not be schemed for. If they could be seized, the sages would have divided them long ago. The rules set by the heavenly Tao are akin to those established for the sages. Such divine positions cultivated by heaven and earth cannot be obtained through scheming. That would be a dream. Just like the four spirits of creation. Xing Long Zhu Ke Bai Hu Xian Wu, the four saints of creation. These figures are incredibly exalted. Although their names are prevalent, they are indeed true innate sages. True sages are not merely spoken of lightly. They have existed since the time of creation. Unless the world of the primordial chaos shatters, these four will remain as unextinguishable as lanterns in a river. On Chaos Island, Shi He has become the sun goddess. Xian Ming scoffed. Di Fang chuckled. Shi He was the third being to emerge from the sun star after Di Jun and Tai Yi, so Xian Ming certainly recognized her. If one were to discuss relationships, she would be considered the sister of Di Jun and Tai Yi. However, Shi He had always secluded herself in the sun star, not caring for matters outside. Wang Shu, on the other hand, was the first being to appear on the moon star. Compared to the later figures like Chang Shi and Change, she was a genuine innate powerhouse. Though her name was not widely known, she had already emerged during the time of the three innate races. Chang Shi was the second being on the moon star and married Di Jun, giving birth to 10 golden crows. You don't get along with her? Di Fang asked Xian Ming with a smile. It's not that I don't get along. We've crossed hands a few times. But this character only knows how to cultivate, and she hardly interferes with the matters of the demon race. Naturally, she also doesn't meddle in the affairs of the sorcerers. Xian Ming said slowly. Di Fang nodded with a smile. Shi He and Wang Shu are both innate powerhouses. Their emergence destined them to ascend to divine positions. Such existences are considered special in the primordial chaos. Generally speaking, even sages are reluctant to provoke them. Do sages fear them? Xian Ming curiously probed. Fear. In the world of the primordial chaos, and even across the myriad realms, there is nothing that sages fear. Being reluctant to provoke them is simply to avoid trouble. If they unwittingly bring trouble upon sages, the one who ends up suffering will definitely be them. However, given their divine status, sages do not wish to provoke them, which has nothing to do with fear. So that's how it is. I thought even sages were afraid. Xian Ming appeared to have an epiphany. The main issue is the trouble and the causal ties that follow. Di Fang said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Xian Ming's somewhat dazed expression. The title of sage is not to be taken lightly. They are not afraid of trouble. They simply do not wish to entangle themselves in the cause and effect of those matters. To put it plainly, cause and effect do not pose a significant problem for sages. In a sense, sages themselves are the ultimate embodiment of cause and effect. What truly makes sages wary is when these matters rebound upon their disciples and their Tao lineage. The world of the primordial chaos emphasizes the cycles of cause and effect and karmic retribution. This concept truly exists, unlike those in later generations who treat oaths like mere farts. In the primordial chaos, if you dare to make an oath but cannot fulfill it, just wait and see, there will be consequences. Cause and effect may go in circles. While sages are not afraid of it burning them, they fear it burning their disciples. This is the true reason they are unwilling to provoke trouble. That being said, Wang Shu and Shi He are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, how could they prove the Tao? The divine positions of the sun and moon are not something just anyone can attain. Their emergence signifies that the operation of the primordial chaos is becoming increasingly refined, completely drawing a line from the previous state of wild growth. In the chat group, Bayou Kuei, I found Mark. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei, can you clarify? Bayou Kuei, the time point is right at the beginning of the memory copy. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei, what do you plan to do? Bayou Kuei, sneak and enter the lighthouse and take control. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei, that may not be easy. Naruto Sasuke, as long as the strength is sufficient, nothing is too difficult. There is only a desire to do so, not a question of capability. Do not hesitate. Bayou Kuei, I understand. Only this path can save my world. In the Zero Cage world, Bayou Kuei found her way to the place where Mark and his group were gathering supplies. Watching from a distance as Mark and his people moved supplies preparing to retreat, she had already made her decision. The lighthouse must be taken down. Without controlling the lighthouse, even if she ultimately saved this world, what would be the use? Living in a realm of silence, what meaning would life hold? This world originally had very few people. The existence of the lighthouse gave Bai Yukue hope for the continuation of humanity. Before joining the chat group, she would not have done this. But now it is different. She wants to establish the Celestial Church to receive blessings from Di Fang and to promote the method of cultivation. This is what she should be doing. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi kill. Slay that Charles from the lighthouse to set an example. I've been displeased with that guy for a long time. Bai Yukue. Naruto Sasuke, the group owner, is right. That Charles is a menace. Even if you subdue him, he will still cause trouble in the future. It's better to nip the problem in the bud. Zhu Wu, sure, there's a saying that goes well. If you can't solve the problem, just eliminate the one causing it. This method is not bad. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi 6. Why do I feel like this group is almost turning into a villain base? Is it that I opened my mindset incorrectly? Naruto Sasuke, who decides what's right and what's wrong. The side that loses is called the villain. The winner is the true justice. Ingzheng, what's right and what's wrong is all decided by people's mouths. As long as you are true to your own conscience, do as you please. Ingzheng, I conquered 6 states, and those 6 states labeled me as the villain of the Qin. But people in later generations believe that I was the righteous path and the 6 states deserve to be eliminated. This all depends on where you sit. Don't take it too seriously, just be yourself. Kaido Kirolo Lolo, this nonsense has been the same for thousands of years. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi Kaido, did you bubble up? What about that mess in Wano? Kaido Kirolo Lolo, I'm a pirate. If I see something good, I'll snatch it. That's just right, I never claimed to be. Wano has been settled, but another problem has arisen. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, what problem? Kaido, there aren't enough workers. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi. With so many people in Wano, how could there be a lack of manpower? Kaido, I was a bit ruthless. I'm too lazy to count the specifics. Oh, anyway, the locals over there are nearly wiped out. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, wow, that's like Eagle Sauce's tactic. But I have to give you a thumbs up, in every sense you deserve a compliment. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, so what are your plans next? Kaido, just take it slow. I still can't compete with that group from the world government. After all, they've ruled the world for 800 years, old monsters. Kirolo Lolo. Tony brothers, help, help, help. Senior fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi. He spoke to the live streaming camera. I just researched a bit on the space gem. Who knew it would cause such a stir? Hokage Sasuke, so you can't stop those things now. Tony shrugged. Right, I need help. He showed no signs of concealment and confessed directly. Big shot fan Lu Fei Yi, wait, why isn't the bald one coming? Can't she see the timeline? With things going this way, why isn't she moving? What the hell? Tony rolled his eyes. How would I know what she's thinking? All I know is if you don't come to help soon, I'm going to be done for here. By then you will have lost your good brother Tony Stark forever. Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. Crouch. Kaido Kuroro, add me in. Tony sighed in relief. Permissions granted, come over anytime. In the Marvel world. Besides, during World War II, Hydra developed energy weapons using this thing. How could he resist? So he borrowed it from S.H.I. Besides, during World War II, Hydra developed energy weapons using this thing. How could he resist? So he borrowed it from S.H.I.E.L.D. But as soon as he touched it, it triggered a wormhole that brought the Kree army earlier than expected. One could only say what bad luck. If it were just a random hole, it would be one thing, but he opened it right in the Kree's lair. Now the New York battle has been advanced by several years. Tony now couldn't stop it at all. This mess is simply ridiculous. 2 beams of white light fell before him. Tony let out a sigh of relief. The 2 who arrived were Nangong Push and Kaido. Among those in the group, besides Ingzheng and Zhu Wushi, they were the only ones capable of fighting. Especially Nangong Push, who is currently stronger than Kaido. Big shot fan Lu Fei Yi, tisk Tony, I don't know whether to say you're unlucky or fortunate. Tony frowned. What do you mean? Big shot fan Lu Fei Yi, the good news is New York is saved. The bad news is New York might be flattened by a nuclear strike first. After all, compared to the Kree's destructive power, these 2 are even more frightening. Tony's face stiffened. What she said seemed to be true. In the next second, a chill suddenly surged from behind him. Ice walls shot up one after another, and the entire New York seemed to be thrown into the Ice Age. Tony was about to ask Jarvis if there was a problem with the armor's temperature control system, but he swallowed the words back. What he saw was 1,000 times more absurd than he could ask. Damn! Tony was frozen in place, his eyes nearly popping out. Kaido twisted his neck, making a cracking sound as he fixed his gaze on a biological warship. He swung the Wolf Fang club in his hand. Conquering aura wrapped around the club. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. That warship was blown to smithereens. Damn. Tony's scalp tingled, and only then did he understand what the group leader meant by not a good thing. Indeed, the scene before him was not a good thing. Hey Kaido, Nangong Poosh, take it easy. Tony shouted at, why oi? Nangong Poosh and Kaido turned to look at him simultaneously, their eyes filled with confusion. Do you see this clearly? This is New York. If you keep fighting, I'm afraid the entire city will not be destroyed by aliens, but by you two first, Tony said with some difficulty. The two nodded in agreement. Tony sighed in relief, preparing to close the time-space wormhole that cubed the space gem. In the primordial world, Di Fang was fishing. The threads formed by the laws delved into the depths of the void, his eyes glimmering with brilliance as he waited leisurely. In the endless void, a colossal being writhed in the darkness, its body consuming starlight like the original darkness. Every strand of starlight represented a world. This ancient existence drifted in the void, having once belonged to a world that had long been destroyed. Now it had become part of the darkness, specifically devouring other worlds at the lowest levels. A Tao fruit suddenly appeared in the void with the light of laws continuously radiating. The wandering being at the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint level immediately noticed it and charged towards the Tao fruit in the darkness. In the primordial realm, Di Fang's lips curled up. Got a bite. He pulled on the fishing rod. In the void, the ancient entity that had just swallowed the Tao fruit saw that the Tao fruit was connected to a transparent thread of laws. In the next second, an irresistible force yanked it out of the void. Before it could react, it saw a colossal hand covered in supreme laws smash down. On Chaotic Island, Di Fang had a white jade bucket beside him filled with strands of terrifying law's essence with an undying aura woven within. At the very least, they were all at the level of great Luo Jinxian, and not those who had just been promoted, but ancient beings that had lived through countless epochs and accumulated unknown amounts of chances. Di Fang glanced at the essence in the bucket, grinned, and said, today is a good day. He picked up the bucket and walked back without looking back. These things were all prepared for his Yedobebern offspring. For him, erasing the laws within was not a big deal and didn't take much effort. These items were enough to lay a supreme foundation for his child. When Xianming saw him return, her gaze landed on the smile at the corner of his mouth. You're back. Since she became pregnant, Di Fang had been fishing every day, specifically targeting the existences in the voids of the myriad realms. His methods weren't exactly glorious, but Xianming was still happy in her heart. At least it showed that this guy cared about her. Di Fang handed over his catch. Xianming rolled her eyes at him, took the fish, and turned back to her palace. Di Fang's gaze shifted, landing on the primordial world with a hint of amusement. Interesting. His lips curled slightly. On the heavenly courtside, centuries had passed in the blink of an eye. Heotian's days were becoming increasingly difficult, but it was not yet time for him to collapse. Once he held his breath to the limit, it would be time for the second Purple Cloud's palace meeting. For now, Haoyan had completely understood what it meant to be under a saint and what it meant to rely on one's background. Those under the saints went back to cry to their masters when they suffered grievances. But Haoyan couldn't do that. He was the heavenly emperor and had to maintain the demeanor of the heavenly emperor. Moreover, Hongjun Daozu wasn't exactly idle. Did he think the Purple Cloud's palace was his family's place? So Haoyan was still enduring, not yet at the point of directly seeking Hongjun. In the human tribe, Fushi began his journey in the human realm 1,000 years ago, subduing the leaders of various tribes and deducing the innate 8 trigrams, and now he had already taken the position of the human tribe's overlord. What Di Fang saw was precisely this scene. Thus a hint of unusual color appeared in his eyes. The human tribe was steadily advancing. In the chat group, Big Shot Fan Lu Fei, Yi Tony, how's it going on your end? Tony, thanks to Nangong and Kaido, what would have cost me half of New York now cost the whole city. In the Marvel world, Tony stood there looking at New York City. The entire city was cut into pieces by crisscross scars, and the wormhole above was closed. He felt a bit numb all over. Well done. He forced out this sentence, his tone filled with helplessness. The aliens were driven away, but new troubles had arrived, rebuilding all of New York. Just as he was thinking, 2 people walked toward him. The village chief of Marvel Newbie Village, Coulson, and the famous Bus, Black Widow. Tony, we need you to come with us, Coulson said with a smile. Tony glanced at Coulson and Black Widow, not intending to get involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. so soon. But given the current situation, not getting involved was not an option. He followed the 2 into the car and headed towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, putting aside the matters on the Marvel side for now. The scene shifted to Shadi Lesa. Among so many people in the group, Shadi Lesa was the quietest. She rarely spoke, and it took a long time to find a few messages in her chat record. She was a deep diver. Her faith in Di Fang was on a different level than others in the group. Those guys were at most elementary believers shouting slogans on the surface, but who didn't know what they were really like behind the scenes. To put it bluntly, they were hanging the title of believers while acting like bystanders. The primary source of Di Fang's faith relied on the native believers in their respective worlds. The little bit that these people offered was not enough to be considered, but Di Fang didn't mind. Who among those that could join the group was not a lamp that burned oil? Being able to be a preliminary believer was already a show of respect. But Shadi Lesa was different. She was a Holy Spirit believer, the most devout kind of rarity in the entire believer system. Di Fang's gaze often fell upon her. At this moment Shadi Lesa stood in the center of the town, her pupils suddenly contracting. Dimensional entity Nova. How could it appear? Not just the city beneath her feet. The whole world was erupting. Those beings surged out from dimensional rifts, dark and overwhelming. The human race's current weapon systems had all become mere decorations. Shooting at them felt like scratching an itch, not even splashing any water. Only Pandora could wrestle with them. The female warriors of this world awakened after implanting the holy marks specialized in this kind of work. Shadi Lesa wanted to run. Just as she shifted her foot, another nova descended from the sky, crashing down less than 50 meters in front of her, splitting the ground and sending debris flying. She took half a step back, her chest tightening. A taste of despair spread like fog across the entire world, suffocating. In the primordial realm, Di Fang's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze turned to the 0-degree battle maiden world. He usually didn't pay much attention to that world. For him, the only ones he truly cared about were his Holy Spirit believers. This level of believer with something has gone wrong. Di Fang murmured to himself, the image of that world reflected in his eyes. According to the original trajectory, the 0-degree battle maiden world should not have changed like this. He stared into that void for a moment, his expression slightly shifting. I see. A traveler had fallen into this world. Instead of becoming a human, he directly became a dimensional entity Nova, and not an ordinary one. He became the Nova King, commanding all dimensional life forms. Then a large-scale attack commenced. The entire 0-degree battle maiden world was blooming everywhere. Shadi Lesa stood in place, surrounded by buildings collapsing in waves under the impact of Nova. Her fingers trembled slightly, her teeth clenched. She closed her eyes, clasping her hands in front of her chest. Great Lord, please save my world. In the primordial chaos, a faint smile surfaced on the face of the Emperor, his eyelids lowered as his gaze penetrated the endless void, landing upon the world of 0-degree battle maidens. In the next moment, golden light rose from every corner of that world. A vague shadow descended into the realm of 0-degree battle maidens. Above and below, all living beings perceived that figure. This world is a bit weak. The voice was not loud, yet it felt as if it whispered into the ears of every creature. The Emperor's murmured thoughts reverberated throughout the world. It was merely a fragment of his will, not even reaching the level of divine sense. This world could not support his true form's arrival. A mere thought was already the limit. Lord God, Shadi Lesa's eyes sparkled as she intently gazed at the face of the Emperor. Instinctively, she opened the live stream in the chat group. Such a majestic figure should not be seen by her alone. Everyone must witness it. Ding group member Shadi Lesa has started a live stream. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei, huh? Little Shadi actually started a live stream. What's going on? Tony, are there newcomers in the group? Ingzheng, not a newcomer. This child usually doesn't talk much, just a little girl. Tony, alright, let's take a look. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei entered the live stream. Ingzheng entered the live stream. Tony also entered the live stream. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei, Lord God. Little Shadi, what's happening? Shadi Leia's sister Fei, all those interdimensional bodies Nova are popping up here. They are everywhere in the world. I can't do anything about it. I can only ask Lord God for help. Ingzheng, so that's what happened. In the world of 0-degree battle maidens, the Emperor's thoughts stood in the center of heaven and earth like the axis of the world. Golden light exploded, weaving together in a dazzling display, yet carrying an indescribable sense of eternity. He looked down and smiled at Shadi Lesa. Then he raised his finger and gently tapped. The entire space-time of the world instantly froze. This world is still too weak. It cannot fully accommodate my power. The Emperor's voice was light and airy. As the golden divine light intertwined countless interdimensional bodies, Nova shattered into pieces. It's done. The Emperor smiled. Then his figure gradually faded, completely disappearing from this world. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei, oh my goodness. Tony, Ingzheng, has the Lord God's power increased again? Was that just a fragment of his divine thought? Or is it not even considered a divine thought? Red, I thank you, Lord God, for your intervention. Tony, a world-ending crisis was resolved just like that. Emperor, what else? Is that little mess even worth mentioning? A traveler appeared on the red-eye side and turned into an interdimensional body Nova. It's just the trouble caused by that traveler. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei, I said it, travelers can be anything weird. They can even turn into Nova. That's truly absurd. Tony, if that's the case, I finally understand. No wonder the Lord God always hopes that I don't have any travelers. That's too terrifying. The Lord God was once again lost in thought. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang tilted her head, staring at the Emperor for several seconds before mumbling softly. The Emperor did not turn around. He was feeling the influx of faith power from the zero-degree world, which was like an endless stream crashing upon him wave after wave. Last time he saved that entire world's mess, the will of the world rewarded him generously. He had essentially uprooted the cause of that world's troubles. However, this level of faith could not support his divine path to reach Quasi Saint. He was well aware of that. Right now he was more concerned about the matters concerning the human race. Fuxi had already taken the position of the human emperor and became the leader of the entire human race. This fellow's cultivation was also impressive, directly reaching the peak of the Deluo. Why so fast? On one hand, it was due to the memories and mindset of his past life still being present, providing a solid foundation. On the other hand, the fortune of the human race was almost pouring into him daily, making it impossible to slow down. When the time comes, the Earth Emperor Shinnong will show up. Fuxi's job will be completed. By then he will achieve success and retreat to Fire Cloud Cave, serving as a talisman for the human race. By that time his cultivation would at least be at the peak of Quasi Saint. Moreover, with the enhancement of the human race's fortune, even among the Quasi Saints he would definitely stand out. In the current Primordial Chaos, the first person beneath the Saints is not Jin Yuanzi, but Ming He. This fellow has reached the pinnacle of immortality, and no one beneath Quasi Saint dares to challenge him. If it weren't for the lack of Hongmeng Purple Qi, he would have already attained sanctification. In this world, the immortal path is marked by the Luo, a watershed. Beyond this threshold, Quasi Saints have two paths. One leads to the Great Path, and the other to the Heavenly Path. The Great Path must be accumulated slowly, while the Heavenly Path does not require such effort, relying on innate spiritual treasures to eliminate the three corpses will suffice. Ming He is treading the Heavenly Path. In simple terms, he was also tricked by others. The Heavenly Path may seem fast, but without Hongmeng Purple Qi, the peak of Quasi Saint is the ceiling. At most one can only make oneself a bit tougher. But if one cannot cross over, they will forever be unable to touch the threshold of a saint. This is the fate of those who walk the Heavenly Path. Although there is no shortcut in the Great Path, it is true skill. From Deluo, one must start accumulating mana, relying on epics to pile it up, allowing time to grind it down. After accumulating who knows how many epics through strength and great supernatural powers, one will naturally break through. The Emperor's current three corpses, Immortal Martial Dao, are all on the path of accumulation and breakthrough. During this time, he has been soaking in chaos, drinking the northwestern wind. He cannot predict when he will break through. This is not the path of divine return. However, that faith power cannot be accumulated in a day or two. When all three corpses become saints and merge into one, that will be when he is truly invincible. Off. A voice came from behind, carrying a hint of drowsiness. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang tilted her head to look at the Emperor, her expression resembling that of someone who had just woken up. Are you fishing again, Lord God? The Emperor turned his head and glanced at her. Ever since he brought her into his divine realm and made her his deity, she still maintained that not-so-smart appearance. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang had already attained immortality. She sat beside the Emperor in a daze. Her natural demeanor combined with her astonishing talents made the Emperor like to keep her close. Currently, the women who frequently accompanied the Emperor were these few: Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, Yan Lingji the Snow Woman, the surprised salamander Tian Yin, along with Zhou Zhao, and the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan Hu Mei. Others had been arranged by the Emperor in his divine realm to manage the operation of the divine realm. You're awake. The Emperor turned to look at Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang nodded, remaining silent still in that dazed state, squatting beside the Emperor and staring at him, fishing. What are you thinking about? The Emperor asked her. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang tilted her head and looked at him. I was thinking, can I also become pregnant? Hearing this, the Emperor chuckled and shook his head. This matter is basically hopeless. The probability approaches zero. The Emperor is currently at the saint level. To conceive his child, one must at least have the cultivation of peak Quasi Saint, and their bloodline must be strong enough. For example, a being like Xianming. For people like Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, conceiving the Emperor's offspring is nearly impossible. It's not that it's absolutely impossible, but the probability is so low that it can be ignored, almost like it doesn't exist. However, nothing in the world is absolute. The heavenly path has its 50 stripping away all things, and living beings are left with a glimmer of life. Nothing is perfect. Thus it is not entirely impossible for Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and the others to conceive, it's just that the probability is so small that it is almost equal to zero. Still the saying goes, nothing is set in stone. Time passed quickly like flowing water. In the blink of an eye 10,000 years had passed in the primordial world. Heavenly Court. Haoshan's face was filled with anger. The Chan sect is too much. Yaoqi sat beside him unsure of what to say. This matter was indeed excessive on the part of the Chan sect. The cause was a divine mountain under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, which was occupied by the people of the Chan sect. Not only that, they even turned the tables and sought Hao Yin for an explanation. This was why Hao Yin was so furious. That divine mountain was originally the territory of the Heavenly Court. It was already quite frustrating to be occupied by the Chan sect, and now they wanted him to give an explanation. Did they really think he had no temper at all? This matter must be backed by my senior brother Yuan Shi, Yaoqi sighed. Otherwise the Chan sect wouldn't dare to act like this. Hao Yin paused. Yuan Shi. That was a saint of the Primordial Chaos. Thinking of this, Haoshan's anger subsided a bit. This won't do, Hao Yin said in a deep voice. The myriad immortals of the Primordial Chaos are watching. If I do nothing, how can this heavenly emperor still show his face? Yaoqi could only sigh upon hearing this. The Queen Mother of the West presided over Yaoqi. To be honest, she had no way to deal with those disciples of the saints. These people came to cause trouble every few days, and she couldn't stop them or manage them. Hao Yin had already endured to the bone. If he continued to hold it in, he was afraid he would develop, and after all, he was the rightful lord of the three realms, yet a few disciples of the saints were riding on him, making him unable to swallow this anger. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Hao Yin took a direct step out, and went to the chaos outside. In the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin burst into tears. Yes, he was crying. The child who cries will get milk. This principle works everywhere. Back then the two fellows Jin and Zhuanti managed to become saints by pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. The soft-hearted Han Yun gave them that opportunity. Today Hao Yin was employing this tactic. Teacher, please help me out. Hao Yin sobbed. Those disciples of my senior brothers are simply too much. They don't take me seriously at all. Not only did they seize my divine mountain of the Heavenly Court, but they also came back to demand an explanation from me. Moreover, Hao Yin poured out all the grievances he had suffered as the Heavenly Emperor over these thousands of years. Hong Jun opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. You go back first. I will call your senior brothers over to discuss matters. Hao Yin wiped his face and turned to leave Zixiao Palace. Hong Jun immediately sent a message summoning all the saints to Zixiao Palace to discuss the affairs of the Heavenly Court. On Chaos Island, the Emperor put down the fishing rod in his hand. It seems that the matter of the canonization is about to explode. The Emperor was aware, based on the timeline, this should be Haoshan's first time coming to complain. This time the canonization would not officially start. However, since Hong Jun had sent the message, the Emperor had to make an appearance. It would also be interesting to see. He took a step forward, and his figure stood amidst the chaos. In the human tribe, Fuxi had been in power for nearly 1,000 years. This human tribe was thriving, changing day by day. On the shore of the East Sea in the Nuwa temple, Fuxi stood before the statue of Nuwa, gazing at that familiar face, feelings of nostalgia welling up in his heart. Fuxi pays respects to the three ancestors. He bowed respectfully to the three figures meditating in the temple. The Sun Man smiled and waved his hand. The human emperor need not be overly courteous. After a pause, he continued, In my day, our human race could trample anyone in the wilderness living as if we were mere weeds. Now it's different. Our human race's presence is everywhere. The human emperor's contributions cannot be overlooked. Fuxi shook his head. Fuxi does not dare to claim credit. The human race has come this far through their own efforts. I have merely passed down some rudimentary knowledge which is hardly worth mentioning. The Sun Man looked at him, his gaze heavy. Since we are on this topic, Fuxi, you should know the foundations of the human race. Foundations? Fuxi was taken aback. In his 1,000 years as the human emperor, no one had ever told him what hidden cards the human race possessed. Follow me. The Sun Man beckoned to Fuxi. Fuxi stepped forward, and the two plunged into the small world of the human race. At the entrance stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with characters whose strokes were sharp enough to leap out and strike. Heavenly actions are vigorous. A gentleman should strive tirelessly. Good. What a vigorous saying, a gentleman should strive tirelessly. Fuxi couldn't help but shout. These characters were left by the last ancestor of the human race, known as the current saint of the heavenly Tao in the wilderness, Emperor Fang. The Sun Man's tone was heavy. left here for future generations to see. Fuxi nodded. In the wilderness apart from the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, there were a total of 7 saints of the heavenly Dao. Among them one was his sister, and another was a saint who emerged from within the human race. The story of Emperor Fang had long since become a myth among the human race. A young man walked out from the vast wilderness returning with an array of abilities defending the human race against Emperor Jun and Tai, ultimately defying the heavens and becoming a saint. His life was so fantastical that it seemed unreal. Emperor Fang was also the strongest hidden card of the human race. The Sun Man led Fuxi deeper into the small world. Before them stood a series of celestial monuments densely packed, each emanating the aura of celestial martial arts and martial arts dazzling like stars in the night sky. Behind each monument stood a figure, their aura long and ancient, as if they had existed since the dawn of creation. Only 1 or 2 of them had reached the threshold of quasi-saints, the rest were all at the Tai Deluo level. But Fuxi immediately discerned. These individuals were not the same as those Deluo outside. Their presence was terrifying, each one seemed to have just crawled out from a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. The will of martial arts blazed from their bodies like the sun, indelible and eternal. There were at least several tens of thousands of them. At the deepest part of the small world, a treasure pagoda hung in the air 9 stories tall, each layer shimmering with light, where time seemed to flow within. A congenital spiritual treasure. Fuxi focused on the pagoda, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The Hengyu Tower also left by Emperor Fang. The Sun Man continued, "It is because of this that the human race has been able to accumulate such wealth." Fuxi took a deep breath. The light filled the entire world, with each beam housing a strong figure of martial or celestial martial arts, all at least at the Deluo level. Fuxi, having been the human emperor, knew the 3 cultivation methods of the human race. One method was the golden core path passed down by Laozi. One was celestial martial arts, and the other was martial arts, all left by Emperor Fang. Each path had its own advantages and disadvantages. Those with good talents generally pursued celestial martial arts. Those with strong physiques opted for pure martial arts. The rest practiced cultivation honestly. This is how the human race has progressed. The Sun Man smiled, his voice calm. These experts are the foundation of the human race. They don't just seclude themselves in the small world. Every 1,000 years they rotate, taking turns guarding each faction of the human race. This was the rule set by Emperor Fang back in the day. Firstly, to prevent these foundations from becoming complacent in their cultivation and forgetting how to fight. Secondly, during times of desperation, not allowing them to intervene is also to help the human race hone their skills. Fuxi raised his eyes to gaze at the small world of the human race. The bright points in the sky resembled stars, countless in number. Below, over 1 million human talents were diligently focusing on their cultivation. Fuxi's heart surged with emotions. To put it bluntly, if the demon race had been able to do the same back, then they would not have met such a fate. But discussing this now is pointless. The demon race has long become history. He is now Fuxi of the human race. We bow to the ancestor of humanity. We bow to the human emperor. A roaring wave surged from the small world, echoing like the roar of dragons. Fuxi's chest rose and fell several times, unable to calm down for a long time. The current human race is far better than he had imagined. At this moment, he also understood why the human race in the wilderness on the surface had the highest cultivation at the golden immortal level, yet could still flourish and spread throughout the wilderness. The reason lies here. The human race hides such a deep foundation. To be honest, the human race's survival to this day is not only due to the saints, but also because of their own efforts. Fuxi turned back and thought for a moment, suddenly realizing that the help provided by the saints to the human race was actually quite limited. It was merely lousy passing down a Dao. The saints have never intervened for the human race. When Emperor Fang acted, he himself was not even a saint yet. The human race's ability to stand firm in the wilderness relies not on others, but entirely on themselves. The Sun Man's voice was as heavy as stone. When the human race faced great tribulations, who bore the brunt of the situation? It was the human race itself, not outsiders. Had it not been for Emperor Fang's early preparations, whether the human race could still exist with a mere 1,000 or 10,000 is still a matter of debate. Fuxi remembers these words of the ancestor of humanity. Fuxi cupped his hands towards the Sun Man. The Sun Man nodded. You are the human emperor. You must understand the foundation of the human race. We human beings do not fear the gods and Buddhas above. We only honor the sages and the holy mother of our human race. At this point, the Sun Man felt an indescribable surge of emotion within him. The journey of the human race from its inception to now has been incredibly challenging. In those difficult years before Emperor Fang appeared, the human race shed countless blood and tears to carve out a path in the wilderness. The mention of emergence refers to the time before Emperor Fang had imparted the Tao to humanity. Subsequently, the Sun Man led Fuxi around the small world, explaining the matters of the human race's foundation in detail. On Chaos Island, Emperor Fang lounged in a recliner, his posture casual, as he casually opened the chat group. Yanlingji was beside him, peeling spiritual fruits and feeding them to him. In the chat group, Big Shots fan Lu Fei, Bruce, I say, just take that bastard down already. Tony, exactly why keep him around? Ingzheng, not killing him is a joke, not killing him is just putting others in danger. Emperor Fang, the people of Gotham are simple, it's a place of talent and spirit. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, God Lord, are you awake? Yes, we were just discussing some trivial matters in DC. Bruce Wayne, I insist on not killing you, am I really wrong? Emperor Fang, whether right or wrong depends on the person. Some people should be kept alive only to cause more harm to ordinary people. Ingzheng, that is indeed wise words from the God Lord. Killing or not is not a difficult choice. Your kind of non-killing with a bottom line, in my eyes, is without a bottom line not much different from being an accomplice. Tony Zhenggu is absolutely right. Superheroes must not show mercy. You are the Dark Knight. In a place like Gotham, insisting on not killing is nonsense. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, by our standards, Arkham Asylum is like a training class. Sending criminals in is like furthering their education. When they come out, it's graduation. Tony, that analogy is spot on. Watching the memory copies, it really is this way. Bruce Wayne. Emperor Fang, the people inside speak beautifully. I quite enjoy being inside. Hilarious. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, God Lord, pay attention to your image. You are a saint, your prestige must not drop. Emperor Fang, what's wrong with being a saint? Did I eat your food? Is a saint not a human? Isn't it tiring to act all high and mighty? Rarely free, why care about how others see you? Big Shots fan Lu Fei, that's true. Seeing Emperor Fang say this, the other members of the group finally felt a weight lifted off their minds. With Emperor Fang becoming a saint, they felt immense pressure. If he were displeased, he could easily wipe them all out with a mere gesture. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, God Lord, what's going on over there in the wilderness now? Emperor Fang, we have entered the era of the three sovereigns. Fuxi has already emerged and is bustling about. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, so soon? Tisk, the three sovereigns, that is a pivotal phase for the human race. Emperor Fang, exactly. The human race is developing rapidly now. Barring any mishaps, they will soon become the sole protagonists of heaven and earth. Emperor Fang, by the way, where's Zhu Wuxi? Why hasn't he shown up? Big Shots fan Lu Fei, not sure, old Zhu seems to be busy with something lately. Zhu Wuxi, I'm back. The God Lord is also here. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, old Zhu, what have you been up to lately? Zhu Wuxi, do you believe me if I say I encountered a traveler? Big Shots fan Lu Fei. Emperor Fang. Care to elaborate what kind of traveler? On Chaos Island, Emperor Fang's gaze turned towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. There a figure emerged from the depths of time and space. Exuding a formidable aura, the Tao and laws flowing from him were entirely different from those of the wilderness. The moment he appeared, he was locked onto by the powerful beings of the wilderness. A traveler, and one who practices fantastical techniques. Emperor Fang squinted. In the group. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, Emperor Fang, God Lord, what happened? Emperor Fang, a traveler has arrived. His cultivation is at the immortal emperor level, equivalent to the Luo in the wilderness. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, an immortal emperor. From another fantastical world. Emperor Fang, most likely. I still don't know what he intends to do. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, Emperor Fang, go live stream. Hurry. Emperor Fang, alright. Ding, the esteemed member Emperor Fang has started a live stream. Big Shots fan Lu Fei. Ingzheng. Zhu Wuxi. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, this system is too ridiculous. Our group leader starts a stream without the word esteemed. The others remained silent. The screen lit up. Lu Fei and the others squeezed into the live stream. Celestial mist swirled, spiritual light floated, resembling a painting. Big Shots fan Lu Fei, I'm feeling envious. This is truly enviable. Ingzheng, this is what a celestial realm looks like. The camera shifted. A gigantic figure appeared in the center of the screen. This is the traveler. Emperor Fang's voice echoed in the live stream, sounding like a narration from outside the frame. Is this the wilderness? Yi Tian gazed at the world before him, his expression heavy. I'm pressed for time. I must hurry to seize treasures. Big Shots fan Lu Fei sees. Ingzheng, is this person out of his mind? In the live stream, Emperor Fang watched Yi Tian with great interest. This person exuded an unsettling aura as if they had been forcibly filled with cultivation, leaving a dangerously hollow foundation. In the realm of fantasy, the Celestial Emperor corresponds to the great Luo of the Primordial era, Logically speaking, the combat power of the Celestial Emperor in the fantasy law should surpass that of the great Luo in the Immortal Path. However, observing Yi Tian's state, the Emperor felt a sense of uncertainty. He resembled a marionette, merely a facade. If a real fight ensued, even a genuine great Luo would struggle to suppress him. Yi Tian moved. Standing on a stream of rapid light, the sun, moon, and stars trailed behind him, leaving a long light tail. The commotion was significant. In a single step, he traversed countless billions of miles, directly landing above the sea of blood. The waves of blood surged, and the stench filled the air. Yi Tian muttered to himself, pondering the river of the underworld. With my cultivation, seizing a few innate spiritual treasures from him shouldn't be too difficult, right? The live stream erupted. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi. Can you say that again? You, a Celestial Emperor, are looking for trouble with the river of the underworld. Tony, who is the river of the underworld? Is he that powerful? Ingjing, not sure. Let's wait for the big shot to explain. Emperor Fang, the river of the underworld, the number one beneath the saints, even Jin Yuanzi isn't his match. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, enough talking, just bury him deep. Isn't this just delivering food? Yi Tian ignored the comments and plunged directly into the sea of blood. Celestial light erupted around him, layers of extraordinary phenomena unfurling behind him, resembling a divine king emerging from chaos, exuding immense grandeur. With each step, the sea of blood roiled. I found it. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, locking onto a certain direction deep within the sea of blood. A streak of light flashed by, and he instantly appeared at the deepest part of the sea. The river of the underworld opened his eyes, watching a figure charge directly towards him. The river of the underworld. River of the underworld, your treasure belongs to me. Yi Tian's voice echoed throughout the sea of blood. The river of the underworld stared at this being before him, emanating only the aura of a great Luo, and his lips twitched. Such audacity. Hankering after his treasure. This level of stupidity is unprecedented. Moreover, this person's aura was peculiar, weak at the core, as if their cultivation had been forcibly inflated. With such a being, how dare he annoy me? Fan of the big shot Lu Fei, you, no matter what, I'm cheering for you, big brother, glowing with celestial light. I've never seen anyone so brave like you. Yi Tian wore a confident smile. Invincible. In the next moment, a blood-red sword light sliced through billions of miles of void, piercing directly through his body. Yi Tian could only shout out one last word. Damn. His entire being exploded into fragments. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi, is that it? Ingjing, truly a waste. Tony, my assessment is that it's not good. The sea of blood surged, and the river of the underworld didn't even raise an eyebrow, as if he had just swatted a fly. He closed his eyes again, continuing to comprehend the laws. Such matters were hardly worth his effort. In such a vast primordial era, encountering a few blind fools was quite normal. Countless billions of miles away from the sea of blood, a figure slowly coalesced, pale as paper with an aura so weak it seemed ready to dissipate at any moment. System, didn't you say this was just an ordinary primordial world? Yi Tian gritted his teeth, the rage almost bursting from his throat. He only had one chance at resurrection. To just fall here so easily. Host, do you have some misunderstanding regarding the ancestor of the river of the underworld? The system also seemed speechless. This fool really knows how to pick a target. Even if the fantasy law is powerful, who would choose to provoke a perfected quasi-saint? If you don't die, who will? Do you have no idea how you obtained this level of cultivation? System, is this considered an ordinary primordial world? Yi Tian asked again, his voice brimming with suppressed anger. Host, this system has never stated that this is an ordinary primordial world. I warned you before you arrived, the danger level of this world is extremely high. The system's tone was devoid of emotion. Yi Tian opened his mouth, but could not speak. Previously, he thought the beings in the primordial era were just like that. With his celestial emperor cultivation, he could handle a saint in a fight. Now he understood clearly. That was a purely foolish thought. A celestial emperor here only equates to a Tai golden immortal. Perhaps even less. Warning, warning, great terror is approaching. As soon as the system's voice fell, it went dead, completely silent. Yi Tian's pupils constricted sharply. A blood-colored sword light tore through endless time and space. Across all timelines and dimensions, his existence was erased by a single sword. Past, future, present. From the very root, he vanished completely. Fan of the big shot Lu Fei Yi. Ingjing, that seems to be a casual strike from the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Tony, are you kidding? What kind of principle is this? Emperor Fang, don't underestimate the quasi-saints of the primordial era, especially beings like the river of the underworld. Those beneath quasi-saints challenging him will undoubtedly perish. A great Luo can escape the river of time and is difficult to annihilate, but that's in comparison to those beneath quasi-saints. This fellow is the best example. The sword strike from the river of the underworld appeared plain, yet it had already sealed this fellow's fate. Once the sword was swung regardless of where he hid in any time or space, the outcome was already sealed. Death. Resurrection. Impossible. No matter how many times he resurrected, the moment that sword struck out, his life had already been extinguished. Lu Fei stared at the screen, typing out a few words. After a long pause, I thought I had seen many absurd things, but today I found it could be even more absurd. Tony exploded with profanity. Fuck. So from the very start this guy was doomed. No matter how he resurrects, it's useless. Ingzheng responded, according to the God Lord, that's indeed the case. However, it's not surprising. The Quasi Saint level is the last major threshold beneath the saints, inherently carrying incredible power and means. Zhang Sanfeng recited a Buddhist chant. Ba, this benefactor truly has terrible luck. Lu Fei followed up with a question. What was that guy thinking? Why did he have to go rob the river of the underworld's things? Emperor Fang replied, who knows? Maybe he just lost his mind. A figure like the river of the underworld is someone even ordinary saints are reluctant to provoke. Lu Fei typed a string of question marks. Why? As long as the sea of blood exists, the river of the underworld cannot die. You should have heard this saying. Emperor Fang explained, if a saint wants to deal with the river of the underworld, it's not difficult. They can solve it easily. The key issue is, as long as the sea of blood remains, the river of the underworld will never perish. What is the sea of blood? It is the birthplace of reincarnation in the primordial underworld. Destroying the sea of blood equates to annihilating the entire primordial underworld. No saint can bear such causality. This is the reason why saints do not wish to provoke the river of the underworld. Ingzheng pondered for a moment. According to the God Lord, then the river of the underworld can't do anything to the saints either. Emperor Fang affirmed, yes, the river of the underworld indeed cannot contend with the saints. But he can cause trouble for your disciple. The river of the underworld is not a saint, but he is among the first tier beneath the saints, even stronger than Zhun Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals. He paused before adding, in short, if I can't defeat a saint, can I not defeat your disciple? This is the true reason why saints do not want to provoke the river of the underworld. Once targeted by such a mad dog, the saints have no solution. Unless they destroy the sea of blood. But if the sea of blood is destroyed, the primordial reincarnation will follow suit, creating a deadly cycle. Returning to the previous question, no saint can bear the causality of destroying the underworld. Lu Fei typed a single character 6. Emperor Fang continued, there are quite a few such unique existences in the primordial era. The river of the underworld counts as one, and Zhun Yuanzi also counts as one. They are not saints, but generally saints wouldn't seek trouble with them. Ingzheng realized, so that's how it is. No wonder. In the primordial world, Emperor Fang's gaze fell upon the place where Yi Tian had perished. There a nearly invisible light point was trembling, attempting to traverse time and space to escape this vast land of the primordial era. This traveler died in the primordial era, yet caused not a single ripple. On Chaos Island, that light point flickered, trying to slip into the gaps of time and space. This is the system of the traveler. Stealing the world's origin to upgrade, no wonder he can keep climbing up. He murmured softly on his lip. This is the system of the traveler. Stealing the world's origin to upgrade, no wonder he can keep climbing up. He murmured softly. It's already impossible to trace back to which bastard created this thing. It might be something that naturally grew from some world, or possibly cultivated by some ancient monster. But none of this mattered to Emperor Fang. In the realm of the primordial era, he feared no one. Emperor Fang stared at the light point in his hand, and intricate patterns of laws appeared at his fingertips. The system shattered with a crunch, falling like shards of glass, leaving behind nothing but a pure origin of the world. That origin was blindingly bright and frighteningly rich, nearly equivalent to a complete great thousand worlds. To categorize worlds, they are divided into countless sands, small thousand, medium thousand, great thousand, and supreme. Emperor Fang's inner world had barely squeezed into the boundary of great thousand. This was still supported by his saint-level cultivation, plus the fact that he walked the path of immortal martial, establishing a robust foundation for the world. If it were someone else, they would be lucky to manage a medium thousand world. On the path of immortal martial, Emperor Fang had only reached the great Luo realm. To create a medium thousand world was already impressive. A great thousand world. That's a place capable of nurturing quasi-saints. As for the supreme world, only there can beings of the saint level emerge. If you say there are saints in the low-end primordial world, is that even called a saint? Their strength is at least halved. In the boundless darkness of emptiness, something awakened. All worlds sprang forth from this void, including the primordial era. and this ancient being had long lost track of how long it had lived lying dormant in this darkness, never shifting its nest. It feasted on the origins of countless worlds. Of course it had the capital for this, the cultivation level of a saint with an origin so ancient that it could not be traced back. No one knew from which already decayed supreme world it had crawled out, and it had remained in this darkness motionless. Now it awakened. Its gaze pierced through layers of void falling upon the primordial world. It sensed that the chess piece it had laid was crushed. Along with the origins that had harvested countless worlds, it was completely robbed. This was something it could not tolerate. In the darkness, that formless existence took a step forward. Its footprint marked the void, a single step equating to a world's distance. It traversed through countless worlds, rushing towards the primordial era. It sought to destroy this world to replenish its own losses. Emperor Fang had no idea about this matter. If he did, he would laugh until he rolled on the ground. A saint coming to destroy the primordial era. Does he think the 6 heavenly Tao saints are mere decorations? Just how many saints are there in the primordial era? 4 innate divine saints, 6 heavenly Tao saints, and Emperor Fang himself. Not to mention that old man Hongjun, who is incredibly formidable. The patriarchs of the other 3 clans have also become saints by now. With such a commotion, anyone foolish enough to come to the primordial world seeking trouble is simply courting death. The inner world of Emperor Fang was originally opened up using the method of celestial martial arts. Now that he has become a saint himself, the benefits directly fall upon the inner world, which has also leveled up to become a grand world. Now this inner world is no different from Chaos Island. Those plants that have become sentient and the spiritual beasts cultivating here can stay without worrying about any dangers. They live carefree and comfortably. And then there's the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. They have long forgotten the primordial world. After all, this world is not much different from the primordial world. Living here is far safer. Emperor Fang appeared in his own inner world, holding a mass of world essence in his hands, weighing almost as much as an entire grand world. With a casual push, that mass of essence directly merged into the grand world. Instantly, countless auspicious clouds erupted and golden lotuses surged from the ground, with 3,000 Tao laws intertwining within the world. This is the inner world cheering and celebrating. The essence of a world has its own personality. Even the celestial martial body in the chaos benefited from the world's feedback, slightly increasing its cultivation. However, to reach the level of a celestial martial quasi saint, there is still a long way to go. To think that such a small benefit could lead to a breakthrough is quite optimistic. In terms of cultivation, Emperor Fang's celestial martial body and martial arts body would require countless worlds to support them. For the time being, any thoughts of a breakthrough are futile. Among the human tribes of the primordial world, Fushi has been sitting in the position of the emperor for a full 3,000 years. Calculating the next human emperor should be emerging soon. In a small human tribe, there is a young man who is quite different from the others. He was born with a crystal belly. From the outside, one can see his organs clearly like a crystal. It is easy to tell what he has eaten and whether there is poison just by looking. Such a naturally extraordinary person is not particularly rare among today's human race. This young man is named Yendi, and he is currently the leader of this tribe. The tribe's surname is Jiang, and they revere fire, so no one remembers what the tribe leader was originally called. Furthermore, since the tribe worships fire, he has been given the title of Yendi. Yendi is one of the Earth Emperors in later generations. It is because of his miraculous crystal belly that he became known as the Divine Farmer. He can distinguish the medicinal properties of various herbs and provide paths for the common people. When hungry, he can find food. When ill, he can locate medicinal herbs. The time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can be considered the most glorious era for the human race.